As a team, we're super excited to play.
So we can finally compete again and have some fun in this game.
We've been playing super well recently, and I'm only looking forward to it. We're gonna win it all, I'm sure of it.
The toughest opponent, I would say, is Beavers, Alliance, and Gambit. Those three teams are really scary.
Maybe Alliance or Team Totem.
I'm looking out for the unknown Russian teams. They are usually insanely good mechanically and spend a lot of time on Kovacs, so I'm afraid of the unknown Russian teams.
I would say Scarz and Aqualix.
We really bring sort of a very level-headed, engaging, and quite funny at times communication to the Apex scene.
I think our team synergy in general is one of the best in the world.
Competitives have to fear us because we have a clutch king Herdeki, and no one can beat him in clutch moments.
We are a really confident team, and we always respect our calls. We're always ready for anything.
Other competitors should fear us because Yuki and Del are the best fighters in the game, undoubtedly, period. And I'm the best idea in the world, for sure.
We are ready to crush the competition.
Keep your eyes on NAVI. We'll see you on the finish line.
Let's bring this home. Scarz up.
Team Endeavour's gonna bring it. We're gonna win.
We're here at BLAST Titans. We are ready to win. Let's go.
Welcome to BLAST Titans. After a blistering day of group play, we have separated the squads into upper and lower brackets. For those who saw victory yesterday, today is a day to solidify their place in the grand finals. And for those looking for redemption, well, today is the day to prove they can make it through these scary lower bracket lobbies. My name is Kate, and alongside me on the desk today, we've got Scrawny and we've got Launders. And more importantly, I think we need to talk about Launders for a second, because today, ladies and gents, is Launders' birthday.
Fun fact, I would actually wake up at 6:30 a.m. To do a broadcast, or even if I don't want to do a broadcast, I'll be up at 6:30 a.m. So this is what I live and breathe, but now I get paid to do it. So it is, in fact, the very best birthday I could possibly have.
Well, we are So excited that you have joined us on your birthday of all days, of course. And you know what, Scrawny? We are very excited to have you here as well because you come in with so much experience and so much fun. And so far, after day one with you two for the first time, I'm so excited to have you here. Scrawny, how you feeling about today? And do you have any birthday wishes for your partner there?
I mean, listen, Mohan knows I love him to death. We travel the world together. We've got a lot of memories and experiences, and you know, these early mornings for Apex is just going to pile it on, right? So he knows I love him, and well, now you do too.
Wow, that is brilliant. Early morning Apex and love all around. God, I appreciate you two more than ever at this moment. And of course, at this moment, we are here for Blast Titans because, as you mentioned, yesterday was but day one. We separated groups 1 and 2, and then from there, we now have our upper and lower brackets. And my goodness, this has become quite the thing. Let's talk about what this tournament is going to look like this weekend. Specifically, we're going to actually throw it over to Dan Gaskin, who has broken down our competition here today. Take this out.
Thanks, Kate. Yes, today we have all 40 teams battling it out to try and reach the grand finals on Sunday, which is where every single team, of course, wants to be. We start things off with the upper bracket, which features some familiar names that I'm sure you've heard of before, like the ALGS champion Scarz, the highest point earners from day one Kungarna, and the breakout team AJS. As we move across to the lower bracket, it will also feature some surprise teams, but maybe not for the reason you'd think. We've got Gambit, Flavor of the Month, SoloQGoats, all of them failing to progress through the upper bracket yesterday. Speaking of the bracket, it's all very simple. We have 20 teams that are going home today. The bottom 10 teams from the upper bracket will face off against the top 10 from the lower bracket. If you fail to finish in the top 10 of the lower bracket round 2, your time here at Blast Titans is over. Now, points and prize money. Teams survive by earning as many points as possible to stay on top of the competition. Both placement points and kills matter, and it's entirely up to the team as which they prioritize. When it comes to prize money, there is 20,000 euros up for grabs, but who is going to take home that first place? There are so many teams capable of doing so. As we look across at the schedule for today, there is plenty of Apex action. We start the upper bracket at 3 p.m, followed by, of course, the several other games that will feature on World's Edge and Olympus. Then we'll have the first lower bracket matchup at 5:30, and of course, more World's Edge to follow. Finally, the survival mode will be activated at 8 p.m. tonight with lower bracket round 2, more World's Edge to round things out.
And thank you, Dan. Always good to hear from him. Obviously, we'll hear from him a little bit later in the show. And of course, bringing it in with all of those like nicely put together little stats and little formats and schedules and everything like that. But you know, Launders, today is going to be a big day, especially for those teams who are, you know, trying to go forward. I think all teams are. Isn't that right? Either way. Let's talk about that upper bracket pick first, because we have to talk about Kungarna. Yesterday seems to be their day, Launders. And, you know, really, if we start talking about them, we cannot stop without mentioning that, you know, they came out on top of a very scary lobby with, I think it was 95 points.
The lower brackets, or the, group 2, I called them lower bracket because they were the underrated bracket, the team with obviously less good teams, but they had more consistency among the surprising teams than the better teams did in group 1, if that makes any sense. And Kungarna were the head of that snake. They had basically, I think, 6 top 5 finishes in a row with 2 wins in total, ending the group with a win and scoring damn near 100 points in the group. And that's standing far above even Scarz, who had 75. Now, you could say Scarz maybe had the harder group, but in my opinion, there were so many beasts in Group 2 that didn't even make it into the top 10, and the top 3 teams looked every bit as good as anyone in Group 1.
Absolutely. And you know, what an interesting thing. We're going to probably mention this a few times here to our viewers, that Group 1, Group 2, right? And I think, you know, Scrawny, I think, you know, I think Lotus brings up a really good point about Group 1 and Group 2. We keep talking about Group 1 from yesterday being that group of death, but the truth of the matter is that these are both scary lobbies. And I think for Kungarna, we saw them do incredibly well in that Group 2, but now they're coming to these teams that they hadn't faced in the moment before. So talk to me a little bit about what you're looking forward to from Kungarna. It is hard for me to talk this early in the morning. I apologize. Talk to me about Kungarna. Do we love them? Do we hate them? Are they going to be a thorn in the side of some of these upper bracket teams? What are we thinking?
I think that, Kungarna's tale as of yesterday was just this matter of consistency. We're talking about a team that got into the top 5 across all 6 games, was in the top 3 across 5 of the 6. And that's with 2 wins on top of it as well, right? The only 2 teams who were able to get 2 wins in their day one, was both Kungarna and AJS, 2 teams from Group 2. So I think that coming into today, even if we elevate the competition that's going to be playing around Kungarna, we're talking about a team that performed well without a single hiccup. So let's assume that being thrown into this new group could screw them over 1 or 2 moments, 1 or 2 rounds. What we saw was absolute consistency. And when we saw that damage come up from their team as well, right, this breakdown, you see that it's consistency across all 3 members. And for that reason, I'm feeling like you don't lose that level of form. If you play to that pedigree across all 6 rounds of yesterday, it's not just a flash in the pan. This was the most consistent team across both groups. There's no reason to write them off. There's no reason to lower your expectations. If anything, these should be considered the favorites to maybe finish top 5 across the winners bracket too.
There it is. Now, Launders, let's talk AJS, because it was on the minds of us for sure. I think you actually started the hashtag AJS for Liquipedia, or Liquipedia for AJS, a team that came out of nowhere from the qualifiers that really have only had from the experience that I can even just see on Liquipedia. So apologies here, but the only thing we can really see are some C tier, some B tier kind of tournaments and events that has only been happening not too long ago. So they kind of came out of nowhere and they, in a word, dominated. And you know what? Scrawny, talk about consistency from a team comp perspective. AJS certainly had it. Launders, what are we expecting from them today? And was yesterday, pardon the phrase, a fluke?
If Kungarna didn't exist, Flight of Fancy were the other team. I think those are the 3 that were killing it. But if those 2 didn't exist, AJS would have been the absolute standout of the entire group. Between them, it was so tight because of how good they were across all of the games. I think AJS had one really bad finish, but apart from that, we're insanely consistent. So I have high hopes for them. We did an interview with Ixanti yesterday, 16 kills for him, and the damage leader as well with Valkyrie. He was a huge reason they were able to win, and he brought up that they are just a team that started playing together recently and just have started winning a lot. And sometimes if you don't have too many marks on your record, your confidence has never been harmed, then you feel like you can beat anybody or that you're not afraid of anyone, and that can be enough to do a lot in a game like Apex. Honestly, it feels like a lot of times when teams are falling off a little bit or questioning themselves, it's when they feel like they don't trust their teammates or they don't have a confidence. Because a lot of the time when you're rotating around in Apex, you don't really have a home. You have to keep moving. So you have to stay super sharp at all times, and it feels like even the smallest level of doubt will screw up your timings completely. And yesterday we didn't see that from AJS. They were moving with pure confidence.
Now, you know what? I love that explanation, because I think it segues, unfortunately, and pretty precisely into our last team to focus on here, which is Gambit. Gambit, we've been talking about 2 upper bracket teams that really showcase their talent on day 1. Gambit, however, has the pressure of us knowing they can do better. Scrawny, talk to me a little bit about Gambit. For one thing, I want to bring up, Onstead actually brought this up earlier in our meeting, and that is that Artico talked on Twitter about the fact that they didn't play competitive for a while, and that this is potentially dusting off their shoulders here, Scrawny.
Yeah, I mean, they started the day decently enough. Their best round was actually the first one on World's Edge. They managed 5 of their 12 kills in that one round alone. I think Gambit is a tale of, one of the victims of Olympus. Their first 2 rounds were decent enough to keep them inside of the middle of the pack, right? We saw some of the other expected victors also just kind of float for a first couple of rounds before they found heavy impact. But Olympus really screwed Gambit over. A 17th place and a 14th place with 0 kills across both of those rounds. I think that right there puts a total dampening on what ended up being the tale of World's Edge as well. When we got to World's Edge, 3 of their 4 games ended on Lava City. They began in Sorting Facility, and they had this consistent rotation through what you see right now, the caverns outside Lava City. The first round, this fight is kind of the highlight of their entire day. We saw some decent mechanics coming out of Hardeki, and we thought that was going to move forward through all the other rounds, but it just didn't. And One time they had Alliance on their back sitting outside of Dome. They couldn't enter Lava City. The following round on World's End, they tried to go through the cavern. They used a Wraith portal to close the distance. They got almost into the town, still fell as everybody was kind of coming in for that crunch. And so they just didn't have the wiggle room to get into top 10 after those completely flat performances on Olympus.
Well, and I will say at some point we'll have to talk about their team comps and the absolute like chaos that is those different changes throughout the different maps. But we are going to actually move right along here because we want to introduce you to a team that you may not know, Bearclaw Gaming. In fact, they gave us a little bit of a heads up on what they're doing for this competition. Take a look.
Me, Aski, and Bambino is gonna bring you the ultra tactical gameplay and try to win the game. What's up, everybody? My name is Tobias. I'm also known as Paradise in-game.
My name in game is Aski.
Our team got formed after I met Aski. He was looking for one player, and then we found Bambino. We stuck together, and here we are.
We have a good feeling together, and we decide to just compete together.
We have a pretty simple setup with our team roles. We have an IGL.
Paradise is IGL.
We have a co-IGL and Fragger.
Bambino is co-IGL.
Then we also just have a Fragger.
I'm a support player.
Whose mainly objective is just to shoot everyone, kill everyone, and just do as much damage as possible.
Paradise make really good decision.
Aski has a really strong personality. He hates losing and loves to win, which is really nice to have on a team. His strength is his aim, which is just insane.
Bambino is calm and positive mate. He can just say, let's go boys, and we go again.
He's also the glue that keeps us together in fights. If he works on that, he's the best player in the game.
I don't care about anyone in the tournament, and I only focus for the team and myself.
If I had to mention one team, it would probably be Gambit. They are insane at fighting, probably the best fighting team in the game. Wouldn't want to meet them.
I have a good feeling about winning the BLAST Titans tournament. We can make it. I'm confident about that.
If we get a few pulls over to our side of the map, we'll definitely have a really good shot at winning it.
Thank you guys for all the support.
We all appreciate it so much.
Let's go Team Purge. We can make it.
Mwah.
And that is Bearclaw Gaming. I believe he said go Team Purge. I'm pretty sure they were a former Purge team now here. Real quick, Launders, thoughts on Team Bearclaw? Where are we thinking?
Yeah, I think there's a few teams that went under the radar yesterday, but they all made top 10. And I think it's really important to recognize that we had Bearclaw as a team that has made it into the upper bracket, because even though they weren't top of the leaderboards in any one specific game, per se, they had relatively good finishes, one strong finish, and overall did enough to do what it took to get out of the groups. And I ultimately, even though we want to dress it up and talk about how sick it is to be #1 in the group and have the best seeding possible, the main aim is to get top 10 so we can focus on today. And they did that.
100%. And let's focus on today. We've got our tournament. Of course, we are going to be looking at the format, and here is how it's going to break down. We start with today, of course, being BR. Yesterday was as well. That's this weekend, gang. You got 2 weekends worth of entertainment here, so don't ever leave. We won't. We love you. At any rate, today, as we know, 40 teams we've already had. Actually, that happened earlier. And then today, next weekend, look forward to Arena. Scrawny, how excited are you to see these pros on arenas here, for many of them for the first time?
Yeah, incredibly hyped. First of all, I want to see like who's putting in practice, who might exceed all expectations, right? Just because you're a good Battle Royale team doesn't mean you're necessarily a good Arenas team. And so we had this conversation yesterday about how Olympus just changes the game. It changes everybody's comfort zone. And so for that reason, I'm excited beyond anything else. Arenas is, a bit more, I think, a bit more daunting because I feel like you can be punished for the smallest of mistakes. You don't have that idea of a third party in your mind. It's just the 3 of you versus the 3 players ahead of you. And once those games start to get a little bit longer, I love when we have those full buy rounds, right? All of the shield batteries, all of the grenades, all of the abilities you could possibly ask for. It comes down to this like massive war of attrition. And I think Arenas suits a game like Apex incredibly well.
Well, fantastic. I cannot wait to see it in action next weekend. But right after the break, we're bringing you this bracket's first group of, we'll call them challengers, victims, excitement. Either way, it's going to be so much fun, and we're going to join you right after this.
I know K-Swinny would disagree with me, but I don't think that Rampart can be used for anything good. I'm Nas.
Hi, I'm Noises.
And this is my tier list.
Thing is, she's really versatile in arenas and also in just normal Battle Royale.
I think Valk is A tier. She's very situational for where your drop spot is.
Put Valkyrie at a nice A tier at the moment.
I know a lot of people would disagree with me and say Bloodhound and so on is better, but I do think Pathfinder still has abilities to win fights.
He's so strong, but the problem is that he hasn't really had any recent success.
I place Pathfinder on A as well.
I'm going to put Pathfinder at a B tier right now, I think.
Lifeline's advantage basically comes from a point of being at a disadvantage.
In arenas, she really could become huge. She could become the next big legend. But I think as of right now in Battle Royale and across the game as a whole, her revive is super strong, but I would have to put her in a C tier.
I'd place Lifeline in D.
Oh, Crypto. Okay.
I think Crypto is the best character by far.
Yeah, Crypto's going straight in the S tier. I don't care what anyone says. I love this legend.
I place Crypto in S tier.
But in Battle Royale, he is essential. He's such a strong legend.
His ultimate allows for very good rotations.
His stim did take a bit of a nerf recently. It takes a little bit more damage now, but you can do it instantaneously.
I think Octane is A tier.
And Octane sits comfortably in A tier for me. Rampart's a difficult one.
I think Rampart is completely useless.
Definitely put her in D tier right now.
I know a lot of people replace Wraith with Octane at the moment, but I still think Wraith has her moments.
I think she's so strong. She's still strong. She's kind of dominated the length of this game.
I would place Wraith on S tier.
Wraith's going in S tier for me. Caustic is a difficult one because he's kind of seesawed amongst different tiers.
I think Caustic is great if utilized in the right environment.
As of right now, the current state of the game, I'll put him comfortably in a B tier.
I place Caustic on A tier.
Watson, okay.
Watson offers nothing but a smaller hitbox.
She's had her ups and downs, but I think as of right now, the game is too fast-paced. It's too determined on quick executes and actions that I don't think that she's necessarily that viable anymore.
I place Watson in E tier.
Watson is going to go in C tier. The ability to press one key and find out where players are within 75 meters is just super strong.
But I think Pathfinder just does Bloodhound's role better. I place Bloodhound in B tier.
Bloodhound is definitely an A tier legend for me.
Welcome back to Blast Titans. We are day 2 here. We have separated upper and lower bracket. Gents, let's talk about it. This weekend is Battle Royale, obviously. Next weekend we've got arenas. But let's take a look at that upper bracket because that is our first group of teams that'll be going mono-y-mono, I guess 20 other monos? At any rate, yeah, let's take a look. Launders, talk to me a little bit about who has your heart in this upper bracket.
Okay, I think in terms of unquestionable tier, we've got Scarz, who topped the first group, which is known as a group of death. No questions, looked good. Even when they were fully qualified and had a huge point lead, they pulled together a huge comeback on the last map. AJX, Aqualix, both played incredibly well in my opinion. Alliance had a couple of bad maps, but also overall looked very impressive and more like themselves. Fire, Beavers, big questions. And maybe, okay, those are the positives. Maybe Scrawny, you want to do the potential questionable teams? You pick NAVI, for example. Explain yourself.
So I picked NAVI because I think NAVI is one of those teams in the second group that played Battle Royale sorry, hold on. They played their games in the sense that they just wanted to qualify into the top 10. I didn't see many risks being taken by NAVI. I didn't see many, massive push being done by NAVI, and yet you saw the individual form, right? Some of the best wingman shots that happened all day yesterday were coming out of NAVI, but it just didn't seem like they were playing with any kind of killer instinct, and they didn't need to. Let's take Bear Claws, for example. Bear Claw, a team that managed to get here into the winner's bracket because of their last game's performance. I believe a 6th place with 12 kills in round 6. Prior to that 6th round, Bear Claw had 2 kills across 5 games. They were not in any way trying to get into that top 10, and yet they just clinched their spot. They had to play with that fire because of the position they were in. I think NAVI has way more potential than what we saw yesterday, but they were never in a spot where they had to play just balls to the walls because they were so consistent. They were sliding into these points. They were just collecting as they had to in order to perform really well today.
Excellent. Well, you know what? Another team that I think we could talk about in that consistent, but certainly not underneath the spotlight as much as we would think form, would be Forg. Let's take a look at what they had to say about today's competition.
We're trying to beat all the teams. We're really coming into this to win this. Hi, I'm Jordan. I go by Legiloli in game. I'm from the UK. I played for Team Forg. The team was formed when me and Faye were looking for a new third. We saw that Ro was available, so we tried him out and liked him as a fit for the team. So ever since then, we've been playing under the team as Forg. My teammates are both mechanically gifted players and also very smart. Fenix is our leader GL, and that helps a lot having that final decision making. But I would say we all give input into our decisions, and it's quite a strength for the team. Although this is a strength, it also leads to our weakness, and being too slow to sometimes make decisions due to overloading with ideas. However, we're always improving on this, and come the tournament finals, I don't think this will be an issue for our team. Being a lesser known team, I would say we don't have many rivals, but when we're in game, we definitely notice quite a few teams vying for the spots that they know we like to play. It really depends on the zone, which teams will be our rivals. I'm definitely confident in our team to be able to win the BLAST Titans tournament. We just got to bring our A game when it matters. We want to obviously win the BLAST Titans tournament, but I wouldn't be overly upset with a top 5 finish.
I'll tell you what, Launders, let me ask this question. I feel like this is a good place for them to be under the radar.
Yes, they were one of 4 teams from yesterday, along with Bear Claw, along with Totem, and with Endeavour, who all tied at 26 points. But they got there first and were up there with Bear Claw and barely made it into top 10. And yeah, they'll probably be slept on a little bit. They did what they had to do yesterday, just barely. I think we're looking for a better performance from them coming into today, considering, they've got that 7th place finish at the ALGS championships just recently. It's a team, they've got the best logo of any team here right now in their Orgless, but they've been doing well leading into the event. So honestly, they're not quite the same level of prestige as a team like Gambit or Alliance or something like that, but they still have got a lot of respect amongst a lot of the better teams and have shown a much higher level than they did yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. Well, as we mentioned, there's obviously some teams that have definitely been on the minds, and certainly the mouths of our casters, yourselves included. And we're actually going to take a look at a quick head-to-head here between Mandy from Scarz and I know I'm going to get his name wrong, and I'm so sorry. But
I DM'd him. His name is Usako. So he just said the X should just be pronounced like an S.
Oh, Usako, you know what? First of all, awesome. Second of all, okay, Scrawny, jumping in here. Let's take a look. As we mentioned, Scarz, huge. They dominated, no question, coming off of an EMEA, an EMEA ALGS championship. And then you've got Flight of Fancy, who really was a thorn in the side of so many teams yesterday. Talk to me a little bit about this Octane Gibraltar head-to-head.
Yeah, right. Mandy's coming in, and I think that with Scarz having like we have to remember they're round 6. They got hit by a pack of rats at one point in that game, taken down to just a single player and still able to return and clutch. So to me, I think to myself, Mandy could have even gone better. That's the crazy part. They performed properly, they got that top finish, and yet it could have been even better. It could have been next level. When we compare it over to the Octane performance of Usako, that's another player who you have to remember, Flight of Fancy had a couple of early endings. you know, it feels like the sky is the absolute limit for Usako coming off of yesterday's play. If Flight of Fancy had some of the game placements of, say, AJS or KNG, these consistent top 5s, consistent top 10s with less duds, like Flight of Fancy started the entire day with an 18th place. They had so many kills, over and over. You know, for Gang, even though they clinched that last spot in this leaderboard in order to get to the winners game, they had like minus or like less than 10 kills across the entire day. Usako just pedal to the metal, very much playing truthfully to the Octane flavor. He embodied Octane, and that's why his numbers, although high, could have been even higher, and that's why I'm so excited to see what he has for us today.
Well, we have all been making our predictions about today, certainly through this conversation in our pre-show. But you know what? We actually, as a cast and crew, we've made some predictions as well. We've got those presented by Amazon right now. Let's take a look. Yesterday, Mr. Gaskin had kind of a bad day, I will say, on the predictions department. I know I love to stoke the bear, can't help it. Let's say, okay, so you know what? Launders, let's start with you, my friend, real quick. Talk to me about your picks.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to get Gaskin today, so I picked 3 really strong teams that are unquestionably great. And I think AJS is the team that you when you were making your predictions, like, oh my god, I completely forgot about AJS in this group. But Kungarna, super consistent, Scarz, super consistent, and then AJS, I mean, to me, they weren't just a surprise after the first 3 games. At that point, I just regarded them as good. So I don't even, it's not even like a, you know, Hail Mary pick for me. I just looked at them. I think they're really strong. They seem very confident. And I think it'd be disappointing if they, you know, fell out of the top 5 today.
1000%. Scrawny, over to you.
Yeah, so again, Scarz, Kungarna, those are the 2 teams who have topped each of their groups. Their consistency speaks for itself. And if we're just looking at, you know, earning points off of placements, then I think NAVI is an incredible 3rd pick to just kind of buff it up a bit. You know, I think a few of us were victims yesterday of our 3rd choice. Gambit, Fire, Beavers kind of letting things down. And I don't expect NAVI to be number 1 coming out of the winners bracket, but I definitely don't expect them to be outside of top 5. If any team in this competition still has a full tank of NOS because they kept things in 3rd gear yesterday, to me, that's got to be NAVI.
Oh, that is a great line, Scrawny. Then that just tells me that it is time for us to hit the road for our game number 1, and we will be back with Onset and Gaskin to defend their picks right after this.
Welcome back, everybody, to Blast Titans, and what a day of Apex action we have in store for you. Resident Apex Legends Giga Chad alongside me, Dan Gaskin, trying to make him smile. Got it already, got a smile on his face, that's all I ever wanted. Let's talk about this lobby, though, because we're in upper bracket here. We've got 20 teams who are powerhouse teams in the Apex Legends competitive scene. Dan, I want to talk about your predictions a little bit. Let's talk through. Why have you gone with who you've gone for today after what was a little bit of a shaky yet spicy pick from you yesterday?
It was Flavor of the Month that let me down yesterday. I'm just going to put that out there. I hope they make up for it in the lower bracket. But I went for these picks mainly because we still have Olympus. I looked across the teams that were most successful on Olympus yesterday. We're still going to have 2 games on it in this bracket. And I feel like the likes of Scarz, who picked up a victory, the likes of Magicians, who also found a lot of success as well, should be able to accumulate a lot of points when we move over to Olympus. But also, they were fantastic on World's Edge, as we know. And then how could I not pick Kungarna? I think that was just the easiest pick for all of us after the performance that they had yesterday. But these lobbies, I feel like they're going to be very different on set. I feel like we are going to have much more strategical lobbies than we did yesterday. That is no disrespect to some of the teams that featured in the groups, but I do feel like some really threw a spanner in the works and made it difficult for others.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to call you out on these picks because basically you pick first place for both groups as 2 of your picks. So you're trying to like give some sort of background crazy reasoning that you've gone away and done some sort of wonderful predictions, which is complete nonsense, Dan. I'm calling you out on it right now. But my picks, the reason I've gone for them, I've got some... he's shown his workings. He's shown his workings, as you always should do in maths. My picks, though, I've actually gone a little bit more tactical here. I went for Alliance, I've gone for Underrated, and I've gone for Kungarna. No surprise of Kungarna with how they performed yesterday. But Alliance and Underrated, I worked out how the predicting system's working, Dan. It's all about points. It's not about where you place and all this nonsense. And there's some of the biggest kill stacking teams that we have in the lobby today. So that's why I've gone for them. I've gone a little bit more technical. I can't show my workings, unfortunately. But this lobby, I think, is going to be... This is as good as a finals lobby. We've seen all of these teams in the EMEA finals pretty much for Apex Legends Global Series. And I think this is going to be a real tough battle for teams to get into that top 10 to qualify through to the grand final.
I think my biggest question is going to be, how do the teams who we didn't expect to perform well yesterday, who did turn up, for example, AGS, how do they now land themselves in the biggest lobby of them all the biggest teams that have kind of been there, they're tried and tested, they know how to play the game, they know where they're going to drop, they practice together. Can AJS still fare as well as they did yesterday? That's what I'm going to be focusing on.
Well, day 2 is live. We are underway. The games have begun. And we're going to focus on Scarz Europe to start things off. The ALGS EMEA champions, the champions of their group yesterday. Number 1 and Scarz at the moment, Dan, just seem synonymous with each other.
Yeah, I mean, Scarz, they're just one of these teams that as soon as you count them out, straight away they come back into things. There was a point yesterday where I was like, maybe they're not going to be as strong as they were throughout the EMEA championships. Maybe they haven't practiced as much. And then bang, a couple more first place. Bang, 14 kills in one game. They just are an insane team that are just so in sync, and I love watching them. So this is a fantastic chance for them to assert their dominance coming into this upper bracket matchup. And it's slightly different today compared to yesterday because the points mean a little bit more than they did. Yesterday was all about getting to the next round, whereas today you get to the grand finals, and the higher you finish, the more points you're going to have in match point format.
We can see where the beacon is showing us that second circle will be going. We're heading towards a thermal station. A little bit of staging involved as well, so we'll have to see where that third ring does pull and if it's going to be one of those funky rings, and we're going to have a little bit of a shift in everyone moving locations to where they weren't expecting it to. But a massive first ring here for Alliance. One of my picks, Dan, landing bang in the middle of thermal station, looting up at the moment, and they're going to be in a great spot moving forward.
I was just having a quick look across the board to see if there were any early engagements. It looks like Forg are the team in the closest attempt at being in one. It's whether both of these teams just try and stay away from one another at the moment, or if they try and decide on things. Close to this fight as well is AJS. AJS have dropped at survey camp, so they might hear all of this noise between Navi and Forg Gang and decide, well, actually, we fancy a little bit of a third party here. But it's not just them. Orgless and Hungry are also in the mix right in this area in Skyhook. So this could be a little bit of a disaster if all teams decide to just have a big old combustion in the middle.
Well, they're going to have to move as well because Skyhook isn't going to be safe. So it's going to be a case of trying to land a few shots, maybe get ahead of the other team on your rotation and then try and hold them out as we move forward a little bit. But AJS aren't too concerned with the third-party opportunities early on here, Dan. As we can see on our screens, they're just going to be taking their time to craft a few batteries, craft a few meds before they do make their move towards that tunnel. as we're going to see the loot drone being shot down and a few bits picked up to help them on their way, the final pieces of the loot puzzle, if you like. And now we're going to see a little bit of rotation starting to happen. Aqualix, no surprise to see them already in Harvester, Dan, moving from Fragment East, trying to get into their spot as quickly as physically possible.
And you look at the rotation possibilities for AJS there as well on screen. If they do decide to go through Skyhook, it's going to be a nightmare. There's already 4 teams in residence. They might not know that. They would have watched the trails, of course, from the dropship, and they may have an idea of how many teams. If they just go straight south towards Fragment West, they have a pretty clear path into Fragment and then into Trainyard as well. But then they would, again, meet all those teams that are coming from Skyhook. So whilst it might be a very comfortable rotation for them in the beginning, it's about how many teams they run into once they get to the edge of the circle.
Well, one thing that teams are going to have to take into consideration as well is the effect that Valkyrie can have. Speaking of which, here is Valkyrie redeployed coming in. The Skyward Dive is going to take 7, 8, 9. Our winners of the first game yesterday on Wild's Edge to their preferred location. And Alliance, well, they're set up for good right now. The tuck shop is open. All the shield cells are being dropped, so they're going to be very comfortable for quite a long while as well, especially with those longer range weapons in hand like the charge rifle we just saw. They're going to be doing a lot of damage to these teams trying to make their move in. Aqualix, one of those teams that we talked about just a few seconds ago, and this looks like where they're going to try and set up.
Yeah, I wonder whether Aqualix are going to set up just right underneath them, and you can see already every single team wants to get into Thermal Station as quick as possible and take any high ground or any little nook and cranny that may be available, because all that real estate is going to disappear very quickly. This is a circle that a lot of people will have played often. They know exactly where it's going to be or where around it's going to be finishing, so that's why we're seeing so many early rotations. Also on the map, I am seeing a Loba, as we expected, at least a minimum of 1 Loba in composition terms. Elsewhere, in terms of rotations, we do have a few slow rotators. Bearclaw Gaming, for example, are still more than happy to loot up in Geyser, but they will be a late rotator from the east side of the map, perhaps the last team to actually enter the circle.
And they were a team yesterday who, as was mentioned on the desk, were pretty much out of it, down in 17th place until that last game that they had where they put up a huge amount of kills and a decent placement. And that was the way that they played in that final game as well, Bearclaw Gaming. They played late, they played on the edge of circle, they tried to take some fights, and it was successful for them. But for Alliance, my word, good morning to Alliance, because Underrated are making that Revenant push and once again making people feel so uncomfortable. IPN has gone down here. The question is always, can they close the gap here before IPN can get res? Or will it be a case of Underrated just deciding that there wasn't enough damage done? They couldn't close things out, but then 9 Imps from NAVI has arrived. It's Fire Beavers, excuse me, 9 Imps with the longbow in hand, who stops the res and gets the knock onto IPN and gets the finish. So now, Alliance, who looked like they were in a great spot, they had everything they could have wanted as far as the ring was concerned, are down to 2 players.
I was a little bit worried as well when I looked on the minimap. Bearclaw Gaming were walking right to a team in No Name, and it seems like there was a little bit of an ambush set up. Bambino has fallen, and Gamer Drones are now on the chase and hoping they can catch up BCG to try and pick up some early KP here. And with a Bloodhound on the trail, this is not going to be an easy way out for BCG.
Yeah, the ultimate just run out there, unfortunately. And now you're going to see quite fancy. You're going, hey, what's going on in here? Let's have a little bit of that ourselves. A team who impressed us yesterday with their use of Revenant as well are looking to do the same again. They're in death protection right now. A few shots going to be exchanged, but nothing too damaging to allow them to really try and capitalize on the damage done. And now you can see the death protection has run out. They're going to retreat. Smart decision. Sometimes it's not all about just throwing yourselves at people at Revenant. That's only 90% of it, Dan. The 10%, sometimes you have to slow down for just a few seconds.
Yeah, if you go too far with it, then you can leave yourself a little bit vulnerable to potentially another third party. And look, on the minimap as well, you see Alliance were diving away from their initial position. It looks like they're going to try and pick up their third player and get back to a full complement of 3. But for now, Navi under some suppressing fire as well. Morning Stars are the team they're going up against. Both bubbles will drop to go against the defensive bombardments. It might be a little bit of a standoff here, unless we see a knock. Kuya almost going down, Nesh as well. A lot of great shots coming out from both teams.
Yeah, Navi on the receiving end of some damage, and hey, Legolas, welcome to the game. Mask, with the bow check in hand, manages to take Nesh down as he was trying to escape on that jump pad, and Navi now find themselves trying to escape, and Mask trying to close the gap here to see if he can get that finish onto Nesh, which would of course secure them that KP. Bow check in hand once again, shot going to be missed, and now Mask has to be careful, has to get out of dodge as quickly as possible to make sure he doesn't even this up to a 2v2.
Important thing, even though we've seen a couple of early engagements, still 20 squads left. Yes, we've had a couple of knocks. Actually, 2 players have gone down, as you can see in the top right-hand side of your screen. There's 58 players still left alive. But for me, I'm wondering whether Alliance are able to get that 3rd player back up, and if they do, where they go from there. Because it was on their drop spot. They had Thermal Station. Thermal Station is their baby, their one true love, but they just got focused so hard, they had to think about retreating, and I wonder whether someone else will take that position.
Well, now we're going to see that slight ring pull to the north of Thermal Station. You can see the likes of Aqualix, Alliance, who were holding down the top of that structure like we talked about, underrated, who were taking the bottom of it. All going to have to make their moves, and it looks like it's going to just finish in that little compound just to the north of Thermal Station where you have those 3 stacked houses, and Kungarna were in a very, very good position, holding down what I described yesterday as the NRG spot, that little position just outside of the choke, just to the north of that, holding all the teams out from the north, and they're going to have really good vision and height moving forward as we see Kungarna now on our screens. A perfect change of point of view there from the observers to see. They pick up the first knock here, JMW getting that, and Graceful moving in with a flatline to do a lot of damage too. Again,
not wanting to push too far though. Scarz also under a little bit of fire at the moment and going to have to back off. Just a lot of teams kind of battling out for not much space to work with in this choke point. Here comes Scarz to try and put down some fire onto Kungarna, but Kungarna, we know how good they are in 3v3s. They certainly will want to push up on this.
Defensive bombardment will come in here for Kungarna as well, just to make sure that they're going to force Scarz away and be able to get that reset. I like the idea, though, from Scarz and RPR. You can see that aggressive portal, trying to get an angle, trying to do some damage and allow his teammates to move up. Those micro-rotations and angles that you can take on Wraith are something that has stayed very, very popular in the EMEA region. It sort of fell out of favor in North America a little bit, but I get the feeling that we might see Wraith actually come back into the fold a little bit more in North America soon with the nerfs to the jump pad, the extended time now that it takes to have those jump pads available. But Game of Drones, well, they're down to just 1 player at the moment, and all of the pressure is going to fall onto Lars. He'll go down. And unfortunately, that will be our first squad now eliminated as NAVI starting to get involved in its Morning Stars, who are going to have a 2nd round of action against NAVI. And NAVI, well, they look like they've got the previous fight fresh in their memory and are looking for revenge here.
Yeah, these teams have just been eyeing each other up for quite some time, backing off, laying down some suppressing fire, waiting to see if they can get a knock. It was NAVI who went down first, but they have got the last laugh, taking down Morning Stars, who are our 2nd team to be eliminated. And there are Alliance. Look at Sorting Factory. They went all the way down to launch site to get IPN back up, loot up, and now they are going to be one of the last teams to rotate in. Considering they drop at Thermal Station, that is really surprising, but of course they had to back out after getting knocked holding Thermal Station originally. The closest team to them, BCG, also down to just 2 players. Orgless and Hungry, as we focus on, are in a decent spot right now. I don't mind holding this truck for now, but a little bit later on it might become a bit of a problem.
I saw a clip on Twitter a little bit earlier from Gdolphn from some of the gameplay yesterday, and this man was popping off. Silters, the point of view we'll be watching right now on the Octane, as Matafe will be taking over Valkyrie duties for this lineup. And just to go back to your point about Alliance, I think it's a really smart decision from them to not only get back to 3 players, but we've got to remember how Alliance generally play. Landing down at Thermal Station, a lot of the time they're going to be playing Edge. They like to play Edge. They can play a variety of different styles, of course, but this isn't something unfamiliar to them, having to work their way back into zone and take fights on the edge. So for Alliance, very smart decision to redeploy out of the position they were in as a 2-man, get back to a 3-man, and play a game that they're very comfortable doing.
Depending on which way Alliance go, they may run into NAVI as well. If they decide to go left and go train tracks from where they were maneuvering their way from sorting, they'll run into this team here. They're currently in tree NAVI. They're more than happy to try and just craft what they can, make sure they have all the meds and necessary equipment that they may need. But there is a very, very big chance that they're going to run into Alliance. So you need to be hot on your heels here and ensure that at least all 3 of you are together so one of you doesn't get caught out.
Another thing that Alliance and both NAVI have on their side as well is both teams running Valkyrie. So both teams have the advantage of just hitting the redeploy and covering a lot of ground very quickly if they need to. Alliance now going to be moving in, and there is this battle that you were talking about, Dan. IPN's going to be able to get some shields and get some meds, which is obviously very important for him, being the last player to be respawned back into the game, and kind of vulture some of these loot boxes that are left on the ground. But now it looks like a little bit of a change here from Alliance. They're going to have to make their move in around 30 seconds' time, but for now, they've got everything they needed, and Alliance on the edge are one of the scariest teams that you could run into in this region.
And just looking at where that circle is going to be pulling now, it is that kind of god spot area that Kungarna were fighting for so long with the likes of Scarz. They both knew what an important position it could be on the map, and it's underrated to have actually taken the high ground here in Thermal after forcing out Alliance earlier, but this is not going to be good enough. They're going to have to move. Their advantage is, of course, they have Revenant, and it does mean being aggressive with a push is entirely possible whenever that ultimate is ready, and you'd imagine by now it definitely is so. The fight did stop, though, between Scarz and Kungarna. They both kind of accepted they're going to be merry neighbours for now. They're both in fantastic positions, and they're just waiting for a little bit of gunfire, I think, to unfold, and then maybe that's when we'll see a re-engagement over there.
Kungarna are going to have to hold out a lot of teams from the north still. And that might give Scarz the opportunity to move up and take that spot, be the third party. So Scarz's position here is vital for Kungarna to keep an eye on and make sure that they don't get too much space closed upon them. Alliance now making their move through the choke just in the north of Thermal Station. A full rotation from them back to where it all began. And in front of them, you can see, that is Fire Beavers playing up on that high ground, up on that ridge. And they might have to go through, so we could well see an Alliance versus Fire Beavers battle break out in the next few minutes.
And the interesting thing with Fire Beavers is they're not running that Loba. We saw them switch off it yesterday when they finally got back into the swing of things. It's 789 who are the Loba team in this lobby. They're still holding strong, and they still think that Loba can be very important once it comes to the end game. And as we know, with a few cryptos in the lobby, it definitely will be important if you can get to the end game. That's the big thing. There wasn't much endgames yesterday that featured more than, let's say, 6 teams. Whereas here, we're starting to see a proper Apex Legends lobby. And what I mean by that is 15+ teams in tiny, tiny circles. Any sort of nook and cranny that you can find, any object you can hide behind. You've just got to survive for as long as possible, and you engage when you have to engage.
Kungarna are going to be holding the god spot at the moment. That is where this circle is going to be ending, but everyone else is going to be trying to pick away shots at them. Matafe giving us a great visual example of that as he managed to hit 60 with that 301. And here comes Top Dog now. They're on the edge of zone. They're on the respawn town, and they're trying to force their way in at the moment. You can see there's only 19 seconds for them to make their move, so they have to be quick, they have to be aggressive, and it's Alliance who are trying to close the gap behind them as well.
Well, aggression is the name of the game when you're running Revenant. I believe we've got 3 Revenants in this lobby, but Top Dog are down to just 2. The Revenant's gone, and Root will fall as well. That's going to be our 3rd team wiped, but Alliance, a difficult situation. The red to their backsides, but they've just about held out for now. Can they get back up to a full 3?
They managed to find a corner to play. Hackis is going to step forward and just try and close that space. A defensive bombardment is going to come in, which could cause them some problems. Hackis is trying to do everything that he can on Valkyrie just to deny that space, like I mentioned, to make sure that that res can be popped here and they can get Gibby back up to his feet. Vibes, what a performance he had yesterday. Those Peacekeeper shots are still ringing in my ears, and I'm sure they are of the teams that are in that end circle. Orgless and Hungry once again just surveying the area, making sure that Kungarna are kept at bay, and if there is an opening created, they're going to be in position to take advantage of it.
It's such a nice poking mechanic, isn't it? The Valkyrie missiles just making sure you keep a team at bay, not allowing them to push up on you whatsoever. As soon as you notice any sort of movement, that's when you can fire those missiles and say, hey, you stay on your ground, you stay in your turf. As Alliance back down to 2, IGN's got to do a big job here, but it's Flight of Fancy on the other side, and we've seen exactly what they're capable of when they get aggressive. There's another knock, and all they need to do now is time this 2 versus 1, and they should be able to get the wipe.
Yeah, should be comfortable here for Flight of Fancy, but saying that, there's a third party coming in by the looks of things, and Zacco's going to be holding that off. Lovely shots with the flatline, though, to make sure that push isn't as aggressive as maybe that team wanted it to be. And it's going to be Magicians who are trying to put the pressure onto them, but again, Magicians recognizing that they can play back a little bit here. They've still got some distance to cover before they get into zone, and you feel like a lot of the teams who are on this northern side of this huge mountainous area at the moment, Dan, are going to be focusing on KP, because working their way into zone through those narrow chokes with multiple teams here is going to be incredibly hard to do in the next minute or so.
I mean, Flight of Fancy, I think they had 7 or so kills already. NAVI down to just 2. Strafey is going to have already fallen, but they should be able to get it back up. This is just a constant battle over here where teams are just edging, they're poking, they're trying to do what they can, but even with a knock, you cannot push out of the area you're in because you are so vulnerable from various different directions right now. You have to hold your ground. You have to wait for someone else to make the first move, for someone else to make the first mistake.
Shots going to be ringing in once again from the flat line of Xaxo. One of our standout players from yesterday manages to get one knock onto Aski. And now he's looking for the second. There it is. Unfortunately, he's lost both of his teammates now, so it's going to have to be a solo effort, a solo album. All of the songs sung by one man as NAVI now make their move in, and they're picking up some kills as well. Kuya gonna have to back up here with the stim. We're going to see a late move now from Fire Beavers falling down from the heavens here, but the beams coming in from Kuya. It's not just the wingman that this man can get the work done with.
There is a lot of KP up for grabs at the moment. Osaka will eventually fall, but he had 10 KP himself. Amazing stuff again from Flight of Fancy. Even with a 13th place finish, their KP was insane, and that will put them in a decent place on the leaderboards. Kungarna down to just 2, and oh my goodness gracious, is that his teammate? Yes, it is. Okay, that scared me for a second, but it doesn't matter because Kungarna, JMW, does have the bubble, can just about survive, but there's so many teams left in this tiny, tiny circle.
12 teams still remaining here, and that bubble was superb from JMW, denying the line of sight, giving himself cover to get the battery, but also, as you can see, getting him in position to get his teammate back up. So Kungarna, from a little bit of a shambles situation, now find themselves in a strong one. Underrated have made their move to take control of height here in this compound. The 3 buildings surrounding them are full of players. So it's going to be up to them to decide who they want to push first.
I love this game. Look at the amount of teams and players that just have nothing to work with at the moment, just hiding behind any sort of blade of grass that's available. Now is the time where you have to decide, are we going to be able to legitimately win this game, or do we need to push for some KP? And realistically, even if you want to push for KP, you might not be able to, because there's so much fire going on. And the beams will bring out again across World's Edge. Nesh with the Spitfire doing some work.
The chopper is singing, and it's singing a tune that Nesh is enjoying at the moment. Strafey going to try and get away though, and Fire Beavers down to just 1, as we did see Taskmaster getting beamed on the cross. But they've managed to find a little bit of a corner here, a little bit of quiet, and they're going to be able to get that res off. So even though Sunset is having to stick this one, as he is taking some damage himself from Kungarna shooting across, getting the Gibby up, as we always know, the first player you should look to res as a solo, just to make sure that you can get that bubble down and you can reset just for a few seconds.
What a spot Kungarna is still in, by the way. They have to watch every single angle. You can see the constant pings, the communication. Of course, we can't hear it, but we can see it as, again, Nesh with this Spitfire is just causing so much issues for other teams. Aqualix have lost a couple of players. Yuki will finally get taken down, and now 9 squads remain, and they just keep falling as this circle closes in.
Well, Dazzo is going to be last player alive here for Underrated. He's going to be burning as well. He's going to be trying to be as silent as possible, probably thinking about pulling the trigger to try and get 1 more KP down, or is he just thinking about ratting out here and letting these teams do the work and converting it into placement points? JMW is going to get a knock onto RPR as well, so that battle we were talking about quite a while ago now that could break out between Scarz and Kungarna looks like it finally has, as Nesh now will go down. NAVI getting pushed in this bubble.
Yeah, NAVI actually won the engagement against Fire Beavers though, so they'll get Nesh back up, 5 squads remaining, and NAVI and Kungarna both look very healthy at the moment. Scarz lost 2, Kungarna pushed in just to clean that up, and now Scarz will fall in 5th place. So I'm looking at Kungarna, I'm looking at NAVI, they're my favorites right now with how this circle's playing out.
NAVI now making a move across to just make sure they can find somewhere to play, looking to get a little bit of loot, a few more resources towards that end game as well. As you can see, Ranch is the solo player alive as well. NAVI now making their move down towards...
Oh, and Maliwan.
There's Maliwan as well. Magicians by name, magicians by nature, as he's managed to redeploy into a cheeky little corner here. One of the advantages, of course, of playing Valkyrie on display once more. But look at that kill feed. First kill goes down in the hands of Kungarna. Strafey's fallen. JMW getting that work done.
Magicians will look to try and rat out for a 2nd place here, but Kungarna are aware of that 3rd team. They're reluctant to push in too heavily. NAVI, though, they're on the hold right now. As a 2, can they do it against Kungarna?
Oh, Matey is hitting everything at the moment. It's really painful to watch if you're on the receiving end of it, and Kungarna, every other team is on the receiving end of the shots coming in from them. The style points they picked up yesterday from a dominating performance in their group continues over today, Dan, into our first game of the day. They had the position from the start, but it's one thing to have the position. It's another thing, as we always say, to convert it into a win.
It's the patience that they showed throughout the entirety. They were reluctant to push Scarz in the early game because they knew what a fantastic position they were in. And just the way they implemented every strategy there. They pushed at the right times. They were able to get the reses off when players got knocked as well, ensuring that they res Gibby for the first time, example, like getting those bubbles off. Everything was perfect there from Kungarna. They carry on from their fine form yesterday, but that was probably my favorite game of the tournament so far. There was just carnage everywhere, loads to talk about. I'm sure the analysts will have everything to say.
Well, we're going to go for a quick break now, and the analysts will, of course, break down game number 1. Kungarna back on top. It feels like they've been waiting for this moment for quite a while now. We'll see you in just a few.
You're blocking me, man. You're too slow. I'm not playing this game, man.
I'm in the lead. I'm in the lead.
Give him a death slide.
Look at this wall jump.
Ah, wait! Yeah! No!
I blocked it all.
You're blocking me, man. You're too slow. Okay, keep hitting like that. Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, oh no, you actually griefed me right there.
Oh!
No!
Keeping the wall jump.
I'm nervous.
No, don't block me!
Yeah.
Oh! Oh!
No! Nice, dude. You're faster. Even though you were 30.
Ah.
You're a rotation king.
I just took all the jump towers.
Okay, face. Okay. Smart, bro. Holy moly.
I did some calculations, dude.
I was like, where you used the first grapple, I thought like you will not have it after here.
Yeah, I
Over
had to crouch in area. I had 41 seconds. There was 1 second when I got to the wall.
you calculated that grapple, bro.
Well, gentlemen, let's jump right in. Launders, what is the headline here? And is it Kungarna showed us what they can do?
It is, yeah. I mean, I hate to be so definitive with my analysis right out the gate on day 2, but Kungarna are the best Apex Legend team in Blast Titans history currently. They're insane.
Yeah. I mean, there's the reality is that they came out swinging in the upper bracket. Remember, these are the teams that made it through both Group 1 and Group 2. And here we are, best of the best. And Kungarna said, nah, we've got great placement, but we're also going to dominate. Scrawny, at this point, what can Kungarna do wrong?
What can they do wrong? I think maybe over-initiate. There was a point during that game where I think Kungarna, they just kind of, I would say, hold on, sorry. I'd say they just like shook hands with Scarz, right? We had Scarz and Kungarna in pretty decent early positions, and they kind of peppered one another a little bit. They were sizing each other up, but then they just agreed to disagree, walked away from their engagement, and just took up positioning instead. And I think ultimately that really paid off for Kungarna. I was looking at Kungarna and NAVI, obviously the last two full teams in that last zone, and I think NAVI had the more difficult position because they were stuck up on the higher ground. They were being peppered as the zones were closing, but then that spot for NAVI ended up being very impactful because once everybody was finally pushed out of their hidey holes, NAVI had their hands on a ton of different fights. NAVI also actually took an early fight versus Morningstars, and we didn't talk about Morningstars today, but this was a team who was consistently in the top 5. 4 out of the 6 rounds yesterday, they found themselves there, and that was, I believe, the 18th placed team in this first round. So NAVI making decisions early, making decisions fast, and trying to get just as good of a positioning as Kungarna, but I think Kungarna were just more deeply rooted when it came to the thermal station.
I was going to say, Launders, it feels like NAVI came in with a plan and stuck to it today.
And got to give it to Scrawny for predicting, the one person today to predict Navi. He saw something in them. He thought they weren't themselves yesterday, and it all came together. I mean, they were the star of the show for most of that time. Like, it felt like they were going to win and get the most kills, and they obviously came incredibly close. So they come away with a ton of points. But what can you say? They're looking so much better than they did yesterday. And I guess as Scrawny mentioned, the aim was there, but now maybe a little bit of luck on their side. Some of the fights are going their way, and look at them go. Who knows how far they'll get.
Well, let's talk about the team that went all the way here in game number 1, and that's Kungarna with our match MVP brought to us and presented by Razor. This is a guy who I'm sure we've all been very impressed by, and that, of course, Maydilal. Scrawny, talk to me about his Valk plays, and, 4 kills is lower than we've seen from these match MVPs, but let's be clear, the damage has been done.
Yep, 100%. And I think that this boils down to what I was saying with Kungarna, Scarz, and Navi having that good positioning. When we saw the crunch time happen in the second to last circle, it very much felt like Kungarna and Navi just cranked the dial in terms of damage output. Ultimately, Mady, with the win, I think deserves the MVP in this spot. 2,400 damage is nothing to scoff at, even if it is only 4 kills. So, if there's one takeaway from this last round is I almost wish that Maliwan had died earlier. That third party, I think, knowing that there was still a third team in the game, put Kungarna into a more, I would say, passive position. I would have loved just a straight up 3 versus 3 duel to figure out who is currently, the hottest team coming in this morning. But props to Maliwan anyways. He found a great spot. Another Valkyrie, in fact, hiding up in the rocks, using that mobility, using that vertical reposition to his advantage. So Valkyries just honestly having their names all over the board for that final zone.
100%. And as we go to the results, I will say one of my favorite things, and I'm trying to remember if it was Onset or Gaskin that talked about it, but Valkyrie missiles equal poking mechanic. That was
100%.
great. Woo, let's take a look. This is not too shabby for the first game out the gate. Kungarna and Navi. Boy, you know what, Lunders? You both said it. You both have underlined and italicized it, but these double-digit figures just coming out of the gate are out of control.
They're standing above the rest right now. This is also a really strong match by Magicians, combined with their placing or whatever, because the points start to fall off, greatly after third. But for the top 2, they're sitting pretty. This is, an insane match, and we'll see what happens. Now, I'm looking for another team, AJS. They ended up getting 4 kills, but they only placed 11th, so they were competitive in that regard. But a lot of teams were between the 4 and 6 kill range, leading up to all the way up to number 5. So that just means that the rest of this top 10 is anything but decided. There's so much room to play, and of course, many games coming up.
For sure. And Scrawny, I want to bring up this one over at number 13, Flight of Fancy. While they only got, that's a fascinating aspect to this.
Yep, 100%. So Flight of Fancy was a team that started to use the train yard to their advantage, or the train tracks to their advantage. We saw Alliance playing like a late zone, and they almost got caught by Underrated. But as Alliance was able to clear Underrated because they were desperately trying to get into the circle, that's when Flight of Fancy came in and third-partied Alliance. So not only did they have 10 kills, but they actually took down a pretty heavy hitter, I would say. And for Flight of Fancy to finish in the top 5, despite placing 13th, is just really adamant to that early game aggression where they were trying to add kills and KP to their tally. So it absolutely paid off. If you're going to place 13th and still finish in top 5 in terms of points, I think that, again, high risk, and you at least got somewhat of your reward. They died ultimately to a combination of teams in Magicians and Black Claw Gaming. Bear Claw.
Bear Claw Gaming.
Yeah. Black Bear Claw.
Black Claw.
Yeah, the biggest of Bear Claws. Yeah. So
the opposite of a White Claw.
Yeah, I think FOF's fighting just ultimately came back to bite them. There was too much action going on, but I think the saving grace is that at least they came out on top of so many of those fights before they finally fell.
And one thing I do want to mention, Lunders, let's talk real quick as we talk about Flight of Fancy here. One of 3 teams running a Revenant, and I believe it's Underrated, Top Dog, and Flight of Fancy. And I believe, unfortunately, Underrated went out a little bit earlier, as did Top Dog, but Flight of Fancy showcasing what Revenant can do in the points category, even though they're on that second tier of placement.
They were another team that were probably on our short list of teams to predict coming out of yesterday. Not only were they very exciting to watch, but apart from just having confidence that they would get high placings. You always knew they were going to get kills, and they did that already today. So if they keep that up, they can make up their KP that way. Honestly, I have a lot of confidence in them, and they're just very good at implementing Revenant, and it never looks like they're missing out on something else in their composition with it. So it's Revenant's character. It seems like it can be very disruptive, very annoying, but it can also get you enough points to win you games. And it's just that you have to be very prepared to fight all the time. Otherwise, you're not using him to its maximum capabilities. And Flight of Fancy is a team that is keeping the aggression at a maximum throughout the entire match.
Yeah, don't let the name fool you. Flight of Fancy is anything but. They are down for it. Let's take a look at some head-to-head numbers here with some of our top performers just from that first match. And of course, Flight of Fancy and NAVI, two people, Scrawny, two teams, two players who have really, as we might say, done a job.
Yeah, certainly. But did two different jobs, I would say, right? We have to contextualize this. Think about the fact that, yes, you're only 400 damage short of NAVI, excuse me, Strafey in this situation, but Usako got these 8 kills, 2 assists by placing 13th. Like, to think of the numbers they could have gathered had they gotten to the late game circle, had they not fallen after being chipped away so slowly. Yes, you absolutely have to fight. And like Launders is just saying, Revenant plays into that. So I think Usako combining with the Revenant, he had his hands on so many different pieces that eventually they fell. But I mean, just such impact, so much impact before the zone really became that big of an issue for any other team. And then Strafey, staying inside of that middle circle. Again, unlike KNG, I feel like Navi had to fight for their position inside of the zone. They were being, I think, like pinched by 3 different directions at one point, and just trying to use the vehicles as cover, trying to use damage output to their advantage. It's for that reason that Strafey gets his numbers so high, but had less kills than a guy who went out in 13th.
Absolutely. And I love it. I think it was Gaskin that said they were all trying to hide behind things, including blades of grass, which, you know, we've all been there. One last thing I do want to mention is that today's upper bracket will have 2 maps, World's Edge twice and then Olympus twice. So, Launders, I want to talk about that real quick here because we've started hot and heavy here, and everybody's, you know, it's a rigorous map, but, you know, they know it. They've played it under these conditions. What do you think is going to happen when on game number 3, that all-important game number 3, we switch it up to the lesser-known Olympus map?
I feel like I don't know if it's reading into the way yesterday played out, generally speaking, but it feels like it might be a boon to some of the newer teams that they're going to be more comfortable with the idea of having to play both maps. Maybe they were more inclined to practice both maps coming into the event, whereas I think maybe some of the more seasoned teams were more expecting to get their points in the 4 maps in their comfort zone. And I think it's at least from what we saw from our small sample size on Olympus yesterday, that some of the newer teams look like they were very comfortable, and they, you know, I would love to talk more with them about the way that they view how to play the map, because it seems like their philosophy just ended up being correct. I mean, even the idea of Underrated, who obviously plays highly in general, came through without a Gibraltar, you know, and they made it second place on one of the Olympus maps. I think there's a lot of room to see some new stuff, and a lot of the times you see new stuff from new teams.
Well, let me ask this question, Scrawny, because I feel like we saw, it's sort of a, what's the right word I'm thinking, gentleman's agreement towards the beginning of that early game, where you could have had some really impactful bouts between some of our top teams, and they held back a little bit. Is that something that you look at as, it seems exclusively strategic, and that it's something that perhaps they can look at and say, okay, we've got our first game under our belt, now let's unleash for game number 2?
Yeah, it could be. I think that, you know, that gentleman's agreement that, like, I believe Dan said, like, you know, oh, finally we have a game of like proper Apex, because there was something like 13 or 14 teams in one of the, you know, the final couple of circles. I think a lot of that agreement came in at the beginning of the game, and I think it was really emphasized between Scarz and KNG, 2 teams who are trying to really vie for these top positions. So I think you might get that agreement between the heaviest of contenders. I think some of the other guys might keep things scrappy, right? And as, you know, we move to Olympus, as you've said, the scary part there for the upcoming teams is that we've had some very good placements from the top of the brackets in Olympus, right? Scarz had a win on Olympus. Magicians had a win on Olympus. KNG and AJS, both, you know, constant top 3s there. So as this group, you know, I think this game on World's Edge is going to be very important before we maybe get to the messiness of early contention.
Messiness and chaos are things we love to see as viewers and as our cast and crew here. So excited to see Olympus for sure. Something else we're excited to see is a team talking about their strategies and giving us an introduction to who they are and what they do best. And we have one of those profiles right now with another team from our upper bracket. Check out Team Alliance.
Never. We are going to get that trophy. Hello, my name is Jon Håkansson, also known as Hackis in game.
Hello, my name is Simon Bellini, known as Wives, and I play for Team Alliance.
Hey, what is up? Is Kagwin, also known as IPN.
Our team got formed about a year and a half ago.
I was one of the core members back then, and then we had to do some changes to the roster, and we took in Hackis because he was a great in-game leader. Later, we discovered that we needed a third.
We were basically going through the trials and found the perfect fit.
Got scouted out and I picked me up from the trash can.
So we have the perfect mix of a team, and we've been playing together for a while.
We got 3 roles in our team, and that's in-game leader, support, and flex.
I'm the IGL captain and entry fragger.
He's a great leader, and he got a great voice for it.
He's also the playmaker. He can play any character, but he's mostly on Wraith.
I'm playing the support role. I give as much information to the team as possible.
He protects our back by shooting people away. He basically just deals a lot of damage and makes sure that people are afraid of us.
I play flex, which basically means I can play absolutely any character. Mostly the character that our captain, Hackis, wants us to play.
He does everything, both aggressive plays and defensive plays.
He's been top 10 on 4 different characters in every final of the major tournament so far, which is insane.
We're good listeners, we listen to each other. We want to, of course, be the best together.
We've always focused on ourselves, and as long as we do good, we don't care who's in front of us. We literally just focus on our game. As far as weaknesses, I don't think we have any.
The team that I'm thinking about has to be Scarz, because they showed in the championship that they can really play the game.
What are the weaknesses? I would say the worst part about them is that they don't have any weakness.
So I'm kind of scared of them.
Our team is joining up in the Blast Titans to win. We are here to win. Anything else is a huge loss.
Oh man, gotta love those team profiles. You know what? Frankly, I'm scared of Scarz as well. But you know what? Let's take a look at what will be happening here. And that means it's gonna go to game number 2. And to do that, we're gonna go ahead and throw it over to Onset and Gaskin. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Kate, and it is time to get into game number 2. Apologies for the little delay there. We'll get straight back into the action, though, Dan, and what a game 1 it was. A perfect game of Apex. Kungarna, though, the real story here, and I want to kind of give a bit of love their way, because I said on Twitter last night that it was really, really good for me to see them playing so well, because they had to watch LGS Championships from the sidelines, and that would have hurt so much. And a lot of teams would have taken that in a way where, you know, you lose the drive a little bit. You kind of watch everything that's going on. It's like, I should have been there. But they took it a different way by the way that they've come out and they've played in the first couple of days here, the first game of today and yesterday. They look like they're just chomping at the bit. They realized they missed out on a massive opportunity, and now they want to remind everyone of just how good they are.
Extremely important to get early points on the board as well, because as a reminder, we are only playing 4 games here, not 6 like we did in the winners bracket round 1. So you have less time to actually push through and show what you are made of. And that means getting those points in early before Olympus comes in, because of course we know Olympus gets a little bit scary for those who aren't as well practiced, as we are diving in onto World's Edge then for match number 2. And we're starting things off with Alliance, who unfortunately, it wasn't really the game for them, was it, Onset? They had the perfect circle, some might say. It was literally where they land and where they drop, but they got hard focused when they were sat in thermal. They had to retreat, they got their players back up, but then they just ran into a lot of players gatekeeping.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for Alliance was, of all the teams they could have had who were in the closest vicinity, it was the Revenant team of Underrated. And you always know that they're going to be looking to make a push. They don't have any real defensive legends on their lineup, underrated. So it's always going to be a question of being aware and holding off that push. But as we know, with such talented players, a Revenant push, it's not just the first one, it's the second wave that can really hurt you. And then that damage being done allowed a third party to come in and get that initial knock, which completely changed the complexion of that first game for them. But we'll have a look at our first circle and our second circle as well, provided by the beacon that's been hit by one of our teams. And it's going to be Harvester where we're headed now, Dan. And Harvester zones can be pretty deadly for a lot of teams trying to force their way in.
They can be, because again, it's another circle that allows teams to rotate early and gain as much real estate as possible. You can see Ranchers and Co are already within Harvester. They could take that snake in the kind of northwest side of Harvester. We do see various finishes around there. There are also a few finishes to the southwest of Harvester as well, in the open area by the big doors. But for the most part, the teams that are central are going to be able to rotate early, manage to hold down a position, and just destroy anyone who is arriving late on. Valkyrie is going to be very important here because you can fly very quickly to get to that circle, but at the same time, you could opt to go for the aggressive route, something we saw Flight of Fancy do with that Revenant composition. They decided, look, let's just push for kills. They got 11 points. They looked absolutely disgusting. If they can have just a little bit more luck with who they run into after getting those kills, maybe they can pick up more placement points in this game.
Yeah, it was interesting, Flight of Fancy, that first game, because we were talking about and kind of highlighting how teams on that northern side of the mountain range would have a little bit of an issue rotating in late, and it would be all about kills. And, well, they made it all about kills as they picked up pretty much every single one on that side of the map. So just shows there's different ways to play things here. No match point, so it's all about just getting points on the board, getting into that top 10. As we now see Aqualix, they look like they're going to be happy with holding down this snake at the northeastern side of Harvester, where they're going to set up home for now and just look to be doing a little poke damage to level up those evos.
Yeah, northeastern side or northwestern side would be my favorite positions. There is the kind of elevated area right in front of you there, New Esports are next to as well. Some teams will try and hold that, but I find you are sometimes a little bit vulnerable of being dropped on by a Valkyrie team and also being grenaded. So I prefer holding snakes, I prefer holding middle, but you can already see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 teams here in Harvester already, and we're only about 2 minutes into the game. So that's how quickly teams are transitioning into this area.
Never knew you were a snake charmer. Again, Day 2 of Blast Apex, and I've learned something new. But, you know, it's what I'm here for, Dan. It's an education more than anything. Well, Fire Beavers have made their way in, and they're inside of Harvester 2. They don't have the best of positions to hold, you would say. There's multiple angles they could be pushed from. Actually, excuse me, I completely take back what I've just seen. I've just seen where they are located. They're in the snake, which is probably one of the best positions to hold down, and there's going to be some pressure coming in onto them, and it's going to be Team Gdolphn who are making those moves, trying to force their way in and doing a decent amount of damage as well.
Yeah, Team Gdolphn, who are landing over at staging, I knew they would push for this snake instantly, but unfortunately they weren't able to get there before other teams, so now they have to rethink and reassess where they'd like to go, and I'm going to be honest, there's not much room for them. And Fire Beavers, they've noticed that Gdolphin squad are weak here, and the damage is starting to come out from the Spitfire once again.
Yeah, the portal's going to go down, which is going to allow them to rotate. The only problem is that might do a little bit of damage. However, it shouldn't do too much damage. They will be able to get that res, even though the knock does come in here from Fire Beavers. But these shots absolutely beaming across World's Edge from 9 Impulse. Really doing a lot of damage. And most importantly here for Fire Beavers, leveling up that Evo shield as well. They were on 2 whites and a blue, and now they find themselves on 2 blues. And 9Imp's doing the work that is necessary to give them a little bit more protection as we get towards that end game.
Elsewhere, I've just seen a member of Scarz get knocked as well, so certainly knocks raining out throughout World's Edge, and you've got to be very careful if you are on the receiving end of them because there could be pushes coming through. Aqualix just laying down some warning shots as well. Taishin and Mandy have just gone down, so I think that's Scarz wiped. Yep, elsewhere, Scarz have just been wiped. So after an impressive top 5 finish, they get knocked out in 19th place here in match number 2.
So not the game 2 for Scarz, and now they've got to think about Olympus. And I think that you made a really good point at the start of this game. You know, it's a 4-match series in our upper bracket as Yuki gets to stick onto Dazzo. That's underrated, who are underneath and feeling the pain of that arc star. A frag grenade going to go in as well, just trying to line this one up to make sure that he can get maximum damage done. And it looks like Aqualix want to really take advantage of this. However, look at this kill feed as Yuki manages to secure 1 kill with that frag grenade, but there was another team who actually managed to get those other 2 knocks. So underrated, unfortunately, will fall early.
Taste of their own medicine, really underrated. Getting hard focused, getting stuck in a position just as Alliance did, but this time it wasn't a Revenant on the other side of things. It was just an Arcstar, which can be equally as annoying at times if you do get stuck. Although I think I would rather face an Arcstar than a Revenant, if I'm completely honest. But Aqualix still holding down this northeastern snake, which is going to be more than happy for them to be holding for the entirety of this game until the circle potentially moves away from them. Looking at late rotators, Matafe, so Orgless and Hungry up there in the northwest side of your screen over by Lava Fisher. They potentially are going to be one of the last teams to actually get within the first circle, let alone the second circle, which is currently green.
We have a split screen of NAVI on the right-hand side as well, and they're trying to hold off a push through the tunnel, the Vault tunnel coming in from Top Dog. So they're going to have to be very aware, and it's a difficult move for Top Dogs to have to make when you have NAVI staring down at you and having the height advantage too. So as that ring starts to close down, the teams get forced into each other. We will start to see a few more engagements, but already 3 going down with a zone like Harvester Central is always interesting to me. It shows that teams are trying to maybe take advantage of those isolated 3v3s a little bit more, as Rabe is going to pop the ultimate there on Bloodhound to try and give him a little bit more movement speed, a little bit more information with those scans coming in. Silence is going to go in as well, and all of a sudden NAVI might realize this isn't just any old push. This might be a Revenant push coming in that they're going to have to hold off.
Well, sometimes with games like this where it's a very central location, you get a little domino effect where all the buildings are taken, all the space is taken, so then people will hold other jokes as now we will see those shots coming through the flat line doing work, but NAVI have been able to send back 2 of the players from the Revenant ultimate, so it seems like they've held out for now. But it's how aggressive Top Dogs decide they want to be here, because they may get pushed in from the back if they're not quick enough.
Rabe was actually the player who waited last to use that Revenant ultimate one more time. The totem going to be popped, and even though NAVI did a good job to hold things off initially, it's not looking too good for them now, as Top Dogs are going to take advantage of the damage done once again by the Death Totem protection, and they're going to fly in on NAVI. Shots with the Mastiff are going to hit hard, and that's going to be NAVI eliminated inside our top 4 teams. And Top Dogs did lose a player in 0-0 who got finished off there, but at least that's KP for them.
Yeah, 1 KP at least makes up for it ever so slightly, but I think NAVI will be a little bit frustrated that the one team that they happen to be holding out was a Revenant team. But when there's 3 Revenants in the lobby, it is entirely possible. But here comes Orgless and Hungry, as expected, one of the later teams to rotate through. But it looks like they don't fancy this one. They're actually going to turn around on themselves, say, we know who is potentially there, or we've heard enough gunshots and this fight has reset, that we don't think we have the chance to take it. But little do they know, they would have been pushing a 2 there, and they probably would have got away with winning that fight.
It's difficult, isn't it? Because they might have seen a Silence come in and thought, hey, this is a full Revenant lineup. We don't want to take this fight, so we're going to move away from it. And that's the impact that Revenant not just has physically in-game, but mentally for teams who are thinking about making a push. So Orgless and Hungry letting a situation slip through their fingers, maybe. But playing it smart as well, depending on what side of the coin you're looking at. But 789 have been set up inside of Harvester for a while. Also have that Lobo, and they're going to be able to steal away a lot of resources to give them a strong position moving in towards that end game. Fire Beavers still holding down that northwestern snake that we were talking about. Aqualix doing the same on the opposite snake there. And a little battle that might break out on the edge here of Harvester is going to be between Morning Stars and NAVI Esports as they're kind of sizing each other up, having a little peek through the windows. You can see the post-kill is, well, I mean, basically, Dan, this isn't what's known as an Apex greeting.
Yeah, it is. Just a little friendly hello from one team to another. I'm just looking at the map as well. So it seems like the vault area is just going to be held down by the 2 remaining players from Top Dogs. And aside from that, no one is taking any of the open area rocks near to them. Their only worry is above them at Train Yard. Badoli is there waiting alongside Matafi, Orgless and Hungry. They didn't want to push originally, but that may mean that AJS here are going to be coming from behind here at Train Yard. Our absolute breakout team from day one. Maybe coming into one of my favorite teams to watch in Orgless and Hungry, and this is an engagement that we have to keep an eye on.
Orgless and Hungry trying to hold that height. The longbow shot did a little bit of damage, and now AJS find themselves in a little bit of a difficult position, especially with that bubble being used as well, because it's going to be difficult for them to re-rotate. However, if you've got a Valkyrie redeploy, you've got that Skyward dive, everything is going to be okay. You can just skip out this part of the game. You can kind of avoid all of these fights, and you can get ahead of the team who are trying to hold you out. They're going to manage to land down on this low ground just outside of staging now. And that's a smart rotation from them. One team that I want to keep an eye on as well, 2 teams I should say, who would potentially look at each other in the whites of their eyes in a few moments' time as a fight might break out, were Alliance and Kungarna, who are just outside of Harvester, playing on the tracks just to the other side of staging, as we now take a look at our latest rotators possible. And one of those teams is going to be Bearclaw Gaming.
Yeah, Bearclaw Gaming just laying down some fire here, but I don't think it's going to end up in anything. And here's that engagement you were talking about, or at least the team you were talking about, Kungarna. They're not in the circle right now, so they do have to make their way in, but they have a portal, so it's as easy as that. And they're just going to hold this train track for now. But it's a case of whether they can actually get anyone else, or whether they will decide to push Alliance, who have a more secure building, you'd say, and they can certainly hold it with the caustic traps.
Yeah, they've got the highest security system available with those caustic traps down. They're going to be absolutely fine. If Kungarna do have to push, and they will have to push up in a few minutes' time, then Alliance will have the advantage of being able to fall back into that respawn building and hopefully get those meds off to allow them to re-engage. But for now, Alliance just playing this one nice and slow, playing this one careful, but it's not like they don't have anyone aware of their position. As you can see, that missile swarm coming in is going to blow the doors off, and that might allow some grenades to be thrown in now as well.
Yeah, grenades can come in if they've got grenades. You'd imagine they picked up enough utility to work with. Orgless and Hungry still holding down Train Yard, just double checking that no one is going to be rotating in late, and then they'll probably make their move through Vault. Top Dogs do hold Vault at the moment, but again, only 2 of Top Dogs. And if Orgless and Hungry get any sort of sniff that it's just 2 players, I think they might probably, well, I think they will push them, and they'll probably try and take that off of them. But on the other side, you've also got the team from yesterday, AJS, who were so good, they now can hold out potentially Orgless and Hungry.
Well, there's another Revenant push coming in here, and it's down to Bearclaw Gaming to try and hold it off. One of the Shadows will be sent back now, as in the kill feed as well. You can see Aqualix have just lost a player, as Nasky has gone down. Paradise trying to close the space now, trying to make sure that he can get near that Death Totem, maybe destroy it, to make sure that last player cannot use it. But Flight of Fancy, who were all about kills in our game number 1, looking to do the same again here, but you have to say that Bearclaw Gaming have got some really good positioning up on them now, and that Volt's going to hit pretty hard as well. Around 60 damage done. Doesn't get the break on the shields, but at least he's going to slow things down here.
Good positioning, good weapons, good armor. Everything is there for Bearclaw Gaming. It's just a case of whether they can get the damage, and that grenade is going to do absolute wonders for their push here if they want to take it. Surely they would have seen the damage numbers there and say, hey, let's push up. But suddenly, Orgless and Hungry are having a little poke as well. Matafi laying down some damage. That's going to be perfect news for Flight of Fancy, I think. They just need to be careful from their backside.
Yeah, perfect for now, but they've already lost 1 player. Nighties has gone down, that's the Revenant, and now Xako is going to be trying to hold off this push. Orgless and Hungry are not got too involved, but those shots are pretty good, as Aski is going to be dropped to 1 HP. Some more shots with the Scout as well, going to be connecting extremely hard, and might be a case now of just sliding in, looking for the banner and looking to get out of dodge, but no! I mean, Xako's just taking on the world right now. He's sliding into all of these players, and it doesn't look like the smartest decision, but at the same time, he knows that Orgless and Hungry are at his back, so he's got to try and make something happen for his squad. Yeah,
Bearclaw Gaming at first would have been shaking their fists towards Orgless and Hungry, saying, hey, you've stolen our potential kills, and then you've backed off, but Orgless and Hungry said, actually, no, we can maybe steal some kills here as well, and it is going to be at the expense of Flight of Fancy, so it's not going to be the high KP or a high finish for Flight of Fancy today. Orgless and Hungry will ruin that, and Bearclaw Gaming will be the team that comes out really as the true winners in that engagement.
Well, Aqualix have managed to get Nasky back up here. You can see that on the map overhead. He'll be patrolling that front door, looking into Harvester, and now Top Dogs find themselves in a little bit of a sticky spot, because you can see a team, AJS, is moving in behind them on that side of the vault. The other side, you can see Matafe and Orgless and Hungry are probably thinking about making a move, so the 2 players are having to watch 2 entrances, and a 1v3 on either end is not going to end well for them. Alliance poking and prodding from behind that rock onto Forg Gang, who are taking the height here, which can be a good area to hold down a little bit later on in the game, but you are vulnerable to those sky nades. The Gibby's going to have to be on his toes here, Dan, to make sure that dome goes down if he does see the defensive bombardments and those sky nades coming in.
Yeah, it was the area I was a little bit worried about earlier. I was saying that one team will probably have to take that position, and Forg Gang have, I guess, drawn the short straw. It can be a position, if you hold it successfully, that can pull you out a win if the circle goes your way. But as you see, the circle has moved away from them. It is moving towards that northwest snake that we've said for quite some time is probably the best position to be. And also, the likes of Orgless and Hungry, the likes of Top Dogs, who were in that vault, are also in a fantastic spot right now. They can just wait, as all these teams in Harvester are going to all have to push out, and they are going to decimate one another, and the rest of those boys who were in Vault will just say, well, okay, you guys have fun, and we'll just clean up the pieces.
Kungarna now managed to get ahead of Alliance, but they're going to have to hold multiple angles here as they know there's multiple teams in that choke we were talking about a few moments ago by the Vault Tunnel. So head on a swivel and making sure they're not giving any lines of sight to those teams who are in Harvester at the moment. But look at the damage that Phoenix and Forg are taking right now. There's defensive bombardments, there's EMPs, there's grenades, arc stars, basically everything that you can find in Apex Legends is hitting them hard right now. Lolly's lost his shields. Ro, the only player who can really do anything for them now, is going to have to avoid this arc star once more. But somehow, for now anyway, they've managed to survive this push.
Well, everyone in the lobby is using all of the utility they've got, and actually I think that was Malawon who's trying to get aggressive now to try and finish things off, but Forg with a fantastic hold right now. This is going to be one for the ages if they manage to come out of this on top.
Gamer Drones now making their move in as well. Going to be slowed down by that Arc Star there, and Jules is going to have to do some damage here to try and force them inside of that zone. 14 squads now remaining as we see Ozus in the kill feed picking up one. Taskmaster for Fire Beavers also doing some damage onto Aqualix, and is now down to Sir Del. But when you fall into the open with so many teams still alive, it isn't going to end up it being too good news too many times, as Del manages to use that knockdown shield to at least stay alive for now. He's going to have to re-engage. He gets some damage done, but that will be Aqualix now taking out of the game.
Aqualix just really stuck in a horrible position, and Orgless and Hungry, who are holding for so long, are down to just Matafi now, and unfortunately I think it is going to be the end very shortly for him, dying to the ring. But it was on the other side, it was BCG who were doing the damage, and I think both teams died because of it. And Top Dogs are still holding Volt as a 2, and they will be absolutely delighted that no one's going to be coming from the ring. They were expecting a team to arrive, I'm sure.
Well, look at this push coming in from Fire Beavers, and I tell you what, the Eva 8, you hit those shots, you do so much damage, but even though they've done that damage, now they're going to have to hold, because 789 are looking to pick up the scraps here, but they're going to have to back up. There's another team now approaching as well. There's fire surrounding them, and every single team is just facing danger from north, east, south, and west. He's not going to hit some nice shots and get the knock. Sanya combining with him to do so. It's all now up to Sanya and 9imps to hold each other out. Bubble going to go down, allowing Fire Beavers to get at least one player back into the game. Sunset, the first one brought to his feet, but here comes the push now. The 1v1 by the Gibbies, and it's going to be Jules who's actually going to move in. Another team announcing themselves to that fight.
Sunset gets out though, and now he's just got to think about staying alive here and trying to get placement, try and just get into that top 3 perhaps, because you are in a good position. However, there is a lot of bloodhounds around. You can be scanned. It's very difficult to rat out. All the meanwhile, Kungarna, watching from above, have been in ideally one of the best spots, to be completely honest. They haven't picked up loads of KP, but they've been slowly trickling into the kill feed. I saw Morning Stars get eliminated during that kind of wipe of about 12 squads, it seemed. But Kungarna certainly seem on top right now, and they've spotted out Sunset.
Alliance still alive though. Top Dog still holding down that Vault Tunnel, however, with Kungarna joining forces by the looks of things with Alliance to make sure that they can take them out and hold those angles. And we might still see that slow burner story, that seed I planted right at the start of the game, where Kungarna have to take on Alliance to fight for this high ground, but everyone's going to be keeping an eye on that and trying to capitalize on any damage that's being done. Damage being done here by JMW to follow up that sentence as he hits some shots with the G7 Scout, and now Alliance are going to have to be careful. Top Dog's moving in as well. Alliance deciding they want to avoid everything here. They're deciding to use the Skyward Dive to try and take height late here on top of that snake.
And they've got to be careful. There's so many teams looking at them. Vibes will at least get the bubble down, but is it a little bit too late? AJS still in the mix, by the way, as we're down to just 5 squads now. Alliance Hackies will fall. And AJS have held down a very comfortable position behind this truck. You wouldn't expect it, and there's some more shredding ability coming from Yori. Mimu falls elsewhere. Alliance now finally get wiped in 5th position, and Kungarna and AJS, both 2 of the favorite teams here.
Kungarna now trying to land some shots on this team behind the van, as AJS try and hold their lines for now. Graceful trying to take a little bit of a wider angle, and he's going to have to jump back into the void to avoid that damage and get back to his teammates. But AJS still holding these angles and making sure that nobody can poke them, and they're in a pretty good spot right now, Dan, you have to say.
Yeah, the only downside is they don't have the high ground here. They are very vulnerable if they suddenly get shot from both directions. Gamer Drones, the team that can really upset the way this endgame's going to go, but they are the closest team to where that circle's going to finish. You can see that line in the top left hand of your screen on the radar, and they have the most kind of objects to work with in terms of cover. They can stay inside that building. Does leave you a little bit vulnerable to grenade and does mean you can be hard focused. And it's actually going to be AJS making the first move with a portal here. There's 10 seconds to go until this ring closes in.
Everyone's going to have to move out of that snake. Missile Swarm will come in to try and force Kungarna back, and it does a fair amount of damage as well. So JMW is going to have to take the time to not shoot his gun. He's going to be popping shield cells instead. As AJS now find themselves underneath, and this is a really good spot for them to play because everyone else above them is going to be forced out of that high ground. But as I say, it's a good spot to play. Graceful sniffs them out and hits those shots with the flatline to drop shields, to burn through resources. And Kungarna, you have to say now, Dan, this might be their game to win.
Oh, Graceful's just found the perfect angle there to drill the 3 players of AJS who were just cowering away under the building. And now we are going to see the other team who was in Snake just push themselves out, and AJS are just sitting ducks at the moment. They have to get behind, but the further they push, the further they're going to find themselves closer to that ring. And Game of Drones have taken AJS's position. AJS will maybe be kicking themselves a little bit here.
Graceful trying to find an angle to pick up that kill on the player who'd extended out onto the truck. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to convert it into KP to really clear that side of the map and allow Kungarna to focus on these teams moving out of the Snake. But for now, we get down to our final moments here. Defensive bombardment going to be used. 68 with the scout is going to force that player to use the portal to go back to his teammates, and now we're going to see things start to explode here, Dan, and our ring starts to close.
The only way Kungarna throw this game is if they drop too early. They just have to stay at height for as long as possible, wait for the other 2 teams to fight, do the damage whilst they have the height advantage, and then drop, and then engage. A clutch moment for either Game of Drones or AJS could also win the game, but it's definitely in Kungarna's hands here.
Missile Swarm coming in, which is going to force missing through just one door, and that's going to be met by bullets coming in from Kungarna. Taking to the skies, though, is going to be Mady. He's going to avoid all of the damage here from this defensive bombardment that's coming in. Graceful's going to have to go into the void here. Damage being done by both teams. JMW going down, and he's using the care package to get this elevation. This is brilliant from Graceful. He picks up 2. Can he close things out, though, as he stands tall on top of the statue? No, he cannot. Game of Drones will be the last team standing. Well, what a performance that was in the end game from Kungarna, but you can say exactly the same about Game of Drones, who managed to clutch up in the 1v1.
Yeah, I think because of that defensive bombardment, Kungarna didn't really have an option other than just to hide and run away a little bit. We saw Graceful go up into the sky. We also saw the Wraith go into the void. There was just several ways of not shooting your gun. And all the meanwhile, Gaming Drones were just mopping up the pieces, and they got the advantage. They got the man advantage because the third player was just so weak in the end. And it's a shame for Kungarna. I think they probably felt like they should win from that position, but it's just that defensive bombardment. They didn't have a way to defend against it. No bubble to work with.
So Game of Drones will take home your game number 2 here in our upper bracket game. It's time for us to go to a break before we go to the desk to break down all the action that happened. And then, when it gets back to us, we'll be moving to Olympus. So we'll see you in just a few.
What a game number 2. Scrawny, start us off here with what Kungarna unfortunately did not do well and what Game of Drones did.
Yeah, I mean, total elusiveness. I think Dan hit it on the head at the end of his segment there, where even though despite Graceful's attempt to get on top of the care package, despite Matey's ability to fly through the sky, their hands were busy while Game of Drones were absolutely punching out the damage. So trying to play, you know, for the zone close, trying to hope that maybe that additional damage would make the difference for them. But Game of Drones just pumping out numbers as opposed to trying to run away. And I think that's what ultimately led to their victory here at the end.
100%. And Launders, I gotta say, we were watching that final circle and knew that Game of Drones had to leave a door that everybody could see and everybody could focus on, and yet here they are at the end. Anything else that you can say about their final circle performance?
Yeah, they did a ton of damage, and I love the creativity to use Wraith in that way to try to make the most of a situation where they were actually down on HP by the end of it. Like was mentioned, you know, they split up a bit when it came to the engagement. It's very hard to make the right decision, and of course, hindsight is 20/20 in a very like claustrophobic circle like that with a lot going on. And this was pretty damn close. I mean, you know, from up top, there was a lot of damage being dealt, and it wasn't clear where it was coming from right away. So I gotta say, hats off to both teams. They both end up with a first and second placing and a ton of points overall. And I mean, this to combine with Kungarna's 1 win already, they're looking sharp.
They are looking sharp for sure. And a huge GG, of course, to Game of Drones. And you know what? GG to the MVP of the match presented by Razor. Also from Game of Drones. Remember, Game of Drones, a qualifying team. They definitely marked their ticket here. And Alexis, I think is how we say his name. And apologies for that. But you know what? Your name is great, but your gameplay speaks for itself, Scrawny. This guy comes in as a Bloodhound. That damage isn't crazy high, but the kills got them when they needed them.
Yeah, exactly. I think we saw them in the highlight package there when Game of Drones decided to go on the chase, when they took that Wraith portal to clear underneath of the snake, when they then used their positioning to get inside the snake tunnel, take down another team. You know, I don't think that Elixir maybe was the most like he didn't have his hands in many different pies, but he definitely gobbled up anybody that got in front of him in terms of repositioning, right? That's the thing Game of Drones did pretty consistently here. This late game decision making, again, clearing underneath the snake, getting inside of it, just dealing with the threats that stood in their way, not getting involved with the fights that were around them. Even in that final 3 circle when we had AJS underneath them, they had KNG above them on the rocks, you know, they just waited out as long as they could, decided to pop out from the building. Great use of the Gibraltar Dome in order to dodge the early damage, and then everybody had to dogpile outwards, where God just managed to pick up most kills and ultimately the most important kills to finish first place.
Yes, they did indeed. And here we are, those Game of Drones. Launders, I mean, they're also rocking a pretty consistent team meta as well. Wraith, Gibraltar, Bloodhound. We've seen that Gibby Dome be so important in the late game, and yet here they are coming at it, you know, throughout this entire game number 2.
Yeah, just straight up classic comp. And I mean, they've been around for a minute, right? This is a team who they made an appearance at the ALGS championship, but only came in 28th. Overall, have appeared in a lot of championships or tournaments in general, but just mediocre, average placings, not great. I think the big thing about them is that they've just been around for so long, but they're overdue for a really, really strong performance. They definitely have the experience to do it, and yeah, it shows in the comp, like why they're playing such a classic comp.
Well, let's take a look at what that translates to in terms of points and placement here with our Game 2 results. As a reminder, we have 4 games here in the upper bracket. And one real quick other reminder to say, unfortunately, yes, absolutely. We'll talk Game of Drones in a hot second, but unfortunately, number 7, you'll see Magicians in the overall leaderboards in a second. Unfortunately, they abused a bug with Valkyrie, so they had their points expunged from game number 1. Hate to see it, but that's the explanation there. And I apologize. Let's go back, if we can, to that first graphic that showcases exactly. I think it was Scrawny that got excited there for a second. Almost as excited as I get from double digits, but Game of Drones showing what Game of Drones does, to be sure. And of course, not to be undone, Bear Claw Gaming still coming with 5 kills here, Scrawny.
Yeah, you know, 5 kills down there in a deeper placement, like not the best finish. We kind of, I would say, like comparatively to Flight of Fancy, who in the first round gathered some points just based on their early fights. They got involved with a lot of stuff early on, and that ended up costing them. I'm surprised. I actually didn't realize Game of Drones had such a high tally across the board, right? When we look at Elixir as the MVP, it feels to me like it wasn't, I don't know, I didn't really see Game of Drones impact across the game. Maybe I was just sleeping at the wheel, but it felt to me like Kungarna was in control. They had the high ground advantage, they had the rocks, they had their eyes on everybody, but I guess Game of Drones just really made the most of the Wraith repositioning, the Bloodhound information, and then of course the Gibraltar protection to just keep them from piece to piece, pie to pie, moving around as they did, and just cleaning up everyone that stood in their way. So really, I think the takeaway from this one is, off of this performance, unlike in the round one when it was Navi and KNG neck and neck, we have Game of Drones very much cementing themselves towards the top 10 of the winner's side because of this very impactful game where no other team was able to really keep up to them.
And there it is, that Kungarna bake sale, if you will. So at any rate, you know what? We have a nice Disruptor map coming right after the break. It's Olympus. It's game number 3 of 4. Let's find out how these pros are going to go. And for that, we're going to actually not even go to a break, because why would we? Let's head right over to Onset and to Gaskin. Get us started in Olympus, game number 3. Guys, over to you.
No breaks here. We're getting straight into action. Dan alongside me, as always, and now we're heading to Olympus, and usually I'd love to give you some sort of crazy storyline, but I've got absolutely no idea what's going to happen here, Dan. That's pretty much my takeaway, because what we saw yesterday was pretty much carnage on Olympus. It was very difficult to see teams being consistent across it. However, one thing that did stand out to me was the aggressive Revenant-based teams did have a lot of success because they were able to take those isolated 3v3s successfully.
I'll just get my notes, which are on the back of an envelope, may I add, just in case I need to post them to you on set, because I know how you love my statistics and my notes. Just looking at who was able to actually win games yesterday on Olympus really is a big one here for me. We've got AJS, who got a victory. We've got Kungarna, who got a 5th and a 2nd place, but with 16 kills combined across the 2 games. Top Dogs got a victory. Scarz got a victory, and Magicians all were able to win on Olympus. And the drastic change from World's Edge to Olympus it's a huge one. It's very difficult to adjust if you're used to a more slow, methodical pace of the game. You really have to change that up. You've got to be prepared for those fast, aggressive teams to get in your face, and early fights. There are not as many POIs, we know that, so you're probably going to have to take a 3v3 within the first few moments if you're one of the unlucky teams that is contested on drop.
Well, there's going to be a fight here at Energy Depot, and it's going to be Kungarna facing off against AJS. And Kungarna certainly have the advantage as far as shielding is concerned, so they're trying to take advantage of it. They're trying to push and trying to get the damage done. And Kungarna, who have been the standout team without a doubt so far in this tournament, at the moment, taking a hell of a lot of damage from AJS.
Yeah, a lot indeed. Medialore has to be careful, doesn't want to go down here. That's the thing. You don't want to be the first player to go down, but it's going to be a Senti who will fall. So now it's all up to Yuri and Sivan to try and stay alive and take down Kungarna. They've got the first drop, and now it's whether they can push on and take this advantage. And Graceful going in, and he's going in hard to take down the 2nd player. Kungarna demonstrating not only why they were the winners of yesterday, but why they're the leaders of today. AJS wiped off of Olympus.
Destroyed by Kungarna. That was a fantastic push. They were on the back foot, AJS, we have to say, as far as armors are concerned, but I mean, Kungarna just asserting dominance over there at Energy Depot and claiming it as their own. We'll have to see in our last game if AJS fancy round 2, but for now, that's going to be all of the challenges done, and Kungarna will come away with a loot here. Just looking across where the circle is going to be going down, it looks like Hammond Labs is going to be certainly an area of interest, and the carnage continues here as New Esports looking to hold off. It feels like 17 teams by the looks of things, as Denze is going to have to jump into the void to escape for now. The question is, can he find enough cover as he comes out of his queue to reset a little bit here and maybe just get those shield bats off? It looks like Fire Beavers are going to finish off his teammates and get those KP on the board. So Fire Beavers with a good start here as far as kills are concerned. And it's all about points, as we always talked about, and kills give you that.
Yeah, one note just on AJS being eliminated in 20th position. Yesterday, we did see them come 19th in their first attempt at Olympus with 0 kills, and then they won the next game with 11 kills. So I'm not going to be too worried about AJS just yet. I think they should be able to bounce back comfortably as anything. Top Dogs also another team who found a victory yesterday on the Olympus with 9 kills, but then went on to finish in 14th with 0 kills. So it shows that consistency on Olympus is something that's is very difficult to achieve, and the one team who achieved the most consistency was Kungarna. Even though they didn't get the victory, they were able to get a ton of points and really just assert their dominance over the rest of the lobby. And I think that is shown just here as well today with their first 3v3 fight against AJS.
Magicians now going to be moving through towards Hammond Labs from the research basin. Bearclaw Gaming playing a little bit more of a passive game here, just chilling up on top of Hammond Labs. And they're going to be above Magicians, who were just below them on that little exit from the cut-through.
They do like passive as well, do Bearclaw Gaming. They didn't get any kills in their first 4 games yesterday, and then they got suddenly just an impressive amount in game number 6, which allowed them to push through today and actually stay in the winners bracket. But they had some decent placements, like top 6, top 8, top 10. But they just weren't finding kills. They were just more than happy to rat out, sit away, watch the world go by, and see where they kind of landed after the first 4 games. And then as soon as World's Edge came back in games 5 and 6, that's when they pushed on. That's when they suddenly found their footing. And I don't mind that strategy. Perhaps they won't go for something as similar today, but Olympus doesn't seem to be their preferred map, that's for sure.
Well, shooting skeets out the sky at the moment, and it's going to be Kungarna who are making that rotation and have to be extremely careful as they're getting beamed from all sorts of angles. The bubble will have to go down to give them the reset ability, but they're going to be met by another team inside, and I'm 99.9% sure that is Magicians inside. Yes, it is. My calculations were correct, as the Arcstars are going to go in just to slow things down, but a really rough spot there for Kungarna, landing on that door and being met by multiple teams in the area.
Can the teams I've predicted stop fighting each other, please? I need to try and get back into this predicting game somehow. Kungarna, just leave them. Let them be. Let Magicians just chill out in there. Thank you. But Magicians did back off as well. They probably realized that it wasn't a fight they really wanted to be taking, as elsewhere Fire Beavers are having to take a fight. 9imps now down to just a slither of health. He's going to fall, and it all comes down to Sunset to try and clutch up, but it's not going to happen. And who is it? It's Kungarna just diving in on them and picking up the KP.
Well, Kungarna, I don't know how they managed to get away so quickly, but they did, and they managed to turn it into 3 kills as well. And now they're going to be looking for more as well, as Graceful's going to be shooting some beams with a flat line and lighting up the skies of Olympus for just a few moments. Not enough to do the damage and get the knock, but look at the kill feed. It's just knock after knock after knock. Aqualix involved, as well as 789, and 789 are going to have to get Estesu back to her feet now. As Game of Drones are going to be the team trying to push onto that damage, as Estesu hasn't managed to quite get those heals off yet, so it's going to be down to teammates to do that damage, but now she does, and now she comes back with a vengeance, jumping in to get the damage done. Estesu now, alongside Sanya, going to get the wipe, and I tell you what, from a sketchy-looking situation, they come out with their hands held highest.
And Game of Drones from a first place to an 18th place. Again, just how brutal these lobbies can be if you're on the receiving end of a poor 3v3 fight. And I don't want to say it was necessarily poor from Game of Drones, but they could have done better, and 789 took full advantage of some mispositioning, in my opinion. But that's one that I'm sure Game of Drones will want back. But 789, a fantastic 3v3, well, 2v3 at one point, as we move over to Morning Stars, who have found themselves in a nice, comfortable building, but I call these the Revenant buildings, because it seems whenever I hold these, I'm pushed from several directions by Revenant teams.
They're the kind of buildings designed by billionaires who don't understand how a house works. They get like really into the design of them, if you know what I mean, and just annoy the architects, kind of those designs, but less about grand designs and the amount of TV that I watched when I was a child, and more about NAVI as they move their way across and do a little bit of damage. Kuya with the 2 times on the vault as well, the 2 times synonymous with the name Kuya, regardless of the weapon it seems to be on over the last couple of days. But for now, they're going to be inside of the zone. But Hammond Labs is going to be the focus for a lot of these teams, trying to find a way inside and trying to find a spot to play.
Rumour has it that Kuya actually just spawns with it 2 times. Rumour has it that at night he cuddles up to it 2 times in his bed as well.
That's true.
There's a lot of rumours floating around, but the one thing you have to know is that if Kuya is around, 2 times will be on his weapon. As Marvin going to be dropping some loot for the players in MajorPushers who have found themselves within Hammond Labs, the area you said a lot of teams are going to be aiming to try and gain. And that's the reason why. I imagine this circle might finish to the west of Hammond Labs, where Kungarna currently are in residence. That little kind of hillside with a few buildings. We have seen a lot of circles finish in that area, and it seems like Kungarna are going to bank on that.
Play sad music once again, Blast, because Kashera is on his own, deep into the zone, and trying to find a way to get back in once more. And it's always one of those horrible situations you find yourself in as a player. You manage to escape, and then you know that it's going to be a long, long way for you to go. However, you can always invite some friends around for a party, and that is going to be done here by Kashera, as Postkill and Denze will be brought back in. So a great job from the Crypto, again, showing how effective it can be at recovering those banners with the drone. And using the drone to get your teammates back in on that respawn without taking too much of a risk yourself. Forg gang also enjoying their time, or I should say enjoying their time, not really enjoying their time inside of the zone, as it looks like Ro is unfortunately disconnected. He'll be able to get back in as soon as possible, hopefully. And for now, Legit Lolly, this is the definition of a good teammate, Dan. This is the definition of a good teammate. Beating your teammate down, getting him as close to the zone as you can, so that when he does reconnect, he can say thank you or give me a gun, one of the two.
Or he can say, how dare you bring me back into absolute carnage, because sometimes you come back and there's just everything happening and there's bullets flying in left, right and center. But that is a massive shame for Forg gang. It does happen sometimes. I'm hoping he can reconnect and they can get back to a full 3. MajorPushers, when we joined them earlier, they were a full 3. They were holding down Hammered Labs, but now it's only Ranches that remains. It seemed like the MajorPushers became the MajorPushies.
Charge rifle over his shoulder as well, which is certainly doing some damage. Alliance of the team, though, who are on the hunt and are finishing off these kills. They're going to have a little bit of loot to pick up as well. IPN, once again, you can see, being the major distractor for his team, taking a lot of damage as Vifes and Hackies came in to clean things up. Morning Stars on the edge of zone. You can see them right in the top left-hand side of your screen by Oasis. They are taking a very different approach to this game and looking to maybe enter a little bit later after the damage has been done and a few teams have been eliminated. Aqualix doing the same here. You can see in the very southern side of the map, and right up in the top right, you can see Phoenix, Legit Lolly, and Road taking their time to get back into the game as they had to respawn. But inside of Hammond Labs, that's going to be Alliance at the moment. Underrated right in the center of Zone 2, just down on the low ground, outside of the height that Kungarna are currently holding down, those buildings that you were mentioning. And inside, you can also see a couple of teams around the research basin and the turbine area trying to force their way through, which is a very, very tight choke for every single team to fit.
Yeah, I think where underrated are is actually the final circle, or a little bit north of where they are anyway. It's kind of an open area that only has a few rocks. It's just down below where Kungarna currently are. So I think both of those teams are going to be happy as long as they can stay there, and they're not bringing too much attention to themselves. A few shots here or there just to kind of poke and say, hey, look, we are prepared to take a fight if you're going to unnecessarily push us. But then at the same time, you've also just got to show enough presence so that you don't encourage that push at the same time. 789 are going to push in, which is good. I'm glad that they actually went for the Valkyrie, otherwise they would have ran into Scarz, but it seems now they're actually going to run into Kungarna. This is not the team you want to be dropping on, I tell you that.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and take the low ground and take this building underneath, but Kungarna are trying to control the space as well as they physically can and really do some damage and not allow anyone to take any kind of room away from them. JMW is going to take a lot of damage, but JMW did also get the knock onto Esdesu, so she's gone down and she will be finished as well by a combination of players. And now 789, having made that redeploy, the 3-2-1 into the sky for 789 might turn into a 3-2-1-0 as far as players alive on the team is concerned.
Well, I believe in Zanya might just be a 2, but there's also another team getting involved. There's Revenant. It's underrated. They say, hey, I fancy getting involved in that. There's a little bit of a mess. Maybe there's some KP we can pick up on, but Kungarna will team up with 789 just to send back the Revenant team, and now they can get back to the 3 versus 2 that was already underway. Get out, Revenant, all right? We don't need you right now. We want 789 to have a proper go at this 2 versus 3.
Well, Vifes has managed to get a knock with the defensive bombardment for Alliance in that kill feed. Kungarna now still holding down this position, and the great thing for them, not only do they have one of the strongest positions on the map as far as height is concerned down, they now, of course, have all of those armor swaps as well, and they might have the ability to engage with the last 2 players from 789 and then re-engage, having picked up a few armor swaps. Shots coming in, though, from Aqualix in the distance, and now Alliance will swap over to them because they're pushing onto Orgless and Hungry.
Orgless and Hungry very weak as well. Not much armor to work with. If Alliance time this right, this should be simple KP. It looks like it's just 2 members of Orgless and Hungry. Matafi with the final stand. Can he go absolutely clutch? Doesn't look like it. He will fall, and Orgless and Hungry drop out in 14th position. So Alliance will be really happy that they've found some somewhat free KP there. Just 2 players weak from Orgless and Hungry, but I'm sure they planned and assess that situation carefully. As also Navi are having to think about things here. A lot of edge teams at the moment in a lot of engagements because everyone's desperately trying to creep in a lot of open areas.
Yeah, Navi just trying to hold out a couple of teams here. One of them, New Esports, who are trying to see if they can do the damage to maybe create the space for Reds to come up. But the only problem for New Esports is they got Aqualix at the back at the moment. They are the meat in the sandwich, and it's not a tasty one for them as Navi now look to take advantage as well and clean up some of these KP, because it's frustrating to do damage and then have another team sweeping behind and pick up the KP. So Navi making sure that at least they're going to secure 1 or 2 of these KP and take it away from Aqualix.
The triple take in the hand of Strafey as well. That could be quite important later on. It might not be a Kraber, of course, but it certainly can do some damage. It can really make things awkward on Olympus because it is such an open space. And it seems like Na'Vi really want to push onto this. So once Kuya got back to health, and then he's getting involved, he flies on in, but does go down. And it is going to be a 2 versus 2, but it doesn't matter because the rest of Na'Vi will join him just a little bit later. Kuya being the distraction to initiate, and Nesh and Strafey fly in to finish things off.
Yeah, really smart play from Na'Vi as well, because it wasn't just, they wanted to secure those KP and make sure that they wipe New Esports. It was recognizing the fact that Aqualix had taken a rotation away from that fight, so they wouldn't be third-partied. A smart decision, good recognition of what was happening on the battlefield from them, as we now jump on board with Scarz Europe, who are trying to force their way a little bit closer to Circle, and they're down at the bottom left of your screen. Aqualix are now going to be behind them, so Scarz versus Aqualix is something we'll have to keep our eyes on.
And this is the circle that I was talking about. So Kungarna slap bang in the middle, underrated also in a fantastic position on the edge of it, but it's slightly a difficult spot for underrated because they are vulnerable from various angles. Kungarna have far more cover, and I love that they've really been dominating this space. They've been laying down enough fire to ensure that no one could push up on them too comfortably, and also when they did get dropped on, they took that fight straight away. They didn't allow it to be elongated, otherwise they could have been in a position where several other teams turned up. I know underrated, they did try and third party a little bit, but Kungarna, at least they did the damage early and were able to just dominate the top spot of this position.
Magicians now in a battle themselves, managed to send back one of the Revenant players, and now they're going to have to hold for that second push coming in. No surprise to see it's Top Dog's coming in, and Top Dog's doing the damage. The question is, are they happy enough to push once again? And if it's me, I would say yes. All the shields are broken now on Magicians, and it's all going to be onto Top Dogs to convert the damage into kills. However, Maliwan doing a really good job. Unfortunately, one player has dropped. It's going to be all up to Ozus, and he will get the kills. And I tell you what a hold that was from Magicians. The only problem is 2 players have gone down and they're going to be forced to move as well.
It was such a good hold from Magicians, but I think that we started to see one player sprint away because the third party had arrived. That's the only downside with Revenant pushes, is that, okay, I understand you want to play aggressive and you want to get in the face of your opponents, you want to pick up the KP, but you do kind of ruin the game for the team you are pushing. Magicians, even though they had the hold, they just weren't able to just get back to a full 3 because it just invites so much pressure from other teams. Strafey has fallen, but the bounce pad will allow him to launch right back close to the zone here, and they should get him back up to a 3 as well.
They have to safely res him as well, with the little head glitch in front of them, as well as the cover. So work to do here for Na'Vi, and it looks like Mandy wants to get involved. Mandy not going to be able to hit that shot. However, Taishin does pick up one onto Nesh, and now it's going to be a 2v2. You can see from the point of view of Mandy, his 2 teammates pushing in, but Kuya holding his ground and holding strong against Scarz. Once again, Kuya, that aim is looking nasty.
Scarz gone now. Alliance fell at the same time, so that's 11th for Scarz and 10th for Alliance, if I've got my eyes correct, which I believe they are today. Kungarna, though, still sitting pretty, and they can still wait and be patient. Aqualix are their main concern right now, just having a little look over towards the Crafter to ensure that they're not going to be pushed. But it's underrated, who are kind of waiting right on the edge, and they will be okay where they are, but I have a feeling they'll want to move from this position. So as soon as they are ready to jump with that Revenant ult, they'll probably wait for the position where someone has pushed another team and they can third party. They'll try and use that opportunity to reposition so they can get in a better spot for this final circle.
Well, they're going to have to reposition now because that Archstar has done a lot of damage onto Underrated, and now Bearclaw Gaming trying to push off of it. They're going to be silenced on the door, which is going to slow things down for now. The EMP's going to come in as well, and all of a sudden it's kicking off here. ASCII, K-Swinny involved in a battle, and the last player alive, Dazzo, is going to be facing 3 fairly healthy players coming in for Bearclaw Gaming, and I mean, the situation is looking pretty perilous. They will be wiped, and Bearclaw, they got claws out.
789 have got back up to a 3, by the way. They lost 1 player earlier, but it seems like the respawn beacon came in, and Kungarna have not pushed it. Na'Vi still doing okay. It's constantly pressure from other teams, and Na'Vi look like they're going to go down, look like they're going to lose a player, but then they're straight back up. The consistency from this Na'Vi squad has been something that I've really enjoyed throughout today. But Kungarna, who are still above 789, I would say still in prime position right now.
Anvil on flat line as well is going to allow that single fire to do even more damage, which is going to hold teams at bay. You're right about 7, 8, 9. They have managed to get back up to 3. So NAVI now trying to maneuver their way a little bit forward as well. And maybe thinking about pinging that height. Thinking about a little skyward dive to play the zone as late as possible. Morning Stars have kind of watched all of this happen. And as you can see on the map overhead, kind of letting all the carnage on the other side of this fence kind of play out before they decide to make their move. And this is smart positioning from them. Rotating in from this side, clearing everything out. The only team they really have to worry about is NAVI, but Kungarna got eyes on them as well.
If NAVI do decide to play that height and drop late, they'll be dropping onto Kungarna. So Kungarna need to prepare for that, be well aware that it is a possibility. But at the moment, it seems like NAVI are more than happy just to play one of these ledges. It's just the other teams that are going to be late rotating in they have to keep an eye on. Otherwise, they might find themselves taking shots from the back and the front. But Kuya, as always, doing Kuya things with the wingman, hitting shot after shot after shot.
Ozus going to be feeling the pain of those shots coming in from the wingman. You see to the right of him, though, there is going to be a skyward dive coming in late here to try and take some high ground. It's going to be Forg gang who are going to be trying to land and play the NAVI, and they're going to have a few seconds to do it with as well. So they can burn a little bit of time here while other teams fight, and that zone starts to close in now. SMS still on the other side of things, Morning Stars, and NAVI are safe for now, Dan. However, Morning Stars are their biggest concern here.
And I wonder if NAVI are under too much pressure, do they just Gibby Bubble and then also Valkyrie up into that position? I would have loved to see a fight up there, to be honest, but I don't think it's going to happen because Forg gang will drop before NAVI even think about going up there. But right now, NAVI have just been able to hold a position. They've been able to get into a spot where they don't even have to think about flying up, and this is why. Forg gang drop, and they will get pressured. Kungarna have great visuals, and Kungarna, they've seen it's a 2, so they are going to get very much in the face of this team.
Great baiting here for Graceful as well. He's going to be doing some damage as the Wraith. Can he get back in time? Yes, he can. Can his teammates convert them into kills? It doesn't look like it right now, but Graceful's still the kill leader in the lobby with 5 to his name. The defensive bombardment is going to be sheltered, and not too much of a concern here for them as they're inside of this building. The ultimate accelerant going to be popped as well, and it did seem like they managed to get one knock onto Forg gang. Legit Lolly using that knockdown shield to try and close things out, but look at this. Once again, aggression coming in from Graceful, trying to take these wide angles. It's perfect Wraith play coming in for the Kungarna man.
789 briefly thought about having an engagement there with Kungarna when they heard the shots ringing out. Maybe there was enough damage that Graceful was going to be weak, but they saw Graceful was at full health, so they said, actually, no, we'll just go back down and we'll wait for our second chance to push up a little bit later. Round 6 is going to be closing in 5 seconds, so those teams who are on the edge are going to have to start moving in. If my memory strikes me well, I think there is one rat alive. I think it's going to be the player on Magicians that was still alive there, so it's going to be 4 squads plus 1 rat. And Morning Stars, they're going to be launching late, and they're going to be joining the fray right at the end of this. Probably going to go on top of that big old fence that you were talking about.
I'm going to try and get this right, Dan. I'm going to give them a countdown, all right? But if observers let me down there. I was going to give it the whole thing. But there is more important things happening than that right now, and that's going to be Kungarna, NAVI. Really engaged in a fight here. NAVI taking the high ground above Kungarna. Still 7, 8, 9 behind, and below, I should say, as the skyward dive does finally come in. There's going to be a little bit of cover provided here by this mobile respawn beacon maybe being used, but at the moment it's just everyone's going to focus on Morning Stars, where they land, and if they can get the damage and they can secure those KP.
Yeah, NAVI and Kungarna are just going to be absolutely drilling Morning Stars here. The bubble will protect them for so long, but meanwhile, this will give a chance for 789 to reposition if they want. This is going to be one hefty engagement with 4 teams all just drilling one another, and we still have 1 rat in Magician still lurking somewhere. I don't know how he's still alive, but he's definitely somewhere on the map, as finally we'll see Ozus eliminated, and now we're down to 4 squads, and all 4 squads have 3 players. 789 taking the low ground.
They have the low ground, but they also have a jump pad as well. It looks like Estesu might be thinking about a heal off if her teammates can't get into a position to finish off the game. She takes a little bit of zone damage. Kungarna still inside of the building, just waiting for everything to move. But the problem for Kungarna is the zone is going to force them to move, and they don't have any natural cover to play with, so it's going to be all about the bubble here. The bubble goes down. Morning Stars are going to be ahead of them. Damage going to be done as NAVI now dropping to try and give them some problems as well. And once again, Kungarna doing a good job of holding, but there's just too much damage going down, and that might leave it open now to 789 to take the high ground, to take the initiative. perspective, as Morning Stars will be trying to hold off this two-man push.
Yeah, 789, they went up and they've left one player down below for the heal-off, and now that's what it's going to be about. Unless the player from Morning Stars can do some damage here, he will fall, Mock. So Nisa against the last remaining player of 789 is going to be a heal-off. Who gets it? 789! And that's like the Apex of old. I love a good heal-off, but it's 789 who plan excellently. Estesu doing her job correctly.
So smart from Estesu, just taking that little bit of zone damage and just timing that medkit absolutely perfectly to give 789 the win. And what a battle that was for 789 as well. You know, they were below Kungarna for so long. They went down to 2 players. They held off multiple pushes, managed to get back up to a 3-player complement. And then Estesu with a fantastic medkit at the end after our teammates managed to do some damage. But also down on the low ground, we have to remember Estesu held off a player as well and managed to get the kill to give her the opportunity to pop that medkit. So 789 getting the job done, Dan. But Kungarna again, I want to give them a shout out because another massive performance in Game 3.
Kungarna just keep turning up, but a very impressive victory for 789. Very well calculated. We're, of course, going to go for a quick break, but when we come back, we'll have more analysis from the desk right after this.
In arenas, there is kind of pointless to pick up snipers or some rifles like G7 Scout.
My playstyle is, I would say, it's between like slow to like medium pace.
I try to play for end game basically. We're not rushing at the first seconds. We're trying to play with zone. We're trying to poke enemy because we knew that we have more batteries than they have, and we're trying to exhaust them before a real last fight. So we're gonna be healthy, as much healthy, and they're gonna be like low HP.
Some of the weapons I use would probably be snipers or like scouts, like marksman weapons. Also wingman.
I prefer to play with wingman and SMGs, and of course EVA shotgun. I think this is like the best loadout for arenas.
Going into round 1, I would buy the Havoc.
My default and my whole team default is for first round is by wingman.
The reason why I buy Havoc is it's a very, very strong weapon up close.
The best pick is a wingman for us because it requires only aim, right? And it's good enough to make a damage to poke enemy, and whoever hits most, those guys will win the first round as a rule.
I'd also buy 2 shield cells to go with this in case my team also needs shield cells, because you also get a limited amount. It allows my team to obviously choose like other weapons and like other choices of abilities and stuff. And I'd also buy an extra grapple for Pathfinder so I can like work around the map and play based on how my teammates are playing.
My dream loadout for arenas is purple wingman, purple EVA as a second gun.
For the weapons I would use Carbine and EVA. I would both max them out to purple and choose 2x on the Carbine and 1x on the EVA.
Then 3 frag grenades, as many bars as I can buy.
The max meds that you can, obviously, to keep your like team, but not only yourself, like stable throughout the whole like match. I would also buy Pathfinder's ultimate and the max grapples.
And abilities with my ultimate zipline. So yeah, this is my best loadout in my mind.
So also depending on the map, I would choose either Arcstar or frag grenades as my main choice of grenade.
Usually I never use more than 2 or 3 grapples, but I will definitely buy more if I could. If I have like a lot of spare money, I will buy more just in case. But usually 2 is more than enough for me.
And welcome back to Blast Titans. Launders, let's talk about 7, 8, 9 and how they pulled this one out.
Yeah, I mean, they're a team, I feel like they were built to play Olympus. I don't know how much they're comfortable on the map just yet, but they are such an aggressive team. They're constantly looking for fights. The last time we saw them play Olympus yesterday, they did the exact same thing. And today, they actually played just a little bit more carefully near the end and found a great spot to stand. They had Kungarna watching their post for them, above them, to take all the attention away from themselves, and then came in just at the end. And most of the time, they go out in a fiery blaze of glory near the mid-game, where they've already taken like 6 or 7 fights. Here, they bought their time a little bit, got some kills, and that first place finish.
Ooh, absolutely. And I will say they got first place here in this game number 3 on Olympus. Guess what? Game number 1 yesterday, Group 1 on World's Edge, they also won it out. So as Desu and the entire squad really showcasing what 7, 8, 9 can do. But you know what, Scrawny? We can't not talk about KNG. We just can't when it comes to this, because we keep talking about the consistency being that silver bullet. And my goodness, they are scary in this lobby. I cannot wait to see what their results are in terms of kills.
Yeah, hands down, still inside of the top 5 for every single game we've seen them play. All 9 of their matches inside of the top 5, and we're talking top 3s for the majority of those, right? Top 5 the technicality because of one, let's call it an off game. And if getting top 5 is an off game, then Kungarna are absolutely, still the powerhouse of the server. Listen, props to 789. They used the heal off in order to get another win. That's exactly, as you alluded to, Kate, what they did yesterday to begin the group. They got it versus Alliance to start on World's Edge, and they got it over top of Kungarna and Navi in this last circle. I think that's really the story of this one. 789 kind of like the fish on the underbelly of the sharks, because Navi and Kungarna were absolutely laying down damage this map on Olympus, and they had both of those teams on top of them, vertically stacked on the buildings above, dealing with everybody who was trying to come into this late circle crunch. 789 getting into that position, they did it relatively early before the other teams tried to grab position, and it served to the favor of Kungarna and Navi as well. There was 3 layers of that building, of this helipad platform, and with each of those spots occupied, it was just a matter of who was going to outlast anybody else. When that final circle crunched, Navi was forced off of the rooftop onto this helipad with Kungarna right there on top of them. And having Morningstars also in that mix, I think it really played into 789's favor. They were the one team in this top 4 situation that stayed out of most of the gunfight.
There it is, exactly. Well, we can talk about 789 for sure, but as we mentioned, KNG certainly pulling out all the stops, making it very difficult for really anybody to get past them. Let's talk about our match MVP brought to us and presented by Razor. Launders, another Bloodhound, JMW coming in hot. Again, we see that damage is still over 2,000. I mean, it's hard to see how often that Kungarna can be stopped, traditionally speaking.
They're very even spread out. Like in terms of their talent across the team, they always look, all 3 of them, very comfortable in the positions that they play, and it just comes down to KP. Ultimately, this is 5 points for Kungarna that has been secured by JMW, and it's the consistent output that gets them so far throughout games, and they're just in this nice range of not taking too many fights, and that's why we see so many late finishes.
And I want to also ask Scrawny, so Kungarna is doing so many things right, and we keep talking about them for a reason. I want to talk about positioning, because time and time again, we see in the late game, certainly, I shouldn't say even in the late game, we see their positioning on point. They seem to always be in that perfect positioning for that final circle. And I guess the reality is that we've also seen that they are incredibly talented, they are incredibly aggressive, but they know what they're doing and they are strategic. Scrawny, my question to you, I guess, is, how much does strategy and how much does a great zone pull really pull into Kungarna's success here?
Yeah, so I think zone pull is a good example. I mean, both of those things important, let's be honest. But coming into it, I think what's more important in Kungarna's sense is a lack of hesitation and absolute decisiveness. So when we started to see the zone kind of go over top of Hammond Labs and then a bit more towards the west where we got that big wall into the mix, Kungarna were one of the first teams to actually make a risky move. We saw their flight off of a Valkyrie ult land outside of the tunnels that would have brought them down into the center of the map, and it was there that they actually kind of hit their head against the wall. It looked like they wanted to take that interior tunnel, which I believe at the time was occupied by magicians. They decide to double back, and then it was this shocking moment when all of a sudden KNG, they were on top of Fire Beavers over towards that helipad in almost an instant. Somebody on KNG, they made the decision to move. The tunnels were occupied. You don't want to sit in the open where people from labs and the top post can deal with you, so they immediately grabbed the only other open spot, right, the no name towards the west. And And I think taking that position, farming that Marvin for what felt like ages, definitely came into to help them out with this victory. So it's the fact that they make moves quicker than anybody else, and they don't hesitate when they make those decisions. So that right there is how I think that they're really rooting themselves into all of these late game circles, because again, we cannot ignore the fact that this team has been top 5 across all 9 rounds they've played. That has to boil down to circle play.
100%. And I want to go real quick here to, let's talk Navi for a second, because we see...
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, talk me through this one, Scrawny. You're on a roll. I'm just going to sit back.
Yeah, so this is the example I'm talking about. Kungarna, they just made the flight. They start getting hit from the helipad that they actually end up using to win. They open up the doors, and they use this chance to heal, of course, right? Gibraltar ult coming in clutch, or bubble, rather. And you see Mady at that moment, right? He's checking above them. They know they've been engaged from behind. They know there's a player inside of the tunnels. They're checking all around, trying to gather information before they can make that clear, concise call, which we then saw was, let's go deal with the guys who know we're already here. They take out Fire Beavers, and they held that position for the rest of the game.
Yes, they did. Launders, I would love to know more about sort of, what can happen. I'm looking at my notes here. AJS was taken out absolutely first off at the very top of our game by KNG. Scarz taken out by Navi. When these big teams are taken out at the beginning or the mid game, how big of a hole does that really allow for other teams to just dive right into that final circle play?
I think can't compare these teams 1-to-1. So I think in the case of Scarz, for example, they lost out to Navi when they tried to make a tactically sound push. I mean, they tried to pounce on Navi with 1 player down. They jump padded a player out, and then they tried to finish him off, and they failed because Navi are shooting hot right now, and they defended with just 2 players up, even though I think also Scarz had 1 player down at the same time. In the case of AJS, they're more prone to randomly making an opening move that could cost them the game or putting themselves in a spot like that. Scarz are just much harder to eliminate at the beginning of games overall. And I think this is the spot where they basically try to jump pad over to safety. We have Kuha do so much damage from his position on the defensive, and as he falls back to his teammates, it's enough to set himself up and his teammate with a line to just powerfully stop completely Scarz from having any forward momentum. And this just enabled Navi to have such a clean end to the game as they got into top 3. But yeah, I mean, it's 2 different ways that they died, and Navi just had such a better game than AJS overall.
Yes, they did. Well, let's take a look at how good of a game they had, as well as 789 and Kungarna with our results here. Okay, 789. I mean, wow. Wow. Scrawny, let's talk. Oh, 789. That is those double digits in Kungarna. Woofa.
Yep. So the double digits coming in from Kungarna, I think are definitely like tallied up on the fact that they held the helipad for what felt like forever. They were, again, as they do, keeping eyes all around them, just fiddling away with everybody who tried to catch themselves entering into the circle. 789's kills, I think that's got to be top heavy towards the end of the game, right? This is the game-winning team, so you know they're dropping Morning Stars out of that equation, definitely racking up frags at that end chaos point. And I think Navi's actually also worth noting. Those 9 kills that Navi picked up, I think, are an example of what I expected coming into this winners group, which was Navi playing more aggressive than what we saw yesterday. You know, I said that they were floating in 3rd gear, but they're absolutely now pedal to the metal. We saw them take down New Esports, crashing into them with the Octane push, using that as an opening as they saw Aqualix move away from what could have been a potential 3rd party. That same movement from Aqualix is what pushed Scarz also into Navi, who were ultimately eliminated by the Russians, and then as well as Aqualix. So Navi, they're racking up frags earlier on, and they did that at the start of the day as well when they were trying to get themselves a victory. And even despite Navi just kind of coming up a little bit short now, a 2nd place, a 4th place, I think at the end of the day, when we see Navi at the top of this winners bracket, it's going to be because of a collection of kills.
100%. Well, let's take a look at those overall results, because we are game 3 of 4, of course, and this is the upper bracket. And Kungarna, I'm pretty sure, is going on to the finals themselves. Tell me I'm wrong, Launders. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, I mean, that's just a given at this point, and there's no surprises right now in the top 10. It's more about 11 to 20. So AJS, they do maintain, and they are at 16. They're still obviously in jeopardy of being able to move out as one of the top performers from yesterday. But looking at Aqualix and looking at Scarz, all the way down 16 and 17th, this is just completely unacceptable results for them. They have been scraping by, and Scarz performance is now starting to stand out with this mid-game push that normally that's the kind of thing that they win very often, are clearly not as good as NAVI on the day. That's maybe more important. And I want to say that those are probably the two teams that stand out the most. Underrated are also a team that I think are now in 11 and 20 total jeopardy of actually getting eliminated, and we would expect for them to be, if we had to pick top 10, I think all of us would have had Underrated in top 10 somewhere, right?
100%. Well, you know what? We are going to find out who that top 10 is on a final Game 4 here right now. Game 4. We're sticking on Olympus, and for that, we head over to Onset and Gaskin. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Kate. And it is Game 4 time, and we're going to be heading back over to Olympus once more, as Kate indicated just there, Dan. And an opportunity here for teams to solidify their places. But for some teams, they're probably thinking, hey, we've got a couple more games. That's not how we're working today. It's 4 games and done. So the likes of Alliance, Scarz Europe, this is a scary, scary time for them.
Yeah, Aqualix as well, like teams we would expect to be in that grand final. And of course, they still have the chance of getting to the grand final. Even if they lose here, they drop to the lower bracket, which will be played later on this evening. Another 4 games, but most notably, all 4 of the games in losers bracket today will be on World's Edge. So maybe if you're not an Olympus competitor, you've got a chance in that lower bracket. But at the moment, we've got to talk about the teams that are at the top as well. Kungarna absolutely steamrolling the rest of the lobby. And what's important about them doing so is they give themselves an advantage going into that grand final. By not dropping into the lower bracket at any point, it means they get a points advantage in the grand final, which of course is very important for a match point format because they will reach that threshold, you'd imagine, before those who were in the lower bracket earlier.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be an advantage moving forward, but I'm a little bit worried about the performance so far from Alliance. I picked them as one of my teams to watch, and it's kind of following on from yesterday. I will kind of put the asterisk there for you as well. I feel like they're trying something a little bit different with their composition, something that I haven't seen before from them, which is, you know, seeing Hackis on Wraith or Octane. They're running a Wraithless, Octane-less lineup at the moment, which is something that I think could work moving forward, but maybe time to adjust now. You know, they've played a few games on it. Maybe it hasn't started to go their way. I'd like to see Hackis jump back onto the Wraith because I feel like that's where he creates so many opening opportunities for Alliance, especially in those fights or where he's trying to reposition the team. And I just feel like something isn't quite there for them. Maybe it's a lack of experience with his composition, or maybe it's just a case of they're not just playing at the highest level we expect from them.
I think in a 4-game format that we're seeing today, you need to be a little bit more aggressive with your composition. You need to be picking up those kills as well as the placement points. We're seeing the teams who are kind of relentless with their pushes that have been successful. Okay, Kungarna maybe is a different beast. They can play however they want, but we've seen the Revenant teams, of course, being successful. 11 points getting from KP and just 1 point from placement is still enough to consistently push you up those leaderboards. And I think that's very important when there are only 4 games to play. And those who weren't quick enough in games 1 through 3 now have to play aggressive, and that might not be their playstyle. I would much rather try and play something a little bit different in games 1 and 2, and then change things up in games 3 or 4 if they haven't gone well. But at the moment, there's a lot of teams who are probably kicking themselves a little bit, saying, well, now our backs are against the wall, we really need to step up. But the good thing is, they're not that many points behind 10th place. Like, AJS hold that 10th position, but they are definitely catchable right now.
They certainly are, especially after a 0-point game that we just saw on Olympus from them. And I just wonder if it's going to be Kungarna versus AJS at the start of our next game as well, because that would be a real big risk for AJS to take. If they don't win that fight against Kungarna on that contest on drop, then all of a sudden they're in 10th place. Yes, they're holding it down, but the more likely situation is they will be overtaken by at least one of those teams in the chasing pack.
Yeah, they would drop to the lower bracket. It's as simple as that. I don't think there is a situation where they get 0 points here and they're able to push through to the grand final. So they need to either reconsider where they're dropping or they need to have a better 3v3. And if you're a smart team, you probably reconsider your drop location. You avoid Kungarna. You accept you might be contesting another team, but you know it's not going to be the #1 team of the day who are just on fire with every single engagement that they take. So AJS will need to reconsider things, that's for sure. And I guess the same could be said about teams like Aqualix, teams like Scarz, teams like Alliance, who haven't seemed to have found their way into the late game either. We need to see something switched up, whether that be composition, whether that be drop spot, whether that be speed of play. There's all these different things that they can change, but it's going to be about who actually does change them. Who's going to be brave enough to change it here in game 4?
We'll have to see if there are a few POIs open. There definitely were more than one contested, as you would expect on Olympus to start our previous game. But one area I think that might have been open, and I might have been mistaken as we saw the players dropping in, was actually Elysium. So there might be a POI that is open for the likes of AJS to move forward and try and get some loot and get into the game instead of being contested almost immediately. But, I mean, the short format really does put pressure on these teams, Dan. You know, 4 games it's over before it feels like it started. We're so used to, you know, longer series in Apex that there is no room for mistakes here. But in the same way, what 789 have done now with that win, they have pretty much solidified their place into the top 10. So one performance really can be the difference for these teams.
And as I mentioned, I think this is slightly different from yesterday as well, because when we saw teams that had already qualified for winners bracket round 2, they played very carelessly. They were ruining each other's games. They were pushing in areas they probably wouldn't have pushed, just aping on teams and into teams that they wouldn't do in your normal competitive game. Now that there is still something on the line to play for those extra points when you get into the grand final, we still should see the same kind of strategy from teams who are at the top, still looking to win, still trying to accumulate points, not trying to ruin the game for others. Unless it's someone who's a close competitor. Let's say you see Aqualix in the kill feed and you're like, well, actually, I know Aqualix are a pretty good team. Maybe we just take them out here so that we don't have to face them in the grand final just yet. Of course, they still have a chance in the lower bracket. That's the only situation where I think we might see teams unnecessarily inting from the top end, but certainly at the bottom end, we're going to see a lot of aggression in this game, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see more Octanes and more Revenants.
Well, one team that certainly have been performing well is NAVI as well. I've been really impressed with their consistency over the last couple of days, and the games that we've seen them in so far, really doing a good job of picking up a good mix of KP and placement points. But AJS, they are mixing things up here, Dan. They are changing their drop location. They're going to be going over to Carrier. They have decided that the Energy Depot isn't for them, that Kungarna can quite happily call that home for now. Kungarna will be doing exactly that. However, it looks like someone else might be here at Carrier. So AJS, even though they had a little bit of a contest on drop last game, it doesn't look like this is a comfortable ground for them either.
This is the kind of just swarming ground for third parties as well, this place in the early game. If you hear gunfire, you are straight in, you get involved, so you need to be very careful here at Icarus. But it seems like New Esports are just going to be retreating from this, looking to try and accumulate some more weapons, more armor before they engage. But they do have a purple and do have a blue, so they might fancy themselves here against AJS.
We'll have to see if they do make that push. There's other teams as well dropping over at Oasis. 2 teams, that's going to be Scarz Europe, who are one of them, who are going to be contesting. And if they win that fight, then, as you say, Carrier is a very thirdable area with a short distance to try and cover, especially if you have an Octane pad. But for now, New Esports, they've decided to engage. They do have that shield advantage that you were talking about, and it's AJS versus New Esports to kick things off here. And the first knock is going to come in here from Kashira.
Yeah, Kashira doing really well, taking in far too much damage, really, but then goes in again as a Senti will fall. And it's going to be down to the final remaining player from AJS, but it's going to be Yuri that falls. And AJS go down again in 20th position, and they were holding 10th spot with their points, but it doesn't look like they're going to be progressing. I think that might be them dropping to the lower bracket.
Yeah, unless every single team behind them picks up no points whatsoever, that will be them falling down to the lower bracket. But as I say, double elimination gives these teams an opportunity to bounce back. We are seeing a long rotation here coming in from Magicians, I believe it is, and they're going to fall into the hands of Fire Beavers as they go through the phase gateway right down the center of Olympus. And Fire Beavers were waiting on the other side of that. It's MajorPushers, excuse me, who are going to be the team who go through and have managed to get through, which is the most important thing. They can now relocate to this building and have somewhere to work from, and there's a blue armor waiting as well to make sure that they are purple, blue, blue. And Fire Beavers will have the disadvantage as far as HP is concerned moving towards them. So a little bit of a standoff here between these two teams, but this is probably where we're going to see the zone ending as well. Outside of Hydroponics, just in this area at the phase gateway west point of Olympus. So teams are going to be looking to maybe take a few buildings here, maybe work their way through Hydroponics. We'll have to see how this one plays out.
So the teams now in contention for 10th place. Bearclaw Gaming, they're 4 points off AJS. Alliance are 5 points. Underrated are 5 points off them. Top Dogs are 7 points off them. Aqualix are 9 points off them. And to be fair, you can go all the way down to 20th. Team Gdolphn, they're only on 2 points. 14 points off 10th position. One good game, and you are right up there, and you can break into that top 10. This is why it's very scary for AJS, the fact that they've got no points. You'd imagine several teams will push up ahead of them. It would need a miracle miracle, really, for them to go through. But we will keep an eye on who goes out, who stays in, and how many points are accumulated where possible, as several teams are taking this gateway onset, and it looks like we might have one team in a little bit of trouble when they come out of this end.
Well, a little bit of protection here for Na'Vi. The dome is going to go down to give them 2 seconds, and this is really, really smart. Straight through phase gateway, straight into the skies, and straight into a location they will call home for a few more moments after this. They're trying to move towards hydroponics, but you can see on this map overhead how many teams have already made a quick rotation, Dan. It's going to be pretty uncomfortable. A few neighbors knocking on the doors for these teams as they do land. Na'Vi will be safe inside of this building for now. However, you can see that Sunset from Fire Beavers is down on the low ground, so they're going to have to be careful that he doesn't poke up. But Na'Vi with a smart play, using all of the abilities of the Legends to make sure that they can find somewhere to call home.
They're just going to be delighted that they found a building. It didn't look too great when we saw that third-person view and there was just teams in every single position, but thankfully, there is plenty of buildings here in Hydroponics, so they're going to be okay for now. And we're going to have a little bit of a standoff, I would imagine, with all these teams just waiting for the late arrivers, as there is an engagement happening elsewhere. Top Dogs getting involved with Alliance, and Alliance are going to be wiped. And that's their chances of carrying on in the winner's bracket and getting to the grand finals eliminated. They will be dropping to the lower bracket.
An opportunity for Alliance to get some more games in on a new composition is probably what you'll take away from that one. Alliance really not at the level you would expect from them today. And 789, well, the winners of our last game are making their way all the way across Hydroponics here, maybe thinking about taking a trip up to Elysium as well. But it's going to be the low ground, these small shed buildings, which they will establish themselves in for now. So loads of teams moving towards Hydroponics here, Dan. Lots of teams starting to stack up, and 18 squads alive. Something we love to see in Apex.
Well, I guess the good news for AJS is that Alliance were wiped. They were one of the closest competitors to actually take 10th position off them. So now the focus goes back to the likes of Bearclaw, the likes of Underrated, and Top Dogs, Aqualix, Orgless and Hungary, Scarz. I mean, the list, to be fair, goes on. I could name every single team. There is a possibility that AJS do still get through. It's a highly unlikely one. But here's 789 taking down Kuya. They found a weak Na'Vi. Nesh is doing his best with the Mastiff, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Sanya moving in to just clean things up here, but no, it's not that easy. As Desu will fly through.
Ooh, strafey.
And she will be one of the last players alive here for 789. She'll get the final kills and manage to get at least one teammate up, you would imagine. But with so many teams in close proximity, I'm a little bit surprised to see 789 take that risk so early on here, Dan.
Yeah, and I think there was footsteps behind, and that's why Desu has retreated, didn't go for the revives, and instead just tried to apply a little bit of pressure here onto Orgless and Hungry. But after inting onto Na'Vi, it looks like 789 might also suffer, as here comes the push from Orgless and Hungry. They will get the wipe. 789, after their victory, will be taken out of the game.
From one extreme to the other for 789, out in the top 2 after being top 1. And Orgless and Hungary seeing that opportunity. Well, they're not going to let that one slip through their fingers. They are safe for now, but they're going to have to work their way up. And as you can see, with the Bloodhound scan, when you see 376 scans and people being located by that you start to worry and you think about not moving too much. So Morning Stars are going to be playing Power Station West, which is just inside of the next zone, but not the one after that. There's a little bit of a scuffle going on behind them as well, and this is going to have to be very careful here, as Master's going to have to pop a battery as he tries to hold the lines. The G7 Scout will do the damage, and the defensive bombardment will allow them to at least create a little bit of space here, Dan. However, they're trying to keep moving because there's more teams moving up on them, and this is not looking like good news for Morning Stars.
Oh, poor Nisa.
As one player will fall, and it's Team Gdolphn, by the looks of things, who are trying to get ahead of them.
Morning Stars, they just got out of dodge there. The Valkyrie ult was popped, and unfortunately the Gibraltar got left behind. Perhaps too heavy to be taken on that flight. And now Morning Stars will be down to just one Mask, the lone remaining player for Morning Stars. And every fight is a little bit scary for all these teams, because from 5th place down to 10th place, you are vulnerable. There is quite entirely a possibility that several teams jump up from the bottom 10 and can overtake you. So you don't want to be falling early on. You want to at least be securing, I don't know, let's say 3 placement points, or maybe even 2. Just getting into the top 10 is going to do wonders for your chances of getting to the grand final here. Mask is not going to be in that zone. You can see it's closing in, but at least going to be very close.
Here comes a push then by the looks of things from Top Dogs. Or maybe it's just using the Bloodhound ult to cover as much ground as possible. There are teams in front of them, and they're hoping they might be able to do some damage or think about a third party, but a little bit of a risk to go from such a difference in elevation to try and take that fight from the low ground to the high ground. And for now, it looks like they've spotted out another team. They're going to slow things down and change their rotation slightly. Only round 1 here closing, so they're not going to be taking too much damage from the ring. However, they have to be careful. Forg, unfortunately, starting this game off as just 2 players. Trying to play this one as slow as possible. As you would imagine, placement points and anything they can take away from this kind of game is a bonus for them.
Yeah, they're 10 points behind 10th position, so it's going to be difficult for them. You have to feel for them. You don't know why their third is having some issues, but alas, they will do what they can to try and break through. And it'd be even more of an impressive story if they do get into the top 10 and get to the grand finals. But hopefully, if they drop down to the lower bracket, they'll be back to a full 3 before that starts. A few teams still just hovering around in the red. Team at Gdolphn are just waiting and gatekeeping, it would seem, but Forg are going to be getting involved in a little bit of an engagement here, and let's see what they can do in a 2 versus 3. I'm afraid I don't think it's going to go well because it's Top Dog on the other side.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them. One player looks like he will go down here. It'll be Legit Lolly who'll fall first as Mimu slides in and manages to finish off the damage done by his teammate. Second player going to be eliminated as well, but look at this. Top Dogs, who were feeling good for just a few moments, are now going to have to hold off this push. But I tell you what, the Missile Swarm has done enough damage here to just break the line of sight to allow Mimu to get behind cover and allow him to pop some batteries. However, the defensive bombardment is going to go on to Mimu now, as well as some grenades from the hands of Disbelief. And you have to think that's going to do a lot of damage here. And at the moment, Top Dogs are pretty split. However, they're doing so much damage. And I'm pretty sure there's a team behind Magicians as well. And this there is. It's Team Gdolphn who are adding to the damage being done. And to be honest, giving Top Dogs a little bit of a respite here.
Yeah, Magicians, unfortunately, were just being shot from every single direction. And I'm not sure Oz is going to get away. He ratted out to a fantastic, top 5 position in the last game. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen for Magicians here. Oz with a slither of health. Surely there's no way he escapes this. And it is going to be Team Gdolphn just clearing things up and ensuring the demise of Magicians.
Magicians fall. And for Team Gdolphn, that is a very, very necessary push and very, very necessary KP for them to pick up. You can see they're down in 20th place at the moment, just 2 points to their names after the first 3 games. A reminder that 10th place at the moment is held down with 16 points by Flight of Fancy. So there is a little bit of an opportunity for them with one good game here, Dan, for them to really turn things around, but still a long way to go. But it's step by step for them, and they've at least managed to take that first step towards some success in qualification.
Although now we have broken into the top 15, that means every team remaining has already gained 1 placement point, so that would put Flight of Fancy on 17, and it would be AJS in 10th place on those 16 points, whereas the likes of Bear Claw Gaming would have gone up to 13, so they are the closest team to jumping into this top 10 right now. Morningstars were on 20 points before this game began, so they'll just be looking to try and accumulate a little bit more to solidify their spot in the grand finals. Whereas Orgless and Hungary, they've also got some work to do on set, only on 8 points. For a team that I've always praised for being an aggressive side, we need to see some of that aggression at the right time here on Olympus.
Such a difficult decision to make. You want to be aggressive, you want to take the initiative, but you also know that if you don't win this game, or excuse me, if you don't perform in this game, then you will be going into that lower bracket. So one mistake is going to make all the difference here for these teams. As you can see, Aqualix have got eyes on the rotation coming in from NAVI Esports now. And I feel like this is one of the better places to play in Hydroponics as well. When you're on this eastern side of it, excuse me, then you have this extreme high ground to try and hold down. All the other teams are going to be fighting each other to your left. And you can just try and hold out this team here. They don't have to do anything too crazy, but you have that fallback as well. You have the ability to move and get away from those buildings if fights do start to break out, excuse me, as Nasky is just trying to do what he can to command the space around this area. And you have to say that Aqualix, of all the teams in Hydroponics, probably are commanding the most space at the moment.
The teams I'm looking at that could potentially be going down to the lower bracket here, suddenly the losers bracket is going to be very scary, especially when you consider the likes of Gambit are already down there. But here comes Top Dog anyway, trying to make their push in with the Death Totem. In Death Protection, 2 get sent back. Team Gdolphn have managed to hold off 2, make that 3. But now here comes the second wave. It's not going to work out. So I think Team Gdolphn have done enough just to keep that Revenant team at bay. And as the kill leaders, and as a team who was in 20th position, Team Gdolphn trying to have that last fight back here in our final game, number 4.
Yeah, one of the weakest Revenant pushes we've seen from Top Dog. They didn't really manage to get any damage done on the initial push. It was just thwarted by Gdolphn. And and sent back to that Totem and sent back for a little rethink of the next strategy to try and break through into that zone. Kungarna, you can still see them controlling the end of the phase gateway. and trying to stop any teams who might be late rotating through. And I think they're just letting everyone else play the other side of Hydroponics here. I think they realize this might pull away ever so slightly, and all those teams will have to fight through each other, a little bit like we see when we see these Fragment East zones. Back on Wild's Edge, you see numerous teams playing inside a Fragment, then realizing they have to escape from it, and it's more difficult to do that when multiple teams are obviously stacked up upon each other. So I like this from Kungarna, deciding they want to play the side with more space, with less teams on, even though they might have to make a little bit of a rotation later. Other teams will be forced to fight, which will just push them naturally up the leaderboards.
It's the right thing to do for Kungarna. They have a 23-point lead in first place. If they want to have that 10-point advantage in the grand finals when it comes to match point, then they just need to stay ahead of second place. So a slower game, waiting to see who gets eliminated in the kill feed, wait for NAVI to drop down, because NAVI are their closest competitors, and then you can look to try and pick up kills and try and ruin everyone else's game. But for the main part, it's just about survival. They do not need to focus on KP, as Underrated will take to the skies and look to try and reposition here. I am liking the fact we are seeing several different Revenant compositions, by the way. Sometimes you see Gibby, sometimes you see Bloodhound, and in this case for Underrated, we're seeing Valkyrie to do just this. Reposition, and then you can get aggressive once you land.
Repositioning for now, but the oxygen getting a little bit thin for them as they do manage to find somewhere to play, and they will have a low ground under where Aqualix are. And look at this position as well, where that zone has pulled. It's pulled right into Hydroponics. So all these teams who are currently situated inside of that circle are going to have big beaming smiles on their face. And for Mask, who spent 90% of the game inside of the zone, it's time to slowly make a move now. It's been a difficult game for Morning Stars. However, you've got to give some credit to this man. He's survived up until now, and if he can survive a little bit longer, then maybe Morning Stars can pull off a few points.
Yeah, might be running right into Scarz. For Morning Stars, I think you want to aim for top 10 here, try and secure one more placement point, and then I think it's job done. You should be progressing through to the grand finals, but again, it could be a situation where several of our teams in the bottom 10 just have mammoth games, pick up all that KP and distribute it between them, and then they suddenly will leapfrog you. So you've got to pick up every point that you can, as Aqualix just looking to try and hold off the team that was pushing towards them. As Underrated have actually found themselves in a fantastic spot here at the moment. As soon as they get sniffed out, I feel like they could be hard focused by several teams around them.
The difficulty here for Underrated is they don't have a defensive legend on their team. So if a team does decide to push and they don't get the initial damage done, then they don't have a bubble to fall back. And they don't have a way to really reset the fight. They just have to be aggressive. Maybe it'll just be the Totem going down and they will try and be the aggressors on these teams around them. That's one way of clearing the space. And that looks like what they're going to be trying to do, Underrated, here. They just don't want to let anyone move up on them. They want to be the team to move up. And speaking of teams moving up, here comes Top Dogs flying through the skies.
And Top Dogs also being aggressive, also getting into death protection. Mimu and co now seeing whether they can take down 9 Imps and the rest of Fire Beavers. But it looks like the bubbles have dropped. Everyone's backing off. No one really wants to take a fight at the moment. But Top Dog just trying to force their hand.
Mimu will fall to the hands of 9 Impulse. And maybe we'll be finished as well. So now it's a straight 2v3, but you can see there's so many teams stacked up now. Everybody looking for different angles on each other. The damage being done can turn into kills for multiple teams, not just the one that's initiating that damage. So Ruabe's going to have to bat up here. 0-0 going to re-engage here. And the Finnish lineup really doing a lot of damage in this 2v3 situation and trying to make the most out of it. But for poor old team Gdolphn, this is looking like the end of the road for them. Gdolphn will be the last player alive. He will go down, even though he managed to pick up 1 KP on his way to the grave.
They may have got a decent amount of KP, but it's not going to be enough to find themselves within the top 10. So it'll be the lower bracket for them, as Fire Beavers will also fall. They were only on 17 points, mind, so they are definitely on the brink of elimination, depending on what happens from the teams below them, as Orgless and Hungry looking to try and utilize the Bloodhound ultimate to try and scout out teams. By the way, elsewhere, the final remaining player from Morning Stars did also pick up a kill, and as far as I'm aware, is still alive. It's Mask. Can you get to the top 10? No, you can't.
We cursed him.
But did get the KP to at least make up for the fact that he didn't finish in top 10.
Yeah, apologies. We cursed you there. He's still alive. He's doing great. He's dead. Never mind. Anyway, Scarz Europe do get that KP, and also they're going to be trying to push up as well onto the building in front of them, and they do have a little bit of cover to play with. So a great rotation once again from Scarz there. IGL RPR leading them to victory, as he has done numerous times over the last couple of days, as the bubble will go down now as Orgless and Hungry decide it's time to feed, and it's time to get involved in some fights. They managed to do so. They managed to pick up the kills as Matape will take down Lars. Now they have to re-escape. Now they have to re-establish themselves on the map as the bubble will go down to try and give them that cover.
So there's several teams now that should be overtaking AJS the further we get into placements here. We're at 9 teams left, so all those teams have guaranteed 2 points. As soon as you get into the next position, you guarantee 3 points up until 6th to 8th, and then when you get to 5th, you guarantee 4. And then 3rd is when you really start to ramp up the points. 7, then 9 for 2nd, and 1st you get 12th, of course. But at the moment, most teams just focusing on surviving. Probably aren't thinking too much about the placement points. Instead, looking at what KP they can pick up from teams who are vulnerable, because this is going to be absolute chaos as this next circle comes in.
9 squads still remain. Aqualix, one of those squads, have been holding down a very good spot for the majority of this game. Kungarna, surprise, surprise, still involved as well, although it looks like they might have lost a player on their way into the... Oh, no, excuse me. Graceful is just playing a little bit away from those two, as we see Orgless and Hungry now on top of this. I'm going to call it a greenhouse shed, Dan. That's what it's now known as forever in hydroponics.
Well, is it a greenhouse or is it a shed? Because
it's not a greenhouse or a shed.
All right, so
that's what I don't really know why I called it that. It's neither. It's neither, but it's now both. That's how the world works.
Maybe it's a hangar, some sort of hangar. Anyway, either way, we don't really need to find out. We can decide what it's called later.
That's what it is forever. Top dogs and some shots coming in. Enough of my nonsense, and more about the game that's going on in front of us as Bambino will pick up the knock now onto 0-0. Ruabe, the last player alive in the Bloodhound Ultimate, is going to have the ability to scarper away with that increased speed. However, you have to wonder if he's going to be able to make it away as Mandy is trying to chase him down. 96 and an 89 with the Mastiff from Mandy. Keeps Scarz Europe alive. It's going to buy them a few moments here, but you have to feel there's going to be a third party just around the corner.
Scarz really could do with finishing in top 5 to give themselves a good chance of getting into the finals, but they've just been eliminated in 7th position. Top Dogs also eliminated in... No, Top Dogs eliminated in 7th. Scarz in 8th, excuse me. Top Dogs were on 9 points. They needed 7 to try and get into the top 10. They did have 7 KP, so Top Dogs may have done enough, but again, it's going to depend on what happens around them. I'm not sure Scarz got the job done. It's all going to come down to KP for them as well.
Orgless and Hungary are going to have to make a rotation there on the quicker side of the zone, and it will start closing a little bit. In 30 seconds or so, this will be our final zone, and they're going to be forced into battle. And you can see the pinks coming in. They want to play on those pills that were being pointed out. And speaking of loot pills, well, there's a little hiding spot here, but I don't know how long that's going to last, as he was spotted out by a player, took some damage, but it looks like that kill hasn't been initiated quite yet. Bambino doing what he can to survive as MajorPushers now on the prowl.
Well, Bearclaw Gaming in a really fantastic opportunity to try and break into the top 10. They would have already had 3 points here via placement. If they picked up KP earlier, they would have done enough to push over AJS, but they get wiped in 6th position. That's where they fall. So BCG 6th, Top Dog 7th, and Scarz 8th. And now some of the teams, or most of the teams we've got left here, are already in the top 10, which I guess is good news for those who are on the teetering edge of being eliminated.
Kungarna lose 1 player to the hands of Orgless and Hungary here, and that's going to be JMW, who's been so impressive on the Gibraltar. And it looks like Orgless and Hungary are going to try and clean up that fight as well, as the bubble did go down. Badoli with the Eva 8 in hands is going to take down Graceful, so now it's just 1v3 for Kungarna to try and survive. But 2 kills being secured is going to be good enough and make that 3, as Orgless and Hungary will remove Kungarna, the standout team from all of the tournament so far.
Well, that puts Orgless and Hungary on at least 17 points. That would leapfrog AJS, and that will mean AJS are definitely out of the competition, but it's about whether Orgless and Hungary have done enough to be higher than the likes of Underrated, the likes of Bearclaw Gaming, so they could really do with getting a top 3, if not even further. As now things slow down ever so slightly, final round will close in 1 minute and 4 seconds, and Aqualix are just waiting there, but they have to push out, and MajorPushers are going to be waiting for them.
Oh, this few seconds, though, has allowed the other team to push up. Maybe Aqualix will see that as an opportunity. Those shots being fired to move out. The defensive bombardment's trying to force them off that space. But here, now comes the engagement. Here is the bubble fight. Ranchi's going in with the Eva 8. Gets a little bit of damage done, but Aqualix is doing a great job of holding their ground for now. But it's not enough, as Bodoni will come in as well from Orgless and Hungary, as well as New Esports, who have rotated behind everyone here, Dan.
New Esports should be able to pick up the W here. They've got 3 players. Matafi's the last remaining player from Orgless and Hungary, as far as I'm aware. He goes down to the wingman shots, and New Esports will get the victory, and they were in 19th place coming into this game. They might have just done enough to finish in the top 10.
Okay, I mean, we love a little bit of a late run from a team, and New Esports, who have been one of the standouts recently as far as slaying performances, remind us very, very quickly that they are still in that kind of form. It's been a little bit shaky for them so far, but as you said, 3 points up until that last game, a win and certainly some KP to go alongside it. We could see them catapult themselves up into that top 10.
We saw several teams who were down in that bottom 10 have fantastic placements and a lot of KP and may have just done enough, but of course, we'll wait to find out what the results say. We're going to go for a quick break, but when we come back, we'll find out just who is in that grand final.
And what a way to end our last game on Olympus of the day. Launders, I mean, the reality is that New Esports had to win this one, and we'll see how they did.
It couldn't have been more exciting from the perspective of some of the more established teams getting eliminated early. Some unfortunate results, of course, to not have potentially Alliance in the grand finals. But still, I mean, now there's so much resting on this leaderboard that's hard to predict. We have no idea how this is going to end up. I mean, a very unlikely champion in New Esports, considering we haven't seen much from them today. And just an overall hot finish from a few teams. Aqualix making this interesting as well.
Definitely making things interesting. Scrawny, as a reminder, everybody, this is 4 games. I said game 5 earlier. That's where I had my brain. That's where my brain was. But 4 games here for this lower bracket. If they make it into that top 10, what happens next?
So obviously moving forward into the lower bracket, right? We've not eliminated anybody yet, but our next BO4, our next 4 rounds, we'll definitely do exactly that, right? So if you're not inside of the top 10, at the end of our next 4 rounds, you're done. Your run here at the BLAST Titans is over. And that means that your run for next weekend's arena event is also over, because we're taking the top 20 teams from this weekend to move them forward. So anybody who gets eliminated over the next 4 matches is just gone from history, maybe, Kate. Gone forever.
The epicness of that is hard to underscore for sure. Launders, at this point, would you say, like, I mean, the grind is real. There are some players who went through that upper bracket, got through, and they're like, okay, we're going to be deuces today. Enjoy the rest of our afternoon off. What kind of a grind does that sort of impact players' professional abilities here on this very pressure-filled moment?
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult, especially you play well one day, you don't play well the next day. But it's like more deserving for the teams who were not consistent across both. I think that's what kind of we should be focusing on. I think this is particularly unfortunate for some of the early deaths. You have to feel some empathy because, you know, some of the early fights are going to happen with the limited amount of POIs on the map, and that makes things very exciting and very topsy-turvy in the overall standings. But that means that sometimes you're going to have to take a fight where you don't have all the loot you want, and that's obviously not a position you want to go out in. But it is the name of the game, and it's not like any team had a specific advantage over you. You just had to survive in that moment. They couldn't do it. And of course, I'm really, I'm subtweeting Alliance right now. This is a very unfortunate situation for them, I would say.
Yes, it is for sure. Well, you know what? Let's talk about the situation that was great for our winning team here in that last and final match 4. Again, the last time you're going to see Olympus today. The rest of our day is all spent on World's Edge, so that I'm sure will have a narrative all its own. But new esports, of course, and our MVP of the match presented by Razor. Well, of course, it's Postkill from New Esports, pulling it in for the real thing. And we'll take a look at those stats here in just a second. But, I mean, Postkill, once again, Scrawny, another Gibraltar and an impressive 6 kills on Olympus to get them through to that winning circle.
Yeah, another Gibraltar keeping the domes, locking things down, popping domes, dropping domes, doing what they have to. 1,500 damage over 6 kills. We've seen far more damage with less kills. So in this case, I think that he's just getting the ones that matter. I think the epitome of this final round, Kate, kind of strikes me as like, I want to picture hydroponics as the rocky cliffside. And the entire game was just this consistent wave that kept coming and bringing more teams in with it. And sometimes we saw guys like NAVI who tried to Valkyrie ult into the zone. They landed only to then be jumped by 789, who were then jumped by Orgless and Hungry. And this is what I mean in terms of waves, right? It was just this constant little crash over and over that would see teams plucked off, pulled apart, thrown out the door. And yet at the end of it, it was New who I think had a far safer position, right? If hydroponics was the rocky cliffside, then New Esports were the hermit crabs safely tucked in their little tiny holes.
Scrawny, your metaphors are so on point. Let's go to those results. And Launders, the math is going to speak for itself here. And of course, our match results will be first. Relatively even-keeled. We're not seeing double digits, for example, here at the top.
Yeah, which makes things very interesting, especially again with some top dogs coming out. I don't know. I don't think Scarz are going to be able to make it to top 10 with these results. I mean, we'll look at it in a second. Underrated certainly won't be able to, even with this placing. Aqualix potentially could now with the 3rd place finish, even on very low kills, they might be able to scrape by. Of course, Kungarna. I mean, it looks like New Esports could just jump the entire board, like get all the way up into the top 10 very easily. So things are about to get really crazy in just a few seconds.
They are indeed. And one more reminder for those who maybe are joining us in the BR esports world for the first time. This is one of the many reasons we love Battle Royales, because you really cannot, even in these last moments of a clutch game, you can't count anybody out. And you know what, Launders, I'm with you. I think there's a possibility that New Esports is going to find themselves in that top 10 from the math, and we'll see how this goes. Hopefully they have it. I know. Oh, here we go. And oh my goodness. Okay, Scrawny, let's talk through this. I'm sorry. This is like I'm like my mind is going a mile a minute. Fire Beavers also down. God, that 10th and 11th spots are always so highly contested.
So we had 5 teams going into this final round that really found themselves on the chopping block, right? That would have been Morning Stars, Fire, Beavers, MajorPushers, Flight of Fancy, and AJS. And 4 of those 5 teams didn't have a good enough final round when some of the other teams who were ranked 11th to 20th did have their best round right now in their final chance. So not only did they accidentally flub their final chance of locking it in, but it's the guys underneath them that actually use that as a power vacuum. You know, if this is another game where KNG totally topside, or if NAVI or 789 are really high up there in this 4th and final round, then maybe even a decent performance wasn't enough. But it's this combination of the fact that of those 5 teams I mentioned, only MajorPushers had a strong 4th round, and we see them finish 4th place in the winners group. That's a team nobody was talking about. And yet here they are, top 5 finish alongside Game of Drones. So it just goes to show 1 or 2 solid, strong final placements is enough to get yourself in. So we had a lot of the fat kind of cut off, and unfortunately, that's why these teams ranked 11th to 15th. We didn't expect to see them there, but sure enough, they're not going through to the grand finals just yet.
Awesome. Okay, well, you know what? Let's go back, Launders. At this point, we are going to go back to, chatting real quick about the fact that we had some incredible gameplay, to be sure, but we can only name one MVP of this upper bracket. And for that is actually a guy we've already seen as an MVP, JMW from Kungarna. I mean, that total kill count speaks for itself, to be sure.
6k damage on this man, and you could see Kungarna once again positionally or in such a comfortable position. They were in the middle of the final circle. They ended up losing, of course, after getting crunched, but they had so much damage output from this spot. Gibraltar, as big as this man is, was able to tuck neatly into a corner, find a little hidey hole to peek through, and quietly third party without dragging too much attention towards him. JMW did such a good job of not only getting the points in this position, but also just tons and tons of damage to help the other teams eliminate each other as well.
Cool. Well, you know what? I think it's one of those elements that, you know, boy, this is just a scary lobby. I know this is one of those things that you say over and over, but there's absolutely, that is 100% the way that we look at all of this. And it's scary for a reason. But it's also scary because some of us did not do so great with the predictions this time around, and it's about that time that we showcase those upper bracket predictions presented by Amazon. And I'm gonna go ahead and eat crow here, gents.
Oh no,
crow.
He thrown a touch.
Yeah, Scrawny, let's start with you. You know, let's start with your picks and how we did. Well done on those. You know, you and Launders coming in hot with that Kungarna.
Yeah, Kungarna is definitely, like, if you didn't have them, sorry, Kate, you weren't getting the vast majority of the points in this round. They have been, hands down, the most consistent team across anything we've seen for BLAST Titans, and they delivered that yet again this morning. Alliance ultimately just cancels out a very disappointing performance from Scarz, right? It felt like Scarz was as safe of a pick as Kungarna was, seeing as they each topped their group, but unfortunately Scarz having a tough day. They tried to play, I think, a little bit slower, right? They weren't necessarily looking like they saw red in all of their decision making, whereas I would argue that in my case, NAVI did. Earlier on, we saw NAVI have a strong first round alongside Kungarna, and that's why they actually amounted to the 36-point total.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hate to say this, Launders, but I feel like Scrawny and Onset are probably top dogs here in this predictions category.
Yeah, I couldn't see what Scrawny could see at NAVI, but he was definitely very right. That was definitely the sleeper prediction of the day, considering it wasn't all the signs in the world from the results alone yesterday for NAVI, but they look super fierce, and they're like the one established team in the top 10 right now that you expected to be good the whole time, but weren't good yesterday when it mattered less, and really clutch today when it mattered the most. Yeah. So shout out to NAVI for honestly, because like if you flip the 11th through 20th teams and put them in place of the 1st through 10th teams, it would have made perfect sense. NAVI are the only team that kind of broke through that should have been in the top 10 the whole time, but now look like they're the lone established org in this list of kind of up-and-comers.
And there it is indeed. Well, guess what? We are off to our next round of matches for our lower brackets, and we're going to find out who's potentially going on to that final lower bracket here in just a moment. In fact, we'll find out right after this.
If you're a man down, it can be really good to resurrect them again, but it can cause to the whole team to die if a team sees you.
My name is Artico.
I'm Go here.
And this is my tier list.
I don't think they're useful at all.
Not that good right now. Not that many people use it.
That's F tier.
F. It's pretty useful in ranked games and competitive games as well.
You can stay on the zone longer time, and if you're getting gate capped, it's like really good to have them.
Might be C.
I will trade them on A tier.
Nades is very important, especially frag grenade. You can throw it vertically, so you can take high ground.
It's just a really good nade, but not my favorite nade.
Okay, I put it on A.
I will trade on A tier.
I don't like bow. It's just not for me.
I mean, it's a good top up to have, but you don't really need it.
I'm gonna put it on F.
I will trade on C tier.
It makes your gun like super strong, especially in competitive.
It's just a hop up you need for the guns that use it, but you don't really use those guns.
Absolutely S tier item.
Turbocharger, I will trade on B tier.
Ultimate accelerant.
Good to carry like 2 of them on your team, so you can build up ults faster.
Very important actually item in competitive, especially on Watson, because you can carry 2 of them.
I will trade on S tier.
I'm gonna put it on A. Arcstar is very useful. If you stick someone, he died.
So it's just my favorite nade and nice to stick people with Arcstars.
I'm gonna put it on A as well.
I will trade on S tier.
Mobile Spion Beacon.
If you're a man down, it can be really good to resurrect them again, but it can cause to the whole team to die if a team sees you.
On ranked games, it's very important to carry one.
I will trade on A tier.
I'm gonna put it on A. Anvil Receiver. It's not that cool.
Because if you're rocking a flatline with the 3x, it's like a sniper after that.
I'm gonna put it on B.
Anvil, I will trade on A tier. It doesn't really matter if you have it or not. If you have it, you aim a little bit faster, but you really don't need it.
Because I don't play bow. I never played with bow.
I will trade on D tier.
So let it be on D.
Loves good Arcstar, and why wouldn't you? They also love some great bracket play. I'm joined by Onset and Gaskin now. Boys, Onset, start with you. Lower bracket number 1. Here we go. Let's take a look at what we got. Who do you have, and is it Gambit?
I think Gambit will bounce back today. Yesterday was a little bit of a feel-out day for them. They said they hadn't played competitive in a while, and it's just about getting the kinks out, isn't it? It's about making sure that everything's working, getting back up to speed. But Flavor of the Month are going to be a team I'll keep an eye on as well as Kick Esports. I think all of those teams should go through. However, with some of the upsets we've seen already, it's difficult to pick, to be honest with you.
Well, don't worry, because we actually have our predictions ready to go here in a hot second. In fact, we'll be able to see those presented by Amazon, and they are, my last picks. Like I said, I got it wrong. And Gaskin, you and I are in the same boat there for the upper bracket.
Actually, my upper bracket, I kind of caught you up. I was 100 points behind you, Kate.
That's
right
true.
now, I'm now only 39. I'm doing okay, all right. And if you look at my predictions, I've gone out of the box a little bit, all right. I've gone with Succubus. I think that they had a fantastic performance on Olympus yesterday. Turns out they're not playing Olympus in the lower bracket, so I may have messed up, but it's okay because Flavor of the Month and Totem Esports are going to bring it home for me here, I believe.
I know, and Onset, you as well. It seems like your Flavor of the Month.
I'm chasing Scrawny. I've got to go, I'm not going edgy. I'm not going, crazy. I'm going with what I think are the best teams in the lobby, and that's Flavor of the Month, Gambit, and Endeavour. Scrawny's in the lead. He's only just in the lead, but it's pretty tight. I've got to be honest with you. I feel like Dan's is kind of like a Hail Mary here. He knows he needs to make points up, and he's kind of just he's chancing his arm a bit.
Well, we'll see how everything breaks down here. And in order to do that, we are heading off to our first game of that lower bracket. And to do that, we've got Launders and we've got Scrawny. They can answer for their predictions right after this.
How about right now? Kate? That's right. Predictions. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and brag. Predictions mean nothing until the end of the weekend. So, I'm not going to get ahead of myself. I've got a little bit of a lead off of Navi. Dan, I'm a little worried now. I'm not going to lie, Mohan. I didn't know who to choose for my third spot. I'm like, Dan Gaskin, he's a pretty well put together guy. Might as well rob a choice of his. And I took Totem. Good thing I didn't take Succubus because honestly, his reasoning didn't inspire me too much there. We'll see what happens at the end of this one. But yes, that is true. He made this point, no more Olympus. When elimination is on the line, we're turning back to what the pros know most, and that is World's Edge through and through.
If you've been watching the broadcast at all, following Dan Gaskin's predictions is like one of the worst cardinal sin.
You're muted, noob.
Oh, excuse me.
I let you get away with it last time.
Oh, yeah. They could hear me actually, but okay, all right. But yeah, if you're following and watching the broadcast at all, Scrawny, you would know choosing anything that Dan Gaskin chooses is just the cardinal sin of the broadcast. All you've done is curse yourself. Really, you'll now feel the wrath that both me and Kate have faced with our predictions yesterday. I went with ahahhah. Just so that I get. That's the one thing Dan actually sold me on was just that they've got a great name to say, and I believe in that. Oh my God.
We've already
got some early action. Yeah, this is Kick coming in hot. Woo. Wow, a couple of knocks already. This is crazy, the amount of aggression that we've got this early on. Yeah, not just that, but Kick have been a team to rotate so incredibly slowly on World's Edge. They don't engage in many fights. They look for late endings and can sometimes nail that late ending, but at the same time have struggled to get a lot of KP. So for them to get an early fight and win it is a big move for them.
What's wild at this moment is not only have Kick managed to find themselves a kill, but we've got Hardeki already down. Artico has no shields as he tries to fall back alongside Leogri. I mean, we're talking about a Gambit who's going to have even less of a chance to come back from yesterday's unfortunate performance because there's only 4 rounds to work with. A 19th place with 0 kills would be atrocious for Gambit. And yesterday, we saw them land here at the sorting facility, relatively uncontested. For all 4 of their rounds on World's Edge, they genuinely had a chance to rotate through the caves and towards Lava City. Again, I wanted to really hammer that home. Unfortunately for Gambit, they had the same rotation for 75% of their World's Edge games. We had, personally, 3 endings towards Lava City, and while this ending is currently a little more north, it is still this southeast side of the map. So now the big question straight out the gate is if or how Gambit come back into this.
You'd expect them to be somewhat resilient, but it's already such a weird start for them. I guess, the best time to get knocked and still stay alive with 1 or 2 people is early on because there are options for getting the revives. But yeah, it's already very, very hairy. Strange spot. It also reduces their ability to just sneak in and grab some kills. It's more survival mode than anything else. It's another flavor of the month centric circle in this southeast corner, but it's just outside of the buildings that they want to be standing in completely later on.
They came right back at it. Gambit, they lose Hardeki, and they seek revenge. They hunt down BuffRev, eliminate them inside of their general starting zone, and now this is an easy respawn. So if the question was if they can recover, I think the answer is already yes.
Yeah, I guess nice to do it early, and I guess the cool part here is even before going for the revive, they just make sure they eliminate the threat in the same building they want to be able to rotate through after they revive, so they have cleared this out. And that is the cool part about Gambit. I mean, they don't really look at things as aggressive or defensive, just better or worse, and that was just the right option in their minds, and they were confident enough to take that fight. So, okay, what happens now? People are starting to rotate very quickly and get comfortable within the circle as it is. Of course, Kick, as per usual, are moving very slowly in the western side of the map, and will probably join the battle a lot later on.
I find this interesting. It turns out Gambit didn't respawn inside of sorting. It looks like they want to change position entirely before they try to get Hardeki back into the game. Maybe feeling like there was too much of a threat nearby to really go for it. We get a bit of an engagement over here towards the vault caves of Geyser. This is Succubus, of course. Dan Gaskin's hot pick of the day, trying to make sure that nobody can come out from the caves.
Yeah, what do you think about Succubus?
I do agree that they had good games on Olympus. I think they're one of the teams that ended up impressing us on a new map, right? We said that some of the up-and-comers might challenge when the status quo was in question because of the map change, but
on Olympus,
that's neither here or there because, yeah, exactly. We're back on World's Edge. I'm happy to be in a lobby with Fenerbahce because we had to listen to Dan and Onset say it all day yesterday. It's like, you know, we haven't had the privilege until today. To get in on.
No, it's ahahhah. You know the guy, the meme guy.
The meme guy.
Ahahhah. You know what I'm saying?
No.
Oh my God. Okay, this is okay. First of all, for everyone in Twitch chat, Scrawny is the guy who, when I asked him to reference a Twitch emote, said Pepe Omega because he couldn't think of any. So of course he doesn't know the guy who says ahahhah.
Describe it to me.
I'm gonna show. I did.
You said the meme guy. You sounded like a boomer.
He says you can't call me boomer when you can't name a Twitch emote.
But it's your birthday,
Scrawny.
so
you only pretend to be a Zoomer.
That's true.
Okay. I'll link you. I'm sure everyone will tweet you one of the many ahahhah memes. Okay, how about that?
Hit me with it, and then I'll go through that whole reaction where I'm gonna say, oh, of course this one, and make up excuses like SoloQGoats might have to. We do have Shiv back in the server, you know that because there's a Bangalore alive, but it's gonna be on Diff to make a difference. Oh, the hip fire is just not quite there. He ends up getting eliminated, and that is an unfortunate early exit for the SoloQGoats as well. Down to the 1v1, but it's Limek of Kick to keep them in this. So let's see if they can continue to go on because that third party is hot on their heels already.
We haven't really seen, you know, Kick come out with a lot of early engagements like this, so this is big for them. Though I think they lose a player on their exits out of this duel. So things continue to be hairy for them, and they are being hunted down further. Myztro hot on their heels.
Yeah, Sonya looking for it, making the most of the Bloodhound ultimate. He sees the footsteps, he sees red, and he's going to continue to give chase to this. Can Kick manage to put enough distance in between? Or are they simply going to be hunted down? The Octane's definitely going to allow for them to stay as close as possible. And sure enough, Limek, this is where he's going to try and make what could be his final stand. It's a man disadvantage, but the performance could clutch it. The Eva's doing some early impact, but he goes down without a down. And unfortunately, that's also Limek out for Kick.
Oh, wow. That's, I guess that's not what I expected at this point, but I mean, credit to Myztro for completing the hunts. I mean, this is first of all, just a lot of good KP for them to get early on. They're very far from everybody else. As we know, you kill Kick. They're usually not near any other teams at this point of a round. And so this is got to be nice for them. They can loot up. They can get comfortable within the circle. They can steal this rotation that they know that Kick have coming into things. And it looks like, generally speaking, there's a lot of space for everyone at the moment. We've got a couple of nomadic tribes trying to figure out what the best course of action is, where they should stick around, what choke points they should try to gatekeep. But otherwise, everything looks quite natural for the meantime. I think the hardest part of all will just be trying to make cover where there are no homes.
Man, Geyser so occupied. The thing with Geyser is it's one of these areas that, yes, it has a few buildings, but the buildings are very snaky and they're very thin and small. There's lots of open space in between all of it. Yes, there's some rocks if you get stuck in the exterior fighting, but I feel like Geyser's a bit of a weird one. Very unique location on World's Edge. Gambit still back at the sorting facility, recovering quite decently enough, and as the zone continues to close, they can actually stay out of the thick of it until they're forced forward. Same for Lava City, you know, there's a moment here of refuge, but that moment is definitely dwindling.
Man, some of these late rotations into this final circle, I feel like are just going to be. Oh man, I feel like this is one of those situations where you're going to have 2 or 3 teams eliminated, you know, simultaneously, as people try to approach really, really late all at the same time. But I don't know if we'll be able to get away with that. Earlier might be better than later.
Little Wraith DP here for Endeavour. Oh, but the Gibraltar Dome meets them on the other side. He's just trying to crawl back into it. His teammates looking to give him the cover. And Noises, can he do enough? He's still the only player up with shields for Endeavour. Bryn will get downstairs. He gets a chance to catch his breath. Noises comes right back into the action. All the fighting going on above him. Bryn looks to come at this from the other side. This is Fenerbahce, of course, pinned into the corner. I mean, they've got nowhere to run. They absolutely have to try and fight their way out, but there's more space for their attackers to get shields up. Looking for one here to look to finish. It's all it's got. Just a little bit of HP left over, and that gets cleared. Fenerbahce also going to go down here outside of the top 15.
Yeah, we always know this about Endeavour. They like to move fast. They like to be aggressive. And they didn't show, you know, their full form. Of course, we're looking at lower bracket game right here. There are a lot of teams that were not playing as well as they should have. Some of these teams were predicted to be in the top 10 yesterday. So I'm not surprised to see some better form coming into day 2. Gambit at full strength now. Very comfortable in their position. They're still going to be one of the later teams to this, the more final circles here, and have to make some decisions very soon.
Totem going for the Valkyrie ult. Time to close that gap. They've got Gambit to their left, and the damage, negligible at the start, but now as they start to entry, it's a question of finding that safe spot. And they do, amidst the rocks. This will be a decent spot for Totem to try and anchor down.
This is the other thing about the Valkyrie rotation. I mean, you can come in here, but you are just going to be, you're probably going to get beamed if you go too deep, right? And so, I mean, Valkyrieing in late, if that's going to be the plan for some people, I mean, that could only spell disaster. We'll really see. It's hard to know how much people are predicting for Geyser to already be fully populated, but that's going to be a real pain point for people rotating in late.
At least with this case, right? It's like you almost want to assume that you're going to take damage while you're flying through the sky, and then what you're literally looking to dodge is any kind of team where you're landing. You know, as you come in, this is the combination. Not only can Valkyrie just reposition you so quickly, it's the fact that she can scan opponents within like a 250-meter distance, so you get that information. It's like Bloodhound scans on the equivalent, but as she's flying through, which is the most important moment when using that ability. Good thing for Kick that they have the Gibraltar Dome, because if not, that Valk ult would be ripped to shreds at the moment. And there's still a chance that they die as they attempt to entry because the takeoff takes so long. But in the meantime, we've got Myztro trying to close out in the top 15. A similar scene as they fight in the top floor of a small house. And with 2 downs off of that Revenant ult, you know they're going back for the kill.
Yes, yeah, that's a huge push by them, an extremely successful Revenant push, and they'll look to finish off and clean this plate of food. I don't know if they'll be able to tuck in cover, but it looks like, yeah, this fight is coming up. Having a Bloodhound in this situation is always nice, but at the same time, maybe you're just seeing things that are only going to be traumatic experiences in the future. And that is Myztro really just hunting down the last players here and taking over this building very close to the circle. Things are still getting crazy. Myztro are collecting a lot of KP here after getting a couple of kills onto Kick earlier on, and now this team as well.
Yeah, Gambit, they're going to get themselves into the mix. Nice down off of the triple take. Very curious, right? We've got Leogri with a triple take. Strong weapon, power weapon in the equation as they start to get into the Geyser. And as I was alluding to, right, there's a lot of outside positioning at Geyser. I think this triple take could offer us up a highlight moment or two if Gambit can manage to get into the circle. Because remember, Totem, they used that Valk ult to establish themselves on the cusp of this next zone. And Gambit are either going to have to push through them or push around them. And their options are limited.
Just looking at this mini-map, if we could again, I'd like to ask you what team, you know, of the teams that are having to rotate in, who would you like to be? Who would you not like to be?
You know, I think Flavor of the Month would be able to maybe rob away a bit of an entry here. If they can come up on the right side of this cliff on the south side of the circle, I wouldn't want to be Gambit. Gambit, as I said, have to either hit Totem or come back the same direction that Flavor of the Month and the other Lava City teams will entry. So I think we could see Gambit in a bit of a crunch if they're not careful. But the Claudione fanboys, that's who I'd rather be. They are so safely tucked into the vault caverns, and as you can see on the map, a piece of these caverns will be the next zone. They've got nowhere to go, nowhere to run, and they don't need to either, so it's perfect at the moment.
Ooh,
curious if they'll hang on.
Yeah, we had a Revenant push on towards on towards their entrance into the rotation. They got one stick with an Arc Star down to player, and now they could continue on, but they didn't kill all three, and they are trying to take over that very building as a circle closes in close behind them, and now they'll make this kind of final move. This would be a big play for Myztro to make.
And they're making it.
Yeah, successful in getting in safely. No one fighting them for the meantime. Circle moving in fast. Flavor of the Month actually rotating in behind Gambit.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. It's like this crunch zone over on that side of the zone. Yeah, turning up inside of the zone. He's the last player, and he is down. Gambit bleeding out an entire team. That turns Artico into the kill leader. So even if Gambit aren't able to survive this third party, they're doing a great job of at least getting some KP and placing just outside of the top 10. They fall to the hands of Totem. As I said, that reposition. They got ahead of the other teams, and it just paid off, taking down a huge scalp. But unfortunately for Totem, they've got Myztro, a team that we've seen get aggressive already this round, very close to them. And if Myztro feel like they're in a confident enough spot with enough resources to deal with and dish out a commitment, by all means, we could see Myztro try and use another Rev Totem to kill off some of these players on the east side.
I love seeing this Myztro story come together because they're using this Totem to its full benefits and getting the info they need, getting at least one down at a time, and not just rotating in blindly, making it feel like Revenant is actually such a core part of their strategy and not just a Hail Mary at every single turn.
We've been playing really aggressive this first round. I like that. You know, we've had examples across 2 days now where a strong first round placement can just lock you into a top 10. And now we're talking elimination. So that top 10 more important than ever. Good information gained by Sanya. It's enough information for him to justify dropping the Bloodhound ult. And sure enough, right on the heels of the Claudione are a Revenant Totem. Dealing with the Shadow that tries to enter into their room. They're getting the revive on Streamy. That's a Gibraltar up, potential to drop a dome. Sanya just still sitting back, keeping eyes on everybody as his teammates play aggressive.
Oh, this Totem gonna pay off in dividends, just getting some extra damage off, of course. Sanya still up. And all the while, Ottr make a quick move into the back, but this is actually versus new. Tyler is going to get a whiff of this. And we've got some duels happening versus Myztro still kind of continue this story.
Yeah,
a lot of damage off these kills. Yeah, they are.
Exactly, man. Of all the fights that we've seen from Myztro, this one's kind of slowing them down a little bit, feeling a little stunted. And their opponents who lie ahead will have a chance to try and maybe fight back. Sanya looks to get into the mix. He's the second player down. So now it falls onto Rug. He's going to fall away from this. He's got a chance at the revive.
Yeah,
Sanya's going to die to the caustic gas. That's not ideal. So much carnage and chaos down inside of the buildings, and I think that opens things up for Endeavour. Check them out. Running around the cliff sides, trying to confirm what the hell is going on. They can hear all of that gunfire, but now they can piece together a bigger picture as all these teams shoot for top 5.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of freedom on the outside. The opportunity to third-party teams on both the east and the west at the moment, and there are 2 teams chilling in the north and the south. And Endeavour, they like to be active when it comes to fighting, so we'll see if they engage.
Endeavour seem to want to go for a chase, but gotta be cautious here. Noises, he's a little bit separate from his teammates.
They're keeping their
He's gonna go for the crypto drone. Let's see it. Flies in, tries to piece together that full picture, decides to go for the recall and the fallback.
I think they like what they see. They're actually kind of moving up towards this. I mean, they're going to have to find a home soon. It is going to be a brutal final circle here.
Yeah, especially for Totem and Myztro, because they're the 2 teams still stuck in that one snake building. You can hear him still fighting to the very end. Myztro dropping another death totem. Maybe that will ultimately be the difference, but the Gibraltar shield certainly helps to just keep them back somewhat. All 3 of the shadows turn back into the interior of the building, and their problem's still not solved. They're gonna have to push out of this eventually, and when they do, we know that Endeavour are sitting up on the cliffs. They've got Totem just outside, and that's before we calculate the other 2 teams who are far more comfortable.
And Myztro don't get pushed. You know, they can keep getting this Totem up, which is enormous. They're using it so well. It's incredibly annoying. Again, it's like a crypto drone, except you got full HP, you shoot, you can slide around, and you can push with reckless abandon. And if a team has to heal while you guys were super close in the last engagement, then that's going to be big trouble. A Valkyrie up to the sky in this tiny little circle is not exactly what I expected to see. Totem, where will they get to?
just trying to keep themselves out of those gunfights as the circle collapses. Unfortunately for Totem, they felt like they didn't really have anywhere to go.
Oh my god.
And they're going to land inside the shipping containers. Not ideal. They've got Endeavour above them. They've got... Oh, hold on. I was going to say Myztro on their heels, but Myztro going to play passive all of a sudden. Still sitting inside. They've jumped out. Try to grab to the containers, and now I think it's Endeavor's game to win here. They've been sitting on this cliff, waiting for everybody to be pushed into the open, ready to pop them, to pick them. And as the bombardment comes down next to them, that's going to be an easy recovery for them. I feel like Myztro have done a very good job of getting away from that, and it may have been because of the Totem reposition. Everybody with eyes in the skies allows Myztro to get to this bridge, but Endeavour now finding that angle they need, trying to crack shields down in the river itself. Brian knows he has a good chance at dealing damage versus Myztro, can really keep them locked into this unfavorable position.
Man, Endeavour, I mean, this is it. They've got the high ground. They pushed everyone off of this position. They're scared. The rotations are looking prime for them with this circle, and there might be a chance that they can just sit back and wait, do damage, and let people kill each other.
They're going for their move. Ryan just trying to deal with it. That's one player eliminated from Myztro. Second just above him. He's going for the shield swap. Oh, it's a bit long, a bit awkward. He grabs the Prowler off of it instead. And that could definitely lay down damage. It's just going to melt those gold shields. Tries to give chase to Sanya. Knows that his teammate's still to the side. And luckily for Brian, I feel like he can just focus on damage output because his two teammates are still standing strong right next to him.
Yep.
This Wraith movement at the moment, just being a total nuisance to the back end of Myztro, forcing them to give up this deep commitment and move forward towards the other side of the circle where we have a whole bunch of downs coming through. Claudione still in the mix and doing pretty well, keeping shields up in the top 4.
Oh man, what a position to be in. We've got the remnants of Totem. At least there's 2 players alive. Moss trying to buy his time, and Jay Savage trying to push up towards the north end of this. But I don't even know who is going to be in the stronger spot. This feels like it's going to come very close. All 3 teams having to move in towards each other. They've got a giant rock in front of them to help them out in this position, and you've just got to pick your battles at this point. Rotating hard might be a good idea to try to flank, and it looks like that will be the case for Endeavour. They stay on the move.
That's it. It's now down to Claudione versus Endeavour. Claudione have been inside of the caves for what seemed like forever, and the Mastiff, oh, it's good damage, but Endeavour come out as champs in round 1.
With 3 alive. Congrats to Endeavour. A very tight circle. I mean, every team there looked insanely competitive. It was hard to read exactly who was going to make the best move right at the last second, but you could see that Endeavour had that prime real estate on the high ground. They played it to perfection. They waited. They had everyone scared of them. And then when they needed to move, they didn't wait too long. I think that's the big thing. When you have the God spot in the round, the situation, and you wait too long and you rotate, everyone's waiting and calculating what you're going to do. They didn't. They got on the move right away, and they're comfortable doing that.
I think in the same way we saw Totem's position get the better of Gambit, what we saw just a couple of circles later was the fact that Endeavour had the same mirrored position over Totem, but just further to the east. And so the exact same thing came back. They had high ground over top of that Myztro versus Totem mid-fight down in the water. Claudione as well with the second place. Props to that. That comes off of the back of a nice slow play, right? They didn't get into the mix. They weren't hyper aggressive like Myztro. Instead, they sat back and just nabbed themselves a second. We'll be back after the break with the desk to unpack the first round of Loser Bracket 1.
It's Dupes o'clock. Go bazoomba, bam bamboo. Fool 'em. You got bamboozled, look at you.
From high atop the cliffs all the way down to the caverns, this game had it all on set. Bring me through how Endeavour, my pick, came out number 1.
Hey, my pick as well. And for this reason, it was a very smart portal from them. Sometimes when you get into these final zones, you think you have a really good position to play. You can be a little bit passive with the situation, and you're kind of not thinking a couple of steps ahead, where there always is in the end game. And it was the TP down from the Wraith to reposition to take out Totem Esports, I believe, who had the 2 players alive in front of them, that allowed them to kind of separate themselves from the rest of the teams that were left in the lobby. From there, the rest of the teams did a lot of the damage to each other, and Endeavour just had to kind of walk in, time the push, and clean up what had happened. So a great job from the IGL to make that call, to make that push, and show some initiative in end circle, which is sometimes what separates coming in first place to coming inside the top 5.
100%. Gaskin, talk to me about sort of the overall arc of the narrative for basically the headline for you from this last match, because as we know, there's so much action in the late game, but that is all set up in the early and mid.
Whilst Endeavour might have had the god spot when it did pull towards them, it was Myztro who were really tearing everyone up in the lobby. They were pushing everything relentlessly. They had so much KP, and they were doing Endeavour a favor, to be completely honest. Myztro, they noticed a spot. They would push on that spot. They noticed a team who was weak. They would push on that team that was weak. That's the benefit of having a Revenant on your team. You can push, you can be relentless, and you can just show dominance and aggression. And that's exactly that, as you're seeing in these clips here. As soon as they noticed that any team was in a building they wanted to reside in, they would take it off them. And I mean, Onset can speak a little bit more about it, but Myztro really impressed me.
The thing about Revenant pushes as well, there's so much to talk about, Kate, because it's not just the first wave where you think, as a team, a professional team running at you, if they get the first shot on you, they're going to do 50, 60 plus damage without being sent back. And then you can close that gap almost immediately from the Totem to finish off the kills, but also the silence that comes in that we saw from Myztro there. That means that a Gibraltar can't get his bubble down. That means that a Wraith can't get a portal down, a jump pad down from an Octane to try and escape the situation. You are literally just, you know, tied up to a bedpost and made to feel awful by them, that you can't get away, there's nothing you can do. And it's why it's so difficult to play against a Revenant, because it's not just the initial push that you have to deal with, it's the second wave, and it's the silence taking away all of your abilities to counteract and reset. So that's why you're seeing these stats in front of you from Myztro, because the Revenant just had a huge impact once again.
They did indeed. Well, let's talk about one of those players from Myztro himself. That'd be Rugby over there playing Octane. He is our match MVP presented by Razor. Let's take a look at how we once again see Octane in our MVP slot. I don't believe we've seen anything but Octane and Gibraltar in this MVP spot. I'm going to ask this to Gaskin. Is there a reason? I know I feel like a broken record.
We did also see Bloodhound as well, just as a small reminder. Right. Bloodhound did pop up, but the reason we're seeing it is the majority of the lobby is playing Gibraltar. I think we have like 18 odd Gibraltars, and we also have a lot of Octanes as well. And your main fragger should be on an Octane. So when we go to kills, we go to damage, the likelihood is it's going to be those who are playing the fast-placed entry characters. And that's what Rugby's done here. He has picked up a lot of kills. He's done a lot of damage. He had the support from the rest of the team. Some of his teammates did more damage than him, but he's getting in there. He's cleaning things up. And that's exactly what you need from your entry fragger.
Yes, it is. I will say at this point, we keep talking about Revenant. Is there any other team comps on set that have to be mentioned in this as we start off in our entire sweep of World's Edge for the rest of the day?
I don't feel it's team comp so much that in comparison to what we are seeing from the Revenant teams, I think they are the standout, and I think we're seeing more and more teams start to play it because they're recognizing that you don't have to win games to get through here. It's about points, it's about being aggressive, and it's about having essentially a risk-free push onto a team to try and get those KP on board. And in the end zone as well, it's so dangerous to have Revenant now because you can push onto a team in God spot, you can do damage, and then someone else can come in and clean up the kills. You are just the most frustrating team to come up against, not just because you are the ones who are doing the killing. You're the ones doing the damage and allowing other teams to take advantage of it. I think it's just one thing that we're seeing more and more. We're going to see more and more teams start to pick up on Revenant. And then when it gets to endgame, it's just going to be carnage for these teams. This is a great example of it, right? Myztro just get the damage done, then they hit the totem, then they come in, and then they clean up. It's as simple as that. It is not just one push from a professional team you're having to hold off. It's 1.5, plus the fact that your abilities are going to be muted for a few seconds by the silence. I don't really know what the combat is at the moment, what the counter is to a good Revenant team. I just feel like there isn't really much you can do at this point. It is being shown by how consistently the Revenant teams are winning those 3v3 engagements.
I mean, speaking of Revenant teams, we're going to go to Myztro here because, I mean, Onset, I think everything you just said really just showcases what number 4 on our list here in those double digits say. Yeah, we don't care about, I mean, listen, W is a W and 12 points is great for placement, but I see you and I raise you 14 points in kills.
It's pretty impressive, and I know that Dan's got a smile on his face right now because some of his picks have had a pretty good game there. So I mean, you just look at it though. 19 points overall, but 14 of them from KP. What else do you need to say? And then you look at Endeavour, 8 kills, and they came in first place, and they've only managed to scrape away 1 more point. So you could argue by that playing Revenant and just trying to take fights is the most effective way of collecting points. It might not be the most consistent, but especially in a 4-match series as well, you're going to have one game where you can probably put up 15 to 20 points. So I think we're going to see more and more of it moving forward if we have these short formats. I think it's a great idea to play Revenant when you've only got 4 games to play with.
Well, and there we are there. And Gaskin, I mean, here's the thing. I see number 6. I see Succubus. I know you were looking out for him. And I also know that number 1 you and I also have in common. Oh, no, excuse me. That's me and Onset. So, This feels like a pretty interesting leaderboard here after match number 1, bringing us in this top. Wow, I'm at a loss for words, Gaskin. There, I said it.
I mean, all 4 of you have got Endeavour and you have Gambit. So my back was against the wall. I've gone against the grain. I've picked Succubus and they've had a good game 1. I'll take that. Totem Esports also up there. Good performance. But Endeavour, they really were the shining star of that game. Although I was speaking to the coach of Endeavour briefly just to congratulate them on their win. And he said, if you had seen our POV and heard the comms, we probably didn't deserve that one. It was very panicky considering the situation they were in. And I love that. I love hearing the background of like how teams approach an endgame, but by the sound of things, it wasn't necessarily the calmest of approach from Endeavour, but they still got the job done.
Well, I will say you two, Onset and Gaskin, have been doing such a great job casting, and of course, bringing in that extra little bit of knowledge off the game is really excellent, so I appreciate you guys being here. And 2 other people I appreciate as much as everyone else here, Scrawny and Launders, and they're going to take us into the next game here, BLAST Titans.
Or I will. In fact, at the moment, Launders he's gone. It's just me, it's just Scrawny. Hello, everybody. It's more intimate. Mohan had to go pick up his BLAST gift. It is his birthday, after all. When he comes back, make sure you send him some love. He will return to us soon enough. And in the meantime, well, let's all just sit back and relax. We've got an early fight. We've got an early down. Man out of this one. Kate, you had also mentioned, I know you're not here, so this is just a one-ended conversation. I suppose I can talk to anybody. In fact, I feel like I could say anything at all, because it's just me now. This is my show. But I was going to say, I also chose Endeavour. And Totem. Just saying. I was humble until that first round, because I was a little nervous about the lower bracket, but now I'm going to let the confidence spill over. Or maybe I'll keep it to myself just a little longer. But I'm sick of this. Another Southeastern Circle. I have commentated 6 games of World's Edge. And 5 of them, I swear, have been down here. I feel like it's just every time. Maybe it's 4 out of 5 instead. I don't know. But what's important is that, yet again, Flavor of the Month can do as they please. That's a very safe loot for them. Any real threats, of course, going to be coming from, I would argue, the northwest side of this zone. Tons of rotates that could clash. Harvester relatively wide open, but Ottr are going to evacuate that spot pretty quickly. Look at this. We've got a trial underway. It's not every day that we get a trial, so enjoy your fun SoloQGoats. You've got some stuff to shoot at. And then, of course, the rewarding loot that comes with it.
Hello.
Hello, Launders.
Okay.
What did you find downstairs?
Okay, well, I guess I'll show it after the game. Because I haven't even looked myself. It looks like BLAST have ordered me a series of different types of pizzas. And then another bag of things. Oh my God.
How does that make you feel?
I mean, that's my favorite food in the whole world, so pretty good. It's just pretty much the best gift that you could possibly get. And I'll just sit here and spell it while we talk about Apex. Let's focus on that for now. My apologies. Thank you for, yeah.
All good, man.
Was it just on the empty? Was it just on the 2 box with 1 empty?
No, it didn't even. They skipped it. They tried to keep it under the radar, but then I spilled the beans.
Oh,
Told everybody what was going on.
Transparency is everything.
It is. It is.
Yes.
I'm here to be honest.
Let's wear our scars on our sleeves.
Seems like our boys of the SoloQGoats have probably finished up their trial in the northwest. That's always fun, you know? It gives you something to kill, something that's easy to kill. Doesn't shoot back those trial beasts.
Mm-hmm.
Launders, have you seen the circle? Because I'd hate to break it to you, it is yet again a Lava City end.
Oh, okay. What are the odds that we got like 3 or 4 of these?
I don't know. I think it's all rigged. But
I mean, these results, they have the craziest endings, right? So
yeah, exactly. And one of the talking points about this ending has got to be Gambit, right? This is the thing. Their Olympus games fell incredibly flat yesterday. Of the 4 games they played on World's Edge, we had 3 of them ending here on Lava City, and they came with pretty mixed results. Sometimes they die inside the caverns. One round they were holding this exact same position as we see them right now in round 2 of today, but it was Alliance who was breathing down their neck towards the dome, and right now it's a similar situation. They've got players over there. Not a comfortable spot for Gambit, but a very crucial spot if they want a deep placement in the second round of this lower bracket.
Indeed, it feels like the tempo's a little bit more different this time around with them. Just more pressed up. Flavor of the Month staying very close this time around. I mean, they've got the position they'd like to be in, but there are just still so many people alive. But everybody understands what's about to go down.
Some heavy hitters over on this side of the map. I think maybe that tempo, that pace change, this could be because it is a culmination of our less successful teams, which has, for more or less been the more unknown quantities. So I feel like that's when you start getting a bit of spanner in the works. That's when things can get a little wonky, when not everybody is agreeing to the same agreements that tend to happen with the established and expected teams. We'll see. We'll see. For the time being, I feel like everybody is just posturing up here outside of Lava City. Nobody really getting too crazy or going for a commitment, because with so many players nearby, the likelihood of a third party is incredibly high as well.
I feel like Flavor of the Month seriously have something to prove today. I can't remember how many points they even scored last game. Did they have a good placing, if you remember?
I'll take a gander.
Yeah.
Flavor of the Month.
Because I feel like there's been a few games now where they've had a good spots.
Yeah.
But kind of bungled it a bit.
They were 15th.
Yeah,
15th
it was
at the end of round 1.
They just didn't do much. And again, we're watching them constantly get the zones they're looking for, right? Every single time it's their area.
This split screen is currently Flavor of the Month sitting outside of the dome alongside some other notable names with Gambit and also Totem. Totem is there with them. Totem coming off of a 4th place finish on points due to Myztro's incredible 14 kills in round 1 means that we've got players with a lot to lose, right? Only 4 rounds in the lower bracket or on the second day. So every placement is that much more impactful. Right now they're sizing up the scene, trying to count numbers into enemies as they are very much surrounded, but also safe on these rocks.
Really invested in this Myztro storyline, especially after seeing their inspirited performance in that last drop. So cool to watch. You know, a team that it didn't really look like they were blessed with a perfect position. They had kind of a tough rotation. They took multiple fights along the way, but they just handled them with such grace. I can't wait to see if it's going to be possible for them to do it again.
Ooh, we got a Revenant ult. They're going to do it yet again.
Good use of this.
Yep. Going for the Revtane ultimate. That's them fighting.
Oh,
who are they jumping on? It's the SoloQGoats.
Yeah.
Somebody's not making it out of this one alive. And when we look at the fact that they're all doubling back to their death totem,
down.
Recommitting right onto this, Shiv and Co. may not be long for this world. We'll see. The Bangalore smokes are meant to disengage from this, and as Myztro do try to chase away, Shiv, he's going to sprint as quick as he can. But what's faster than Octane? Not Bangalore. Very curious to see if they overcommit or if they even chase, because for now it looks like SoloQGoats are going to use the zone to escape.
Yeah, maybe they just take the KP. They've scared off their, nearest threat, and this frees up a situation for Myztro. They're still protecting the zone the whole time. Myztro can play with them. There are only so many options in this position to go with, but all the while we've got another duel going on. 2 downs with the Mastiff here by Juice X Human, and we've got Pat defending. He's doing a pretty decent job, but it looks like he's just about to go down, getting underneath the building.
Nah, can't make it. That's it. Australis eliminated. Ahahhah. Gave him the chase, man. Stuck to it. It almost looked like this Octane was gonna get stuck on the ledge, but he did commit. And right now we've got Emarly trying to finish off something, get a little KP, but oh no, he jumps out of his own dome and gets wrecked. Given cover long enough. That's a lot of KP actually for ahahhah to pick up. And meanwhile, we jump away to what seems like peacefulness and tranquility. At least until Pierre starts popping off with that longbow, sees another target as well, but can't quite land those shots. He jumped the gun with the first one, and honestly, worth it. Smash those resources inside of Lava City.
Yeah, nice from Pierre. And okay, another down. Diffuse down. Shiv getting hunted. Last guy out. See how the smokes do. He's drilling him. Doesn't need vision when he knows the escape path. 2 on his heel. Shiv, will he be able to get out? No chance.
It's that digital threat scope, right? The one way to see through Bangalore smokes, and he absolutely uses it to its most.
What's beautiful is that, they didn't second guess it. They said, okay, listen, I think if we wait long enough, they're going to try to rotate him the same way. They think we're going to leave. So instead, we've got some extra time. Why don't we go back and just make sure we kill them? They can't get back their get back their third teammate. Let's just go finish off these players. Guaranteed KP. It's anxiety off their shoulders. They know that no one's following up right behind them. But there is this sneaky rotation from a north over towards the west. As I think we've heard some shots being gone off, and there's a team who are looking for some more loot now.
Yeah, this is Flavor of the Month. Trying to jump in onto the other side of the dome wall, perhaps. Looks like they've got Obey on top of them.
Yeah. Very tight on the back end of the circle, but,
Just watching, just watching.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh! Back-to-back bow shots. And now that they know where he is, he's going to have to jump out of this. No, he's just going to eat... Oh, I was going to say eat the stun, but it seems that those Valk missiles miss.
Ooh. That's too much damage sustained just for a peek. This bow is a bit too sharp.
Yeah. Have they learned their lesson yet?
Oh my god.
They're going to go ahead and try to reposition. Phoenix Legacy looking to get out of here. They spin, they twist, they take to the skies, and we see that longbow come right back.
Oh my god!
Not even gonna let him touch down. Finished for that KP. We saw the longbow warming up on top of Lava City, but now it's finished off. Over here, that is Phoenix out of the game, and FOTM adding KP and also alleviating a bit of pressure towards Dome. We knew there was this abundance of teams, and there's actually another fight unfolding. Flavor of the Month are not out of the thick of it. In fact, Pierre from Longbow to Peacekeeper has gone down. Let's see if his teammates in Noth and Taylor can recover, or whether they just have to try and dodge out of here. It seems like they've given a chance to catch their breath. But does this actually activate another third party? It could. Komanda A gonna go for the revive. Prioritize your own teammates. And that's Flavor of the Month's chance to do the exact same thing.
Oh, chance to punish the rotations. Yeah, Pia just gets revived. I think immediately takes a bunch of damage, still up though.
He drops him. They watch the revive happen inside of the Gibraltar Dome. They want to break those knockdown shields. Flavor of the Month trying to weaken up their opponents. If they can kill this down Valk before another revive happens, then in the back of their heads, this will always be a 3 versus 2. And you can see Taylor really taking a chance here, but there it is. I would say worth its weight in gold. Finish them off and possibly follow forward. You know you have that man advantage. Taylor just losing his shields, but able to hot swap off of the player he killed. This is massive for Taylor. He's not going to let any of this pressure off of Dome.
They cannot afford to get eliminated in 15th place, but they have such a good opportunity for the attack. This open doorway, one player down on the squad already, a great arc star, and yeah, now it's a position where all this could potentially be looted if they're able to knock the third and final player. Taylor down to just white, no shield, battery coming up, 2 teammates to replace his position, and the Wraith will make haste.
You can run, but you can't hide. All of Flavor of the Month hunting him down. Absolute one shot. A single tick of damage gets... Oh, he kills himself, I think. No, he survived. I thought it was a down inside of the lava. Party. Oh, interesting. He actually had time for a full Phoenix kit.
Oh, man. We'll see if this is meaningful for him at all. I mean, the fact that he's got opponents shooting over his shoulder. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. But even with that help, it's not enough. Gibby Dome does the work.
That was stolen.
Oh,
that was stolen.
Taken away
Jay
from
Savage
him.
just gets a KP off of Flavor of the Month's work. Think about how long Taylor was in that fight, and he doesn't even get the KP. Nice steal. A back pocket robbery.
The wingman from downtown.
See ya.
Well, an exciting place to be. But as you mentioned earlier, it's really about alleviating the tension behind them. They got the couple of kills. They got the team down right behind them. And the zone just closes so slowly on their position. They got really nothing to worry about. They're going to be one of the final teams that needs to move in. They've got a lot of great cover for the meantime. Lots of a great opportunity here for Flavor of the Month to play highly.
Yeah, play it back. Speaking of which, this is Pia with the longbow.
Doesn't get more satisfying than that, really.
2 downs as they fly. First the Valkyrie, and then he changes targets.
And we can call this
2.
A bad rotation, you know, to use a Valkyrie in this position, but they literally didn't have a choice. They were taking already so much damage from the bow. They couldn't deal with it in the first place. They just needed to move to a new area, but the only way out was in a coffin.
Yeah. And Pia was more than happy to supply them. In the meantime, we got Succubus in with a little wingman damage. Not the best loot here, as we see 2 sets of blue and 1 white on Crip. But that is an armor break on the opponents that lie ahead of them, and that is only 1 team stuck in this corner behind the Harvester. Tyler wants it all. He's gonna go ahead and peek around. Sure enough, that is the wipe. Ottr out of this one in 12th place, as Succubus look to add up some KP to what could be a decent placement. They've actually carved out a nice little corner for themselves here behind the rocks.
I can almost see Dan Gaskin's smile color burned into the background. He watches Succubus just farm a little bit. Interesting to see what's going on.
We've got Myztro and Fenerbahce, but I don't know if... Oh, now Fenerbahce have been scanned from beneath as they look to engage with a team to their right. So they've got Kick up to their right,
man,
and they've got Myztro down beneath them.
Myztro, whenever... Ready. Yeah, all to the ready, and it's been a while since they fight. They're going to shield cell up. I'm sure they're about to engage, and this has got to be a little bit terrifying for Fenerbahce.
They're getting ready for it. I think it would be even more terrifying if Kick decide to stick around, but there is a chance that that team actually leaves, because soon the circle will become a problem. What could actually screw over Myztro in this moment is that we do have this return. We've got Succubus coming off of their death boxes and looking to get into the zone. If they go through the tunnels, then there's already a team occupying that. And sure enough, look, they go for the downs versus Rug. Now Myztro, they're stuck out in a corner. They thought they had a team pinched, but instead they're about to get popped. Succubus in on the action, but as I alluded to, Succubus had the chance of being pounded by the tunnel players who now, sure enough, come out for a little bit of damage. We've got 4 teams engaging out here, and that's before we take into consideration that all of them need to leave. This zone will force their feet, and the Valkyrie ability here from Fenerbahce is going to come in clutch if they can find a safe landing.
Yeah, let's see what they try to go for as they make this rotate in. It's going to be 2 teams on the Valkyries, and this might 3 actually, and they all might be distractions for each other, simultaneously making this choice.
Damn. Gambit's been sat here for what? Oh no! A nade inside his own dome. He's got to give up his piece of cover. We've got the bombardment falling from above. Succubus still in it, and Gambit surviving for as long as they can. Look to use this Wraith Portal for a desperate reposition. Crypto ult goes off. This is just carnage. Look at the size of the circle for 9 squads left. I like the fact that the dome walls separate off half of the pack so that they do have 2 separate engagements. It's not everybody on top of everybody. We'll get to that soon enough. But another elimination, sure. Gambit still doing fine. Other than Leogri's half shields, they're good. Hardeki's trying to come in with more impact as these players attempt to get in. He knows 2 teams are in a worse position than Gambit. Look at this isolated 3-team fight. Gambit definitely in the power position.
Wow, after this snowbird-like rotation from 3 different teams. So what is this? The battle atop the cliff. It is not safe up there. That is not the high ground. It is the penultimate high ground. It is, in fact, Crip in the power position with the strongest gun as well. Popping off shots, popping up and down. And being a nightmare for Kick, who want to try to get rid of him, but you better believe there's no way he's going to just simply die.
Oh, but then surprise, surprise, Gambit into the action. They were just observing Crip, watching him in his natural habitat, but he's about to be eliminated. Exterminated, you'd think.
Well, he's getting close, but it's only by a single player. This is a really pure one-on-one duel. Crip on low HP, bleeding out now on the ground.
That's it, man. He tried to lock it in. I thought that triple take was going to turn from sniper to shotgun and he'd get in the damage he need. It was only 1 player because Leogri has the advantage of the Valkyrie rockets. That vertical reposition from Valkyrie is so strong when it comes to dealing with players in spots like that.
Oh, man.
Valkyrie also strong for this reason.
Oh, my
Late
God.
second reposition coming out of Kick. They're going to try to take this the distance as we hit top 8 and that zone continues to close. They are officially your kill leaders as we get closer and closer to the end of round 2. But look at the scans, Launders. They thought they were going to find somewhere safe. Best of luck to Kick. They're going to be looking for scraps. They come down into this, deal a death to Taylor. That is Flavor of the Month removed. A team that has been locking down the dome since the start of the game, and they've just been replaced by a fully shielded Kick.
It's about to get hairier than my math teacher's nostrils right now, Connor, with the amount of people in this circle, the amount of fast rotations that are happening. There will be some looting, and this is actually so nice from Kick. Again, a really deep run from them already. Oh, a quick crack on the way out.
Nice shot. We've got Totem Esports yet again in a late game situation. The wingman is dangerous.
How many bats
and they are positioned so safe, man. They're just sat up in this spot, keeping eyes out the windows, right? We saw Kick try to fight. We saw Gambit getting into the action, but never did we see them do it as clean as Totem, taking barely any damage back the other way. But speak of the devil, and they will show up. It's Gambit now trying to find a place inside the snake buildings. The domes on top provide temporary cover, and they can ignore Totem underneath them. In fact, Totem and Gambit can kind of synergize in this moment. One team lock in the inside, the other take control of the outside. Kick desperate for something, but a double down off the missile swarm. Huge play from Jay Savage W, yet again adding KP. And Fenerbahce, could they find themselves a top 3 or even a round win?
Man, everybody are having their shields just run down. You're going to need an Amazon warehouse to fill the amount of batteries needed to survive in this zone. Everybody is out in the open. Fenerbahce, though, are so far away from everybody else. I mean, we'll see if they're the focus of the attention or if there's going to be a spot for them to be able to really chill out, get full healed, and move in late. But it does feel like they're going to be in danger soon. They don't have a house in front of them. Arcstar's coming out to deny the rotate out of the door, but players need to be healed.
The building's definitely going to take more of the attention. So I think I like the odds of Fenerbahce right now because they'll still be able to move up and just hide behind this last collection of boxes and the loot capsule. Not to mention, you see it, that rock island that Gambit have taken over. And if I'm stranded on an island, I don't want it to be one like this. Surrounded by lava, firepower, and not a single blade of grass to try and maintain. You'd think this is nothing but pain. We'll see. They hold. They've dropped their Gibraltar Dome early, but I think this is a good way to establish an advantage over the other players who are scrambling into what could be a finish here. Gambit locking down center zone. 3 squads left. We know it's Fenerbahce and Gambit. And Gambit, with the defensive bombardment down, locked themselves into a final 3v3. This is it. They've got the island, and they've got blood in their eyes. They move forward with absolute aggression and take this win by storm.
Oh my! Gambit, they traded cover for open lines. And that looked like the bravest rotation of them all. But leave it to Gambit and Hardeki to make the most. They squeezed water from stone in a position where it looked like they could have very easily died, and then we call that a bad move. But instead, they were the ones in the power position. Instead of the other 2 teams in the circle, Fenerbahce, they were in a great spot, but it's Gambit's proactivity and their fearlessness that got them this win.
Yeah, we saw Gambit, Fenerbahce comparative positions. Fenerbahce went a little bit forward to hide behind the boxes. Gambit wasted no time, took the island, took the wind, and took a massive pile of points here in the second round. We're gonna go ahead, throw this to a break, be back with the analysts, and eat a bunch of pizza.
It's getting hard now.
Oh man, professional player doesn't know.
What? Dude, come on! No way!
Where we're going, we don't need seatbelts.
What?
I think that's Mirage.
That sounds pretty troll. I would say that is Mirage.
Octane? Oh, I never played Valk, so that's why.
I'm here to watch your back, brother.
I think that sounds like Gibraltar.
Because Gibraltar's all about watching your back and stuff like that.
That is obviously Gibraltar, brother. Oh, good.
Lock and load, rinse, repeat. It's that simple.
Bangalore.
That sounds like Bangalore.
That sounds a lot like Bangalore.
It is, okay.
This experiment will sort out the capable from the incompetent.
There's no one else talking like that. It's Caustic.
Caustic.
The experiment and the desire to kill everyone, that's how I knew it's Caustic.
The place between life and death is where I feel most alive.
That sounds like Octane.
That's Caustic.
That's a hard one, I don't know. I say Wraith.
Wait, what? Okay, I thought Caustic was the guy about like life and death and stuff like that.
They call this place secure? We'll see about that.
I guess that's Loba.
I'm not sure. Fuse, maybe?
Sounds like Crypto. Wants to hack everything.
I'm a crypto player. How did I not know?
We've got a job to do, so shift your carcass.
I think that was Lifeline. I'm not sure though.
Pathfinder.
Oh, that's Lifeline. We have a job to do. Yep, that's Lifeline.
Oh yeah, I can see that now. Yeah.
It's a good day to take out some fools and be back in time for dinner. I got pork chops tonight. Love pork chops.
Okay, that's Mirage.
Wait. This is not my final answer, but that must be Pathfinder because of how goofy he is, right?
That is Fuse. That's not?
That's Mirage? Okay, I gotta step it up. I don't even know.
Being human is overrated.
Yeah, that's Pathfinder.
I have no clue.
Pathfinder. He's the only non-human, right? What? Dude, come on! No way!
Oh man, professional player doesn't know. What? Can we just cut all of this?
I know all the roads. They all lead to the same place.
It's getting hard now.
I've said Pathfinder so many times, this has to be Pathfinder, statistically.
Maybe Rampart?
That is right.
Southeastern Circle, and it was a Valkyrie party here today. Onset, starting with you. Let's take a look at how exactly Gambit finally brought it in for the real thing.
Gambit stepping up when they needed to. Gambit really having a good few games here. And again, it was the proactivity to take a position that was available towards the end game. A little bit like what we saw from Endeavour previously. But once again, Hardeki, when he gets that damage done, the instant call to push onto the final team there. Great execution from Gambit. Great opening damage coming in from Hardeki in that final moments. But his teammates really taking advantage of it. Artico and Leogri really closed that gap as quickly as possible, allowing him to come in and just get those final shots off.
Get those final shots off for sure. Gaskin, what's the headline for you here as we continue on through World's Edge?
I think it is Valkyrie. It's how people have been kind of diving on into the circle, trying to rescue any sort of ground that is spare, but quite often that ground isn't spare. That's if you can get off the ground. There was a situation where we saw a Valkyrie attempt which was very much taken down by Flavor of the Month when they completely picked the team out of the sky, and that was extremely impressive. And this is the highs and lows of Valkyrie. They had no choice but to try and Valkyrie out, and all it took was Pierre with the longbow just to go, wait a second, let me just regather. And as soon as that Valkyrie gets taken out, the rest of the squad will fall. They don't keep flying, and he kept shooting them out of the sky. Amazing stuff from Pierre.
Yes, amazing stuff. I believe, I'm trying to remember, Dan, how you put it in the chat when we were talking earlier while this was happening. I believe Phoenix Legacy was the clay pigeons.
They were indeed. Just clay pigeon shooting. It was easy as that for Pierre.
Yes, it was for sure. Excellent. Onset, for you at this point, if we're looking at, we're now in the second of 4 games. We've already been through. What are we expecting now? I mean, I know it's a lot. It's a big loaded question, but given what we've just seen from team comps, from rotation strategy, from all of this, what are you looking forward to here from going into game number 3?
I think all eyes are on Flavor of the Month right now. They're facing elimination. They have not had the greatest of games. They had a very good highlight clip there that you saw from Pierre. But, you know, points are what matters in Apex Legends. Points are what matters in competitive games, full stop. And they're not putting them on the board enough. They didn't do it yesterday, and they struggled in the first 2 games here on World's Edge as well. And, you know, they need to step it up. They need to step it up a lot because it's not been the Flavor of the Month that I'm used to seeing. They're losing a lot of 3v3 team fights. I feel like their positioning's a little bit off as well. They're kind of stuck between trying to play center zone when they've had a lot of southwestern pools and then kind of playing in between and getting sandwiched by a few teams. So it's been tough for Flavor of the Month, but they have the ability. We know they're tournament-winning teams, as we do see some of the highlights from them, but the highlights were few and far behind, but between, I should say, because that was pretty much it. That one team fight that they had, they got a few kill points on the board, but Succubus had a very good game as well, and Dan had a big smile on his face. You're completely right, Scrawny and Launders, by the way, for saying that Dan had a smile on his face, because I can confirm that was something I was keeping my eyes on. But Fenerbahce Esports as well, getting down to these last moments, their redeploy was really, really good from a disadvantageous position they found themselves in. So a few teams stepping up towards the end game here, and a few teams who needed to start to find form did. Gambit obviously being the biggest takeaway from that with the win, but Flavor of the Month, all eyes, as I said, are certainly going to be on them now.
And you just mentioned Fenerbahce Esports, and we've named them our match MVP here on our, presented by Razor, I should say, and that'd be Kath Ryan. From me, Catherine, to Kath Ryan, loving his stats for sure. Gaskin, another Valk certainly right here in our MVPs.
Yeah, and I mean, I always enjoy watching Fenerbahce. I think they get a little bit of stick sometimes because they're quite often the #1 seed coming out of the MEA region in the EMEA tournaments that we've had in the ALGS, but then they flop a little bit when they come up against some of the top European teams. So to see them finish second place in this game in particular, and especially with a performance like that from Kath Ryan, is really good. This all-Turkish squad is definitely not one we should shake a stick at. They need to be respected because they're constantly either in tournaments, invited to tournaments, qualifying for tournaments. We see the name Fenerbahce Esports time and time again, and maybe this could be the platform for themselves to get through to the next round in the lower bracket.
100%. And as we look at this onset, I mean, listen, what Gaskin just said is not wrong, and the points here prove it.
Oh, 100%. The more experience this team is getting, the better and better they're getting as well. And just a reminder, you know, these guys are playing all the way from Turkey, so ping isn't in their advantage either, and they're still putting in these kind of performances. Kath Ryan, the standout with 1,813 damage, but it was the redeploy. I feel a lot of pressure is actually put onto Valkyrie's shoulders now, the player that's actually controlling her when they do go for those skyward dives, because it's a little bit like becoming a micro IGL for that moment. You have to find somewhere to play. You have to try and scan out all those other teams, and you can obviously do that with her passive. massive, but it's finding a safe spot. And I think that's one of the biggest responsibilities you'll have. And when it goes wrong, it looks really bad for teams who are running Valkyrie. So pressure on the shoulders of Catherine, and he managed to perform.
I was going to say, when it goes wrong, the spotlight is on Valk. There it is. Well, let's take a look at the math, because as we know, this is the second game of 4. And we are going to find out. Okay, so again, this is where, Gaskin, this is where I always talk about this being sort of like an even-keeled match. And the points prove it here. I mean, the reality is nobody stole this away. Nobody came away with double digits, but everybody has had their moment at the trough.
Yeah, everyone kind of got their handful on some KP, and I think we saw that throughout the game. When it is a circle like that, a southeastern circle where it is very predictable, it's going to be Lava City or Dome, you get a lot of early rotations, so those who aren't able to rotate early often skirmish on the edge of the circle, and that's where you find a lot of kills being shared about and third parties happening. But you can see that's how it tallies up with the leaderboard after match 2. Gambit now take the lead on 27, just ahead of Totem Esports on 25. But again, it's about top 10 here. If you are in the bottom 10, you are out of Blast Titans, and that is going to be a sad, sad thing, especially for those fans of Shiv and SoloQGoats down in 20th position right now.
I was going to say, honestly, I got to say, I mean, you know what, Gaskin, you said it right. You know, Gambit came into this with the pressure of all of us knowing how well they can do. Is SoloQGoats, they've got to be in that same position. Not only that, but honestly, I'm going to put this out there. Shiv is an incredible Rampart player, but is this perhaps the time to say, maybe change Legends?
It's Bangalore. It's Bangalore. He's not on
Bangalore
Rampart,
is what I meant. Sorry about that.
It's fine, but I certainly would change off of Rampart if he was running Rampart for sure. But Bangalore, yeah. I disagree. I think Shiv's tried this a few times, and I do want to, you know, there's an asterisk by SoloQGoats. It's not their full normal lineup that we see in the Apex Legends Global Series. Zippeth isn't playing at the moment, who has been a hugely instrumental player on the Gibraltar for them. He really has been one of the standouts for me on that team, sort of the glue, if you like, that brings the other two together. So there is a little bit of an asterisk, but there's still 2/3 of the team there, and you still expect them to perform. So Quenny's trying to slot in and fill in that Gibraltar slot. I'm sure they'll have a game where they pop off. It's SoloQGoats, right? How many times have we said, you know, we're not really looking at them, and then all of a sudden everyone goes mental. Shiv picks up 30 kills, starts screaming, starts shouting, everyone's ears start to bleed who's listening to his stream. It's that kind of thing, right? It's Shiv things, it's diff things, and I'm sure that there's a good chance they'll come back in this.
Oh, yeah. And to be honest with you, SoloQ has my heart. So there you go. I'm just going to leave that out there. Well, you know what else has my heart? Our next game. And to go over to Launders and Scrawny for that, we'll go ahead and throw it their way and say happy birthday once again to Launders. And let's continue this momentum.
Hell yeah, Kate. Let's go. Let's move it. Move it forward.
Thank
Keep the
you
party going
so
all the way to round
much.
3. I got
Yes.
you, Launders.
Okay. They said I should take a bite out of my food. Okay.
Out of your what? Out of your donuts? Out of your pizza? Out of your root beer? Out of your
Blast just sent me 3 types of pizzas, and you might be thinking, why is this one pizza so much smaller than the other pizzas? What could it be? And I'll just say, okay, the first one. This is all going to take me like 3 days to finish. By the way, I've got pepperoni pizza, which is beautiful. Pineapple belongs on pizza. Thank you so much, Blast, for trying to further my propaganda for pineapple on pizza. Third one? And finally, if you could have a guess, a cookie pizza. That's right, a beautiful cookie pizza with chocolate chips, and it gets a little bit crazier. This is literally just caramel. I'm not sure. I don't know what that would be. Okay, we gotta get to the game. Also, Mug Root Beer. Thank you so much. Love root beer.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Jump into the game. Unfortunately, we've already got 2 players downed. 2 players dead. Emarly going to rely on Emarly to run away.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's at least not a team entirely wiped, but obviously some early issues.
Yeah, at least it's an Octane left over. At least it's early on as well. So this is just about the KP, but run. Yeah, Emarly should be in a fine position. Well,
Rapido.
Yeah, let me see. Scary spot, early scare.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's about to run into somebody else by the looks of it.
Oh, yeah.
There's another team over towards the Overlook, so he's got to be cautious as he runs down the train tracks.
Oh my.
Let's go here.
Well, this might still potentially be an early finish if we're not aware or careful.
a southward facing circle again, but this time not leaning over towards Lava City. So just to take note, it is still. I think these circles.
Well, if
are
we're
actually
casting, it
working out
has
for
to be in the
Gambit now.
south. We just
It
know
has
that
to be.
much. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't go north, even though we're north of the border.
Yes.
This is our territory.
You're here to
so
explore America. Yeah.
better keep your games down low. And I think this could work out for Gambit, right? We saw last game. Remember when Gambit and Flavor of the Month were both sitting outside of the dome between that and Lava City? And then it was Flavor of the Month who was just racking up all this KP, engaging with the guys inside of the dome. Gambit just held their own territory, stayed quietly tucked in the rocks, like sleeping golems. And now they're in another situation where technically nobody's going to rotate through them, because they're in the center of the circle and you can't get there just yet. And also, they don't have to go too far. Sorting Facility is a place with decent loot. So I think Gambit, they could be looking at least a top 10 finish just off of zone. But, you know, you never know. Somebody could run them down. They aren't next to Flavor of the Month yet again.
Yeah, the weird part about them is that they're like, I feel like they're always looking to advance their position even when they're safe. So we'll see. I mean, they probably know exactly where Flavor of the Month are. They know there's a team right in front of them. And they're also, you know, kind of masters of controlling the rotations in that bottom left corner of this specific zone again. So we'll see if they try to focus on that or how they deal with the later rotations into this more final circle.
Sure enough. But
we will see.
What feels like one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby so far today, Myztro. Looking very much forward to some more examples of the Rev Tank combo.
I actually feel like Myztro are like, they're like Jackie Chan in an arcade. You know, where he's just like, leave me alone. And everyone's trying to fight them. They're like constantly, they're just trying to rotate in. Literally, there's all of these different teams trying to take him out, and they just have to win their duels just to get safely into the circle. And it just never ends for Myztro. They've got one of the craziest routes in where it's, they're actually kind of taking a different way through, heading over to Thermal Station first.
We got BuffRev dealing with some Revenant shadows. Curious to see if anybody jumps down on them, because there wasn't a down in the mix of this, and all of the shields have been put back up. Not to mention, they've got a totem of their own, so what goes around comes around, baby. And we've got it. Let's see if BuffRev, making most of their rev, can actually manage to get some KP off of the back of this one. They are absolutely engaging. That much is for certain. But I think that
they're a little bit far out.
Yeah. Another pad though. Their opponent's pad to really close down this distance, and that's it down onto ALS. Sabran, he's not the only one out of it. Masoka gonna get UTQ, and now it's just one guy up for their opponent. This is a nice answer from BuffRev as they were attacked and then went on the attack. Australis gotta be cautious. It all falls to Pat.
Yeah, this is scary. I mean, Australis were a team that had some. They weren't like one of the very best teams. They had I think they even won a game, if I'm not mistaken, yesterday. Maybe that needs to be clarified. They had a very high finish at the very minimum. And whereas BuffRev, I mean, they just weren't anywhere near the top 10. You know, they just were not. They were not doing much. This is the first time I've seen them kind of do a full, clean ult with all three players on the attack, not get third party, and find some KP off of it and get back safely as well. So maybe a fresh face BuffRev showing us how they qualified.
Zone begins to close on the north end of things. Rotations must begin. Krampus with a down versus Succubus, but he may have just accidentally poked the bear, because with Tyler FPS out of it, Crip goes in, grabs the banner, and retreats. His shields are broken, sure enough, so he's going to rely on his teammate to give him some cover. WLS, they didn't take much damage, but there's a threat on the other side, so it's not like they can go ahead and jump down onto the opponent they first downed, because all of a sudden there is an offensive from all directions. And maybe they just need to just walk into the refuge that is this bottom floor.
Yeah, I mean, now that they're sitting pretty, it's actually not too bad, but yeah, they still feel the pressure. And you almost always want to be the pusher as opposed to the pushy in this game, if you find a correct timing.
Where's Mans on the rotate? Okay. We still have Pat all the way at the north, sure enough. So that fight we were just watching is one of the ones where got to be careful, because they got to make their move. Not too much time to hang around. Damn. Look at this. Look at this dog piling from the south exit of Fragment East. That's a choke point and a half.
It is going to be kind of a nightmare. This is where I think we saw Emerson specifically push very quickly when he saw an opportunity to kind of cut off a rotation. I wonder if he'll recognize the opportunity that he has at his hand, knowing that people are going to rotate in from the north through Fragment in just a few seconds.
Got SoloQGoats looking for a huge game. They're sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, so
0
at this
points, I
point, with
think.
only 2 rounds left, man, it's not good enough to just place high with maybe 1 or 2 KP. I think SoloQGoats are looking for a big performance to get themselves up, right? And I think now is the time as well. We may see more risks taken. It's one thing to accept your fate outside of top 10 when we were playing the winners group, because that, of course, just means you have to play another group after this loser bracket. We're now eliminating 10 teams in 2 more rounds, and if SoloQGoats don't get many points, they will find themselves in that elimination realm.
God,
but we'll
couldn't have
see.
said it better. Yeah, they know. I mean,
right now
you're
they're
right.
dodging.
They need KP the whole way through, plus the high finishes. 2 strong games in a row. I mean, it's just back against the wall.
It's got to be a huge game from Shiv & Co. They've got a little bit of room now, because as that zone begins to flush out all of the players from Fragment, which is currently, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 teams still to the north of this position from SoloQ. So they could have a buffet ahead of them, but will they eat? Or do they die of starvation?
Myztro on the hunt once again.
Always.
On the hunt. I love it. Yeah, they're so organized about it too. It's they're always find very good opportunities to do, and it looks like they just do one preemptively. You know, they get a lot of scouting off, and if they do see someone, they just basically charge, like the White Walkers in Game of Thrones. Like as soon as they see someone, they're just gonna come forward at you.
Oh damn. This is a big, interesting decision here from Kick, I think. They're going north through the Vault Caves in order to use Train Yard to head east, and they think that's going to be a better way to get them closer towards the Fragment side of the zone, but in reality, Harvester would have given them just a 3 versus 3 versus Myztro.
I think they might have just been looking for a bit of loot.
Maybe. I thought they were going to run that zone. They've got to be careful, because if they don't, there's still another team clearing out the Train Yard tunnels.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, they don't commit. They do fall back. Now, the problem with that, in my mind, Launders, is that as they went north to either contemplate a rotate through zone, or if they were just looking to find a few pieces, they offered over the entirety of Harvester to Myztro. And that's not a team that I want to head up with a 3v3.
But that's what Kick do, right? They give you space and then they come try to take it back later, like way later. Whereas Myztro, they're always active, looking and moving forward. Natural rotations by them, but yeah, they're taking the space that's given to them. So we'll see if this is the game that Kick really want to play. I'm with you. I don't like that brand necessarily. It hasn't worked very well for Kick, but it is the Apex that they know.
Sure. We were on board for a moment with the SoloQGoats. They've lost a player. DiffQ gets hit by the Gibraltar bombardment. Flavor of the month, just as comfortable as they have been all game long, taking a nice chunk of the map just next to Geyser where there is nobody. So they should be fine. SoloQ, still looking for an entry, or at least damage, right? That's the thing. They've got to get their name on something. And they see their chance here. At the exit of the Vault Caves, at the exit of the Geyser rotate, they could push in on this. Of course, the double revive from Australis. That's going to be sneaking in. As SoloQGoats come up to attack the guys underneath this archway, we've got Australis just crawling closer. And Revenant with the Death Totem, if they time this properly, if they time this perfectly, they could clear the trio ahead of them and then go back and deal with the weakened SoloQGoats. This would be a huge recovery from Australis. We'll see if they can close it. They go ahead and thirst Geta, get him out of here. And do they go back or do they leave? They have options open.
Well, eventually, their totem will run out. Well, let's see what happens. They've, but this is so weird. It's SoloQGoats are in the open. They're the ones getting gate kept. They don't have a really easy way to close the distance, which I think is a huge problem for them.
Sure.
But they want to be offensive. You can see it.
Well, this is the team that they just tackled. Australis letting Phoenix Legacy reposition into Geyser. They're going to be peppered at by Flavor of the Month, who have been patiently posted up waiting for someone to come this way. Now that gives a chance for Australis to really stabilize. They've taken over that entire northeast corner. The question is, though, where do they go from here? Because they still have to make their move. And we've got two rats, two solos, Emarly and Shiv.
And look
they
at
can
Emarly,
actually find each other.
Yeah, they're not solos, but Shiv's teammate just went up north.
Oh, right, outside of the zone.
But Emarly, yeah, he's been quiet, so he might be able to find Shiv, which would be obviously horrible for Shiv, not expecting someone to be this far out. But they are quite separated at the moment, and we've got a clash happening northeast side of the circle.
Yep, accurate clan name. All right, circle info says this will flush out the sorting facility, Gambit included. Flavor of the Month in with some hits. They've got Magpie out of the equation. Gambit also putting their name on the kill feed. So teams that are really vying for some solid points here to really secure that top 5 within the top 10.
Man, I really feel like Flavor of the Month have to make something happen in this spot because they're about to get flanked by 2 teams, whether they know it or not. Now, they might fight each other, which is one thing, but this could get hairy with them just completely outside in the open, only containers in front of them.
Sure. Yeah,
and it looks like they'll turn back to fight.
Right, this is the duo of teams that they had kept an eye on. This is Australis giving chase to Phoenix Legacy. Both of them flushed fully through the Geyser. And now into the danger. We saw some brutal longbow shots from Pia last round. Now he's replaced that sniper with a Sentinel. Hits harder, shoots slower. And for the time being, it's just a bunch of misses coming out of Pia. He's actually allowed, in fact, for Phoenix Legacy to get beyond. And now Phoenix Legacy have found a small piece of the next zone that they could just look to hang on to.
Yeah, I guess Pia is actually himself at least in a comfortable zone, or a comfortable spot just to stand in. He's got some good vision.
Woo.
And now SoloQGoats will try to make a move. They've got some damage off. It's getting later and later though. Damage not quite enough. They need to get they need to get players down.
So Australis just decided to go back. They went north. They denied themselves running and chasing back out into the open. SoloQGoats gonna get that KP they desperately need. And they need this KP before the placement, but here comes the push. Myztro looking to get in on the action, and sure enough, they're gonna add KP of their own. That's a double down, a clear onto Diff before they even need to come back. That's just off of the shadow play. Huge, huge engagement, massive opening, and you'd think what could be the end of the SoloQGoats. Shiv gets bled out, and that's that.
Without even a full-on win, one more opportunity to go for SoloQGoats. That could potentially be the end of the road, just like that, because of how poor the performances have been from them in back-to-back games leading into this. This is already their best game so far, and you know, we're exiting early.
Right back to the heated battle that is another Revenant ult. This time from Australis.
Man, these Revenant ults are just securing so much KP. They're getting so much scouting vision. They're allowing for easier rotates. I mean, I'm seeing it just become, it feels like more and more standard, more and more useful every single game.
Agreed. Ooh. Oh! Nice tracking there with the flatline from Shex. But now he has to run away. He's lost 2 of his teammates. And we're talking about Claudione, who did have a great placement in round 1. They are currently ranked 4th after a 2nd place finish with 8 kills and a 7th place finish with 1 kill just prior to this. Now they're not even in the top 10, and it's a desperate spot. A very desperate spot with Endeavour locking them in.
Yeah, it's just about full-on rat mode almost at this point, and staying alive, honestly, to tack on to, as you mentioned, a couple of very good performances might be all they need.
Just trying to keep themselves afloat. Stay within the top 10. You've got to make your decisions with that guillotine looming above. Can't forget about it. Elimination on the line in this group.
You know, this is actually kind of a roomy endgame so far with the amount of teams that have been eliminated at this point. There's a little bit of space here. Really big building in a couple of great spots to sit in at the moment. But still some open lines as we see.
Poor Phoenix Legacy.
Yeah.
Just desperate for Sabs to somehow stay alive. He's getting scanned, he's getting peppered, and he's getting taken out of this one. Bested by Flavor of the Month. They've had eyes on Phoenix Legacy for what's felt like 5 minutes, and they finally get that job done.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was just a fly buzzing around in their room.
In the meantime, still trying to keep themselves in it. Zone's gonna push them. Will this corner be a sanctuary or a deathbed? Death Totem engaging again for Myztro, just trying to pump out that damage while they still can. The Octane pad allowing for them to just fly over top of all the cover their teammates, or enemies rather, barely held on to. Sure enough, FOTM again with their names on a couple more kills.
They don't wait to
ult. Got Endeavour in it too.
As soon as it's up, they go.
Yeah.
And
but you know, that's the beauty of it. You know, the sooner you use your Death Totem, the sooner you can use it again.
Yeah.
The more the merrier. And look at this play. In big. Downs the first corner close. Throws the Arc Star as his teammates pushes past, but that could come back to haunt them. It's just desert. And they walk into a barren wasteland of caustic gas, a choked moment, because they ran into that room on their own choosing, and it comes back to haunt them. That is an early elimination in what felt like a chance for them to just hold outside and wait a little longer.
Oh, we got some info here. Caustic continues to be an issue. My God, drilling them, pushing them back, controlling space. This is where he thrives, indoors.
Yeah, especially with the Ordnance. Not only dropping gas all over the place, throwing the Thermites, throwing the Arc Stars, throwing down the Pain, and clearing a corner for another couple KP, pushing us to a top 6 situation. Ottr looking very good inside of the sorting facility. They're not the only team still in here. They've got to be cautious. And as they fought, of course, all the other teams sprinted over to our following circle, which is getting smaller and smaller by the second.
Gambit have got to be in the most powerful spot right now, even though Flavor of the Month are pretty decently placed, just because of how central they are. Now we're going to have an approach on towards them, and this might be the duel that decides the game.
That's their move. Ottr decide to use the Valk ult. They waited a little too long to go for the reposition because they were so occupied with fights. So now it's just a matter of a bit of a Hail Mary. They're going to drop their own caustic tanks. It all falls on Ottr. Eva 8 can't manage. That's Gambit coming in big with 2 bleedouts and a finish because of a missile swarm. Leogri, he's got like 3 or 4 kills today just off of the missile swarms. Perfect timing, great use of Valk's kit. 5 squads left with Gambit still in the center of everything.
They have the ability to take as much. This is what they did in that last final circle. They got into what most people wouldn't be able to handle with a spot with too much vision, too many teams looking at them, and they made the most of them. For some reason, they're able to be calm and comfortable in spots like these and deal out so much damage. So we'll see if any of these other teams can approach Gambit or if they're going to try to hide from them. But you better believe Gambit are living their best life right now. This is where they love to be.
Yep, definitely. I'm curious to figure out whether Myztro have another Revenant all at the ready. Right now, they've been kind of relegated to the bottom of the cliffside. This does give them a chance to just catch their breath at least. Nobody's going to go peeking over, but it's going to put them in a desperate spot once the zone does close. Flavor of the Month still just playing around the side, and this is the kind of game that Flavor of the Month we're looking for. We were talking about how they were still kind of sitting down a little bit, not necessarily inside of the top 10, tied with ahahhah with 9 points, and this one could be the big difference maker. This is what could propel Flavor of the Month into another chance at qualifying for finals. The Shadows get denied, they get sent back. You know Myztro want a piece of this, and they're going to use the Octane pad to try and climb up. X-Ron a little too slow. I mean, we know Revenant can definitely get over that cliff, but not as fast as you would have hoped for. It turns into a separated engagement, and for that reason, Flavor of the Month, they are ready for him to come and crest over the top. He gets sent right packing down to the depths of which he came, and down to the deaths of that are to come.
But
Gambit looking over everything. Final decisions being made here, Mo. Crypto drone, that's gonna pop some shields. We've got Endeavour looking to make this move, looking to assault the tower that belongs to Gambit, and they are just racking up KP in these final few moments. We go from 5 teams to 3 in an instant. And while Leogri is out of this equation, let's watch Hardeki. His teammates have touted his ability to clutch. He's got armors in abundance, and not to mention the highest of ground to play off of. But he knows that there are a couple of rats underneath him. And how does he get him out of this position? Because if they go and close with the zone, for all we know, Succubus could add some very serious points to the tally, dealing with Gambit as they get hit by Endeavour. But a Gibraltar Dome's going to isolate the fight, at least ever so slightly. Endeavour make their move, staying at the bottom of this facility. And as kills continue to come in, it is looking decent for Endeavour till the zone closes and they find themselves placed in 3rd. It looks like Gambit, ladies and gentlemen, will take that back-to-back victory. It's all on the Valk, and Succubus steal it!
They swipe it right from their hands. Hardeki biding his time, waiting from above. Able to slow down the moment, but out of nowhere, Succubus steal it right back. At the hands of Herald, really well done.
That's a shocking moment. That's some really good stuff. I mean, it's still a sick finish for all teams involved. There, it feels like maybe 4 of those teams all got a ton of kills near the end, plus a really high placing, and Gambit are following up off of a win already, so clearly looking like a threat. But shout out to Succubus. They were not even the team we were talking about in those final 4, and ended up winning the whole thing.
Yeah, it felt to me like Endeavour were just gonna kick those opponents back down off of the cliff. It seemed like Gambit were gonna swoop in from the top rope and just RKO anybody that was left standing, but hell, a clutch is a clutch. And from the bottom of that building, using Gambit as their turret, Succubus steal away a victory. And I know one man, at least one man, who's gonna be very excited about that result. We'll throw this to a break and be back with Kate, Dan, and Onset.
Well, here we are, Succubus coming in that final circle on set. It's just poetry when it's like this.
It's craziness. I feel for trying to call that last circle because you had so many teams engaging, and to be honest with you, I thought that Gambit had it, and I think that Scrawny had it as thought that Gambit had it as well, because they had their position, even though they didn't have a full complement of players. The way that they were moving, the way that all the other teams were fighting below them, kind of gave them the advantage to drop in late. But then, unfortunately, I didn't quite catch who the final player on Gambit was, but didn't have any bullets to shoot with. And quite simply, Scrawny said to me just off camera there, you need bullets to be able to shoot, and it's quite simple when you think about it. But again, Succubus, from the position they were in to hold off so many pushes and to come out on top there, incredibly impressive from then. And once again, the man who is sat right next to me puts a little smile. You see the corner of his mouth going, Kate? Can you see it? Look, he's trying not to smile, but he knows because that's boosting him up the predictions a little bit.
As soon as Ottr went down, it killed my soul, but I'm so delighted to see Gaskin coming out with Succubus as one of those predictions. Gaskin, now let's talk about Caustic, because you can't really... We saw in our last game how incredible the Valkyrie alt really, impacted gameplay. This game felt like it was all that stinky goodness.
Yeah, sometimes when you get circles where you get a building like that, where there is so many teams just residing in different platforms, different heights of the building, you just end up with a lot of caustics in the same area by chance, and it becomes so difficult to try and get your bearings, try and realize where you are. And caustic is fantastic for holding off teams, but what we witnessed in this game was how people dealt with caustic pushes, how they actually managed to achieve getting kills throughout caustic gas, not necessarily being scared of pushing into gas. I think that was the key takeaway for me. Teams like Succubus, for example, they saw a team that was weak, they pushed into that gas, they took the kind of health ticks, knowing that they could still win the fight, but then they came against another caustic team and another caustic team, and it was just gas everywhere. It was a stinky, stinky game, but I'm very impressed, as I say, with how people are dealing with these caustics and not being afraid of gas. Because my teammates, when I play ranked, if there's any gas, they're like, no, I can't go in the gas. I might lose some of my health. No, you have to push in. Come on.
I agree with that, by the way. I'd like to agree with that. If you're one of those teammates who sits back and go, I'm going to take 3 HP damage because, there's gas around. Get stuck in. Get going forward. Hold that W key.
Well, somebody who's also holding that W key from Gambit himself is, of course, our match MVP presented by Razor. And that's Artico here. On set, a Gibraltar is known for being that tanky main. And, he doesn't have as many kills, but gosh, if there's a guy who can take it, it's Gibraltar, and Artico really has showcased his abilities, especially in this game, bringing out Gambit almost to win.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about Gibraltar is it's not just the damage it takes, it's the damage you deal out. And you'll see a lot of the times that the longer range weapons will be played on the Gibraltar player, because you can poke with that arm shield, you can take a few extra hits on your way. So that's why you see a lot of the time the damage higher on the Gibraltar players than you do on some of the other characters that are going to be used and some of the other legends that contribute to the lineup. So whenever you see, for me, a legend like Valkyrie, for example, doing a huge amount of damage, or you see the likes of Octane really going in and doing a huge amount of damage, it shows that those players are having standout games. But this, for me, is a perfect example of how a composition should work. Artico on Gibraltar doing a lot of damage, the Wraith player getting the most kills on the team alongside Leogri, who's kind of following up that impact damage. So perfect stuff. Hardeki's going to be going out, taking those portals, getting those off angles on Wraith and getting that extra bit of damage. And Gambit, unfortunately, just in that last moment, didn't have 3 players to try and close things out. But those statistics show, to me, a really well-rounded team performance.
I mean, balance, I think, might be the name of the game here. And now that we're going into our final game of this lower bracket number 1, mouthful. Gaskin, I mean, we're going to see the math here in a minute, but from a strictly player culture in the moment feel, what do you tell yourself, especially if you were one of those players or teams on the bubble?
All it takes is one game. I'd rather be in the bottom 10 than be on the cusp and be in 9th and 10th, because when you're in 9th or 10th, sometimes you play a little bit more defensively and you won't necessarily play the style of Apex you'd like to play. Whereas if you're in the bottom 10, sometimes it can just bring out that natural aggression that you need to get the KP to get into the late game. If you are too cowardly, if you do just sit in buildings, you can find yourself very vulnerable to especially the amount of Revenants that we're now seeing being dipped into this lobby. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple more be introduced. Now we're going into the final game of this lower bracket.
Well, that was that was my next question on set in terms of, team comps. You're coming down to the final moments for some of these teams, and is this the Hail Mary time? And obviously it all comes down to the math, but what do you think from a team comp's perspective? Like, you know, do you agree with Gaskin? Are we going to see more revs?
I just think don't overthink it in these situations. If you're inside of the top 10, play your normal game. Dan's completely right. You know, naturally your psychology is going to change to just get inside the top 10, do the minimum possible to secure our place into the next round. But at the same time, you know, the teams who are outside of the top 10, they might have been a bit unlucky in the 3 games. You know, it's only 4 games that we're playing here, which is not a huge amount of things, a huge amount of games, excuse me, in Apex Legends to really put together a consistency in your performance. So I just think stick with what you're working with. If you change it, it can go horribly wrong. At least you've got a footing with the composition that you're playing at the moment. You know your role on the team, and that's what's going to bring you success. And you can see from the points here that Succubus at the top with 19 are going to be feeling very good. But it's great to see Gambit really returning to form today after, as I say, shaking off the rust a little bit yesterday.
100%. Gaskin, we're seeing, you know, listen, the one double digit we have here is Endeavour, obviously a great pick. But you know, talk to me a little bit about this top. I mean, gosh, we are right on the cusp here with some of these teams. As Onset mentioned, Totem Esports, we're talking about that 10th and 11th, 12th, those places where people could really pop off in this last game and make a name for themselves, or they could slither away into our bottom 20.
Yeah, I think Totem should be fine because they were in 2nd or 3rd place before this game. So even though they only achieved 10th place and 3 points, they should be okay going into it. Let's have a little look. Yeah, they're in 5th position. Gambit, Endeavour, Succubus, Myztro, Totem, probably even Fanboys should be guaranteed through, in my opinion. You're looking at Fenerbahce, Flavor of the Month, ahahhah, and Kick, all very, very scared, if I'm completely honest.
It's a one-game lobby again, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
it's the same as what we've seen previously. One game for even 20th place, you know, Emarly. One decent game. It's not a monster game by any stretch of the imagination. If Kick go out in 10th and they lose their first fight, then you've only got to put together 12 points. That's not a huge game whatsoever. So every single team that's still in this tournament up from 11th to 20th has a chance here. But having a chance is one thing, and as I always say, knowing that you can do something is another, and converting it into performance is the final test. But it's going to be a crazy last game, and like we saw yesterday with a few teams, Bearclaw Gaming always jump out to me. One game is all it takes, and all of a sudden, you're in that next round.
I'm looking at you, Ottr. Come on, baby. At any rate, we are going to go to that final game right now with Launders and Scrawny to find out exactly how this ends up. Over to you guys.
Yes. Thank you, Kate. We are now one step closer to eliminating 10 teams and sending the other 10 forward in Blast Titans. We've always had, I think, very clutch performances, Mohan, when we get to the final match of a round in any of the groups. We always see one kind of a performance that takes us by surprise, and I think that's what we need to see happen here in this final and 4th round of the first loser bracket.
You have got to love the amount of parity, as was pointed out very aptly on the desk here, between, you know, all the way from Fenerbahce at number 7 with 19 points, all the way down to, I mean, even like, you know, number 13, number 14 on the Australis, they have a chance to completely flip this board in the matter of one game. And I think the big surprise for me, of course, the team I keep talking about is Myztro. Just like looking at how they've just been spamming those totems and using that so often and almost always getting it down and then following up with a final attack. They nearly took down Flavor of the Month in that final duel, but coming up the cliff, I think it messed up the jump pad, got hit back down the cliff after getting it down, let Flavor of the Month res again, and didn't finish up. But they could have gone even farther there. And the reason I bring them up is because I'm looking at teams that can completely disrupt the upper end, right? Because anybody who's running a Revenant right now can get very early kills and knocks on teams that are otherwise playing safely within a house, for example. So if we have any of these teams that are, you know, between 6 and 10 run into Myztro on their rotation on the west side of the map, which they normally would, then there's a chance that they could actually just get blown up, and there's a chance for UpRising, Request, Ottr, Australis to instantly come into it.
Yeah, the bottom, I think the good thing for some of the teams that have currently secured strong placements, and this is what I'm talking about, you know, Succubus, Endeavour, Gambit, really those three. And I could argue Myztro as well. It's like they've really cemented themselves a bit of a step above. Like, it's going to take something extra spectacular to cut into that top 5. I think the guys who find themselves on the chopping blocks are the likes of Kick, Flavor of the Month, and ahahhah. You know, there are definitely teams nipping at their heels right now. And as you said, Ottr, Australis, they've got it in them, but they just have to deliver. Onset said the exact same thing. We know there are teams who can deliver. They themselves know what they're capable of, but it's not always about what you're capable of. It's about what you accomplish.
And also,
and this is their final chance to do that.
And it's also, you know, is a Revenant going to come in and ruin your day? Like, seriously, because now you can have like a really good rotation, a really good spot, but Revenant's so disruptive. And it was thought to be self-destructive almost to have a Revenant. You get the kills, but then you end up losing somehow in the middle of the game. But Myztro are able to get off, it feels like 6 or 7 calculated pushes, disrupt so many teams in one game that they've just got to be an absolute nightmare to deal with. And, you know, you've got to wonder if this is going to be a problem or if this is a fear in the back of some of these other teams' heads at the moment. But yes, this is about to get really crazy. I'm super excited to see what will happen. I think number one, though, it is great to see Gambit just surviving and thriving as a team that have a bigger fan base, a huge story, a lot of expectations, you know, a star player that has been, I think they're probably the most referenced team by everybody else in the interviews as to who they're most afraid of coming into the event. And after yesterday, it was like, maybe you don't need to be worried about them, but you know,
right?
Look at Gambit now. Yeah.
I mean, let's literally look at Gambit right now. We've got a meet-up team with Gambit. Let's see what they had to say. This was prior to their weak performance yesterday.
We really want top 1.
Gambit Apex Legends roster was formed a year ago.
Me and Leogri asked Hardeki if he wants to join us.
Now we again playing together. That's cool.
Everyone can offer their own version of the game, but most of the time we play our defaults.
Hardeki is in-game leader.
Arctic is our best support, who can offer ideas in the game.
And mostly making space for Hardeki moves, so he can do a lot of damage.
Teammates are insane.
The Strange are dead.
Hardeki is the clutch king.
Leogri a bit aggressive like me.
Tarty is very calm and stable player. I really love and respect both of them.
We don't fear any teams.
We just focus on our performance and don't pay attention on any other team.
There are always chances of being BLAST Titans.
We didn't play much last month, but we still have a good chance of winning BLAST Titans.
I want beat current champions Team Scarz.
Dear fans, thank you for all of your support. We'll try our best to show some good games.
We love you. We're gonna do our best on this tournament, BLAST Titans.
Thank you everyone for your support, we really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Well, Gambit, if the goal was to try your best, you've absolutely done it. Back-to-back top 3s with a first place and a second place finish. And when that is half of this lower bracket, you know that in and of itself has secured them a top spot. Whether they hold on to number 1 or somebody surpasses them, sure, that's still part of the equation. But I feel like Gambit have zero pressure coming into this final round.
Yeah, and you've really seen, you know, they can almost pick who they want to try to fight to keep away from the top 10. You know, that is going to be a meta, especially knowing where some people will drop into. And here's another look at the leaderboards. And I just want to say one more thing about Gambit. With Hardeki, you can really see the magic of Hardeki now, where you put him in the middle of a circle, and he can kind of slow down the situation to the point where he knows when he can stand completely out in the open. He's never scared. He's not flicking around too much. Sometimes he just even pulls his knife out and just looks around, and you can just see he's like really calculating, like, who should I kill first, you know? You're funny, I kill you last, you know, that kind of thing. He's such a demon in those final areas, and they're getting there with the help of him and his team. I was thinking, okay, if we look at like between 11 and 15, Australis have proven that they could do randomly win a game with a lot of kills. So like instantly, that's a huge threat. Who else do you think in this like 11 to 20 range could actually win a whole game and put together a lot of kills? I think a team before today that would have said it would be possible would be like SoloQGoats, but I'm really not sure that's possible for them.
Yeah, I'm there with you. I think if there's any name that really kicks off of that page, I think maybe it could be Ottr. We've seen Ottr with some decent showings, and Ottr I think have made some good decisions throughout their opening group. So yeah, but I mean, even then, like, I'm not confident in either them nor Australis, to be honest.
Right.
I wouldn't be shocked if, like, this is, you know, it's the top 10 that I see right now. I see maybe 1 or 2 teams dropping out of this, you know, and that would be towards the bottom if a bad showing comes through from ahahhah or through Kick. Even Fenerbahce maybe, I think, could be susceptible to a rough showing. We'll see. But I do feel like we currently have the 10 teams who are going to move through. In fact, I'd love to, if we can, keep this image, okay? Keep this after match 3 photo to compare to the after match 4 photo to see if any changings actually happen.
Yeah. I think the only team that I feel very unconfident when I watch them play so far over the past couple of days is Kick, because of the way that they've moved. Like, I don't expect them to get a lot of KP, and then I rarely expect them to get a late finish as well, where they've actually survived. I feel like they play the most dangerous. It's almost ironic because they play like the safest version of Apex, where they rotate very slowly into the circle, but it feels like the most dangerous these days, with like a lot of the aggressive teams going for high KP. Teams like Endeavour, Gambit, they get right in the middle. They basically never want to sit in a hut too long. They are looking to constantly rotate out and around. Myztro, Endeavour, Gambit, like some of the most aggressive teams at the moment, and they're just getting paid off for all of those risks. And I feel like Kick, you know, they're relying on staying alive, outlasting some of these other teams. But again, if someone just blows you up with a Revenant ult, I mean, you don't have a choice. You have to fight. You might lose a player, and with the way that they've been pulling off these pushes, they have often been able to get that 1 or 2 knocks and then just come back in with the second wave of attack. And the thing is that, you know, we've seen teams use the Revenant ult incorrectly, right? Like, they'll just pop it and run, and then they just die because they've got a long rotation through an open field, and they're coming in carefree, but they're not thinking about playing really well while they're in their Revenant ult, and then they just get beamed. But Myztro have made it feel like they put a value on the Shadow's life, even though they know it's an extra life, and they make the most of it. And it can be very easy to just think, oh, I've got another chance. But really, that push will have no success and will actually cost you some time. It'll cost you the ability to rotate if you don't get the kills you're looking for. And that's where you see, I think, teams with Revenants not advance.
So what I like about this train of thought you have going with Myztro at the moment, and what we've seen from them, is it almost feels like when you're using the Revenant ultimate so many times, you don't feel as though you have to make it that ultimate moment where you get your down or die, right? You're saying how sometimes the Shadow movement, it's like it's almost too aggressive, or like you open yourself to make mistakes, because when you are a shadowed version, you don't go for same plays that you would if you weren't inside of the death totem. And that can, I think, just like create a bit of disequilibrium. It can cause you to find yourself out of position after, and especially if you don't get as much damage as you'd hope for. But sometimes I feel like Myztro, when they pop their Revenant ults and when they go for the death totems, if they don't get what they're looking for immediately, it almost feels like they're far more willing to just write it off and disengage and just kind of forget about it. Or at least use that moment for some kind of, you know, information gathering play instead. It doesn't seem like they have to make the most of it. They have to initiate, because they're just burning it constantly. They're using it more of a tool than as like an execution. And it's for that reason that, you know, I'm kind of really behind them being the current prime example of a Revenant comp in this lobby.
Who is the one legend that you feel like is having the most impact individually on World's Edge? Like, would you say it's the Wraith, because of like how there's certain rotations where Wraith is absolutely necessary? If there was one agent from all of these comps that we're seeing like a persistence of, which one do you feel like is the scariest out of a 3-player comp in the lobby right now?
Right. So, I mean, I think that like the argument for one of the most impactful abilities still has to be the Gibraltar Dome. The fact that you can just create those pauses, right? Everybody can have a plan until the Gibby Dome creates a pause in the action and prevents somebody from being downed, or prevents somebody from not getting their revive, etc. But the thing with Gibraltar is he already has to be in a position to utilize that dome. So I like the line of thought with the Wraith teleports, how you can just horizontally reposition yourself. And obviously the Wraith TP maybe is a little bit safer, but it creates that the same kill pocket as a Valkyrie ult, and I think that's where my answer is going to lie. I think Valkyrie right now is a legend that I'm very much behind. Her missile swarms, we've seen them be very impactful when it comes in for the third parties. It's almost like an initiator with like a Revenant ult, where you could throw your missile swarms, and if you get what you're looking for, then you can collapse on top of it and really lay down the damage. But when you're in a desperate situation, when something doesn't go right and you just need to completely clear the slate, when you just need a fresh start, the closest thing you can get to that has to be a Valkyrie ultimate. Yes, you could lose a player when you take to the skies. Yes, you could land in an unfortunate spot, and ultimately that could be the cause of your death. But when we see a Valkyrie reposition pulled off properly, and when we see those Valkyrie repositions, put a team from what seemed like an awful position into a better one, this is like the worst example you guys could have given me. this is Valkyrie ults gone wrong.
We're like, clown him, and they push the button.
Yeah, I know Joey's behind that decision right there.
That's so good, yeah.
But
he just ratioed you live.
Yeah, that's a great counterpoint, okay? As much as the Valkyrie ultimate can completely get you out of a problem, it could also be the source of your problem. So I'm not saying it's like this, this ultimate, unquestionable answer, man. But I'm still gonna go with the Valk ult.
Even in that position, right? If they didn't have the Valkyrie ult, they were just dead. Like
exactly.
They're dead anyway because the shots were so nice from that bow. But if they didn't have a Valkyrie ult in that position, they would have had absolutely no counterplay whatsoever. They would have just run out, got mowed down, even faster per se. So I like what you're saying. There's also like in these southeast zones, there's a place behind the cliff where some teams are 2 or 3 teams are hanging out, waiting for the zone to close, and then just flying over top of the mountains. You can't get that kind of play from any other comp type, right? You can't jump pad over the mountains. So I think that's somewhere where it feels like it can't be more valuable. And I'm sure there's lots of times where anybody who's not picking a Valkyrie is thinking, man, I wish we had the ability to do this.
Yeah, the thought of like, you think you're about to sink your teeth into a kill. You've got a team in like a pinned position, and yeah, you might be getting third party, so you can't reposition yourself to go for that all-in kill, but you know that as the zone may flush somebody out, you've got them dead to rights, and then they just take off to the skies. It's just, again, I think it's one of the best ways to get out of these awful situations. And you bring up a good example, I think, of jump pads, right? Jump pad on Octane is a similar shout, but it's also one that your teammates, or your enemies can follow you with. We had an example of that in that last round where it seemed like somebody had a disengage until the disengagement tool became an engagement tool for the guys that are chasing you. So there's, that downside to that one. Yeah, you move faster, you don't go as high, you're not a sitting duck, you can do it much more quickly than a Valkyrie ultimate, but it's very much, like a death totem if not on check.
That's such an interesting
by your enemies.
Yeah, that's such an interesting part about Apex as well. I was thinking the exact same thing about the Gibby domes. When he drops those and a team tries to bubble up, sometimes that just makes you the most interesting threat for a jump pad. Like it's like a game of rock, paper, scissors at times. We're like, whoa, that dome works just as well for me as it does for you. You don't own that thing. If I jump into it, and as soon as you cross that wall with 3 people, it just gets crazy. And if a team is desperate at all, they just need a new spot, or they like don't have a Gibraltar on their team, then that's kind of a perfect opportunity to attract opponents in a bad way. So it's really cool how all utility can be used for or against you.
Yeah. Very valid point, right? It's like you can calculate as many variables as you want in terms of your own position, your own needs, your own decisions. But one thing you can't calculate until it's unfolding is what your opponents do in response to your moves. So hands down, right? Sometimes what you think is the key ends up being the lock that holds you out. So you got to be cautious, right? That's the beauty of Apex. You got to be cautious. It's such a beautiful thing, Battle Royales. When you have such a sandbox environment, it's like you think you could have all of the variables calculated, like some kind of caustic main, and next thing you know, you get wrecked by something you never see coming.
Yeah, there's always this balance between the tactical gameplay and then just straight up like individual decision making, or like how clutch were you with your aim in those very close quarter situations. You had the even hand. Sometimes you hit 8 shots in a row. Sometimes you miss 3 and your team dies, and that's what it comes to. You can't overanalyze sometimes in those spots, and that's what makes it really, really fun. Because you can actually dig yourself out of terrible situations with a clutch enough player. And I just keep thinking of Hardeki in my mind. But also Endeavour as a team, I want to say, are very clutch when it comes to team fighting. It feels like between seen any of the other rosters on this list. Gambit and Endeavour are like the strongest across 3.
Yeah, we've seen moments where Endeavour just get these like total melts on opponents because it seems like their damage output as a team. Like, I think Endeavour up there in this current group is one of the teams that has the best ability to focus firepower. They see something, they melt it, and they do it together, right? Hardeki at times, like you said, keeps it on a swivel, but...
I think you missed it, but I snuck in a cheese string in the microwave right there.
Did you? Oh,
you said
man.
melted.
I thought you said, I heard mic and I thought I muted again, so I checked all my hardware real quick.
Oh, okay.
I didn't. I heard just the mic, man, and that was enough. PTSD in full effect.
Oh man. Okay.
Out of here.
So let's let me pay attention to this because we get the Myztro, like, you know, center left as usual. And again, I'm trying to think, like, are the teams that they might disrupt the teams that are in jeopardy? And yes, you know, Kick are a team that can potentially run into them even though they'll go slow. Myztro know they're there. Ottr are another one. These are teams that are trying to break into the top 10. And Myztro, again, is one of the most disruptive rosters on the map and could potentially ruin their day early and totally change the course of this leaderboard, even if they themselves are not in danger of getting eliminated.
Yep, sure enough. Sure enough. We're on board with Fenerbahce, who is a team we should keep our eyes on, right? They are currently ranked 7th, but only by a difference of 4 points. That's what keeps them in the top 10 at the moment. So this is a team that we've seen succeed slightly at times, but really needs a strong play. And this is why I love the final round of any group, man. It's like all these storylines that have been slowly brewing, right? We're stirring the cauldron, and then we get to the 4th and final round, and everything starts boiling over. It gets messy. And I kind of love it. Apex is fun in these times.
Mm-hmm. The analogy's been on point today, Connor.
Hey, man, I'm trying my hardest. No Connorisms either yet.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, but that's your brand. I mean,
yeah.
we want to take the soul out of the broadcast. Some teams flying under the radar, and for the time being, it's about making top 10. But in terms of winning the event, you know, when we start to have that conversation, there's a few rosters that maybe make top 10, which I really feel have no chance of actually winning the whole event. And they will have to take it up to another level, you know, as we move forward.
I think this is finally a bit of a saving grace for the boys of Flavor of the Month right now. Whether or not, excuse me, SoloQGoats, whether it's already too late is a scary conversation. But we know that one incredible game could be enough. These guys have had to rotate down to Lava City for what feels like this entire event. Yeah. And finally, they get a zone that's up in the north end. And I'm going to go back and see. They had one other circle, I believe, that was here yesterday towards Skyhook. And I'm curious to see how they ended up placing. So give me a second to dig.
Yeah, no worries. This is... It's a very scary situation where things are just changing so dramatically from game to game now after a lot of reps on this southeast circle. But Onset brought this up once. I'm going to bring it up again. Flavor of the Month sometimes play better when they have long rotates to make, and I think they've, you know, built a brand on being expectant since they always drop a bottom right of having to go for long rotates. Maybe are more prepared for that situation, even though the game has been coming to them very often. So I'll be very curious to see what Flavor of the Month can do when it comes to having to traverse basically the entire map.
I found
nothing.
nothing.
Just a few points.
Nothing that reassures me that Shiv and his boys can.
I don't know. I really don't think that. Yeah, I was hoping you'd have something.
I went digging, and all I found were their corpses.
Yeah,
it's a tough spot for them. But hey, the Hail Mary, right? Something about a wounded animal and it being the most dangerous. We'll see if they can pull something out of the hat, and they're not the only team painted into that corner.
Okay, we can point to the fact that a few teams have had 20-plus point games, and more than a few. And it's not like SoloQGoats don't have that ultimate high-end potential. Just today, they don't look like they have it right now. But I think a lot of people rate them highly. So there is a way, if they have the game of their absolute lives, farm and everything, and maybe it's this top right, top left circle that they were looking for all along, that they pull out enough points to be able to make it. But at least we know they aren't completely out of hope. They just have to, you know, they're Jordan at the free throw line with you know, with a blindfold on, right? They've just got to believe in their past results and their practice.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, nothing to lose. It's not like they're holding on to an 8th or 9th spot, and they just need to do good enough. They need to do wonderfully. And we've got Komanda at the moment dealing with a team. This is all going to be on
Let him
Snukin.
breathe.
Woo! Mastiff over the top. The Wraith
ditched his
escape
friends.
comes forward. They do lose a teammate. No, sir. That's going to be a revive here at the base of the elevator. Good job by Snukin to just keep everybody up. But that's poor SoloQGoats now falling only onto Shiv. I feel like we've cursed the poor guys.
Yeah, that was direct damage. That's a really ruthless way to go. Hey, there's always a chance. I mean, getting knocked early and keeping one alive with the chance to recover is... we've seen teams come back from the grave in this position, so we'll see.
That's
Shiv,
great.
A ton of damage here.
And took none.
Yeah, and he can really let this one ride. He's still got some work to do. Of course, the threat is enormous, and this isn't a pub. You know, taking down 3 people is no small task.
Yeah. Luckily for him, he already has 1 teammate's banner. It's just a matter of trying to retrieve diffs as well. And there's actually a fight going on in the same room as the loot box that Shiv wants to get his hands on.
Oh, yeah.
Does he time this incredibly? He could try to make the jump happen. It'd be pretty ridiculous. But Komanda, at the same time, are actually doing an excellent job of saving off these battles. No, he just ran back.
Oh, he has to go
got
back.
a little close and
okay.
decided better. And you know what? I think now's the time. He did manage to grab the second banner. So whether or not he commits to the fight, that's not what's important. He got the second banner. He could get both his teammates back in. Is Shiv going to make the play of the day?
A lot of fans behind this man. Ooh, another knock. WLS just absorbing way too much damage at the moment. With this knock, a Krampus, kind of last one here in good spirits, has some utility to fend people off and be able to get the revive, surely. We'll have to ignore, you know, the Dunkirk-esque grenade barrage happening above his head.
It's BuffRev. He's just outside the same building. Oh, the engagement comes back at him. It's Gambit looking to get out of here. They take that Octane jump pad and they fly.
Yikes.
But only the Gibraltar manages to exit. Gambit disengaging now with broken shields, but at least a fallback position to make this happen. I love that move from Gambit, engaging off of Hardeki's Wraith portal, getting in, getting downs, getting back.
I got you, brother.
And it looks like I was thinking everybody just needed to make it to the jump pad. As much as that looked like, you know, Aspect is ditching his team in this position, he had the right idea. The opportunity was there. They just both didn't jump on it at the same time. But it looks like they are all good for the meantime.
Little circle update as well. Epicenter, fragment, east and west, fully evacuated. We got the charge rifle here for Aspect. BuffRev still trying to keep themselves in it, but Gambit, they've come back for second servings. They left in order to get themselves back up, and Gambit will secure 3 kills as they clear BuffRev. Gone but not forgotten.
2021 to 2021.
Meanwhile, Fenerbahce, a team in an important position, trying to lock in their 7th place, trying to hang on to that top 10, and they use one of these Valkyrie ults to try and get into the skyhook. Oh, but that sniper shot! Kath Ryan loses full shields and more than half his health. He's just trying to desperately jump into the building nearby alongside his teammates. It seems they've survived a hell of a Hail Mary.
Yeah, that shot was meatier than a can of Chef Boyardee.
Ooh.
It's delicious food. How dare you?
Okay.
Almost as good as pineapple on pizza.
I'll let you get that one just because it's your birthday.
Okay.
All right. Let it slide. What's Shiv up to? Trying to escape. Trying his damnedest to hang on here in the lava fissure. Oh, dude, they are so close to him.
My goodness.
And his teammates are nowhere to be found at the moment. I don't even know if his
Dishonored,
teammates want
basically.
to be near him.
Yeah.
Just run, brother. Keep running. Or
maybe they need to run.
Can he really best
Is he
Savage?
going to try this?
Yeah, he is. It's Shiv.
That's Savage. Let's see if he eats this.
He's got him. Scanned
On the
information.
stairs.
2 players though. 2
Plays it
players.
well.
He
He's got
goes
the silence
for the
off.
silence. And a teammate, Mohan. A teammate arrives just
He's in
in
the
the
back.
nick of
He's
time.
still alive.
Shiv with the R99 and Jay Savage on the other side. Shiv incredibly low, and he needs Diff Q to come bail him out, but now Diff's also working on no shields. Some teams not walking away from this lava fissure, and they are trying their damnedest to make sure that the SoloQGoats can hang on. Shiv goes back up top, spiraling the staircase as his team could be spiraling out of the event. He has to be careful. Yet again, he's all that's left. It's him versus Amaze.
Yes.
And they could see each other. They know exactly what's going on. It's a 1v1 to try and get their team back up, but a third party comes through. Shiv picks up the kill, but he knows that somebody else is already on top of him. And sure enough, they're about to enter through the very same door. They've got far more resources. Both teams falling prey to a perfect third party, except Diff manages an escape.
Oh my goodness. After all that, the amount of work that Shiv just did, only to get third-partied again. And this is obviously just very smart, opportunistically, to come in a moment like this. Everybody's low, everybody's healing. And SoloQGoats continue to live, actually collect a little bit more KP, but, you know, things have not looked more dire.
Yeah. You know,
SoloQGoats.
Look at what?
I was just going to say, Gambit very far out on the outside of this circle.
Take a gander. Oh yes, still incredibly far to the east. And everybody else is already focusing on getting themselves in these, you know, late circle positions. I feel like Gambit, man, they don't have to take those risks. They don't have to be caught in a firefight with a chance at third parties. They could just put distance between them and their opponents because they already have score difference between them as well.
They have the sickest rotate ever too. I mean, all the way down to the southwest, all the way around, they have so many points to poke in.
Yep. World is their oyster. And believe it or not, folks. Oh, no!
Oh, there it is.
I wasn't going to say that SoloQGoats were still in this. I would have never said something so foolish.
They went out
Sayonara.
with in a blaze of glory. It was very exciting to watch, but it doesn't seem like that'll cut it.
No, at least they went down. They went down in a glorious ball of fire over towards the lava fissure. Now we've got UpRising, who because of their takeoff on the Valkyrie ult outside of the zone, have very little health to work with. If their shields get cracked, man, they were primed for the popping as they re-entry. But they do find a little safe haven away from the closest threat. You know, Phoenix Legacy, I think we've got to start talking about them at the moment. They haven't had the best of games yet today, but they are only like 9 points away from that 10th place position. And I've seen Phoenix Legacy's name across the kill feed. They took out the SoloQGoats. That was a successful third party, and they have a chance at other weakened players with UpRising being here.
That has just attracted the attention of Ottr coming down to try to third party. And all the while, Phoenix Legacy have disengaged. They got to a better spot and left this fight for someone else. UpRising, should they have dueled there? They had one person to pick up, and now they've got more threats.
Thing is, whether they realize it or not, Phoenix Legacy kind of being their own undoing. They could have come in and dealt with this two-man setup of UpRising. Instead, Ottr, another team like Phoenix Legacy, who's on the cusp of breaking into top 10 and avoiding elimination, should instead get these 2 KP and then also have the flank. So we'll see, but this kill should be easy. UpRising down to just the Valkyrie, and sure enough, they're slaughtered. It's Ottr with the EVA 8 to come in big, and that's going to now propel Ottr into the place that I expected Phoenix Legacy to take.
This is interesting because it swaps the standings a little bit, but there's a chance for Phoenix Legacy to absorb the KP that they just took, right? That would balance things out, and it would also, whoever potentially wins this next duel could cement themselves in the top 10 if things go the way that they wanted to. And it feels like this duel is pending. But it's actually going to be the Valkyrie rotation high and over. I don't know where they'll commit to. Dropping nearby.
Ooh. Meanwhile, Hardeki and Gambit out in the open. They've got themselves an isolated 3v3. Maybe 3v2. I don't think their opponents are at full capacity. They've got very little cover to work with. Hardeki going to be a nuisance. No way. Leogri shoots over top of his shoulder and gets one of the downs. Now this isn't going to be enough to draw Kick out into this. They're still going to lock into Countdown and hold their own. But this should be Gambit fine enough working in with the circle.
Oh, it's a
Maybe they
painful
lose
zone.
Hardeki, but you'd think the revive comes through in the end. Unless Kick can somehow pepper them or audaciously go for the commitment. But you can run, you cannot hide. Leogri's gonna go ahead, chase down these last couple of players, clear every corner, and take another team out.
Yeah, this is money. That was a couple of players who got absolutely lasered, and that was one main pain point for Gambit. But Kick have now appeared to block their path.
Yeah,
the second gym leader in their way.
The thing with Kick is, of course, you know, they're looking to lock in some points, and Gambit have already secured their spot. So this is going to be a big one. We're looking at number 1 versus number 10 in an isolated 3v3 over towards the countdown. Curious if we get any kind of a commitment. Meanwhile, Myztro, the Revenant experts, the resident Revenant experts, with another reposition.
And no Revenant.
And no Revenant.
They are going for a different strategy in a different match.
Well, we'll see if it comes back to pay off or not. Circle update as well. Everybody who thought they were finding themselves in a strong post position towards Skyhook are now going to have to come sprinting south, and that leaves 4 teams to exit Skyhook and get into the opposite side of Kick's compound.
Look at Ottr and Phoenix Legacy pressed up, nose to nose.
Damn.
And again, these
Big
two
game
teams,
for both of them.
Yeah, whoever wins their duel could potentially get into top 10. It's really what it could come down to. And also Kick versus Gambit. If they survive this, they will be a threat as well.
Yeah, these are the 2 separate 1v1s or 3v3s that could really matter in terms of some good countdown control. Oh, Leogri onto Limex. This is Kick now in the hands of Gambit, getting handled. And look at the movement from Leogri. He immediately comes back at them from the other side, keeps the door locked, doesn't let them exit so that they had to go back into the line of sight of his teammates. And Kick, they just run for their damn lives.
Oh my god.
They're sprinting to the hills, they're calling for mama, and I don't know if they're going to escape because Leogri is not letting off this gas pedal. He jumps back up, realizing that maybe he's getting a little too crazy, and it almost costs him a down, but Gambit have now secured themselves a good corner of this circle until Flavor of the Month out of nowhere. They jump over top of the middle boxes, and that's it. Gambit gonna get slaughtered.
This opens things up quite a bit. Look who's coming to third party. It's Kick coming back, knowing that players are here on half HP and healing.
So far, so good, but they've got to be cautious. Nox inside of that Bloodhound ult. Now we go back over to Ottr. This is Ottr versus Phoenix Legacy. 2 teams still shooting to break into the top 10. Exchanging the KP here could prime them for a solid 4th round finish. And the Eva reloads big. It's down to the 1v1. We've got the Gibraltar just looking for cover. And he's got a teammate to keep him safe. Who's going to pick up this duel?
Oh my god.
The shotgun's primed. A little bit of chip damage. He rushes it with the scout. The hip fire's not good. D Geta eliminates and keeps Phoenix in it.
Phoenix win that duel in a very dangerous zone. This is gonna hurt like hell, but they get that bubble off. They'll be able to heal. This is insane. They are close to where this zone connects as well, but even just that one duel could have cemented their place. We'll see when the standings come to, but for the moment, they can wipe a little bit of sweat off their brow, and now it's actually not been a wipe on Gambit. Hardeki is still alive. And if there is one player who would make the best rat in a lobby with 4 or 5 other teams, it's got to be Hardeki.
Listen, man, one thing that supersedes all esports, all video games, is the clutch factor. A clutch player is worth their weight in gold. And all we heard in our pre-event content was Hardeki's clutch capabilities. Right now, he's in one of those spots. Think about it. He's got nothing to lose. He doesn't need to secure points. He's just playing with the style and with the freedom of being on his own. But Flavor of the Month, if they work a little bit more to their left, as they did just look up towards Phoenix Legacy, they could catch Hardeki before he's ready to make his play. Because if he jumps the gun and tries to get in when 6 squads are still left, you'd think that's over for Gambit. Oh, melted.
Oh my god, this rotation from Jakku, he's like going through the middle of things right now. And they're trying to be a pest to Myztro. But it's becoming a very complicated position. And Jakku, he has got the thinnest pillar of all time to stand behind, with a lot of attention from his opponents.
We've got big players in this last circle, man. We've got rank 7, 8, and 10 still alive between Fenerbahce, Flavor of the Month, and Kick. So making sure to stave off any challengers. And by challenger, I am referring to Phoenix Legacy. That's really it. It's the 16th place team trying to chip back at the 3 aforementioned bottom 5 within that top 10. And they've got the position at the moment, but once they're forced out of this window, I don't know how long they can manage to survive. 4 squads still up.
No, you can feel the fear. You know, you can feel it. They are sitting tight. They are waiting. They're praying for a third party. They don't want to rotate too soon. They're probably looking around thinking, holy crap, this is real. We're in the top 4 right now. We want to make sure we don't play too scared, but at the same time, they can still be controlled by it. They got to balance that. They might have already done their job, but they don't know for sure.
Oh man, Fenerbahce, they decide to take to the skies with 3 teams still in cover, ready to melt them. 3 teams looking to keep their spot, 1 team looking to take it away. It is a perfect final circle for exactly this, and Fenerbahce goes down. That could put them on the chopping block. Phoenix Legacy still trying to keep themselves in it, but as said, that piece of cover inside of the room is going to force them outwards. And as they come out, we see Lippin get hit incredibly hard. He is down to the 1-shot. Sab's trying to stay up with the EVA 8, but it looks like Flavor of the Month are taking control of every situation. Myztro still peeking towards the right, but it's Flavor of the Month, again, with their hands around both of the necks of their opponents. Looking to just squeeze a little more, get this over the line. And look, Flavor of the Month, they decide to jump in on Phoenix Legacy. That deals with them. It leaves Taylor low, and it pushes Pia out of it. So now Myztro, they've been primed to come in with some big points, and they will close game 4 of the loser bracket.
Wow, that's Myztro to win it. They got that big win after impressing and changing out of Revenant to prove that they are not one-dimensional. That is enormous. When we talk about Flavor, that is them doing so much good work here to cement their place when they were at 17 points. One of those teams that were in jeopardy of getting flipped out. But now we have Ottr, who have posed a threat. And we have Phoenix UpRising, who have definitely scored a lot of points. And things could change. In fact, I think a couple of teams are getting swapped out.
We'll see what happens once we tally up the scores after the break. The desk will be back to tell you who's gone and who's moving forward at BLAST Titans.
I don't think we need any thought into this.
BLAST is literally the best Kraber in Europe.
100%.
The first game I played was at A, Battlefield 1942, B, Counter-Strike 1.6, or C, Medal of Honor Allied Assault.
The most obvious answer in my mind right now is just A. It's the most obvious answer to me.
I'm leaning towards Battlefield. I know you used to be a little Battlefield 4 pro and used to say you go on your dad's computer and play Battlefield all the time. I'm going to go with A, Battlefield 1942.
I'm also going to go with A.
The first game I played was Battlefield 1942. So.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Ding, ding, ding. My favorite character is A, Crypto, B, Wraith, or C, Pathfinder.
Well, it's not Wraith, but you're a little nut job on Pathfinder when you play him. And Crypto, you just love sitting on your drone, so...
I do see you having a lot of fun on Pathy, but the way you use those grapples, I'm struggling to believe your favorite is Pathy.
My favorite character is Crypto.
Yeah, you're trolling. He's trolling. He's trolling. My favorite weapon is A, the Kraber, B, the Mastiff, or C, the R301.
I don't think we need any thought into this.
BLAST is literally the best Kraber in Europe. So if he put anything but Kraber here, he's lying to himself.
100% it's A.
Yeah, it's A. A legend that I think needs nerfing: Watson, Gibraltar, or Revenant.
It could be Gibraltar, but I think it's gonna be Revenant, isn't it? So C.
BLAST does get very upset whenever we get revented by a team, or
yeah,
we just see a Revenant on the map and he's moaning. It's got to be C in my mind.
Yeah, it is C. I feel like what you're doing, Ben, is looking at me to see if I smile as well.
My favorite arenas map is either A, Phase Runner, B, Skull Town, or C, Overflow.
the question is, I think Overflow is meant to be a great map, right? So if Bryn's played it, I think it would be that one, but I don't know if he's played it or not.
I'm just gonna say B. I'm telling myself that it's not that, but I also think it is that.
Alright, I'm gonna risk it for a biscuit, and I'm gonna go with Overflow.
I can reveal that my favorite arenas map is Skull Town. It's the only one that I know at all. My favorite hop up from any season is A, the Disruptor rounds, B, Hammer Points, or C, Skull Piercer.
You're pretty crazy with a wingman, so I feel like you would use a Skull Piercer.
And I think he likes to vibe out on the hammies, so I'm going with B.
My favorite hop up from any season is the Skull Piercer. The sound of the Skull Piercer is amazing.
The sound of the Skull Piercer is amazing, but on set, the sound of a W in the final circle has got to be even better.
Yeah, I couldn't put it any better myself, to be honest with you. It was a crazy last circle, and it was a real example of how important being the third party is, right? Flavor of the Month tried to make the play onto the 3 stack that was still alive, and then maybe get those armor swaps to switch away, but Myztro came in clutch there, managing to survive the longest and obviously come out with a win to finish off those kills before the armor swaps had come in. So Myztro, what a performance it's been in this group from them. They really have been one of the outstanding teams that we've seen today.
Absolutely, and I believe one of the Revenant teams is Myztro is coming into us for. Those were all words put in a very general direction. Anyway, Gaskin, one of the things that broke my heart as an Ottr person, as a person who selected them for my picks, but also showcased some incredible gameplay from Phoenix Legacy. Talk me through exactly how, you know, they basically ousted Ottr on their way into that final late game.
Yeah, Phoenix Legacy gave themselves a real chance of getting into the top 10. It might be very close. We'll have to see how much KP they were able to achieve, but it was a very imperative fight that they had against Ottr, which all came down to a 1v1. And in clutch situations like this, when your tournament life is on the line, your heart is going to be beating that little bit faster, sweat starting to drip onto your mouse as well, or, of course, your controller if you're a controller player. But it was actually Phoenix Legacy who managed to clutch up and win this 1v1. And it all comes down to playing the shields correctly. The knockdown shields are so important in fights like this. You have to kind of dance behind them. After that initial 9 from the Mastiff, I knew this wasn't going to end well. The Ottr player then ran in with the Scout, and running in with a Scout without your arm shield out is always going to leave you in a bit of a difficult situation as a Gibraltar.
Absolutely. Onset, let's talk about zones, because this one pulled, I would say, it's like, I'm trying to look at my notes here, pulling hard, we'll call it. That's a good way to put it. Talk to me a little bit about which teams you were from the early game looking at and saying, these guys have it, and which teams ultimately did, in fact, find themselves in that great position towards the late game.
I mean, Flavor of the Month found themselves in a really good position, and it's a real kind of paradox that the zones they've struggled with today are the ones that have, and yesterday as well, the ones that pulled directly towards Lava City where they're dropped, but they had to make a long rotation today. They found themselves inside of that top 3, and I think we have an opportunity to actually watch back that end game as well, because it was a really interesting one to break down. When we always talk about third parties, we always talk about doing damage and then being the team who initiates last to come in and sweep things up, and Flavor of the Month were, in my opinion, in a really good spot. The issue they had is they were going to have to fight uphill. Now, Phoenix Legacy do a really good job of holding off the first play. They get the knock onto Sanya, and Flavor of the Month see this, and they think this is our opportunity to push it. We've seen one knock in the kill feed. The damage has been done, and they can see there's 2 on the right, and now they make the decision to try and make this push. Obviously, they don't want to push too quickly. They need to get those heals off, but they're in a situation now where they make the play. They think we can eliminate the players to our left. We can turn this 2v3, this straight 3v3 our way by getting the jump on them and then get those armor swaps. Unfortunately, the difference here, you can see no armor swaps came in, and Myztro were able to survive long enough that they could just swoop in and clean up those kills. So great survivability from Myztro. Flavor of the Month tried to make, in my opinion, the right play that they had to make to fight uphill, but they just weren't able to get the armor swaps down in time. And sometimes an end game in Apex can come down to those microseconds and those micro decisions that don't go your way.
Yes, and it killed my Ottr loving heart. But either way, let's talk a little bit about what is next as we wait for those results to come in, because what is next is exactly the momentum that we're going for. We're going to make that advance to get those teams there. Gaskin, I'm curious, what are we thinking of in terms of the competition that these teams who, again, we don't know exactly who's coming in, but what do we think of that competition coming into this final lower bracket?
Well, we know some of the teams that are going to be there, Gambit, Endeavour, for example, and we also know some of the teams that dropped out of the upper bracket earlier, the likes of Aqualix. Some scary teams, Scarz, also going to be there. This lower bracket matchup actually is going to be stacked full of teams who should be in the grand final and should be in the upper bracket as well. This is a lobby that is full of probably disappointment. A lot of teams that should have been playing a lot better, but now this is the chance for them to redeem themselves because it was just a really difficult day one for some of the teams and then a difficult day two today for those upper bracket teams that weren't able to qualify for the grand finals as well. But now is going to be crunch time. It's do or die. It's your chance to stay in BLAST Titans, your chance to not only compete for the 20,000 euros in the grand finals tomorrow, but also then your chance to be in the arenas next weekend.
I'm going to jump in here quickly, Kate. Sorry
go for it, please.
Jump in, but I think one thing that's interesting as well, Dan was talking about how there's going to be some disappointment in the lobby. Well, on the opposite side of this, the teams that have come out of this lower bracket, like Gambit, like Flavor of the Month, who have started to find form, are going to just be hoping that there is disappointment in the lobby from the teams falling down. Momentum's a big thing. Confidence is a big thing in any competitive title. And if you're Gambit right now, I think they're the team to watch because you could see the way that they changed their playstyle today. The confidence was back, the willingness to engage was there again. And then just at the end, Flavor of the Month being involved in that final circle, not for the first time that we've seen today, really did start to find a little bit of momentum as well. So some of those bigger names who had a disappointing day one started to step it up here in day two. And now we're just going to see the clash of, as Dan was saying, the likes of Scarz, Aqualix dropping down into this lower bracket. And now it is top 10 or go home. So for these teams, it's the ramped up pressure, which I think might actually work against some of those teams who have fallen down from the upper bracket today.
I'll tell you what, a confident team like Gambit or Flavor of the Month, them as a confident, with that momentum, scary, scary things for that lobby. And you know what else is scary? Well, if you were part of Ottr, I just thought I'd bring it up again. I would say Phoenix Legacy, definitely a scary team. And one in particular is our MVP of the match, brought to you by Razor. That guy is D-Getta, excuse me, pulling in, really doing a job here. I apologize, Onset.
It's not just the DJ, Kate. Not just the DJ. Plays Gibraltar as well. I mean, the man does everything. He's a talented human being.
A chameleon.
What can you say? Exactly. I mean, you look at the stats. Amazing stats, good damage, good kills. And the man can spin the disc stand. I mean, you know, what else do you want? Imagine that Jibby just stood there in front of thousands. Lights going, smoke machines. What else could you want?
I mean, I'd be there, certainly. And that's the first thought I had in my head when I saw the name as well. But it was the clutch moment which provided the situation that has now got Phoenix Legacy with the chance of finishing in the top 10. So we can see how many kills they've got. They've got 8. They finished in 3rd, so they would have got 7 points. So that's going to be, what, a 15-point game for them. And they were down on 6 points. They needed 13 points to get up into the top 10, so it's possible. It depends on really what happened elsewhere as we look at the results after match number 4.
Oh, yes, we have seen those results. And I do appreciate all of these double-digit kill moments in Gambit. Well done to them. Onset, I mean, the reality is that the next slide is really the one that matters, right? We're seeing a lot of great gameplay with a lot of great numbers, but here is the business.
Oh, they did it.
Where are we? No! Oh!
The Otters are dead. I'm sorry, Kate. It's been a cull. It's been a slaughter. They are out. Unfortunately, they won't be joining us in the next round. Same can be said for SoloQGoats, though. Not the performance they would have wanted, although, again, big asterisks because they are missing Zippeth. It's not their full lineup. But you look at some of the teams that are going through, and I like to focus on the positives here. Gambit, Myztro. I mean, Myztro have been dominating this lobby. Endeavour, Succubus, Dan's big smile. That's not a team name, by the way. That's just following Succubus. Flavor of the Month, Fenerbahce, Totem. Claudio won Fanboys. I don't know who that is. And Claudie Fanboys, sorry, apologies. I don't know who that is, but I'm a fan of theirs. And Phoenix Legacy and Dan, I tell you what, as if there wasn't just one smile in this for Dan. Ahahhah, I've made it through as well. So some of those team names, though, huge names in competitive Apex. And the crazy thing is they're going to be in a lobby now, which is an elimination lobby. So there's a chance that we might not see some of those make the final.
There it is, Dan. There it is. And Onset, that was, I mean, I'm just
Dan tries not to smile. I've noticed this, by the way, Kate. Like, every time I say it's going to make Dan smile, look, he's refusing to. There it is. You see how hard he works? It's like every sinew and muscle in his face is like, don't give him the satisfaction of being happy. Be unhappy. Don't let him win. And then he just smiles. And he's going to do it again now. Watch. The teeth are going to come out. There it is.
It's a winning smile, Dan. You can't deny it.
Mark tickles me when we were actually at cast together. It seems it's been, what, years since I've had Mark either hitting me or tickling me, but either way I smile at the very end of it because it's always for a good reason.
You'll be hearing from my lawyers.
It means that I get to cast ahahhah again, and I can come up with various ways, like Scrawny and Lawless have been, to pronounce that name, and we'll see how inventive we can get in the Losers Bracket round 2.
Well, we will indeed. And something else we're going to see, a little surprise interview with a player from a team I know you know very well. Let's welcome them in right now. Oh, hello, my dear. How's it going? How do you feel at this exact moment? Are you pinching yourself, or is this just kind of something you were expecting from the get-go?
I was kind of expecting to at least, get to at least one more phase. I was hoping to maybe get to finals, but we hadn't really gotten like the most practice in together ahead of time. I felt there was a little bit of synergy problems. So at the end of the day, I wasn't really sure whether we would stay on in this stage or if we would advance, but I expected more for sure. And it just came down to that one shot.
Well, you know what?
I'm disappointed about that for sure.
That's true, but I will tell you this. You are my pick, obviously. I'm hoping that wasn't cursing you guys because you did an incredible job. And as they were talking about Onset and Gaskin, which we'll hand over them to them for a second, it really did. I mean, just bring me through that last moment, that last fight with Phoenix Legacy. I mean, the reality is everything had to go right and everything had to go wrong all at the same time.
Well, so we started off just scrapping our way in and landing on the high ground. I don't think that was on the mainstream, and then we just had to drop into a small corner and bide our time. And we were just sort of talking amongst ourselves, thinking, are we gonna take this fight, or are we just gonna stay in the corner and try to hide? But we decided, let's push in. I tossed in the Caustic ultimate and we just sent it. And things started out great, but then things took a turn for the worse. I tried to reset and I got caught off guard by the Valkyrie. I should have hit that shot. I'm definitely, like you said, pinching myself for it because I should have been able to just shoot her and hit the Phoenix. But we were talking about a very small window there, and I didn't know that she was 1 HP, but very little HP. So I'm very disappointed with myself because it would have looked completely different if I hit that one Eva shot. But Clone also had one more bullet in his Mastiff, so we were really scrapping at the end there.
You will be back. So help me God. Onset, I'm going to go and throw it over to you.
I'm here, and I've got a really, what I feel is a really important question to ask. Firstly, obviously disappointed to not make it through to the next round, but a strong performance nevertheless. And I want to talk about the strength of Apex Legends in the EMEA region at the moment, because I think this has been a great example of the depth of talent that really is fighting their way through these lobbies at the moment. How do you find it competing at the moment? Because it feels like every single lobby that we get into is just like, oh, you've got like 7, 8 teams who should be in the final. You've got 10 teams who should be in the final, and there's only space for 20. So what's it actually like being at the forefront competing at this kind of level?
I want to say that, when it comes to this, it's been I think if we go back several seasons, I've had a bit of a hiatus from competing personally, but when I played several seasons ago in LGS, it was the same thing. Things started getting very competitive already in the semifinals, so that would be the top 40. Basically the same situation we are here. You have people spending a lot of time basically grinding out with aim training. I know this isn't as common in NA. We got a lot of people doing VOD reviews and other macro types of exercises and just theoretical analysis because of how much pressure it is, because of how, I want to say, few rewards there is in comparison to the tournaments in NA. I'm very thankful for BLAST for actually featuring this tournament, so the EU scene can get a little bit of rain as well. But it turns into a very competitive setting because with the drought, you really have to perform at a constant peak level, and just a small mishap will cost you a lot of money and a lot of opportunities.
Amazing. Dan, have you got any questions for while we've got him here?
Actually, I was going to...
Oh, no, I
go
can
for
jump
it.
in.
Gaskin, do it.
Ottr, I mean, you're a streamer in your own right, and your team name is based after you. So I'd like to know what's next for you. Are you going to be competing in more tournaments? Do you think that this is kind of a platform for you? Will you stick with these guys, or are you going to look to make some team changes? What's going on?
That's a really good question, actually. So the 2 guys I played with are from Team Croissant. You got to say it right. And they already have a third. And I decided to play with them because I know Clone since before, and I just needed to play with some people. But yeah, personally, I am a free agent. Like you said, this is more of a platform. I wanted to use this tournament as a way to show that I could still be relevant, that I could still perform at this level. And while we didn't really get as far as I was hoping, you know, finals or the step underneath, I still felt like I managed to put a good showing on.
Oh, definitely. And you made a fan out of Kate as well. So I'm sure wherever you end up, Kate will be supporting you, won't you, Kate?
Perfect.
I sure will, Gaskin. I sure will. So I will say, Ottr, thank you so much for joining us. Certainly, thank you so much for getting through all of these brackets and coming out where you did. And we'll be watching your career going forward. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
And my heart may be broken, but guess what? Part of the reason it is because of what we have to showcase next, which was the predictions here for our lower bracket number 1.
Come on.
Presented by Amazon. Yes, Mark, get ready. You're all excited. Bring on the graphic and bring on my demise from the leaderboards. Here we are.
How is Scrawny still ahead of me? How? I'm not happy about it. I thought I'd had like an amazing round. I want to see how this is all calculated. I just feel like it's wrong. Like, do you know what I mean? Although I have won that round by the looks of things. I think I've got the most points out of everyone, right, in that round?
You have.
Is that right? Okay. All right, I'll take the small wins.
Well, and I will also say this, Gaskin, Succubus was a tough choice. Listen, I'm also trying to make a tough choice, went for that wild card. Yours paid off.
Slightly, but I guess I went against the grain. I didn't have Gambit, I didn't have Endeavour, whereas all 4 of you did, and I suffered because of that, because Gambit had a phenomenal performance. Maybe I need to learn from that going into the next lower bracket matchup. We'll have to wait to see what my predictions are there.
Maybe you'll hit 400
I'm
points
still
soon, Dan.
in
Maybe you'll get join
distance.
us. Maybe you'll join 400 soon before me and Scrawny manage to get to 500. You never know. You never know. It could happen. Crazier things have happened.
I really hope I win this whole thing and I get to rub it in all of your faces.
Okay. Well, you know what? We're going to... I don't even know what to say to that other than well done on the prediction side so far. We'll, of course, be showcasing predictions for our final bracket, which is coming up right after this. We got Scrawny, we got Launders joining me on the desk. Onset Gaskin, you're going to find yourselves back in that casting chair, and we are going to find out who is moving on to tomorrow's grand finals right after this.
In arenas, there is kind of pointless to pick up snipers or some rifles like G7 Scout.
My playstyle is, I would say, it's between like slow to like medium pace.
I try to play for endgame basically. We're not rushing at the first seconds. We're trying to play with zone. We're trying to poke enemy because we knew that we have more batteries than they have, and we're trying to exhaust them before a real last fight. So we're gonna be healthy, as much healthy, and they're gonna be like low HP.
Some of the weapons I use would probably be snipers or like scouts, like marksman weapons. Also wingman.
I prefer to play with wingman and SMGs, and of course EVA shotgun. I think this is like the best loadout for arenas.
Going into round 1, I would buy the Havoc.
My default and my whole team default is for first round is by wingman.
The reason why I buy Havoc is it's a very, very strong weapon up close.
The best pick is a wingman for us because it requires only aim, right? And it's good enough to make a damage to poke enemy, and whoever hits most, those guys will win the first round as a rule.
I'd also buy 2 shield cells to go with this in case my team also needs shield cells, because you also get a limited amount. It allows my team to obviously choose like other weapons and like other choices of abilities and stuff. And I'd also buy an extra grapple for Pathfinder so I can like work around the map and play based on how my teammates are playing.
My dream loadout for arenas is purple wingman, purple EVA as a second gun.
For the weapons I would use Carbine and EVA. I would both max them out to purple and choose 2x on the Carbine and 1x on the EVA.
Then 3 frag grenades, as many bars as I can buy.
The max meds that you can, obviously, to keep your like team but not only yourself like stable throughout the whole like match. I would also buy Pathfinder's ultimate and the max grapples.
And abilities with my ultimate zipline. So yeah, This is my best loadout in my mind.
So also depending on the map, I would choose either Arcstar or Frag Grenades as my main choice of grenade.
Usually I never use more than 2 or 3 grapples, but I will definitely buy more if I could. If I have like a lot of spare money, I will buy more just in case. But usually 2 is more than enough for me.
Well, here we go, gents. Welcome back to the desk, Scrawny and Launders. You guys have done a great job casting that lower bracket number 1. But of course, it all comes down to lower bracket number 2. Scrawny, we're going to take a look at these teams here. But who's intriguing you right now? I mean, based on the fact that we've seen all of these teams now come out on top, come out on bottom, and what they could do.
Yeah, I think my magnifying glass falls on Scarz as we go into this next round, just because, you know, at the start of the day, it seemed like Scarz and Kungarna were the absolute safest bets, and we got one of those two teams with just the same amount of success, but Scarz kind of went a little absent this morning. They only did have 4 rounds to play around with, right? Four matches in that first winners group. So I'm keeping my eyes on them because I expect to see them separate themselves from the rest of the pack in this next round.
I'll also say, and it's a good point about the 4 games versus, you know, what we're traditionally used to with a lot of these tournaments, which is 6, right? Well, and certainly what we saw in Group Day 1. But I'm also going to ask, Launders, we also saw that upper bracket. 2 of those games were on Olympus, which we all know can disrupt quite a few of our teams, good or not.
And you've got to stay versatile, right? I think you have to know that it's coming and that there's always the chance of Olympus and that everyone's on the same playing field, right? I mean, some teams were good at it. Some teams were not so good at it, but you can choose, you know, if you prefer to play the other map or not, it doesn't really matter. You still got to play it. So you might as well become good at it. So if you're one of the teams who skipped out on a practice, shame on you.
There it is. That is Launders for you. I like it. Hard truths, tough love. But here we go. Speaking of, let's take a look at what we've all said here for our cast. Our predictions brought to you by Amazon. Okay, you know what, Scrawny, let's start with you. You're keeping the Gambit love alive. You're keeping the Scarz love alive. And I see a little fire beavers at the bottom there.
Yes, so here's my secret weapon. We've got to the point of the event, right? I mean, and onset. I've got to say, somebody's pretty invested in these predictions. It was very rewarding to see him expect to be in first place, only to find him behind me. So I went for Fire Beavers because as we came into this weekend, we all said that Fire Beavers are one of these teams that seems to supersede the Battle Royale genre and always consistently finish in top 3, right? That's Fire Beavers' flavor. But because we've had a day and a half of competition, everybody's forgotten about the Fire Beavers. And shame on you. I think that now, when push comes to shove, right, when the diamonds are made in the pressure of this moment, the Fire Beavers are going to return to where we expected them to be at the start of the weekend, which is at the very, very top. And I think that that's going to be the difference between me and Onset when it comes to hanging on to this lead.
Well, there you go there. Launders, any last moments before we go over to our casters and get into those games, but anything you want to say about your predictions?
Yeah, well, when I came into today, I was actually a bit worried about Dan Gaskin passing me predictions. I thought I had a couple of flubs. And then I realized how much of my personality on this broadcast is just making fun of Dan Gaskin's predictions. I've really just got to, I don't have to run faster than the fastest guy here. I just have to run faster than the bear. So Dan Gaskin gets eaten, and then I'll be happy.
Well, and there you go there. Side note, Bear Claw is definitely one of my picks. We'll see how that wild card shapes up. Didn't quite help me last round, but we'll see what happens. But you know what? We're going to find out about all things here with Onset and Gaskin. They are going to be starting us off with game number 1 of the last 4 here today to name who's going to grand finals. Guys, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kate. It is time to get into our final set of games. Dan's shaking his head, and I am as well, because I'm on to you, by the way. I'm on to you, Scrawny. You think you're so clever. You think, oh, yeah, I'm just going to, you know, go for these edgy picks. I'm going to talk about Fire Beavers. That is the definition of copying homework, but making it look different. He goes with the same 2 teams as me, so he's guaranteed to keep points kind of close, and then he changes one up at the end. He thinks he's smart. He thinks he's clever. I'm on to you, mate. I'm on to you. Sorry, Dan. I've just had to get that off my chest.
Well, at least he's not taking the mick out of your predictions the entire time. I mean, I'm just the laughing stock. I'm the joke of this tournament. But I've gone for the one outsider where everyone else has not. And actually, there's already engagements on our screen. And Bearclaw Gaming, that's bad news for UK. They've already lost 1. And I'm seeing Totem Esports have lost 2 already as we jump into our first game here in the lower bracket, round 2. The last chance to try and get to grand finals.
I'm excited for this. I've got to be honest with you. This is going to be a scrap all the way down to the last kill, the last circle, and I've taken on some caffeine, as you can probably tell, as we're already going to see some shots ringing in. I'm not quite sure what's happening here, Dan, but it seems like there might be some POIs being contested, because already we're seeing kills, not only at Geyser, we're seeing kills here outside of Sorting Factory, and Forg Gang have made themselves known already as Totem Esports are going to be taken down.
Yeah, Totem Esports, the first team eliminated. It's the first time I haven't predicted them, and quite glad I didn't now after they go out straight away. Bearclaw Gaming have got at least all 3 of them back up. But this is what happens on set. When you have 2 entirely different lobbies suddenly get shoved together and merged together quite quickly, there isn't really time to delegate who gets what POI. You stick to what you know, you stick to what you love, and it ends up with there being contests in these POIs. And there's only been 1 team that's gone down thus far, and this was my pick, by the way, Flight of Fancy. We all slept on them a little bit in the previous round, and they did get knocked down to the lower bracket but they had an amazing day 1. And a Revenant team, I think, is always a safe bet when it is all about points and predictions.
I think it's going to be interesting tomorrow when we get to our grand finals. Some of these extra Revenant teams get through as well, because there's going to be a lot of teams who will be playing Revenant, and how that works out as the lobby starts to move on. But Succubus now, well, they've lost 1 player as ASCII manages to get a knock and a finish onto Crypt here. Harold's going to have to pop some shield cells to try and get back up to full health, but at the moment, it's a 2v3, and it's in the favor of Bearclaw Gaming.
It's funny how invested I get with these predictions, by the way. I was willing Succubus to win everything, but now I'm not predicting them. I really couldn't care less about what they do. I just want to see, you know, the best team win. That's what matters on set. And right now, Bearclaw Gaming, they are holding out this position quite successfully, and I wonder whether they can actually take down Succubus completely here.
I feel like there's levels of transparency that have never been hit before on this broadcast from everyone, and I'm all here for it, to be honest with you. But Bearclaw Gaming, even though they did manage to get that knock, still under pressure. However, that shot into the back of Harold is going to force him to hit the Jets in more than one way, as Tyler now going to be taken down to around 10 HP, and this is not looking good for Succubus right now. However, ASCII gets taken down, so things all of a sudden flip-flopping, not sure what it means, but they're back and forth now. Like a teeter-totter now, so finally we are going to have a team eliminated, and it will be Bearclaw Gaming who come out on top. But speaking of coming out on top, it's Flavor of the Month who are trying to take the top of the building. They're flying in to try and be the third party now, and I tell you what, this has started off about as hot as you could possibly imagine.
This is going a million miles an hour. I haven't even been able to see the circle yet. I'm looking across at my screen. It looks like it's going to be a countdown / lava fissure finish, just as a reminder. But right now, Flavor of the Month, they said, hey, we've heard some noise. They jump in, they third party, and they're going to take the KP here over at Geyser. The complete opposite side of the map as to where this is all going to be finishing. But remember, Flavor of the Month do drop Lava City, so this was natural in their rotation. When they did hear the noise, they're going to get 2 KP, it looks like, from Bearclaw Gaming. But after all that hard work...
Oh, I thought he was going to make it to the portal there. Unfortunately, he didn't. The shots coming in from the longbow from Pierre, not for the first time today, are going to be hitting strong and hitting true. Gambit now in a little bit of an engagement as they try and make their first rotation. What a grenade that is. And whoo-hoo-hoo! Arlie Ogre's looking over your shoulder, Hardecki, and he's going to pick up the final kill here onto Bearclaw Gaming, who will be our 3rd team to fall out. And round 1 not even closed yet, Dan. And we've already seen 3 squads eliminated. Even though you did highlight quite correctly, we might see some more contention going down than we have in previous games, because the lobby was put together just in the snap of a finger.
Sacco's just taken down Taskmaster as well, so that's Flight of Fancy going up against Fire Beavers, and it looked like Flight of Fancy may have got the better of them. Well, at least managed to get 1 down, make that 2. So Flight of Fancy, after an aggressive push here, after looting trials, they've done some damage here to Fire Beavers, and that's good news for you on set, because that takes away 1 team from Scrawny, and we want to wipe the smile off Scrawny's face. I know we all do.
I'm trying to like, I'm taking myself emotionally out of the predictions.
Yeah,
okay? I'm just going to look forward and we're going to talk about the game that's going on in front of us, because otherwise you're going to see me jumping up and down, and that's, to be honest, there's competitive integrity at stake here, and these players are playing for everything. So let's try and keep this together. Scarz now right in the front of Fenerbahce Esports, who have taken a little bit of damage, but are dealing some back out themselves. And this is where we saw an end zone yesterday actually finish. They've still got some work to do, however, as we might actually be able to bring up that overhead pretty soon to give you a little bit of an indication now that the game has started to settle down for just a few seconds. But I say that, Scarz were making a rotation, and you saw RPR has actually been taken out. And not only that, Mandy has fallen as well, and Tashin is having to hit the return flight a little bit earlier than expected, cutting the holiday short to try and get his teammates back into the game now.
Yeah, at least he was able to get one of the banners and can get Scarz back up to a 2 potentially, but he's moving down towards underrated at Thermal Station, and they may spot Taishin here. You can see on the map, they're flying towards Thermal. They probably saw him out of their binoculars. As we look back at some of the replays here, right from the start of the game, this was the earliest engagement. It was Forg Gang getting involved against Totem Esports, two teams who probably didn't think they were going to be contested. Alas, they were. Amaz got finished off, and Totem dropped in 20th place. So, as we look at the map as a whole, we can see there is going to be a Lava Fissure area finish. AJS stuck in a really tough position. Our day one breakout team seem to be struggling a little bit.
Yeah, the portal's going to go down to try and get the final players out. However, it's Aqualix who are being the aggressors here, as Nasky does manage to finish off one of the players, and Gambit now under pressure as well, and I'm not quite sure what's going on here. It seems like everybody wants to get these games done as quickly as physically possible, because all of these teams are not being able to make any kind of safe rotation, and now it's going to be Gambit versus Alliance. Hackis gets the first knock, however, they will be able to get that res off, but no, they won't! Flavor of the Month decide they want to get involved. Gambit lose one, and now this is all sorts of problems for Gambit, caught between Flavor of the Month and Alliance, and I love this from what I've seen so far from Flavor of the Month. They are being the aggressors, they are being the third party, and they have decided that points are what they want to pick up, and they want to do it as quickly as possible.
I mean, that's just not a bread sandwich. You know, some people would just go above and beyond with food, and they'll put like meat between 2 pieces of meat and make a meat sandwich. That's how disgusting that was. Flavor of the Month on one side, Alliance on the other, and then Gambit stuck in the middle. 3 of the best teams in the lobby all converging in one area, and unfortunately, it was Gambit who were on the receiving end of it.
You've just described what I eat in a sandwich. You call it disgusting. Meat upon meat. Can you believe it? Yeah, that's what I eat. But anyway, let's move back to the game. You can see that circle over Lava Fissure, like you mentioned, and you can see a lot of teams already made a rotation, but it has been extremely uncomfortable for so many of these teams, Dan, with those early contestants, but also the fact that there's been a lot of teams kind of gatekeeping early. And one thing I'm always interested in seeing is we do see a lot of Valkyrie teams, right, try and cross a lot of land very early on to give themselves a better chance of getting towards the circle. I feel like a lot of the teams who are moving from an extreme side of the map towards a circle on the other, when you have multiple Valkyries now, you might actually have a few teams landing in very close vicinity to each other, which is what causes some of these engagements to go down.
It does. Just sometimes the loot comes to you, and for Flavor of the Month, the respite has not stopped. They just keep pushing and keep finding more teams, and they found yet more KP by the looks of things. I think it's underrated on the receiving end of this. Flavor of the Month looked like a different team from what we saw, especially yesterday. I know they kind of revitalized themselves a little bit today, but this is the Flavor of the Month that we know, right? The Flavor of the Month that were the Winter Circuit champions, those who are not scared of pushing and getting aggressive when they need to.
Not just the knock, but also the KP being secured. And you can see with that, the kill leader is now Taylor, with 3 to his name. So a fantastic start here from Flavor of the Month, really taking the opportunity that the third parties have presented. And you can see also that Mandy has managed to get his 2 teammates back, but they're going to have to go through Flavor of the Month if they meet and they converge upon each other. Pierre already in position and looking at the choke that they will be exiting. It's right down in the bottom left hand of your screen. Alliance also might be interested here if they hear this fight break out. They can move in behind and cause Flavor of the Month some problems as we jump into this replay.
Yeah, this was Alliance on the other side then of that meat sandwich that I was talking about, and it was finishing off Artico, who was the last remaining player of Gambit, and that'll be Gambit out in 17th position then. I did briefly see on the minimap as well, there's another engagement again between Flight of Fancy and Taskmaster and co of Fire Beavers. Taskmaster was brought back up, but they are fighting again. It's just a constant Revenant push after Revenant push up in Skyhook and Trials. It just hasn't ended, and the winner of that engagement should have a relatively free rotation down towards Countdown.
Whoa, 100, add it all up! Oh my word! The Spitfire is singing And it's a choir breaking out here around Harvester because Hackis is doing so much damage, but hasn't managed to finish things off. But don't worry, the teammates are there. IPN comes in to knock down Phoenix. IPN continuing the push as well. And look at this from Alliance as well, Dan. Look at the composition. Revenant joins the party for Alliance as well here.
Yeah, I was just about to say, we're starting to see far more teams now realizing what kind of lobby they're a part of. It's aggression, it's fearless behavior, it's just going back to what really a lot of people hate, Revenant, because it's so difficult to play against, but you get so many free pushes. This is just the meta that you are in these particular lobbies. I will say that with an asterisk, because I think when we get to the grand final, a lot of those Revenants will dip out when the games start to slow down a little bit. Alas, if we've got Olympus in the grand finals and the fact it's match point, we might see more Revenant in the starting stages of it, but then we'll see more of a more traditional composition as people try and get that victory to secure the dub.
Well, this is a zone that will bring very fond memories back to Scarz. This is the zone that they won the ALGS championships on when they were on match point. And they've managed to go from being just one player alive to every single player reliving those memories and reliving those moments. So they're going to know how to control this space. Myztro is going to be near them. So even though they might know how to control the space, it's easy to do against teams who don't have that skull-based character. I didn't really know where I was going with that one, but you get what I mean. With the headband on. And that, of course, I'm talking about Revenant, who can really upset things. If they see the opportunity to push onto Scarz, then they're going to take it.
Well, so at the top of your screen, Fire Beavers and Flight of Fancy, they've separated. They haven't finished that fight. They've both gone their separate ways. Similar to like a Fast and Furious movie. Maybe they were just waving and singing a nice little lullaby to one another. Scarz Europe, though, okay. The Longbow doing a little bit of work here from Mandy. They're just letting their presence be known and also trying to up the damage to try and increase those Evo shields. And it's Fenerbahce who are on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, really important here for Scarz as well. You got to remember they have been respawned, so their loot pool isn't going to be particularly high. They're not going to have a huge amount to work with in comparison to some of the surrounding teams who have had a little bit more time to level up those Evos, like you pointed out, but also things like shield cells, med kits, and of course ammo to go alongside things as well is going to be a problem. Forgang, who were the team who ran into Alliance a little bit earlier, have managed to get a respawn down though, and Phoenix and Roe will be rejoining Legit Lolly. Although this is looking like what we'll call a poverty game for them as well, as they really don't have too much to work with either. But at least they're alive, Dan. That is stage 1 of success in Apex Legends. To be honest, it's pretty much the most important thing in the game.
That's usually my comments to my ranked teammates, to be fair. At least we're still alive, as here comes the totem that's dropped. Alliance are looking to get aggressive and maybe look to try and take some real estate off other teams. It's Flavor of the Month they're soaring towards. If you get a stick with that Arc Star, maybe you re-engage, but it doesn't look like enough damage has been done, and Flavor of the Month have done their job. At least they're still alive, but at least they've held back the Revenant team as well.
I feel like that's something that's very obvious to say now, isn't it? You know, just survive in a Battle Royale. Obviously, that's the most important thing to say. High-tier analysis from Mark on set Hatcher. But they're now Flavor of the Month. They're going to be holding out Alliance as they're trying to move forward. And you can see the idea from Alliance. They needed to try and force one of these teams down from the high ground, do some damage to give themselves a chance of rotating a little bit more safely. And now Flavor of the Month with that scan are going to see there's only one team that they have to deal with in Alliance. Pierre up on this height as well with the longbow is going to be scouting out for his 2 teammates and trying to do some initial damage. However, that shot's going to be missed, and he's going to be really forced to back down extremely quickly there as the focus fire came in from Alliance.
So I've just counted 4 Revenants in this lobby, by the way. That's not that many, but considering at the start of the tournament, there was usually 1 or 2, but 4 is enough. 4 is enough to really ruin the game for several other teams, as Pierre will finally get the knock that he's been so desperately desiring, and now that will allow them to push onto these train tracks up a little bit, which they needed to, otherwise they were going to start to get tickled by the ring a little bit.
Underrated lose 1 player. The question is, can they get the finish and secure the KP? They did get the knock, but you can see Dazzo might have actually been picked up, although I saw just him disappear from the screen down at the bottom left. So Flavor of the Month might have had that KP secured after the knock. Endeavour now up in train yard, trying to hold this team out and doing a huge amount of damage with these grenades as well. And in the kill feed, it's not just Endeavour who are doing damage. Hackis once again engaging and picking up kills, and they actually finished off the damage that looked like it was done by Endeavour.
It's not the first time we've seen Alliance lose a couple of members and then get back up to a full 3 and then get back into the game. So amazing work from them, but it seems like their story is not going to be over just yet. Underrated down to just 2. And I did notice as well, Fire Beavers are back on to the Loba. I know they ditched the Loba for a little bit, but it seems like they've gone back to what is tried and tested as Pierre goes down here, but the bubble at least is already down, so they can get the res.
Yeah, underrated coming back and firing down onto Pierre, who went down for just a second, and now they're trying to, once again, get that knock. They do get the knock. And even though underrated initially lost Dazzo and they've lost him full time, by the looks of things, if they're not able to get that res back up, they have at least exchanged some damage with Flavor of the Month to kind of make them pay. However, they don't secure the KP. 9 Impulse is going to do that from Fire Beavers. Here goes Alliance once more. They're going to hit the Totem, and they're going to try and hit Scarz now where it hurts as they move in with the R9.
Yep, R9, and of course, you jump in with the ult, but you actually do enough damage to finish things off. Yes, it looks like it's going to be the case of Scarz going down now. Taishin, RPR, and Mandy all fall after being picked up. So great job from Alliance recognizing where there were some weak players, and they've managed to secure some KP to work with. Let's have a look at this circle then. Oh my goodness, that is not an enjoyable circle whatsoever. There is such little ground to play with. We're really going to see teams focus around the areas, the little crevices by the rocks.
Yeah, it's going to be, like you say, that area, there is that one train cart that's in as well, which is going to be the definition of real estate. However, Flavor of the Month, they win the battle, they win the war against underrated. They finally managed to take the final 2 players out. Taylor's trying to get this shield battery off to try and get in a position to hold, to see if they can hold off any third party that is going to come in. However, it doesn't look like the space is there to be closed down by another team to take advantage, as they have to scarper now across towards Train Yard. Fire Beavers taking the aerial route though down, trying to land on top of this mountainous area.
Yeah, drop on top of the mountain, assess what's going on. Fenerbahce are going to join them. Maybe we're going to see a battle on the high ground, but it looks like Pinky Finky is going to dip out of that one. Fenerbahce will have to be the first team who looks for any sort of nook or cranny to hide in. It seems like Pinky Finky has found one for now, and look what he's got in his hands. A Kraber. This really could do some damage in this lobby.
Myztro now making their move in as well, and they're going to be in a really, really good position here. Fire Beavers trying to get aggressive. The massive shot's going to hit. The wingman shots are going to join as well. One more shot, and that will be it. One more player alive. Taskmaster will move in just to finish off that down. And that is a great push coming in from Fire Beavers. And it feels like everyone is hitting the shots now down. All of the cobwebs have been blown away, and everyone is playing at that top level that we expect.
So when we get to this end game, I think we've got a couple of Revenants, so the silencers are going to be very important. You've got the black market from the Loba, which could change things as well. If there are cryptos, we're more likely to see armors dropped on the floor, more armors that can be swooped away. Myztro again getting aggressive with this Revenant into the death protection, but it doesn't look like they've done enough to warrant pushing again. But there's just so much utility being used, and the missiles coming in, bombardments as well, that Myztro just being pinned back right now.
Yeah, they are, and this is the difficulty of the composition that they're running. You don't have a defensive legend to help you get a reset, to get those reses off, and at the moment it's just carnage left, right, and center. All the Revenant teams being sent back to where they came from, and Fire Beavers, they're kind of watching this all go down right now as Alliance will be eliminated now, and that looked like Endeavour dealing that hammer blow to Alliance and really continuing their fine form from today.
Yeah, Myztro go down. So do Alliance. Flavor of the Month is still a 2 at the moment, but it really is these Revenant teams that are being the aggressors, ruining people's day. But then on the other side, you've got the defensive teams, you've got the caustic teams, and it's Aqualix who are pushing in and utilizing these gas barrels to try and do as much damage as possible. They get a little bit of KP to work with, but the kill feed at the moment is just absolutely alight.
This is such a tough end zone for everyone to try and judge where they want to play. Like I mentioned, this truck is going to be the place to hold down. It looks like Aqualix will be the team who can get a hold of it. They've got the caustic as well, so they can now kind of hold off everybody else as 9 Impulse absolutely drills Draconian between the eyes and manages to get the down onto the Fenerbahce member. It does seem like there's another player from AJS coming in as well to try and flank round and try and pick up some of these KP. And now for poor old Cathryan, he's going to be the last player alive. Gets the shield swap, gets out of dodge for now. But where can he play at this point?
Not many places, that's for sure. Same as Endeavour have just found. Fenerbahce down to just 1. Don't think they'll be able to get the res here. And Cathryan has to do a lot. 4 squads left.
Box is huge, though.
Of course, 9 imps is there. Fire Beavers are doing a lot of damage. Unless you've got a respawn beacon, it's unlikely you're getting your teammates back in, and actually, you don't even get a chance to think about it. Yuki will provide the covering fire, and Cathryan will fall. We're down to 3 squads. Fire Beavers, after losing Taskmaster early on, are actually back up to a full 3. Flavor of the Month are there, and Aqualix.
So this is a 3v3v3, and to be honest with you, Fire Beavers might be one of the first teams that have to move. However, let's see how the black market impacts things. Can they get a few grenades to flush teams out of these areas? Can they get the damage done? Or maybe a few armor swaps to work with and throw forward into those bubbles as they have to move across this open ground. It's a 3v3v3, like I mentioned previously, so nobody is weak in this situation. It's all about 9 Impulse, and he's got the big stick in his hands, but unfortunately it's just a haircut there for Naski, who popped up on top of that truck.
Yeah, sorry to correct you. It's FlavorOfTheMonth are actually down to 2. We can see 8 people in the top right-hand side, so they're going to have the most difficult situation here. But if they can play it correctly, if they can really just fall back and try and force the other 2 teams, then that 2 will feel like a 3. And also, the other teams won't necessarily realize who the 2 is, but as we see Taylor go down to the Kraber, suddenly things are not looking great for FlavorOfTheMonth, and Fire Beavers might just dive on this.
Yeah, 9 Impulse is trying to stay alive here, and they're going to have to play this rock. You can see a little exchange. They're going to have to take out Noth from FlavorOfTheMonth, and he could be the player that really could upset the apple cart here and allow the likes of Aqualix to close that ground before they can get the heals off. Dell's going to go forward. 145 to the body with a no-scope is going to slow things down and give Sunset and Taskmaster maybe a chance to move in and pull off something magical. A 1v1 now, but it's not enough, and Aqualix will swoop in on the fallen bodies and claim the first game here of our losers bracket final.
Really impressive stuff. Honestly, the fact that they were able to hold that for so long and then continue to push through afterwards to assert that much dominance on the rest of the lobby was extremely impressive. And it was a shame for Fire Beavers. I'm sure they'll be looking at that and saying maybe it was one they could win, but at the same time, it's about securing points on site. It's about getting through to those grand finals at the end of the day.
Just took a few too many seconds to finish off that final FlavorOfTheMonth player, which cost them a few HP, which could have been the game. But now it's time for us to go to a break. It's been a lot of fun casting that game 1, I'll tell you that, and game 2 is going to be no different. Before we get there, we'll go to the desk, but we'll see you in just a few moments.
You're blocking me, man. You're too slow. I'm not playing this game, man.
I'm in the lead. I'm in the lead.
Even but that's like...
Look at this wall jump.
Ah, wait! Yeah! No!
I blocked it all.
You're blocking me, man. You're too slow. Yeah, keep hitting like that. Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah, oh no, you actually squished me right there.
Oh!
No!
Keeping the wall jump.
I'm nervous.
No, don't block me.
Yeah.
Oh!
No! Nice, dude. You're faster. Even though you were 30. You're a rotation king.
I just took all the jump towers.
Okay, face. Okay. Smart, bro. Holy moly.
I did some calculations, dude.
I was like, where you used the first grapple, I thought like you will not have it after here.
Yeah, I had to crouch in area and had 41 seconds. It was 1 second when I got to the wall.
you calculated that grapple, bro.
Holy goodness there, Scrawny. Let's start with you here as Aqualix shows us how to make the end circle theirs.
Yeah, right. Going in for that final push, dealing with Fire Beavers and Flavor of the Month as they were both kind of piled up behind these rocks. To me, just the shot so far of that no-scope, right? I thought maybe that could be the turning point, and I think that our casters so eloquently put it that if that combination of Kraber's shot with also a little more HP, a cleaner finish on the second place team, third place team, maybe they're able to pull it out of the hat, Fire Beavers in its entirety. But I really love that end circle. That was a great one. Nice open ground. We saw Aqualix get in with some damage. We saw Fire Beavers in with the damage. Flavor of the Month was just so aggressive. I mean, that entire round was just aggression through and through.
Well, and actually, I think you just nailed it. And Launders, is over to you. But aggression is really the key, one of the key parts of Revenant, right? It's definitely a legend that is aggro all the way. And as we were talking about during the show here, 4 different teams actually fielding Revenants. I believe Alliance for the first time was fielding Revenants this go around.
And it's great that you mentioned them. Onset put it beautifully. That a lot of the teams that we expected to play well are starting to look really, really good. So that's Flavor of the Month, Alliance. Everybody was going through with their aggressive decisions very quickly and hitting just a high percentage of their bullets. And, Fire Beavers stood out so much. Aqualix, winning. It's like Aqualix weren't even on our radar on the broadcast during most of that game, but them winning is not a surprise to see them play that well. So we have seen spots of brilliance from them. But overall, it was such a fun match to watch because of the amount of plays that were coming in that were quite aggressive. And I think Dan also brought up another great point, which was that those Revenants will start to disappear as we get closer to the final rounds, where people are more worried about placements than they are about KP. But in some of these early rounds, people are way more willing to take giant risks, and that makes for some very, very fun engagements.
For sure. And I think what you said just now was really on point, which was that we're going to start talking about teams that we haven't seen all game coming in third party. We see it all the time, and all of these teams have today in themselves already shown themselves to be, winners in some right. Yes, they didn't go through the first group stages as victors, but guess what? They've made it here for a reason, right? So here we are. I will also say that let's talk a little bit about Fire Beavers. Going back to that Loba, we are not sure yet if that Kraber that they were wielding, that no scope, was actually because of that late game black market. Could have been. But I will say that it definitely impacted our MVP of the match. That being, of course, from Fire Beavers. Well done, Aqualix. Of course, GG to them. But here we go, Taskmaster. I gotta say this, Scrawny, it is so much fun to see a new legend, a newer legend, certainly, Loba in our MVP, doing the business and coming in clutch there in that late game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't think we've had an MVP for any of our matches yet that had this big of a gap between their kill/assist and the amount of damage they output. So in this case, I mean, Taskmaster just getting his hands on everybody. The sniper is definitely a key piece of that. We saw them use the Kraber to initiate that first down versus Flavor of the Month in the 3-team situation, and then go over, finish them off, and then almost again initiate versus Aqualix in the straight up 3v3. So his teammates picked up more kills, both of them, on their own, and for 11 frags across Fire Beavers is an excellent placement for them. Second place plus the 11. I mean, we're looking at a double-digit lobby for sure.
For sure. And now, Launders, you mentioned what Mark had mentioned, which was we could be seeing some team comp changes here because, of course, this is do or die. This is it. You're not going to make it to tomorrow. You're not going to make it till the next day if you do not make it through here. So from this perspective, I know we saw, like I said, we saw Alliance with Revenant. We saw some of those, real interesting team comp changes. What are you going to crystal ball me, right? Fortune teller me right now? Who do you think is going with Revenant, and who do you think is going to find themselves a different team comp here?
Yeah, I was thinking about whether or not Alliance are going to stay on with the Revenant because it looked good in spots, but still not totally comfortable. Flavor of Month did a great job defending against one of the Revenant pushes, but I like it for them, to go for the KP. And I think we still have one at least extra match where you should feel free to use it, where I think you maybe feel less comfortable in the 3rd and 4th game. So I actually hope that everybody who used the Revenant continues to do so and just goes hard for looking for the KP. And then, and this is Flight of Fancy, of course, who did such a great job with this Revenant all tournament long. But Fire Beavers, it's super cool to see their Loba play worked out because that's a comp, obviously, that they've championed for a while. And that's one that is kind of off meta in the sense of all the Revenants coming into play, but it's still working out really, really well. So I think everybody should keep what they had this last game.
I love it. Well, we'll see what those team comps did in this game here before we move on, of course, to our next. But let's take a look at those game results here for us and find out what the math says after that match number 1. And you know what? Listen, 2 double digits in this lobby, Scrawny, this is a very big accomplishment.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Aqualix, Fire Beavers, and Flavor of the Month just on the cusp of it, 2 points behind the others with the 20. So, I mean, that last circle, you're talking about... excuse me, you're talking about 30 kills. 30 kills between Aqualix, Fire Beavers, and Flavor of the Month. So they definitely deserve to have themselves near 20 as they move away from this one. I think if we look away from what went well and who played well in round 1, then we've got to also take a note that Gambit, despite having a strong performance down in lower bracket 1, have gone right back to losing ways. There was a lot of early fights going on at the start of this game, and Gambit unfortunately got pinched between, I believe, Alliance and Flavor of the Month. So it's not like they got, screwed over by some underdog. This was a lobby that definitely has talent from top to bottom, and Gambit were one of those early victims. So I'm curious to see if that actually starts to unleash them, if that starts to make them play a bit more frantically, because they have 3 more rounds to secure a spot in tomorrow's grand finals.
And if there's one thing we always know, it's never to sleep. Even if you are 20th place, Totem, I'm looking at you right now. Never sleep on these teams. Succubus as well, because the reality is that they can find themselves a great game, incredible kill count, and just have the time of their lives. And we can see it in the math, and that can translate to some real and honest advancement into our final rounds here. Anything else left to say here, gang, before we head off to our casters?
Just that Scarz, no matter what, even if they go 0-3, they can always be a threat because they are a team that they're the champs. They can put together 20 points, and if you get 20 points from what we've seen in these lobbies, then you can guarantee yourself top 10. So they had a really bad game, them and Gambit, but both of these teams could instantly flip the board on one single match.
Well, I'm excited to see them instantly flip this map for sure. We're going to a game number 2, and to do that, we'll, of course, throw it back to the fabulous, the fantastic Onset and Gaskin. Gents, your call.
Thank you, Kate. First time I've ever been called fabulous, and to be honest, I'm here for it. Fantastic, Dan Gaskin, synonymous. He's the Giga Chad of Apex. What else can I say? I'm just trying to make you smile. I'm just trying to make you smile again. Is he going to do it? He's not going to do it. I've ruined it today. I think I feel like I've put too much pressure on you to smile, and you've kind of got through that thing now where you can force it and not smile, but I'm still trying. There it is. All right, I'm happy now. Let's talk about this game, though, because I'm super excited for it. A little bit of surprise to see some of those big teams down at the bottom of the table after just one game, of course. But the pace at which that game really did explode, Dan, was a surprise to me. So many teams contested. Some of the bigger teams contested as well. And then we saw the likes of Gambit and Alliance running into each other in the first few minutes. It was breathtaking, to be honest with you, to quote Keanu Reeves. But this game, I expect maybe a little bit less contesting in some of these POIs. But as I say that, you look over to Geyser, and it's going to be the same story once more.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of, reluctancy to back away. And whether that is an ego check for these teams or not, I guess will remain to be seen as BCG are under fire once again. We did get a brief glimpse of where that circle's going. Epicenter is going to be the heart of this circle, and we will see a lot of teams transitioning very quickly to that. But at the moment, we can focus on this engagement. Bearclaw Gaming just trying to survive.
trying to survive for now, and this is one of those situations that I always think one of the teams has to back off, right? I don't mind, even if I win this fight, I think I'd rather land at a POI that's safe for the next game because of the fact that you've only got 4 games to play with here. We have to remind everyone, this isn't 6 games, and if you go 0-2 off of a drop where you're being contested, then that's half the game's gone that you can pick up points, and you're going to guarantee yourself to have to do something incredibly special in those last 2. But for now, Succubus, they have lost Crypt as we see him fall to the repeater of Bambino. That's going to hit him hard, and now the rest of Succubus trying to move in to get those reses off as Paradise is also going to be down. And this is a weird battle for me. The fact that this is still going on as players are moving towards a Crypt is not really good news for either of the teams as they get split. It just invites the third party in, like we saw in our first game.
Yeah, but just looking at the minimap, I don't think Flavor of the Month have made their way as quickly this time up to Geyser. Because it's going to be a circle that's a little bit closer to them, they haven't rotated as fast, so at least that will give a little bit of breathing room here to BCG. But for the most part, I'm also looking at which POIs were available. Trainyard is about the only free one that I've seen off drop, and it's, for me, is one of the weaker POIs, so I can understand holding your ground a little bit and expecting the other team to back off. But at the same time, if you don't know which POI is free, you're like, well, if we try and go somewhere else, maybe we'll just end up having another fight. At least we know who it is and how we're going to approach it. Can we do better than we did previously? But certainly with Succubus, who came out on top here, and BCG having to look to try and rescue a game once again.
Yeah, it's going to be a case of, like you said, I think you put it perfectly, rescuing the game, trying to get any points on the board that you can. Gambit are going to have to hope that they have a little bit of a stronger showing than they did in that previous game, and it's going to be Totem Esports who are already moving up on them and getting that beacon information from the center of Sorting Factory as well. So they'll know where that zone is going to be moving, and we did see the epicenter is going to be the place to try and control. That height is always so vital down the cliff side of epicenter, where we currently see a lot of teams trying to make their way, is going to be very interesting. But Aqualix think it's going to finish a little bit deeper in that compound just outside of Refinery. We can already see them set up there, and to be honest with you, for a team like Aqualix, if you see them set up in a certain situation, you know that it's probably where that ring is going to pull.
Yeah, those who have got a crypto can probably play on the edge and maybe towards the refinery area, and then you're going to have the chance to use that crypto, get the circle information, and then perhaps you move in a little bit more central. But by then, it could be a little bit too late. So we'll see who goes more risky with their positioning in the final circle and who's just going to go off memory. But at the moment, we've still got 20 squads and a lonely Bambino from BCG who has lost his teammates. And whichever way he runs, I feel like you're going to be running into one team sooner or later. And speaking of Aqualix, and speaking of the possibility of having that crypto, well, they do have that crypto. So they can sit here in these little buildings, and then they can crypto drone all the way over and find that positioning a little bit later on.
I can sit here for now, but there's a team who has managed to get caustic barrels down inside that building, which has not made this a comfortable rotation for them. And that is the team who actually landed over at at Refinery. So they had a shorter rotation to make, which has now forced Aqualix to kind of play a little bit of a half-baked setup here. You can see that they've got control of that truck here, which Sadell is going to have to back up to, and the other one just to the side of it, where you can see that Nasky was on his drone trying to sort out where the teams are going to be pushing, and maybe looking for an EMP push onto the caustic team inside as well. But Aqualix not getting what they would call maybe their first choice of where they wanted to play, but trying to make it work from here.
Yeah, they can try and make it work, and it depends if the other team decides they're going to try and push them, but all three of them are in the same building. So at least Aqualix have that slight advantage that if they do want to get aggressive, they can kind of pinch them all, as elsewhere Myztro are going to be soaring up into the sky to reposition, and hopefully they can find a place where they don't drop and instantly die. But several teams are trying to blaze them out of the sky. We've already seen some successful shots from teams throughout, but this is also another popular position. The train tracks as Flavor of the Month also struggling a little bit, under a little bit of fire, but seem to be resetting.
Just playing outside of No Name here on that respawn beacon. Trying to get those scans down to find out where teams are trying to rotate and where they're getting shot from. As we see in the kill feed, unfortunately, Nags is going to be knocked there by Hayaka. Fenerbahce are going to be closest to Flavor of the Month, and they might have been the team that were exchanging a little bit of fire with them. It looks like they were indeed, and now we're going to see Fenerbahce reach up to the heavens once more and redeploy with that skyward dive. And I always find it interesting here. Oh, I love watching shots like that from a 301. Absolute beams coming in. And that is going to be two players falling now to the hands of Desert, and that's going to be Team Gdolphn, who, to be honest with you, Dan, not quite the performance I expected from them so far, but with the format and the fact that it's only 4 games, I always feel like there's a chance just for that pop-up game, that pop-off game, I should say, to push you into that Grand Finals lobby.
Yeah, everyone still has the chance, even when it comes to Game 4, and that's a clan tag I can get behind. Bold from Gdolphn. He was saying that he was part of the Bold gang with you earlier on set, and he was disappointed.
Oh boy.
Didn't predict him, but you know, you never know. Maybe he can predict you in the Grand Finals if you get there, Gdolphn. We'll see whether he can continue later on. But Flavor of the Month, at the moment they're okay, Mark, because they're in this no-name location, they're within the current circle, but they are going to have to move, and the longer they take here, the more likely they're going to be struggling to get in, but perhaps they feel like they can hold out a few teams, and that's why they're waiting here, and of course they're on the beacon, they can get the scan for round 3.
One team who are going to have good position is Team Scarz as well. Scarz Europe, as we see some more shots hitting from Pierre with this longbow. They drop over at Overlook, so they've got a short rotation to make, and they can also rotate with their backs to the edge of World's Edge, so they haven't got to worry about what's behind them, what's rotating. It's from awkward places, essentially. They can really just focus on how they want to move forward and hold out some teams, and you can see that Flavor of the Month, they're currently trying to spot out where Scarz are. Mandy's up on that tower. He's going to look to do some damage and level up those Evo shields, much like Pierre's been doing here for Flavor of the Month, and it's just going to be a little bit of poke damage from both players at the moment.
Yeah, poke damage is important to get the Evo shields up, of course, but when you're already at purple, you do have to have a considerable amount of poke damage to get to red, as that circle will close, which means the next circle can be scanned and found, and I'll look across, it is going to move even further northeast, so closer towards Refinery, but definitely centralizing around Aqualix, who did set themselves up expecting a pool like this. The teams in Epicenter are still going to be okay for now, but probably going to have to move sooner or later.
Yeah, Flight of Fancy not looking too fancy right now, looking like a little bit of a shambles, to be honest with you, as they lost one player in 90s. We saw him eliminated a little bit earlier, but the pace of this game a little bit different, Dan. We have to say, 20 squads still remaining and no early engagements like we really saw. Well, no engagements that ended in complete squad wipes like we saw in the first few moments of our previous game. However, speaking of squad wipes, one might be coming in here as Desert is the last player alive. Desert, I should say, that's not Desert, that's just 1S, that's not 2. But things aren't looking too sweet for him at the moment, as Endeavour are trying to put the pressure on.
Yeah, putting the pressure on to take out Team ahahhah. And they might be the first team to actually get wiped here if they cannot survive. But Endeavour, down to just 2, will want to get Blast back up. And providing they actually get the finishes here, they should be okay to do so. I don't think there's another team that's going to provide too much trouble. But ahahhah also go back up to 2. And they've got purple armors. You know what? They could still win this fight.
Not only that, they had the gold bag, so that EMP is going to destroy the bubble, and now Desert has to be careful, and it may be a case of trying to escape from this situation, because even though he managed to get the res off with the gold bag, it's still a 3v2 situation here to try and get out of. So Endeavour trying to be aggressive. They know that they have the man advantage, and when you are in this kind of place, and you know that points are at a premium across just the 4 games, you need to try and turn this into KP.
So I think the reason why we saw so much aggression and so much carnage in the early stages of last game was because there were so many people dropping on one another. There was a lot of teams running away from each other after those initial fights and then just accidentally running into other teams, as Gdolphn was spawned, but is going to unfortunately go back down again, and it's Flight of Fancy picking up a little bit of free KP here. That's exactly what they would have wanted. Deep in the red, exactly where Team Gdolphn would not have expected to find another team, but Flight of Fancy were just waiting, and look how deep they are. They were all the way in Countdown. That is a big old transition across the map for them.
Well, look at the rotation that has been made by Gambit as well. You can see them bang center zone, and they're going to be playing kind of on the hillside, just overlooking where we think this one is going to be finishing. Fire Beavers have made their way into Refinery as well. They're going to be playing the roof of that. They have Beacon, and they also have, as you can see there, that area controlled by the black market of Loba. So any teams that go down, armors are going to be stolen away, batteries, grenades, all those things that are going to be vital for endgame will fall into the hands of Fire Beavers. And after their performance in that first game, they're going to be very happy with how things are looking for them now.
Mate, Scarz are actually getting involved with Aqualix here. This could be a big win for either team. Naski goes down, so Scarz are on top at the moment, and Aqualix will fall. And they were the first team to be eliminated after taking one of arguably the best spots on the map. Scarz were like, hey, we fancy that one, and they take it right away from them.
Taishin doing a really good job here, just clearing their backs as well. This is the building that Aqualix were overlooking for quite some times, and it's Claudione 1 Fanboys, was it? I keep trying to read it, but the lack of spaces in my brain does not engage with each other. There's something not quite linking up between my ears.
Just Fanboys works for me.
Fanboys is fine, isn't it? But they've just been sat in that building for the entire time, and they've kind of just been overlooking that everything's been going down. They don't need to make any kind of moves. They just need to sit in there. They've got the caustic barrels down. Don't take any poke damage and wait for everyone else to do the damage and present opportunities to them.
Flight of fancy, look at how far they've got to come. They're actually off the map right now, don't even worry about it. I'm hoping they've got the meds to get back into the circle because they went really adrift to try and stay alive. And they may have survived, they may have got some KP, but they are going to be extremely weak once they do arrive in the circle. Succubus are down to just 2. Crypt gets the bubble down, but not in time before he will fall, as Fenerbahce are just peppering from a distance.
And this is the height I was talking about in Epicenter. It's not inside of that next zone, but you can hold so many teams out. You can see Alliance making their way through Fragment East in the distance as well. Totem Esports are the team who are currently engaging in this fight around the market in Fragment West. And if Draconian can hit a few shots here, he might be able to steal away a few of these KP and pick them up for his team. Totem Esports, at the moment, things not looking good. Can't get into the void, and that will be Succubus picking up a couple of KP. Even though Crypt did go down, they should be able to get this res off.
Yeah, I don't know if Totem Esports would just not expecting the push there, as Totem really got decimated, if I'm completely honest. Succubus, their hand was forced and they had to take the fight, and took the fight they did, but now they're on the back foot once again. Harold will fall, and it's Alliance also getting involved with this engagement. Thanks to the Revenant death protection, they were able to push in, and I love this as well. Make sure you send yourself back. He timed it perfectly.
That's so smart. And again, Alliance just showing the versatility that Revenant can give you. It's not just about that initial push, it's about being able to get that push, get KP, and then return to the safety of where that totem is set up and reposition, as Alliance now come in to finish off Crypt. And I mean, Alliance are playing this so well, and Alliance are one of those teams who kind of, you know, forwarded, kind of pioneered is the word I'm looking for, the Revenant meta, and brought it into competitive. And I like the fact that even though they experimented with a few things, Dan, they've gone back to what brought them success previously.
Yeah, and in a game where you just need to finish in the top 10 and you don't have to worry too much about how many points you accumulate overall, as long as you're within that top 10, why not be aggressive? Especially in the first couple of games, see where you stand, and if you've done the job, you can carry on that aggression to kind of ruin everyone else's game and stop other people getting points. And then when you get to the grand final, maybe that's when you look to play aggressive in the early stages, but then switch back to your normal composition to try and get the win in match point format. Flavor of the month, Pierre has fallen from a distance. They might be able to get him back up though, because it doesn't look like there's anyone on the other side, unless Fenerbahce decide they want to jump on this, but they don't have an Octane.
I'm not going to lie, that made me jump out of my chair for a second there. That really did surprise me, that Kraber shot coming in. But what is also surprising is when you're on the top of a hill, to have a team like Alliance start flying at you. Draconian is in all sorts of trouble as Vipes will re-challenge and get the knock. His teammate's not close enough to really take advantage of the danger that he got done. And now Pinky Finky in position as the Gibraltar, trying to get the res off, but Alliance will be on the hunt as Pinky Finky goes down to the vault here of Hackis.
I've got to say, I'm not a fan of Revenant, but I love this alliance. I love an aggressive alliance. They tried that more defensive composition on day one. It didn't really work out too well for them, and the fact they have switched it up, and it shows their versatility, how they can play in various different methods and different ways, and they've been rewarded for it here in day number 2 in lower bracket 2, and their last chance of getting to that grand final. And of course, a reward is being able to compete in the arenas next weekend as well. But as we say that, we move away, so there's only one player remaining.
Well, the beams are going to help, and oh my word, Hackis, that is absolutely wonderful shots coming in from you. Unfortunately, legit lolly there for Forg gang to finally take down Alliance. They will fall, and it feels like a lot of deaths have been going down in the last few minutes. We're down to 14 squads now. The kill leader is going to be Tyler as well. He has the Prowler in his hands, and he's going to decimate the team underneath them. The Prowler, one of the strongest guns in the game, and you can see exactly why it was put in that care package.
Yeah, can he actually survive, though, and manage to get his teammate back up? No, he can't. They will fall, but it was a valiant effort. AJS, we also switch across to, as they die, all 3 eliminated in 12th spot. So 11 squads left, and just trying to get into that top 10 now to secure 1 extra placement point is the aim of the game, but Flavor of the Month fall and will not get that extra placement point. It's Myztro diving in, being aggressive and taking them out.
Yeah, they would take that truck away from them, and that train cart, whatever you want to call it, truck, it doesn't matter, because all that matters is that is center zone, and that is where we are going to see this finish. Scarz have now made their move in as well, and Scarz will now take control of it, and you can see the issue here for holding down this area. There's so many different windows, so many different doors that one grenade can roll through, and Arcstar can stick you through when you're not paying attention. So even though it's center zone, even though it's a great place to hold, you have to really be on your P's and Q's to make sure that nobody has got any angles to do some big damage.
Fairly certain we've just seen Fire Beavers lose one, if not the entire team, as we were in third person. Didn't see the kill feed, but it looked like Taskmaster was the last remaining player, and he definitely fell. So underrated there in a good position. Myztro, I'd argue, in quite a nice spot as well. And then you look across, Scarz can be a real nuisance to both of those teams, and I'm sure they'll be pretty comfortable in the train track that they currently reside in. So several teams have managed to find themselves in a comfortable spot, but those comfortable positions can often be ruined by the Revenant teams, and Myztro is one of those Revenant teams.
I think they've actually turned off of Revenant for this game, if I caught it correctly. They might have changed up their composition. Have to double check that when we do check in with Myztro next. But Phoenix Legacy, they took to the skies with the Valkyrie skyward dive to find themselves a spot. But the only problem is that spot is being held down by Gambit, and Gambit will not want to give that up because they could be in a really good spot. There's also a Kraber on the field in the hand of BLAST for Endeavour, and he's doing some work with it as well. So we'll have to keep our eyes on where these shots start to land and what teams start to fall, as BLAST does push up with the rest of his teammates to eliminate the team below them.
And you were correct. At Myztro, they have switched off that Revenant after game one, so they've secured a decent amount of points, and then they decided they want to go for something a little bit more normal, as Gambit will fall in 7th position, not able to hold out that team that were pushing in late, and it was Phoenix Legacy. They were actually able to get the kills, and they've got the gold back, so they can quickly get back up to a full 3. And after the death-defying moments in the previous lower bracket matchup, where Phoenix Legacy had that kind of 1v1, D-getter clutching up, and now they're taking down teams like Gambit. This really is an amazing story for them.
Underrated in a really good spot as well. They're up on the high ground just to the east of where Myztro are currently set up, and you get the feeling that there's going to be a Revenant push at some point. But we need to watch some blasts, by the way, on Endeavour, because I keep seeing the Kraber in the kill feed, and he's now the kill leader. So Blast is creating so many openings and so much carnage in this last few moments.
Yeah, Endeavour are just one of those teams that when they get weapons like that, and when they're in a good spot to actually follow the aggression they so would desperately like to achieve, they really make everything so difficult for everyone else in the lobby. And the individual talent on that team, they deserve to be in a grand final, if I'm completely honest. But we'll see how they go on. It seems like it's going pretty well for them in this current game, but that's a beautiful lay of the land there about how everyone's setting up for this final circle. The team that was in Epicenter and those teams closest to Epicenter have to move a little bit further. Endeavour don't have to move too far, but they have a distinct lack of cover here. They have to go down the hill to the two teams that are in the train tracks.
Well, it looks like Underrated have decided that this truck is what they will call home for now. It doesn't have a roof on, and that's why they're getting absolutely decimated by missiles, by grenades, by arc stars, but somehow they're managing to survive through it all. As I say that, it's going to be a frag grenade and a defensive bombardment that's going to combine Myztro and Scarz working together to make sure that Underrated do not have a good game here, and it looks like Scarz are going to be moving in to close things out. But no, Myztro, I tell you what, that nade from Rugby, the frag has closed things out for them, as Phoenix Legacy will now be moving in behind Endeavour, and that's going to be Noises, I believe, caught off guard. It was actually Blaster Scarz watching all of this carnage open in front of their eyes and just holding strong inside of this train car.
Scarz and Myztro know that if they work together now, I know it sounds silly, but they can achieve top 2, and then they have a straight 3v3 fight for first place. We're now down to just 3 squads, Myztro and Scarz, and then one remaining player, I think, above them has now gone down, and the 3v3 begins here.
Mandy taking a really strange decision to look for an angle. Maybe he's desperate for ammo, maybe he was desperate for something, but no, he was desperate for a Kraber! That's why he made the move, and that's what might have won this one for Scarz Europe. The big shot from Mandy when things were looking bad. Well, 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 how the Kraber can change things, and how an amazing individual moment can bring you a win. Scarz Europe, I've got Mandy to thank for that one.
Not only did he pick up the Kraber, but he ran, he swapped armors, he got the Kraber, and then he turned around and kablamo and won the fight. So it was great for both teams to kind of realize what situation they were in. They were the focus point, they were the target, nades were coming in from everywhere, but they worked together, eliminated all of the other competition, and they said, hey, now we're at the 3v3, but it's Scarz that come out on top in a win they much desperately needed.
So 2 games of 4 done now. It's time for us to go to a break. The Kraber shot is still ringing in my ears a little bit from Andy, to be honest with you. So we'll see you in a few seconds to break it all down.
It's Dupes o'clock. Go bazoomba, bam bam boop. Fool 'em. You got bamboozled, look at you.
Could you call it a Kraber and a prayer? I don't know, Scrawny. What do you think?
I think that I am an absolute fan of the Scarz and Myztro synergy there. They both had similar positions inside similar cars. They both just went ahead and shredded everybody that was in the surrounding area. This was a really fun end circle yet again. I think these last 2 games and these open endings have really allowed for teams to have a little bit of space. You know, we've had very, very fast 3 versus 3 finishes, but each time it's been basically a full team on each end of it. You know, last game, Flavor of the Month wasn't quite prepared, still had the Kraber, still hit a nice no-scope. But this time, Mandy, I mean, that is a game-winning Kraber headshot on the down when Myztro thought they had the game in the bag.
Oh, absolutely. And Launders, I will say, you know, we definitely see these 3v3s in the late game, but I think the last 2 games we have seen, you know, fighting right off the top, and they continue to do it time and again. I mean, it was just fight after fight after fight after fight. There didn't seem to be a lull.
It's I think the teams are copy and pasting some of their comps they had in the last game and are just running with it right now. And maybe we're at the point where it starts to slow down, but man, was it good while it lasted. You love to see the Revenants, and I feel like they're being used tactfully as well, not just to be these disruptive forces that come in, but you're really throwing away your own game. No, instead it feels like people are just getting better and better with the way that they use them in such a fashion that they're being used more often, and also they're not impacting anything. You saw there was a point where Alliance got a push off and then naded themselves so they would go back, and it was absolutely no impact to their game. They weren't displaced at all. Their HP wasn't affected, and they got some KP in the process.
Sure did. And we saw another Kraber there moments ago. I love scouting Krabers. What can I say? At any rate, one person who also enjoys Krabers almost to his detriment, I will say, is a guy named Mandy, which we just saw here in that late game for Scarz. And for that and so many other things, he is our match MVP. Match MVP Mandy. Boy, it sounds really nice. Match MVP Mandy, brought to you by Razor. And here we go again. That Kraber shot, Scrawny, it's got to, you know, it's one of those moments where that will make a highlight reel for the rest of his career.
Yeah, because it's one of those moments. It's one of those, you know, one of the things about Apex is we talk about decision making, right? Decisiveness, communication, and decision making. And that right there, the decision to leave the train car when they were in what could have been basically a full heal 3 versus 3 with like a symmetrical mirrored head-on-head battle. We see Mandy just tear off to those boxes. And like Dan said, not only did he grab the Kraber that quickly, but he also swaps out his armor. And that was taking a huge chance because we almost saw him get melted by Myztro as he pushed up that hill. And for a moment, I thought he was making a huge error. I thought maybe he didn't realize how close Myztro were to him, but then, I mean, that glorious moment where he shows us, no, calculated, baby. Hits that headshot on the push. He absolutely deserves the MVP. You know, if we think about MVP moments in terms of like accumulated damage and impact, that's one thing. If we think about MVPs just in terms of like the highlight reel moment, I think this one from Mandy has to be it. It's absolutely at the top of the list in terms of like those sickening one-click moments.
Absolutely, and as we watch it again, Launders, I want to actually pull it back for a second and remind everybody that this is do or die for these teams right now. Mandy doing something like that, as calculated as it is, it feels to me like an absolute showcase of experience under the bright lights and the pressure of something like this, like a Blast Titans type of tournament.
And they messed up last game, right? They come off of basically 0 points. So this is the one. They win it, they get tons of kills, and then suddenly they threat anybody trying to come into the top 10 off of one game alone. So this is the issue for any teams in lower bracket round 2, especially when you're down here with Scarz and other teams like Gambit, who still have yet to prove themselves. They can flip the score, flip the entire leaderboard in one game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's interesting to see Scarz come back like you're talking about, like right here, and really showcase what they can do and what we know they are capable of when it comes to something like, you know, a team like, and we harp on it, and I feel bad that we do, but the reality is that there is certainly a narrative in the term of Gambit. I mean, the reality is that once again, they come in with the pressure of knowing what they can do, knowing their potential, and being, what's the right word I'm looking for here, Scrawny? Wishy-washy isn't it, but certainly inconsistent.
Sure. I'd help you if I knew where you were going, Kate. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, I can't bail you out of that one. But let's look who else.
No, that's fair.
Anybody else need to be bailed out at the moment? Because we look at 11th to 20th.
Gambit,
and yeah. There's nobody too shocking down there, I would say. Flight of Fancy, I think we expected some maybe better stuff than them, but we've also seen some early aggressive games kind of blow up in their faces. And this one, despite getting 4 points, 3 kills, 14th place, like it's not as bad as some of the other, but unfortunately for like the likes of Totem and Fenerbahce, who just got into this group and thought maybe they could make that run, I think now we're really seeing the cream rise to the top. Most notably off of this performance from Scarz. 10 kills is huge. Myztro as well. That's a team that I think like was just floating in their pack and now is definitely putting their name across everything. Endeavour with another big one. This is good for them because that's 2 rounds back to back from Endeavour that have found them like incredibly impactful. And if you can remain consistent over the first 2-3 rounds, then the pressure comes off when we get into that last one when crazy things seem to happen. So Fire Beavers hang on to their top 3, but they have been surpassed. And Endeavour and Scarz off of this second round just taking to the top of the scoreboard.
100%. Apologies for that earlier lob over, but at any rate, you're absolutely right. And Launders, I mean, we're looking at these. Remember, we're only match 2, but we also only have 4 matches. That is it. That's all we got left. So as you look at these standings here, I mean, I think, you know, I think Scrawny did a great job showcasing which of these teams we should take a look at. Is there anybody else on this list that you're like, you know what? I feel like they have it coming here in the later part of these matches.
I think underrated. Flight of Fancy, Gambit, and AJS have all proven already on multiple occasions that they could get the 20 points they need to break into this top 10 at any given moment. And even Gambit were playing some of the best Apex that we've seen just 2 hours ago. So I think those are all overdue performances, and the other team's got to be worried for that reason, because some of the top 5 right now, or top 6, top 7 even, are all teams we expect to be in this position, and they've already secured a very, very tight 20 to 24 point score line, with just Alliance lagging slightly behind. So this is going to be one of the harder leaderboards to break into.
Oh man, that is exactly the headline that I think we can put on this tournament for sure. And that is got us all today. Right now at this moment, we've actually got to go into a game number trace. We're sticking with World's Edge though, gang. Not going to go to Olympus like we have in the past. We're sticking with World's Edge and going to see what these teams can bring out here in the second to last game of our finals here until tomorrow. So that is going to be something that we'll take a look at with Onset and Gaskin. Over to you guys for game number 3.
Thank you, Kay. It is time to get into game 3. We are past the halfway point already. These games fly by, Dan. I've got to be honest with you, when you have these shorter series. And for the teams that are down at the bottom, I'm keeping my eyes on Gambit once again. I just feel like they need to perform in this game. You don't want to leave that pressure on your shoulders alongside everyone else in that bottom 10, moving into what will be the final game of the day today.
Yeah, it's scary to say that, isn't it, when you see teams on like 4 or 5 points after a couple of games. But to be honest, you go right to the top in only 20-odd points. It's all very close. No one has really ran away with things in the opening 2. We haven't seen a mammoth game followed by a mammoth game. Instead, it's all within reach, I would say. Even those teams who are 20th position, definitely a chance of getting back into things throughout match numbers 3 and 4. As we have a look at the lay of the land, as everyone starts to drop into World's Edge, are we going to see contesting again at Geyser? Yes, we are.
We are indeed. Round 3, the bell has rung, but more importantly, we get to see that circle. It looks like Fragment West, Fragment East is where we might be headed. Epicenter there as well. Maybe up to just outside of the north side of Fragment West, so we'll have to see where that ring moves in just a few moments' time. But for now, it's all about the Battle of Geyser once more. And like I said, I just feel like it's a little bit of a waste. 2 teams are going to be contesting. It actually looks like, to be honest with you, that Bearclaw Gaming might have decided to move away from this and not engage, just take what they can get and then start and actually get a game together, which they do need to do at the moment because points really aren't on their side as it stands.
It looked like Underrated and Totem were also contesting one another down in launch site. So potentially 4 teams close to one another, but it looks like Totem have taken their loot and they're also bailing towards Sorting Factory, but then they'd just be running into another team. So it's about really doing as much as you can with the loot you can find on the way. Of course, there are plenty of bins that you can find in the middle of no man's land that can sometimes reward you and you can get a little bit fortunate, but also Totem might steal away some loot here from Sorting. It's going to be a real question as whether Gambit hear them behind them and decide to take the fight.
Well, Flavor of the Month have had a much improved performance today from what we saw yesterday. They were just hoping they can keep it up in these final 2 games and really solidify their confidence, but also their position in our grand finals. Gambit, we'll have a quick look at them moving through Sorting Factory, and Totem will be moving behind, picking up the scraps that are left by Gambit, as they obviously were contested, like you mentioned, by Underrated over at launch site. But for now, Gambit just going to have to keep their eyes on their heels, to be honest with you, because if they don't move as a unit and don't move quickly, they might find themselves getting shot in the back here by Totem.
Well, at least Totem will be able to pick up some scraps. It depends what Gambit have left them. Sometimes you get weapon preferences. Some people might not want to use the Scout, for example, and then suddenly you find a Scout on the floor that you can use if that's one of your favorite weapons. But Gambit will be transitioning, and actually, as I say that, it seems like they've transitioned into a fight already. They managed to find some unexpected players. T-Rex, BCG boys. Well, BCG, they tried to get away from a fight, but they've just run into another one.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing there for BCG, and then, you know, you don't want to be spending most of your life living in a Gambit paradise. See what I did there, Dan? Pretty smart, wasn't it? I thought it was quite good from me. But Gambit do get that first knock, and they're going to be looking to capitalize on it and see if they can find the other 2 players to add to their tally. And unfortunately for Bearclaw Gaming, Dan, it's really been a struggle for them. They decided this time they were going to try and rotate away quickly. They were going to try and not contest, not take that early fight. And now they find themselves down a player and also with nothing to work with whatsoever as far as loot is concerned. I mean, 2 white armors, 1 player on his back. It's looking about as bad as you could get.
The thing is, all it takes is a couple of minutes to look back at the broadcast and see which areas in the map are available. You can double check and see where people are landing. Train Yard is free, was free, and still is. Yes, okay, you've got people from Harvester and Staging that do move towards that area, but you're going to get more loot in Train Yard, which is one of the worst POIs in my opinion, than you would by just dropping, splitting, and then retreating from a POI. So perhaps that's something that they will do in match number 4. Alas, if they haven't done it in the first 3, I feel like they might just take the gamble again.
Well, Gambit are looking extremely healthy. They already have 1 KP to their name, and they also have some pretty decent armors as well, moving from Sorting Factory. A little reposition here coming in from Hardeki, maybe thinking about getting some information for his team, and it looks like he wants to get involved in a little engagement as well. He's got an Arc Star in his hand. That thing's pretty sharp. So the team who are on the other side of this are going to have to be very, very careful of opening that door, because Hardeki is locked, loaded, and ready to throw.
Yep, does throw and kicks one in, but gets an Arc Star thrown right back at him. And Gambit, they need to win this engagement. They need to pick up some points and actually have something to be involved in a game. They haven't really found their form in this current matchup.
Well, I wonder if this was Gambit deciding that there's more than one floor here for us all to play, and we'll take the bottom floor as they move from building to building and try to navigate their way through Fragment East here. And you are going to see one of those zones where we have multiple teams stacked up upon each other. It is going to be Endeavour who are above them. So this is going to be an interesting battle between the two. And I think if Gambit get the idea and get a whiff of the fact that both Blast and Noises only have white shields to play with, they will make this push.
100% they'll make that push as well. Like all it takes is one crack of the shields, and we know what Gambit and especially Hardeki is capable of in a 1v3, let alone a straight 3v3. Elsewhere, underrated on Tree are laying down some suppressing fire on a team below them. Phoenix Legacy also involved. A couple of mid-game skirmishes happening now as people are getting deeper into their rotations down towards Fragment East or West, depending on where they want to gamble on. But Team Gdolphn now going into, of course, that Revenant Totem.
Yeah, I mean, this is the definition of going in. This is sending it and sending it in style. L-Star in the hands, Dolphin nags. And just trying to move it in together to get these kills and get these finishes. The L-Star is going to be blinding everyone, doing a lot of damage, but nothing really happening as far as Nox is concerned. But look at the kill feed, Dan. Forg gang taking down Alliance members left, right, and center. And Alliance, who haven't had the greatest a couple of days here, once again might find themselves on the back foot.
Yeah, Alliance, who are in an okay spot at the moment, 7th position with 14 points. But really, we're looking at kind of all the teams that are in the bottom 10 to try and make something of themselves here in match number 3, to not let themselves fall too far behind. And one of those teams is Flight of Fancy, who are very much on the back foot right now, retreating from this fight we're witnessing in our front of our very eyes at the moment. And you know, it's a scary situation when you're on like 2 or 3 points. You haven't been able to find anything, and then suddenly you lose a player or two, and you think, well, what do we do? Do I try and go and pick up those banners, get us back to a full 3, and give us more of a chance of winning a game or getting into the latter stages of a game? Or do I try and rat just for those extra point or two that might be the difference maker if we have a big game in match number 4?
Well, look down at the very southern side of World's Edge. You can see that Hackis is the last player alive for his team, and he's trying to get out of dodge, but he's being chased down by the final 2 members of Forg gang. If you pull this off, it will be massive, but no, he's going to be eliminated as we watch it happen live. Alliance fall out early once again, this time in game number 3. Game number 1 didn't go their way. Game 2, much better from them, but this time, no real points on the board for them.
Yeah, it means that they are now going to have to look to game 4 to try and solidify their spot in the top 10. They'll probably still be in the top 10 after this game, but I imagine with 14 points, you're probably looking at around 10th spot. You'll probably be the benchmark compared to what we've seen from these kind of best of 4 matchups. Scarz Europe seem to be in a relatively healthy position, though, and that's certainly good news for them. They probably have secured their spot in the grand finals, if I'm completely honest. They're already on 23 points. It should be enough to get them through, but you never know with how close this group has been. It might just take some big games elsewhere to manage to have several teams catch up and overtake them.
Well, the EMP, no laughing matter here for ahahhah, as they do have to pop a few shield cells to get themselves healthy once more. But not too much happening for now. Teams pretty much found a way to play, and a place to play, I should say, inside of both sides of Fragment. However, that is a cooker. That is a microwave, and this is Zacko moving in to try and finish off the damage that is done. He gets sent back to the Totem. However, the second push might come in, although Flyer Fancy looked like they might have decided this isn't the push for them, as there was multiple teams in the area. And the last thing they want to be doing is throwing away this game number 3.
They thought about it. They jumped on the launch pad and they said, no, we'll back off. Someone made the call mid-jump there, and it was probably a smart one as we move across to Totem Esports, who are currently on set on 0 points, a 20th finish and an 18th finish with no kills. They need a game now. They need to find some sort of form. I know I was backing them in other rounds, and they are a team who could make it to a grand final. They're a team we've seen succeed in ALGS time and time again. So Jay Savage and the rest of the squad really need to pick things up here in match number 3.
Gambit's still on that bottom floor of the broken building in Fragment East as well. Scarz just kind of overlooking everything at the moment, as the single fire is going to be engaged on the 301 from Mandy, and his finger is going to be clicking away nice and quickly. Say that 3 times quickly. As now he's going to retreat back to his teammates a little bit, and they're going to try and survey the area. Still trying to control that height over at Epicenter and kind of watching everything else that's going to be going down. And if they can do so, Dan, they're going to have a really good placement here, as all those teams have to move out from the Fragment side of the map.
Yeah, if you can get that high ground, if you can be in a position where you could just lay hell upon all the teams that are joining a little bit later, you are going to be in a good position to pick up a considerable amount of KP. But certainly a slower matchup now than we're seeing, especially compared to the first of the day. A few teams still rotating in, as we can see from the overhead on the map, but there is a lot of congestion down there in Fragment East, especially a few teams in Fragment West as well, just banking on maybe it pulling that way. But those in Fragment East seem to have had the preferable decision, in my opinion, and we'll see where that circle pulls in a little bit. But for those who are rotating in late, there's not going to be much space in Fragment, so you kind of have to go with what you're dealt with. Any sort of building that you can get to, or any sort of little high ground that has some cover, maybe that's what you've got to work with here.
This is going to be a brutal end zone here. It's going to be pretty much in the open, maybe around that train station that we do see Fire Beavers currently set up around. So all these teams that are stacked up that you can see inside of that green beacon, down at the south side of it, inside of Fragment, they're going to have to move. And there's only, certain amount of room to move for those teams. You'll usually see half of them disappear, as we see half a shield disappearing now, thanks to the L-Star in the hands of Gdolphn, doing a great job to control the recoil on that weapon and get that damage down. But for Team Gdolphn, this is their time to push. You can see there's a lot of pressure on the team in front of them. 90s is going to go down, and this might be their third-party opportunity, as now they move in. But Gdolphn's going to take a lot of damage here. Peacekeeper in the hands of Orgless as he tries to get these shots down. The silence will come in as well. And unfortunately, Gdolphn going down is going to make this a little bit more difficult than they would have wanted. But Nags has moved in. He's finished off that team, and now the res will be able to be popped.
Kills coming in for Fenerbahce and Flavor of the Month elsewhere, so teams who need points are getting KP. And Team Gdolphn, they did get aggressive, they did the right thing, and now they've got the spoils as a reward. They can loot up and they can play a little bit slower. And it's Flavor of the Month, they're just kind of peppering everyone from this building right now. They have picked up a few knocks here or there, but it's about turning those knocks into KP sometimes, which is often easier said than done. Sometimes you hope that another team is going to finish the knock for you so you can at least pick up the KP, but that wasn't going to be the case for Flavor of the Month just yet.
Well, Pierre is inside of Fragment West at the moment. Oh, Fragment East, excuse me. He's not in jail, as he is poking through these bars. However, he might feel like a bit of a caged animal if he does get a few knocks and wants to push and isn't able to convert them into the KP that you were talking about. We can see where these teams are located on the left-hand side of your screen as well, as you take a look at Scarz Europe on the right-hand side, and they're going to be feeling all sorts of positive vibes after that last performance they had in the previous game, especially Mandy with that big Kraber shot that really did change the tide in the final battle. But for now, they're very comfortable. You can see them at the very top of the screen on the overhead, and they've just been leveling up Evos. They've just been chilling for now on the other side of the map to everyone else.
Gambit are picking up a decent amount of kills, which they need. They need to have one of those games that will bring them back into the competition, give them the belief that they can actually get into these grand finals. It really would be a shame to see some of these teams not make it, but at the same time, those who do get there thoroughly deserve it, because we've seen some fantastic performances across the weekend, across a various amount of games and maps, may I add. We've had to see teams transition onto Olympus and show us what they're made of, and we'll see what happens in the grand finals with map selection as well. For Myztro, they've switched up from the aggressive composition and they've gone to the kind of tried and tested and true composition, which is just more of a kind of staple in Apex Legends, something that you can hold down the fort a little bit more, and it seems to be that after securing some early points, they want to just play off that and try and solidify their spot in the grand finals.
Well, Aqualix are trying to hold off. A Revenant push may be coming in very soon. You can see that Naski has been silenced, and it's going to be Flight of Fancy, just a two-man team up on top of this multi-story building, the beacon building that is in Fragment West. Excuse me, not the beacon building, I am misspoken. As now they're trying to move in again. However, they're being held off by these grenades that keep coming in at the moment, and this has got to be a little bit frustrating, especially if it's going to be more frustrating if they lose this 2v3 to the Revenant team pushing them. A little bit of damage done initially. Zako going to try and move in, but 90s will go down. That was the key to the ignition being hit now for Aqualix. They will get the finish, or hopefully get the finish here, as Naski is going to pick up the reload, and that will be, unfortunately, another team eliminated from our lobby in game number 3.
Fantastic recognition from Aqualix there to realize where they were being pushed from, where the death token was going to be, and just kind of baiting it in, waiting, and then deciding to make their move onto that totem. Flavor of the month also going down in 17th position. Legit Lolly getting the final kill in that particular engagement. And we did say, well, you did say that was another team, Flight of Fancy, going out, but I can see Asako is still there. He's managed to survive and will be the last remaining player of Flight of Fancy and their last chance, really, to pick up some extra placement points, as now round 3 is closing, and this is where we're going to start to see a few more squads being eliminated, or at least losing some players. As I say that, that's going to be Scarz taken out of the game in 16th spot.
Yeah, Scarz not looking good here. Unfortunately, they have gone down, and Underrated did the initial damage, but there's another team in the vicinity who managed to finish off that fight and pick up some KP. And that was AJS, Ascenti, the last player alive for them. So it wasn't without taking damage, even though he might have been just moving as a solo player behind after that damage had been done. So AJS not been at the standards we've seen from them so far. Not too surprising to see, considering they're such a new squad. But Succubus in the vicinity as well, looking to pick up any rats and any pieces they can find. But the Valkyrie going to disappear over the horizon as quickly as he gets spotted.
And there are a lot of rats. We've got 15 squads left, but only 37 players. So we're 8 players short than we should be. So that means there's several teams of 2 or teams of 1 that are hovering around. And that is really good news for those who are still within Fragment, that do still have a full 3, because those teams who are rotating in late are probably going to be pretty weak and aren't really going to do much in terms of challenging your position.
Oh, Seti, that's brave from you. Does manage to get into some sort of position, will be able to survive using the Valkyrie jets just to get into the middle of this bridge, but you got the feeling that if anyone sniffs out the fact that he is a solo, that he might have his game ended. The good news for him is the other player across from him is only a solo, so he might be able to survive for a little bit here. However, Rugby sneaking down that tunnel might have just spotted him out, and that might be the end, as Fenerbahce Esports also work their way into Fragment East. Gambit still on this bottom floor of the broken building as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether this is going to be one of those circles that ends right over the lava. Actually, we do see another indication, thanks to a beacon scan, that it is going to be more Fragment West than East, and it is slightly over that lava in the middle. So this is going to be one of those horrible circles where those who are in Fragment East are going to have to try and push across. Those in Fragment West are going to be in the perfect spot, especially Aqualix. They are in a fantastic position right now to, I don't want to call it too early, but they could take this game if they play it correctly.
Claudione Fanboys. I got it. It took me around 15 games to get the name out, and I've probably still said it wrong, but they're going to be using the Skyward Dive to try and find somewhere to play, and it's not going to be the most comfortable places to play, as it's just going to be a plant pot or a planter, whatever you want to call it, and a loot pill to work with. Fenerbahce doing exactly the same, although they're taking damage. Speaking of damage, the Eva 8 once again rings true here. And it's going to be Forg gang who are putting together somewhat of a game here, Dan. I keep seeing them in the kill feed. They took down Flavor of the Month, and now they've just added more KP to their tally.
And adding more misery to Totem Esports and any fans of Totem Esports, as they are taken out, I think, in 15th position. We're also seeing a lot in the kill feed now as teams trying to transition from Fragment West to East, or the other way around. I can't even remember where we are right now, but Fenerbahce down to just 2. The tanks will go down. The caustic gas is there as an ultimate if they would like to use it as well. And just look at that kill feed on set. I mean, it's hard enough to keep up with it for myself, just trying to read.
Well, Endeavour are alive. That's the most important thing for these 3 players. They found somewhere to play in. It's going to finish just outside of market here, maybe on that broken house. So Myztro in a pretty good position, but not in a pretty good situation. As you can see, a lot of shields have been broken as the Bubble will be forced now as the grenades do come in. However, Gambit just below them. Artico and Hardeki taking a lot of damage, but not without it being exchanged, as Artico now trying to finish off some kills as the solo player alive now for Gambit. He manages to do so, and now Fenerbahce Esports actually took the opportunity to move up to the top. Artico's still alive, and I wonder if he's going to be able to get Hardeki back to his feet. Yes, he is. And it's going to be actually, Hardeki who has gone down. It will be Leogri who Artico gets back into the game.
Well, Endeavour and Fire Beavers are also in the area, peppering bullets across in this direction and really being a nuisance to the two teams who were originally in the skirmish. Endeavour only really have this truck to work with, but it's one of the best positions in terms of where this circle is actually going to be going. So if they can survive, if they can go a little bit unnoticed and not be pushed here, they can certainly be thinking about maybe a top 5, even a top 3 placement if played correctly. As Succubus look from across the way, this is going to be a really disgustingly difficult transition from one side to the other for Succubus.
Well, Underrated are going to make it even more uncomfortable for one team here. As you can see that they've hit the death totem and they might be thinking about a jump pad into this battle to clean this team up. That's exactly what's happening. Dazo is going to go in first. He'll be sent back. However, after wave 1 comes wave 2, and after wave 2 comes wave 3, and after that you get wave 4 coming at you as well as they try and close that gap. Succubus trying to do what they can to hold off this push, but it's easier said than done. The scan is going to come in here from Harold as he pops the ult, but it looks like Underrated, they're kind of split. Do they want to hold this team out, or do they want to make a rotation? Dazo's going to make that decision for them, and it is now all down to Tyler to try and survive, do what he can, but that will be the end for them. Underrated pick up all of the KP.
Good from Underrated to recognize where they currently were in the game, where they would be able to position themselves, and the fact they had to take out that team to be able to survive on this side of the map. But only 4 squads have survived. We did see Gambit go down in 7th position. Fenerbahce have just been taken out by Aqualix as well. So down to our last 4. There are all 3 players up on every single team here, though. So this is going to be a strategical masterclass from whichever team can take this one home.
So a little bit of silence here just before the game is decided. Ultimate Accelerant and a gold helmet being given over to Jazaz here, which is going to allow him to once again get that death totem ready, which could be the difference maker towards our end game here. Aqualix still inside the market, still trying to deal out some damage, and it's going to be Fire Beavers who are trying to exchange that damage with them. The Arcstar's going to force back 2 players here, but on the cross, this is going to be a real opportunity for damage to be dealt, which will be taken here by Serdell. Another player trying to pop up behind them. That's going to be Endeavour just sticking their nose in, seeing if they can capitalize on any of this damage done. And that's going to be the story for the next few seconds, Dan. Exchanging damage between teams and seeing if there's an opportunity to clear one out.
Crypto is going to be very important in this final fight, and so is the Revenant. We're going to see silences come across, you would imagine. The Death Totem will probably be popped prior to the round completely closing, or the circle completely closing. But also the EMP is going to do a lot to get rid of any Gibby bubbles that may be left here to try and give protection to those who maybe don't have much to work with.
Well, here we go. Final round starts to close, and it's not good news for Yuki as he gets stuck and he gets decimated by Bryn with that flatline in his hands. Bryn now looking for the second. Underrated now making their push onto Endeavour, but Endeavour are holding off the push for now. Bryn manages to keep full shield. He'll hold off the push from Dazo. He sends him back. Can they get the res off? Can Bryn get away here and find somewhere to play? As the damage has been done by Underrated. He's going to move in on Aqualix, though, and Bryn will decimate 1, and he'll be looking to decimate 2 as well. Bryn doing it all here in the endgame.
So much decimation, to be completely honest, and I love that from him, recognizing there were weak players on Aqualix and trying to take advantage, but still, all 4 squads up right now. No squad has been wiped just yet.
Sunset trying to do what he can. He'll take down Dell, but it'll be Underrated who look like they're in the best position to close this one out. The 301 from K Swinny might be the last laugh here for them to try and close it out, but no! He goes down, and now it's up to Jazaz and Dazo, and here come Aqualix as well. They're still alive. Bryn, somehow he's still doing things as well. What is Bryn doing in this endgame here for Endeavour?
Bryn is popping off, but Yuki is still alive and is going to be a massive nuisance here with the barrels. I don't think he'll go for the res. Instead, he's just going to try and survive, hope the other 2 teams re-engage, and then he tries to come from the death to maybe take this one away.
More noises are going to be taken down. That will be the end of everyone but Bryn. But Bryn still manages to pick up 1, but I don't think it's going to be enough for him to close this game out. But maybe he can. Oh my God! Bryn is an animal! What have I just seen? How has he just pulled that one off? Endeavour, champions, and one of the best solo plays I think I've seen in Apex Legends. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
We didn't get to see it from his POV at one point, but the things he was doing, the shots he was hitting were pretty spicy, to say the least. That is fantastic work from Endeavour, a thoroughly deserved victory. There was so much going on in that last circle as well. All 4 teams, no wipes for quite a lot of time. Like, people just trying to survive, do their best, then re-engaging, getting back out of the fight. A lot to dive into for the Analyst team.
You're right. I'm exhausted. I don't know what he's just done. I want to see it. I want to see it broken down, and we'll do that just after this break. I feel for you, Kate. I feel for you, Analysts, because you've got some work to do when we get back.
I know K-Swinny would disagree with me, but I don't think that Rampart can be used for anything good. I'm Nas.
Hi, I'm Noises.
And this is my tier list.
Thing is, she's really versatile in arenas and also in just normal Battle Royale.
I think Valk is A tier. She's very situational for where your drop spot is.
Put Valkyrie at a nice A tier at the moment.
I know a lot of people would disagree with me and say Bloodhound and so on is better, but I do think Pathfinder still has abilities to win fights.
He's so strong, but the problem is that he hasn't really had any recent success.
I place Pathfinder on A as well.
I'm going to put Pathfinder at a B tier right now, I think.
Lifeline's advantage basically comes from a point of being at a disadvantage.
In arenas, she really could become huge. She could become the next big legend, but I think as of right now in Battle Royale and across the game as a whole, her revive is super strong, but I would have to put her in a C tier.
I'd place Lifeline in D.
Oh, Crypto, okay.
I think Crypto is the best character by far.
Yeah, Crypto's going straight in the S tier. I don't care what anyone says. I love this legend.
I place Crypto in S tier.
In Battle Royale, he is essential. He's such a strong legend.
His ultimate allows for very good rotations.
His stim did take a bit of a nerf recently. It takes a little bit more damage now, but you can do it instantaneously.
I think Octane is A tier.
Octane sits comfortably in A tier for me. Rampart's a difficult one.
I think Rampart is completely useless.
Definitely put her in D tier right now.
I know a lot of people replace Wraith with Octane at the moment, but I still think Wraith has her moments.
I think she's so strong. She's still strong. She's kind of dominated the length of this game.
I would place Wraith on S tier.
Wraith's going in S tier for me. Caustic is a difficult one because he's kind of seesawed amongst different tiers.
I think Caustic is great if utilized in the right environment.
As of right now, the current state of the game, I'll put him comfortably in a B tier.
I place Caustic on A tier.
Watson, okay.
Watson offers nothing but a smaller hitbox.
She's had her ups and downs, but I think as of right now, the game is too fast-paced. It's too determined on quick executes and actions that I don't think that she's necessarily that viable anymore.
I place Watson in E tier.
Watson is going to go in C tier. The ability to press one key and find out where players are within 75 meters is just super strong.
But I think Pathfinder just does Bloodhound's role better. I place Bloodhound in B tier.
Bloodhound is definitely an A tier legend for me.
And it's this final circle, this 3v3v3v3 that has us doing the math over here. Launders, I mean, break this one down for me because this is Brynn doing incredible things to make sure Endeavour finds their way into that end circle as we watch Underrated right before this ends up happening.
Yeah, this is one of the beautiful plays where he could just see through the interference and he was able to navigate so much chaos, keeping his head on his shoulders the entire time and just outputting so much effective damage while also staying alive. Like, the tracking was absolutely ridiculous, just him, but it's also his movements. Every single time he got to a new position, he always got the first shot off without taking any damage. And, you know, there's obviously a little bit of fortune in that, like, you know, people aren't following you around, but at the same time, he created a lot of his luck there, I think. And that was just a moment of salience for Brynn, where he showed us what you can actually do if you have good movement and good aim at the same time in Apex Legends.
Well, and one of the things I love about our viewers is they like to take some of these learnings, right, and really apply it to their own gameplay. And so, Scrawny, if we were to look at that final circle, what can we say that, you know, and a fantastic job by Aqualix and underrated for sure. Like, to be clear, they've done a great job. But I'm just curious, what do you think we can draw from their experience for those people looking to level up their gameplay? What did Aqualix do wrong or right or underrated? And what primarily did Brynn do extra right?
So I think that if you want to learn something here, let's focus in on Brynn, because that's an incredible clutch play. He had his hands on everybody in that final four, right? We had Aqualix, Fire Beavers, Endeavour, and Underrated. And all four of them were kind of working around that raised cement platform. Brynn, at one point, I believe it was either him who got the Arcstar stick or he chased the Arcstar stick and pushed down into the bottom of the market. That was a beautiful play to make. He just absolutely dismantled them in terms of damage output, just smothering them with bullets first and foremost. So one, be mechanically gifted like Brynn. That's definitely going to help. And then secondly, it was just the mobility, and I think Launders hit it on the head. It's a combination of movement and skill. And in this moment right here, once he wins the game, I want you to take a look, if we can, get the third-person flyover. Watch Brynn's health bar. He slides over the truck, double Eva shot, misses one, regains, immediate quick swap into the flat line, and just busts up Octane with that hip fire. You can't pull off what Brynn just did unless you have the mechanics on both your hands. That is a mouse aim and movement on the keyboard, because it's just such a sick collection. We went last game and I said, you know, oh yeah, Mandy, that Kraber shot, you know, that is the highlight moment of this entire event in terms of like the one-click moment. And it still is. But what Brynn just did in that last circle has to be one of the best moments of all of the games so far in terms of a collection of decisions, a collection of clean shots, and more importantly than anything else, I'd say the speed of it all. He didn't take a second to stop, try to heal. He was just focused on killing everybody else around him before he seemed to inevitably go down. And I swear, if we do that replay one more time, you will see that he had what seems like a millimeter of health left over.
And to be able to make those kind of split-second decisions, to be able to go into that muscle memory like you're talking about, Launders, it's got to be something that experience has taught you. And I'm just going to sit back here and Launders, I'm going to let you take this one after Scrawny's done a great job of breaking things down. But let's take a look at that health bar.
Yeah,
look
just
at that.
A sliver, as Scrawny said. And yeah, I mean, one of the reasons I love this game is because the freedom of expression when it comes to the movement. A lot of the games these days, to sound like a boomer, but have really limited what you can do with movement. And you can see some of your favorite players who play Apex, who have played Apex and other competitive games, they look so dull when they play other games, and they come to Apex and you can see how far they can push the limits of an FPS game. And they can do it because of the smoothness between the sliding, the tap strafing, and the crouch mechanics, as well as aiming, and how fluidly you can put them all together. You know, you put Brynn in basically any other FPS game that's out right now, and you don't see a quarter of that, right? Let alone any other BR or anything like that. So that's just something you're very fortunate to find. You can only really find in Apex at the moment.
I love that perspective. That's honestly something we don't hear very much, which I think is really important because, you know, as an esport, we don't exist in a void, right? You know, people are, you know, if you're like me, you're switching between esports on the weekend to find out which one of these games you're going to watch, which one of these tournaments you're going to engage in. So really good point there. Absolutely. And, you know, I'm going to go to you, Scrawny, because we are now at our last game, do or die. And I guess I'm sure there's things to say and there's Hail Mary plays to be seen, but what do you think we got coming up here on this last game? It's a big question. It's hard to answer, but what are you looking forward to most, I guess, is my question.
I think I'm looking forward to a little bit of creativity, right? If Launders is going to make this point about how it's an open-ended moment for Brynn to make that play, let's let every single player who's still in this server, who's still in this event, and now has their final chance to get into Grand Finals Sunday, let's let them be inspired by what Brynn just pulled off on an individual level. Endeavour were making good decisions as a team, but Brynn made that play to secure them as many many points as he just did. And in that moment as well, let's not forget Underrated were in this top 4 situation. Aqualix, Fire Beavers, Endeavour, they've been having a great group here trying to get into the grand finals, but that was a moment for Underrated to climb the rankings out of the bottom 10 and give themselves a chance. So we have 2 examples that everybody needs to take away from as we go into this last one. One, Brynn. Individually, if you want to unlock that next level, if you have the potential in yourself and you want to show it, this is your final chance. He just did it, and so can you. And secondly, on a team-based conversation, Underrated is also an example of just getting into that late game. Just this is the final push. You know, you don't have to be Brynn to still secure enough points to get yourself another chance tomorrow. Maybe that's when you get your pop-off. So if I hope to see anything here, Kate, it's just a little creativity and another highlight reel finish, because we got one from Mandy, we got one from Brynn, and now it's anybody's game.
Oh, I love it. Yes. Everybody listen to what Scrawny was saying. Please highlight moments. We love those for sure. And speaking of highlights, these points and double digits certainly are some of that. Launders, I mean, Forgang can't be out of this as well. I mean, look at those points. I mean, they're for this match 3, they had a pretty good match.
They actually did have a very, you know, it's a shame that they didn't get a better placing to couple with how many kills they did a lot of work for other people to get free higher placings, basically, by eliminating that competition. But Forg had been struggling. They didn't look good today. Earlier, I think they had an unlucky situation, actually, with a player not being able to connect, which makes things a whole lot harder. And that we see the final standings. Of course, we're in a position where Forg are in 9th place, which is the best shape they've ever been, at least so far here at the tournament. And Endeavour are just, I mean, if Brynn didn't make that play, I mean, Endeavour should have basically lost that. Like, they should have been in the top 3, but not won that. But with that, they make themselves look even. They reinforce how good they were in these previous games as well. Almost 50 points already after match 3.
Okay, well, yeah. Oops, sorry, go for it.
I guess the only other thing is that, so now we've got, okay, Alliance are starting to get pushed down a little bit. Forg and Fenerbahce have shown that they can actually be better than some of the teams that you would expect more out of. And then on the other side of things, we have AJS and Gambit, who had such a great day outside of this side of it. Now we're in the lower bracket round 2. They absolutely have to perform well, and Flight of Fancy are right there as well. But again, I'd say in terms of one match threats, AJS, Gambit, and Flight of Fancy could instantly flip the board. And so those are still the teams that Fenerbahce, Forg, Gang, and Alliance have to worry about. And I'd like to draw the comparison to this and with Myztro, with Kick Esports, who were tailing at the end of the board and got pushed down because they played too passively, too slowly, didn't go for enough KP, tried to prey on a higher placing, but couldn't get that, put all their eggs in that basket, and then were left in 11th place. So you can't have that kind of Apex being played today. Clearly, it's not the right way to do it, and we know that those teams aren't about that brand anyway.
A cautionary tale, to be sure. Well, let's see what they do with this final game. Do or die. Will they be back tomorrow? This next game we'll find out. And to do that, we're going to send it over once again to Onset and Gaskin to cast our way through game number 4.
Well, I've had to take a few seconds to compose myself after what we've just seen in that previous game, Dan Gaskin. Still not over it. Going to watch it back 1,000 more times once we're done here. One of the most insane players I think I've seen in the history of Apex Legends. And I tell you what, for some of those teams who are outside of the top 10 as we get into our final game, Dan, some of them are going to have to pull off something very similar if they want to fight their way in at the moment, because everyone just seems to be playing at an insane level now.
Yeah, I've put some question marks against a few teams that are in the bottom 10. Totem Esports, 1 point, not good enough, but still have the possibility, in my opinion, to break into that top 10 with one massive game. Team Gdolphn, I also think could do so. Gambit, we know they definitely should be doing so, but we're getting another circle very similarly to what we saw earlier, which is around Thermal Station, as Succubus and BCG are going at it once more. Neither team backing down here, neither team wanting to give up Geyser, and actually Succubus might be on the back foot right now.
Yeah, Succubus might be on the back foot as we see this fight continue now. Shots are going to come in from Bambino. Bearclaw Gaming are trying to do what they can to clean this one up, and they will do it indeed. That's Succubus down, and Succubus were outside of the top 10 as well, so that will be the end of the tournament. Our Blast Titans 4
Succubus, unfortunately, and that was so vital for Bearclaw Gaming. They finally get the win. They're down in 19th, but that's going to be 3 points to them. And to just give you a little bit of a lay of the land as points to just remind you of what's going on right now. Totem Esports, who are down in 20th, they only have 1 point, but Alliance, who are in 10th place in that final qualification spot to our grand finals, they've only got 14. But the big thing for Alliance, that zone is right where they call home.
Big thing for Totem Esports is they've already been knocked out as well. They were the first team to go during that little scuffle with Succubus. They fell, and it means Totem Esports will be finishing dead last in this lower bracket too. So no miraculous comeback from the death for them. A true shame, because we have seen them feature in so many broadcasts in the past, but today is not meant to be. So let's talk about the circle then. Thermal Station, when we saw this last time, Alliance, they held the middle of Thermal, got hard focused, had to transition all the way down to launch site to get their players back, and then they just got gate kept on the edge. They'll be looking for definitely a different game here, and especially when they're in 10th position, they really need to focus on how they want to approach this one.
Well, Gambit are going for a quick rotation here. They're going to land above this train tunnel, and they're going to try and play some of this space that is available to them. Fenerbahce are going to have their eyes on them, and they're going to be looking at where they're going to be landing. And for Gambit Esports, they're currently in 14th place. They have 11 points. Alliance, a reminder, the benchmark on 14, so just 3 points behind.
Just to quickly go back to Succubus versus Bearclaw Gaming as well. Bearclaw were on 4 points down in 19th. They contested Succubus every single time, and Succubus usually came out on top. But the one game, Succubus just needed to get a few more points to finish in the top 10. Finally, Bearclaw Gaming then win the 3v3 engagement. So I don't know whether it's a kind of told you so moment to Succubus, and they're going to be pretty annoyed that they didn't back off. But it's the way that Bearclaw Gaming gave it up in a couple of games. Succubus probably thought they were okay. Anyway, here is Alliance, and here is Alliance getting aggressive as well, pushing a little bit out of Thermal and in towards this fight.
That positioning from Hackis gave them the initial damage. However, it's going to be down to Vibes to really slow things down here, as Hackis has gone down, and there's a third party in the area. It's not just Fenerbahce. There's a couple of teams floating around tree, and Hackis is going to be left for now, although he's going to be brought back to his feet. And now it's going to be down to them to try and stabilize. However, they didn't get the finishes onto Fenerbahce. It looks like one player, actually, might have gone down from Fenerbahce. So not the cleanest of wipes there, even though that initial damage was done by Hackis up from height.
The Alliance had to back off. They cannot afford to go down. There's the stick, and it's Gambit there coming into things here. This is a massive engagement for the grand scheme of things between these two teams. Alliance could knock Gambit out of the competition right here, right now.
They could well do. The damage was done, and Gambit are going to have to do something special here. IPN will be sent back. Alliance are going to take their time here. They know it's Gambit. They can't overcommit. They can't get too aggressive because of how good a team-fighting team that Gambit are. There's also other teams in the area who might be looking for a third party. So massive, massive moments there. And looking at the kill feed, if we can go back to that fight, it's actually going to be Alliance who are on the back foot for now. It all falls down to Leogri in the 1v1 here against Hackis, and he'll go down. Gambit survive for now.
At what cost?
But will he be able to survive? No, he'll go down. Underrated. Not only play party spoiler in the fight, but have spoiled Gambit's day. Gambit will not be joining us in the grand finals of Blast Titans.
Neither will Alliance. Alliance were 10th place. They're on 14 points. There is not a chance that those behind them do not find a couple of points here. I cannot see Alliance going through. Of course, mathematically, still possible that they could go through, but it's probably a 99% chance that they do not. Alliance and Gambit most likely out at this point. This is not what I expected in lower bracket round 2, especially considering the performances we've seen from those two teams in previous tournaments. Alas, now we've got to move on to the new boys. And one thing I will bring up about Bearclaw Gaming, they're in 19th spot, but you remember what happened yesterday when they were down and out? They had a huge last game, and if they can do it again, maybe, just maybe, they can get into the grand finals.
Bambino's going to have to back down here. It's Scarz that they're facing. Taishin with a wingman in his hands. We heard from the content created by the players and the Blast production team. Huge shout out to that. Loves the wingman in his hands. And he's going to love to crack some more skulls if he can see a couple of these players poking around the corner. Bambino's taking some damage, The zone isn't going to be too much of a problem for them here, as they will have the ability to use that Valkyrie to redeploy and get a little bit of space and get into the safe zone. This is going to be a long battle that goes on in the zone here, because neither of these teams can back down, Dan, because neither of them will be able to rotate in front of the other without taking damage.
But the door has been left wide open for those teams in the bottom 10, with Alliance and Succubus, the teams in 10th and 11th, getting taken down. Suddenly, 10th spot is very much up for grabs. Forg Gang will be the next target on 17 points in 9th, but even then, they'll be breathing a sigh of relief, as well as Fenerbahce, seeing them fall out in that early stage, because it takes the pressure ever so slightly off of them, as this first circle is eventually closing, and it's BCG and Scarz both still outside of the circle towards Overlook.
Yeah, it's like everything else is happening, and then Scarz and BCG are playing arenas on the edge of it. I'm not quite sure that they're playing this one right. Arenas is going to be next weekend, friends, and Scarz have decided that maybe it is time to move on from this. They don't want to be involved for much longer, as they're going to be taking a lot of damage and also going to have to be burning through those meds. And this is going to be a little bit frustrating, to be honest with you, for Scarz to have that team at their back and really causing them a problem and slowing down their rotation. But for now, Bear Claw Gaming are going to slow things down. They're going to take their time and find another way towards zone, as we see a battle now breaking out as Myztro trying to hold the high ground in this building.
Yeah, trying being the key word. It's always very difficult when you've got grenades flying in from every single direction, but it seems like they have been able to hold successfully. Ults are going to be flying out of every single orifice possible, and now Myztro are down to just 2. Sanya and X1 really have to try and deal the damage here, otherwise they are going to be pushed.
Shots into the corner from Hron are going to do some damage, but it's not quite going to be enough here. Rugby's still down, a little bit more damage going to be exchanged. It's going to be the fire and the flames, which is certainly heating things up a little bit more inside of this building, that are going to cause some problems. There's numerous third parties around as well. AJS, one of those teams just in the distance here. Shex is having to back up, though. It looks like Myztro have actually managed to hold off here and done a pretty good job of it.
Yeah, it's Claudione Fanboys on the other side of things, and they're another team who are on the edge and could get into the top 10. But as I say that, maybe it's Curse of the Caster. 2 of them have fallen. It's all down to Shex to try and stay alive and keep their tournament hopes here and available, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen right now. AJS, though, maybe they're putting their chance of getting to the top 10 here on the line.
Maybe it's time for them to have a little bit of a resurgence here as well. They're down in 17th spot at the moment, 7 points on the board, and 7 points is what they had to make up to overtake Alliance, who did start this game in 14th, but obviously have been eliminated. Shex is going to be able to get those banners back and might have an opportunity to get them back into the game, but that's going to be a pretty dangerous respawn for him to make. There's going to be numerous teams in the area that are going to be trying to deny him doing so. We see these teams now moving in. BCG still inside of the zone, and they're going to be taking that balloon to catch up. Paradise is going to be leading the way. Bambino and ASCII are going to be following up. Scarz are going to be rotating towards Train Yard, it would look like, and trying to approach this zone from the north. Take the high ground and maybe shoot down on some of those teams that are coming in. But this is the replay of what we saw early on in this game, Dan. Underrated, getting involved almost immediately.
Yeah, this was Totem Esports, their tournament hopes just being wiped out, and it just shows how aggressive these Revenant teams can be and what they can do to teams that are just a little bit vulnerable in the early stages of the game. So other teams I'm looking at that are close, that could break into the top 10. Flight of Fancy are actually flying towards Thermal Station right now. You can see on the minimap. It's whether they can actually find anywhere to play, though. Yeah, as I say that, one of them's gone down, but elsewhere, Myztro are still in this engagement, and it is because Flight of Fancy just dropped on top of them, but 2 members of Flight of Fancy have gone down here. This might be their tournament over.
I mean, I don't know what's happening here, but at the moment, there's been no shots fired. It's all about abilities. Myztro struggling to survive. There's a caustic ult, which is just chipping away at the HP, and it looks like when things get smelly, you head to the toilet and you try and reset. We've all been there.
Just down to 90s. Trying to get Syringe off, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. And oh no, Flight of Fancy will be wiped. And that is their tournament hopes most likely eliminated, unless they had a considerable amount of KP to overtake Alliance. You'd imagine they won't even be able to achieve 10th spot. So Alliance 10th, Succubus 11th, and Flight of Fancy 12th. All 3 of them out in the early stages of this game.
Underrated still overlooking the carnage, and they were the team that really did play spoiler to Gambit Esports, and of course Alliance as well, even though it was Gambit who did the majority of the damage, and it was a combination of those 3 that mean we won't see Gambit and Alliance. But for Underrated, well, they need to change that name, because they have been one of the most consistent teams that we've seen across the last couple of days, and since they came together, to be honest with you, they really have mastered the Revenant meta that they've brought to the party, as we see a long rotation now. And I mean, It's interesting to talk about how much ground Scarz have taken since we last saw them. They were over at Overlook, inside of the zone, and now they find themselves on that respawn building just outside of Harvester.
Well, they certainly got a wiggle on, but so did Bearclaw Gaming, who were involved in that skirmish with Scarz. I wonder whether they were shadowing them.
I want to see them fight again, Dan. Do you know what I mean? Just to see that carry on from earlier.
Exactly, and it could be a tournament-defining moment for especially Bearclaw Gaming, who are only on 4 points and do realistically need a top 3 placement with KP if they're going to survive in this tournament. But we've seen them do it before, and maybe they'll do it again. But they have to get past a few teams here who are already holding down positions. This is do or die now for Bearclaw Gaming.
The problem is Aski's taken damage on his way into this fight. Thermite going to go down. Isn't going to hit, though. And now it's going to be all about holding these angles. Ro's going to be the first player in. The bubble will go down from both teams, and it's a straight 3v3 gunfight. It's like a Western out here. Bearclaw Gaming, they're trying to do the damage and get the win here. Bambino and Paradise, last players alive to try and close this one out, but it doesn't look like either team has really got the advantage here. Phoenix is going to be last player alive. He's going to escape by jumping into the void and getting that battery off, and now it's going to be Paradise against Phoenix in a straight 1v1. He's going to go for the res, and if he gets that sound cue, then maybe Phoenix can come in and finish this one off.
Well, at least got the knockdown shield. That's a huge res. Phoenix maybe didn't hear it. Maybe was a little bit worried about third parties, and I think Flavor of the Month are coming from behind here, so both teams have to be careful, especially Bearclaw Gaming. Can they get back up to a full 3? Yes, they can. Is there armor swaps? And at least there's a portal. I love this quick thinking from Paradise, but it might be a little bit too late. Flavor of the Month definitely on the prowl.
Flavor of the Month surveying the high ground, looking to pick up the pieces and pick away at the scraps that were left in front of them. No knocks yet, though, and it looks like Flavor of the Month actually decided that rotation is something they have to prioritize a little bit here. There's only 50 seconds left on this zone closing, and it's not like we saw earlier. That zone's going to start to hurt, as is Bryn, continuing his damage output, but for now it's going to be all up to his teammates to try and finish things off. It's not going to happen this game for Endeavour. AJS are going to move in and take control of the dome building within Thermal Station now, and this is always a good spot to hold down.
Well, Endeavour go down, but it's okay. They were the leaders. They will comfortably be in the grand final, so they don't have to worry too much. The bigger question is, can we see a team like AJS or Bearclaw Gaming crawl and claw their way back into the top 10 to try and get to the grand finals themselves? Aqualix, who should also be pretty safe in third position on 29 points, are back up to a full 3. 12 squads remaining. Round 3 is about to start closing, and this is where we'll start to see, I think, more teams just drop, die, and their tournaments potentially being over.
Naski's trying to scout out places to play here. There's loads and loads of loot for them to pick up. It is, of course, AJS who are going to be above them. And look at the rotation once again being highlighted here for Scarz Europe. They found themselves inside a thermal station. They found themselves in a pretty good spot as well, below one of these platforms that kind of surround the bottom side of it. The AJS looking to pick up all the loot they need. Anvil on the flat line is certainly going to do some damage as well.
Another team that could break through, or could have broke through at least, was Phoenix Legacy, but I've just seen D Getter go down in the kill feed, so that might be their hopes of a top 10 also flying out of the window. AGS doing some damage to those who were transitioning from one side of the map to the other through the air, hitting some good shots, and AJS actually picking up a really good position, as you say, on set for some KP.
Shot's going to be landing, shot's going to be hitting hard as well. Ascenti doing the damage here with the flatline. And there's a portal going down as well. It looks like they want to try and capitalize on this damage being done as Yuri tries to reposition himself to get some of those kills finished off. In the kill feed, you saw a knock in the hands of Myztro. And I'm pretty sure we might have just heard a Kraber whiffing by. Yes, indeed we do. This isn't the Kraber in the hands of Pierre, though. This is the baby Kraber, the Sentinel. Related only in the fact that it is that single-shot weapon that can do some big damage.
Does hit hard, though, and certainly can win you fights if you can hit the headshots. As Flavor of the Month, Pierre will try to do so. We saw him hit shots on a Valkyrie that was soaring through the sky earlier, and that was certainly a bit more difficult shot sometimes than someone running from right to left. But Fire Beavers, we're seeing Flavor of the Month, we're seeing Aqualix, we're seeing Endeavour still alive. We're seeing a lot of the teams who are already pretty much through to the grand finals just accumulating points here, whether it be KP or whether it be placement. And I guess that's good news for those who are trying to get that 10th spot, because those points are being taken away from those who were kind of in 12th, 13th, 14th. So it leaves a fantastic chance for those who are really far down in the bottom 10 to actually break into the top 10 and get themselves into the grand finals. Bearclaw Gaming, they're still at it. They're still trying. They've still got this miracle possibility of getting to grand finals tomorrow.
It's almost as if they're trolling us at this point. They wait till the final game and they try and pull off the miracle. They're going to have to make a little bit of a cross here, but they will have the bubble to work with if they need to get near to their teammate. But they're safe for now. And this is how the map looks. Great work from the observing team to show you the top-down look on Thermal Station where all of these teams are repositioned. And Myztro in a great position in that deep pocket right at the edge of zone, about as far into it as you can possibly get. They're going to be watching everyone else fight in front of them. Bearclaw Gaming now have to make their move.
Will throw the ultimate down just to keep the team that is laying down suppressing fire at bay, but unfortunately there's several teams shooting them. Aski goes down, the first member of BCG to fall, and if the other two go down as well, that might just be their tournament done and dusted. Elsewhere, Noth has just fallen, Ascenti going down from AJS, so a couple of these teams trying to make a big run in the last game are going to be falling in the next few moments, you'd imagine, unless you see something special here. Paradise trying to do as best as possible, does get the armor swap, that's massive.
Absolutely huge. If he goes down there, that's it. That's the end of things. Bambino was not in a position to help, and it would have been a 2v1 situation, but Bearclaw Gaming survive, even though Aski has gone down. If they can find a late mobile respawn beacon, they might be in a position to do some damage, but that's now going to be kills going down to Fire Beavers. A knock in the hands of 9 Impulse. It's going to be K-Swinny who goes down from underrated. Charge rifle ringing true. They're going to have to reposition in around a minute's time or so, but for now, they're just trying to deal out as much damage as possible, try and clear the way for when they do have to make their rotation.
So from what I can count, Bearclaw Gaming have got around 6 points from placement and KP. That puts them up to 10 points, 5 points short of Alliance after Alliance went out with just a single point from one of their kills. So definitely achievable, but of course they have to be worrying about the likes of AJS, who had more points prior to them, and maybe Phoenix Legacy if they're still in the competition as well. But you just focus on your own game. You want to try and at least get to top 5, maybe pick up some KP on the way, but now you're a team of 2. Placement is definitely going to be your focus here.
Fire Beavers still playing up on top of this structure, but they're going to be forced to move very, very soon. AJS have lost a player in this dome as well. So for Steven and Jury, it's going to be a case of trying to work their way towards Circle. And Bearclaw Gaming are going to be moving up behind them. They heard that portal go down, and that's such a smart play. The portal going down meant that just for a second there, one player was going to be left on his own while the Wraith left him. They didn't manage to get the knock, but as you can see on the other side of the kill feed, Yuri managed to get one himself for AJS. Not sure if they've been completely eliminated as yet, as Fire Beavers still rain down those charge rifle shots from above, and Yuri and Steven have survived it.
8 squads left, 20 players in the lobby, so that means we're 4 players short. We know AGS are down 1, we know Bearclaw Gaming are also down 1, but there's also a few stragglers elsewhere. Fire Beavers now just down to 1 player. Taskmaster will fall, and that means that is a real opportunity for those who are nearby to push up, press, and maybe take that position as round 5 is closing here.
I mean, Dazzo's center zone, he's hiding away in a bin, but he's still doing some damage. That will be one player going down from Fire Beavers. The final player, oh my word, Mandy! That's baked beans. Forget about beams, as he manages to absolutely decimate one player, make it 2, not getting the knocks though, but it's going to create the opportunity to push. Mandy pushing in with a 301 in hand. Gdolphn trying to get away as well. 56 coming in from Mandy, and I tell you what, the damage output from the 301 of Mandy is reflected in the kill leader. He has 7 kills to his name.
Scarz and Myztro, the 2 teams with the chance to win this one, and a third team that is just to the left I haven't quite seen yet, but these are the 2 big teams who we knew would be going through to the finals anyway. It's Scarz Europe who have a real opportunity to win yet another game, and it's Aqualix who are actually on the other side. So 3 mammoth teams here in this final engagement.
Down to our final 3 teams then. And 24 seconds until everyone's pushed into each other. Look at this from Del and Yuki though, trying to get some angles onto Myztro. Not going to happen for now though. Frag grenade being cooked and being thrown in. The Arcstar going to follow as well. And if Yuki can get some damage, you get the feeling that Aqualix might be in a position to try and push. You're going to throw a few barrels out as well to try and deny that push that might come in the other side of things. And look at Myztro, they're very uncomfortable with the situation. They've decided to take to the skies and try and find somewhere to play. However, now they're going to be falling from the skies, and they're just going to be a sitting duck, surely, as Aqualix and both Scarz will look to beam them out of the skies.
Beam them, and they beam them they shall, but not much ammo left for some of these players, as Nasky will get the knock on to Rugby, so at least that's going to be job done to initiate this beginning of the fight. But now it's about thinking about the other team, really. Yes, okay, you've done the damage to the one team who soared into the sky, but how are you going to win the actual fight? Scarz and Aqualix, they want to go toe-to-toe here, but they have to get rid of Myztro first.
Only one player alive here from Myztro as well. It's going to be Sanya. Mandy moving out to create a little bit of separation. Sanya will actually pick up a kill onto Dell as the solo player alive, so that's massive. This should create the opening, open the door, whatever you want to say here, for Scarz Europe to march towards victory. Yuki, last player alive here. Tashin involved in that battle. A couple of shots going to be missed, but it's going to be a dagger to the heart and a right cross to the face to close things out here in our final game of the day. Scarz Europe once again on top, as they have been so many times over the last couple of days.
Scarz do it again. They solidify their spot in the grand finals, as well as Myztro and Aqualix. They all knew it when they were in that final three. I am going to go back to a point I made right at the start of the game when I said Alliance are 99% sure they're out. There is still that 1% though. I'm looking at the points, I'm looking at who's been able to pick them up, and maybe, just maybe, Alliance might have survived. It's really going to depend on how many points the likes of Phoenix Legacy picked up, as well as Bearclaw Gaming.
We'll have to see, and that we're going to find out in just a few moments after the break as we go to the desk, we get our final results and find out who is going to be in our grand finals lobby.
Oh, I keep falling down! Ah! I can't!
With the enemy, dude.
Oh.
Don't pull me down, dude.
Oh. Oh. I kind of fell, I'm gonna lie.
Oh no,
Shiv. Oh, no, not like this.
Shiv.
No.
I'm far ahead of you right now, you know that, right?
Oh man. Yeah, I gotta make up a little bit here.
You see me?
Yeah, I gotta make up a little bit here.
Shiv, come on, don't be nervous.
No.
Oh no!
Oh no, here comes a climb! Oh no! Oh no! Oh, you put me down! Oh no! Oh no, we're falling down!
Dude,
oh,
Shiv.
Oh!
I'm far ahead of you right now.
Oh, I keep falling down! Ah! I can't! Ah! I keep falling!
No shot,
ah!
dude, come on.
Man, listen, okay, it was over from the beginning, you know, when the first fall, that one ended it for me, No! Oh, man. Alright, that's it, that's it, I guess. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I almost hit up, dude.
Oh my gosh. Bunker.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm 19 seconds. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, Shiv.
No.
Wow, that is how the cookie crumbles. A huge congratulations to Scarz Gaming. Scrawny, talk me through the majesty, the masterclass that we are witnessing here.
Yeah, Scarz coming in big with that final clear, just massacring everybody in front of them. But this three-team situation, I think, could have unfolded a little bit differently. It seemed to me like maybe we were going to get another moment where Scarz was in a straight-up 3 versus 3, but somehow Sanya manages to get it down after his 2 teammates die from that Valkyrie ultimate. He's just tucked away in the corner. Our casters mentioned it. They've got to deal with Sanya before they can get a straight-up 3v3, and they didn't deal with Sanya cleanly enough for that situation. So I think Aqualix are a victim of their own push versus Sanya, and then Scarz is going to make the most of it, come in, sweep up some points, gobble it up, and get themselves even further up the leaderboards.
Absolutely. Launders, let's talk quick about Scarz. One of the things we did see was they had a very long rotation that I'm sure took a lot of patience and strategery, as they say, to get them to where they were. I mean, talk to me a little bit about that rotation and ultimately what it helped them do in the end game.
Yeah, they had a thorn in their side, following closely behind them, and they dealt with that threat accordingly. Of course, you know, as much as it's nice to be behind Scarz, you still realize that Scarz aren't going to forget about you, and they're very good at gatekeeping the zone as well. And they sometimes just look like the very best team because they're so resilient in a number of situations, whether they go down to one player, whether it's early on. Sometimes they do fast rotation, sometimes they're falling back into the zone. So it feels like they just have so many layers to them, and that's what makes them a threat. And now they've got these 2 really strong wins to secure themselves very, very high up in this side of the group.
They got layers. Well, let's take a look at what those layers have translated to in the math with our game results. Of course, we'll talk about game 4 here, the results first. And listen, I mean, that is a dominating performance, Scrawny. That is a dominating number of kills, to be sure. Whew, that's hot.
Yeah, not the first game we've seen a team secure over 20, but this time Scarz make sure to put some distance between them and the other runner-ups. So Aqualix getting a few extra points, I'd say. Like, you know, they kind of sneak one over Myztro because Myztro go for, again, that skydive. They never really hit the ground once they went up. They fell harder than they could have imagined, and I think it's for that reason that Aqualix just even up the points that they earned there. But these are all 3 teams that had already basically secured themselves a solid spot inside of the top 10. So I don't think those are the teams that we look to when we're looking to even out the final results, right? Like AJS, that's a team that definitely needed to try and knock on the door, and they came so close. But Phoenix Legacy sneaked into the grand finals alongside Fenerbahce, alongside Forg gang, which is massive. And then I would say basically everybody else that we would have expected.
That's crazy.
And
Alliance and
Other than
AJS.
Gambit, sorry.
Yeah, they're out. Yes, and Gambit.
My heart broke over there, number 13 gang. That's all I'm gonna say. They had such a great couple of games, but at either way, you know what? You're absolutely right. And this, ladies and gentlemen, after match 4, of course, these are the 1st through the 10th. Those are the teams you're gonna be looking to. Launders, let's talk a little bit about some of the teams that we didn't mention. Underrated's a great example of that right here.
I mean, they're a super sick threat. I mean, I feel like every team's got respect for them. They're super good team fighters. I feel like whenever I look at them, they're always making some kind of really good move. I think all the way down there's another team we didn't talk a lot about. Is Totem got 1 point in this lower bracket round 2 group, which, I mean, they didn't have a chance of making it. I mean, I guess if they had one really strong game, there was a chance they could have cracked the top 10, but they didn't find their footing for 4 games in a row. Really disappointing performance over there, and I'm sure a lot of people, if you ask them, they wouldn't be too happy with themselves coming out and seeing these results.
Well, what we've seen again and again is some punishing zones, and certainly a overall punishing lobby, to be sure. People out for blood, out for revenge, motivated by not making it that first day. But let's talk about somebody who's definitely been on the minds of our casters and our crew, of course. That would be our MVP of the match, brought to you by Razor. We know him, we love him. And of course, why wouldn't you? This is Bryn, Endeavor's Bryn. My gosh, he is, I mean, match number 4, excuse me.
That was last match, yeah. I was like, oh, is it Bryn again? Okay.
I actually think we might see Bryn in a second, but we'll talk about that in a second. But no, Launders, keep going with me on this one. Mandy, I mean, the guy cannot be stopped.
He might have the best tracking. I mean, I guess whenever we're watching him, it's just he's getting off like a full 1.5 seconds of damage every time he spots someone. And Apex is about engaging, disengaging, popping up, having a very short window of time to get as much damage in as possible. And Mandy,
you know, he goes to the buffet and he stacks his plate really high every single time, and then he cleans it off and he goes back for more. He is super efficient with his aim, just straight up. He just beams people, and that accounts for the damage, that accounts for the kills, and especially in the late game situations where you kind of have bigger windows, I feel like, than in the mid game. Mandy is always right there, standing on top of a crate, boom, hitting someone crossing a field trying to get to their rotation, and 9 times out of 10, if it was versus anyone else, they'd get away with just half their shield gone or something. Mandy's doing, you know, 150 damage sometimes just straight up with any weapon.
Wow, Mandy, did you hear that? We are singing your praises left, right, and center, and for good gosh darn reason. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us, Mandy. How you doing?
Hello. I'm doing good. What's up?
I mean, you have a smile on your face that is as wide as the Grand Canyon, and I love it for a reason. You know, first of all, well done, GG. Congratulations, Scarz, absolutely dominating so much of today's play. But I got one question to ask you. It's going to harken back to our earlier gameplay, and that is about Olympus. My question to you, because I know it's on the minds of so many, is what have you learned playing in this kind of a tournament on that map about playing that map and surviving? What have you guys learned? What have you taken away from this?
Olympus is kind of weird because there's not a lot of places you can play behind cover and stuff. And I don't know how big of a fan people are of the map, but I think if with some small adjustments Apex makes, it's going to be a very good map for competitive. And what we learned is, dude, just stick together because there's so many Valk teams and Crypto and Octane Revenant players and like all that stuff, you know, like, so we gotta make sure we just like sticking together and playing as a team.
Sticking together, playing as a team. I like it. Put that on a shirt, Mandy. I'll buy it. Let's go over to Scrawny. Any questions for our man Mandy here, MVP?
Yeah, Mandy, listen, you had a couple of good games today. I think you had one of the sickest, like, one-click moments, and it had to have been at the end of round 2 in this most recent group, right? It's your team and Myztro both kind of stuck up inside the little train carts. You guys were, like, combining with one another. It looked like you had a gentleman's agreement to kill everybody else and then go down into the 3v3. And you made, like, the riskiest play that I think we've seen today. You sprinted out to try and go steal that Kraber, and I think everybody kind of held their breath for a second. You broke your shields, you were down to half health, you got out the hot swap, and you hit that killer shot, man. Halfway through that moment, halfway through that decision, tell me, did you think you had messed up?
No, not at all, not the slightest. I was like, either we're hitting the clip or it's just GG, go next map, dude. And then boom, dude, instant headshot and let's go. So
yeah, I like it, man. Don't doubt yourself, because honestly, dude, like Launders was just saying, you've got some sick, serious damage output, very good at just peppering, keeping people at a distance, man. So I guess I'm just going to use my time to say congratulations on a nice bounce back. We saw you go down into the lower groups. We were worried that we were going to get one of these favorites, not necessarily in the finals, and yet you guys pulled it off, dude. So congratulations.
Thank you, man. The really was
my only question, Mandy. Oh yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did you go for it?
Okay. Yeah. My only question, Mandy, is it all about a good healthy breakfast, or is it about 2 hours of Kovacs in the morning?
No, dude. It's all about completely ruining every single Rev Octane player's game, and then just not giving a fuck if you're going to finals or not, dude. Oh my god, that you guys think I'm smiling because we went through? No, I'm smiling because the fucking Revenant Octane players didn't go through. Oh my god, what a feeling, dude. Oh my
these
god,
combos are so brutal. You can see how, you know, it's entertainment for us. We're watching the gladiators in the pit, you know, when we see the Revtane combos and those aggressive jumps. But I know it feels good when you shut down the shadows, like no one gets across like a giant chasm and then they can't push again.
Dude, I love it.
But I have to say, it is very fun to watch.
It is. Oh my god. Yeah, it was good.
There it is. Oh, Mandy, you are nothing if not entertaining, both on land, off land, in tournament, off tournament. We're all a fan of you very much. Thank you so much for being with us. And, you know, GG, well done.
Thank you, man.
We'll see you next time.
Yeah, I can't wait to play tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yay! Oh, my God.
I love that energy.
I'll tell you what, that Kai, Yeah, exactly, Scotty. I'm sorry. You go for it.
No, sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you. It was just that point. It's nice to see somebody come off of a victory, just smiles aplenty, leave it all out there. I feel like as he put it himself, right? It wasn't just about winning today, but shutting down some specific setups. And Scarz could be happy. They took away 2 wins of the 4 games, and that's very difficult to do, right? We saw teams win 2 games in their groups this weekend, but all the other teams who took 2 wins did it in 6-game groups. Nobody did what Scarz did today in this last group before the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at our predictions. I hang my head once again. Predictions brought to you by Amazon. Okay, Launders, talk to me about your predictions. How you feeling? I mean, you've got a pretty good score here, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think I'm doing way better than I thought. Oh, yeah, Onset just like let it rip just now with 587 points. He actually took the lead because of Endeavour, I guess. Yeah, that was the money team. How are you feeling, Scrawny? You got your second vaccination today. You lost to Onset in the predictions.
Honestly, losing to Onset doesn't feel too bad, all things considered. It's not the worst thing going on at the moment. But listen, the Fire Beavers switch. Right? Yes, sir. The Fire Beavers switch was... I think it still kind of paid off, right? Nobody would have. I think going into this with the Fire Beavers pick, it kind of seemed a little off the mark, but they still did manage to get that first good round finish. Round 1 was a success story for them. You know, I shouldn't be coming into Apex and ending the second day with the top score in predictions. So it's a good thing Onset took it back.
It's a good call. Well played.
Copium.
Well played, Scotty. That's a good call. That is a good call. And I feel you on the off choice. Bear Claw Gaming was, as you, I don't know if you heard me, probably not because I tried to mute myself, but I was just sitting there hoping to God that Bear Claw was going to make it, and they so came into, and then no. So anyway, but GG all around for sure. I mean, these have done incredible things, and this lobby in particular, with all of the all the ideas of coming in and wanting that revenge, wanting to get through, and also having sort of that wild card aspect. This was this kind of scary lobby that we love to see, to be sure. Is if there's any headline for you from today going into tomorrow, because of course tomorrow the grand finals, we're gonna go all out to our arenas. Remember, we're down to 20. So Launders, talk to me a little bit about tomorrow. How you feeling given what we've seen? I mean, it feels like there's just gonna be a fancy match point situation that is gonna go all the way.
I think what we've learned is that there are a handful of teams, even if they might be a little bit inconsistent, that have the ability to win, and there are teams that scrape by in the top 10 that will not win if they continue with that strategy. And we've seen them. The ones that can totally flip the table are the ones that can actually win the event. And there's really, no prize for second place in that regard, where if you're a team that can make it close, you should be going the extra distance, and figuring out what holes in your game are keeping you away from that should be a priority, because, again, you're not going to be able to close out on match point without a pure victory. And I think there are a few teams that are close, but they're not meeting the criteria to make us feel confident that they can.
Exactly. Well, you know what? One of those teams we've been watching throughout this tournament, they didn't come out on top today, but Endeavour certainly made their way to our next and final round. But one of those players we are naming our MVP of the day. And you know what, Scrawny? I'm going to say it. This is what I alluded to earlier, and I apologize. I saw the graphics come up and everything happened, but Scrawny, this is definitely worth shouting from the rooftops, and I don't just mean the incredible things that Bryn did towards the later part of our day today.
Yep, hands down. Bryn performed incredibly. I haven't watched as much Apex as Onset, but for him to come out and say that's one of the sickest things he's ever seen happen in competitive Apex, I'm not surprised, because I was sat there with a jaw drop as he pulled off that ridiculous round 3 victory. What felt like a single-handed win coming from him, and just, one of those amazing highlights from this moment. I think what's really cool about today's group, right, this last lower bracket group, the group that decides who we get to see tomorrow in the grand finals, and also, I think this is very important, who we get to see in the arenas next weekend, is that the quality of Apex competition in this final group was so much higher than the opening groups and the lower bracket, and obviously that's how it should be, right? We're just dealing with the best of the best now, and every single final circle seemed to have that like clean 3 versus 3 type situation. It just felt like a very wholesome type of Apex, and then with Bryn throwing in these sprinkles of spice, it was just so sick to watch. So he is very deserving of that day MVP. And I think, again, as I tried to like touch on before we went into that final round, that moment, that highlight, that clip should be the inspiration for all 60 players going tomorrow to just give them everything they've got trying to take this event.
Well, let's take a look at those players, at those teams that we will see tomorrow in these grand finals. That 20 that will also make their way through to arenas. These are the people. These are the teams. And they have their names etched in this grand final. Launders, I gotta ask, I mean, at this point, we're seeing some incredible Battle Royale come out throughout today's lower brackets and upper bracket, but what does tomorrow mean? I see Kungarna. I mean, these are all the best of the. I don't see a weak link in this chain.
I think there are, you know, a couple teams. There's so many teams that have just pulled out such insane matches that it's going to be hard to call like who. And we've seen so much inconsistency, honestly, which actually makes this more exciting because we don't know if Fire Beavers are going to be, you know, A1 Fire Beavers or if they're going to be Sleeper Fire Beavers, and that exact same logic can go for Endeavors, can go for Scarz, can go for Kungarna, can go for NAVI, can go for 789. There's literally so much parity at this level. Aqualix, I mean, a lot of these rosters, and then for the rest of them, teams are getting better round by round. So there are just too many threats, I think, to call this one easily.
Absolutely, and that is the kind of grand final we like to see. Let's talk about what it looks like on your schedule tomorrow. This is where you're gonna take out your pocketbook or your calendar and mark it down, but just basically stick with us all day because it's just gonna be fun all day long. And here's what we need to make sure you know. World's Edge, you see that's the first 2 maps. Guess what the second 2 are there, Scrawny? That looks like Olympus to me.
Yeah, we're going back just for a little bit, right? Match 3 and match 4 shouldn't be a place where we're deciding our victors, so it's going to be cool to see if anybody can close that gap when we shift up maps. They've had 2 days now, assuming that they were coming from the winners bracket today, to get a taste of Olympus, and even if they weren't playing it themselves necessarily in the back-to-back lower bracket run, you at least have a little bit of game tape out there to try to collect your thoughts and come up with strategies and really boil things down before you get into the action tomorrow. But I do appreciate the fact that we're going back to World's Edge for every game after number 4. You know, assuming that we don't have some crazy early victory, it is going to be World's Edge to decide it, and that means that the pros should be able to offer us their best because that's where they're most comfortable.
Oh, man. Well, we are excited to see that tomorrow and excited to say thank you for witnessing this today. Until we see you tomorrow here, we thank you so much for joining us. For the casting crew here, this has been Blast Titans. We'll catch you tomorrow for our grand finals. Have a great day.